What's that got to do
I don't
with
know.
shit?
That's debatable. I've talked to a lot of flat earthers.
Hold on. My next step in the question is, well, clearly we know how to use electricity, right?
That's a true statement.
Clearly we know how to use it.
I'm not sure if that's true.
Let me ask you a question. Do you have power in your house?
What's this got to do with the argument?
Okay, so you can understand, like, so we can reasonably...
Let him go on his rabbit trail. I'm fine with it.
Okay, no. So I'm just saying, we could reasonably say that we know how to use electricity, right?
I see. That's the thing. I don't know if flat earthers know how to use electricity.
Okay, hold on. So no, flat earthers probably know a lot more than your crew. Anyway, the thing is
that's
that
the thing.
if
That's
we
why
know
I
how to
can't
use
make that
electricity...
statement.
Well, you just made an ad hominem, so I'm just retorting with like in
No,
likeness.
I didn't.
Now check it out.
actually.
Well, you said we can't understand electricity, right?
I've said I'm not sure.
No. Okay, whatever. So check it out. Because we can use electricity, do we understand electricity, or is this just too complicated for you? Should I just move on?
Yeah, I don't think you understand electricity. You might know how to use it, but that doesn't mean you understand it.
Do you know how to do you understand electricity? How about this? Does mankind understand electricity?
Not fully. Does
not fully?
Yeah, definitely not fully, but yeah.
Okay, so why would you?
I'm sure there's experts in the field too.
I'm sorry, but electricians that I even know, when you break it down, don't understand electricity down to the basics. So I'm just to be real with you. I don't think that's a fair question. I don't think anybody in this room truly understands electricity on a functional level.
Well, hold on.
I'm fine.
Point being is that most people have recognized that we understand, we know how to use electricity, but we don't fully understand it. Hence, your hurricane model and the mapping of the stars. Just because we understand how to do that doesn't necessarily explain that we understand the whole thing together. That's where I was going.
Well, they acknowledge they don't fully understand the weathering system. Like I said, they have to use open systems for some circumstances and closed for others, and they have to insert free energy. And it's it's much more complicated than you might think.
What do you think we don't know about electricity? How to create magnetic field? Or to manipulate magnetic field with electricity? What do you think we don't understand about electricity? Isa.
Hold on, wait. Well, let me ask you: do you accept that it's kind of generally? But yeah, go on. What's up? Because answer that stupid question for me, please, because that's retarded. We obviously don't fully understand electricity, but we know how to garner its use, and use it, and we understand certain things about it, but we don't understand it completely. If you think you do, then that would mean that you're like the first person in the history of mankind that would be so fucking retarded to say something that stupid.
No, I know we don't understand everything about electricity.
Right. Thank you. Okay, good. At least admit that.
Wait. I want you to know, to state what we don't know about electricity.
Are you asking me what we don't know about electricity? Is that your fucking question?
Yes, that's my question.
I don't know. I don't know, man. There's a lot of things we don't know about electricity.
The nature of quartz.
Let me ask you a question.
If there's a lot, it shouldn't be too hard for you to name one.
I was about to go there, but you just keep fucking talking. So, anyway, take the idea of, or the complication of electricity. What is positive and negative in electricity? Let me ask you a question. Do you know the distinction? Okay, so which way is the correct way? Is it the common academic Benjamin Franklin way? Or is it what we call, what's the other term for the other definition of positive and negative? Where the negative is really positive and the positive is really negative. Do you know about that?
Just directional flow or something.
Directional flow. Thank you. So is it directional flow or is it academic positive and negative? Which terms are we going to be using?
Just tell us what we don't know about electricity. That'd be a nice place, because now you are skirting away from the issue. What don't we know about electricity? Like Nico said.
We don't know, let's say there is a lot that we do know about electricity. I'm trying to think.
We don't know what's
the
flowing.
source of electricity. We don't know what the electron is, what is flowing. Is it electrons? Is it a wave? Is it a particle? Is it actually let's say, have you seen that thing by that, he said the imaginary thought experiment of two electrical lines an inch apart and extending out to the moon and back? does the electricity travel through the wire or does it travel through the field? Do you know that question?
Yeah.
Veritasium. Check it out. Veritasium did a great video about it, and he didn't. They had a light, let's say, next to all like attached to a cable, and the theory is that if the cable goes all the way to the moon, back to the fucking light, which is an inch away from the source of the power, then is it the field that's generating the light, or is the wire containing all of the electrons and lighting the light that way?
Are you going to let us answer, or are you going to keep waffling?
Sure, yeah, go on. I just want to make sure you understood the question because you're fucking half retarded, you know?
I've seen the Veritassium one. What don't we know about electricity? Now, don't scoot around it again. What don't we know? Like Nico said,
does it travel? I just asked the question.
right
Obviously,
away
you don't
from it.
understand the question because you don't. That's a stupid question you just asked.
No,
So what I'm asking you is that does it
you
travel
don't
in a
understand
field?
Nico's
Hold on.
question. He said,
Does
"What
it-
don't we know?"
You said,
we don't know what's the thing.
Does it travel in a field or does it travel in an electrical circuit along the line? Do you understand the fucking question, you retard?
Travels.
Yes, I do.
That's
Okay,
But you
so
don't
that's an
understand the
example
question.
of
What
something we don't fucking know, you retard.
Boomer.
Wait, hang on,
No,
listen, Nico. One second, hello. Lisa, I have muted you. Stop using hard R. And you keep doing it, and you said it once, and there you go. You said twice, and there you go. Stop using it. I will time you out, okay? Thank you. Stop using R word. I do appreciate it.
Well, I mean,
Lisa,
it's
go
part
ahead.
of the vocabulary. It's an accepted term. I mean, you know.
Okay, I don't care if it's not. Please don't, okay? Please
Cool,
don't.
I'll hang out somewhere else, bro, real quick. It's all good.
But that's
I'm just
fine.
saying.
Stop using the R word. That's
You know
all
what I
I'm
mean?
asking. Do you understand what I mean? Or
Yeah, I get it, but it's like, you know, it kind of sounds hard R-ish to me. You know?
That's all. That's all.
I'm going to
Stop
say
using
hard
it.
R then, okay? And everyone knows what I mean. Is that okay?
Okay, fine. That's fine. Do not use that word.
Okay,
That's what
good.
I'm asking.
Okay.
Good. Thank you.
I'm going to call it broccoli now.
So you're talking about
Broccoli.
like, are you talking about like Coulomb's law or something like that? Like, what are you talking about?
No, I'm talking about the idea that, like, have you seen that little experiment done by Veritassium or it's some YouTube channel, but it's an interesting question. And it got a lot of popularity because it's so fucking interesting and it proves that we don't really understand electricity as well as we might say we do. And so he's got like this theoretical idea of if you have a light and a power source, like about 2 inches apart from each other at an initial starting point, if the cable that you attach to the power source, right, goes all the way to the moon. I mean, like, and this is just the thought experiment. I think they've done it or whatever. You know, you extend the cable really far away and then bring it back to the power source, which is 2 inches away from the fucking power source, let's say, or the line. Now, is that when you start the power source, the light goes on immediately. And so the question becomes, is it the electrical field that is giving power to the electrical device, or are the electrons going through the cable and getting to the light source? And we
I know
don't have
electrons
necessarily
don't travel through the cable. I mean, is there an electrical engineer? I mean, but like as far as I know, the
Maxwell thought that it was
electrons
going
don't
through the
travel
insulator.
through the wire. And also, like, I mean, if you just move the bulb away from the power source and it's still lighting up, then what does that tell you?
Right, but if you're in the field, then they can't determine if it's the field that's exciting the light or if it is the electrons through the line and the wire. There's no way to distinguish it. And it's just a question about electricity that we don't understand because I was asked for a specific example.
Yeah, exactly.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Isn't like electricity traveling through a wire creating a magnetic field, like sort of like a misnomer, like with Coulomb's law or something like that? Like,
well, no, that's why you get it. No, hold on. That's why you have induction on power lines, bro.
What is everybody looking for?
What did you say then?
That's why you have induction. That's why there's rules. Like if you're climbing a pole, you can't get to certain power of voltage or whatever. You can't get close to it with something that's conductive because you're in the field of the induction. So you can get fried by electricity, not even being like touching the line.
Yeah, you can
the ironic thing about this. You
don't really know what you're talking about, do you? Okay.
No, you could bring. I'll tell you what. The only fucking thing you could bring up is the fact: are we talking about an insulated line or an open line? That'd be the only thing you could bring up. Go on, Riggs. Sorry, man.
go on, Rick.
Yeah, no, like so Maxwell thought that the electricity was actually what we were submerged in, and that the wire is honing that field that we are in, so that you're essentially creating a flow around the insulator.
Everyone's connected to a wire, yeah? Nobody wants to actually acknowledge that it's all free. Everything around us is a free energy, yeah? We're all arguing about this fixed mentality that it has to be measured in some sort of form, and we need to be policed on it in some way.
Hold on.
We've
Well,
got
real quick,
energy
outside
that
of the
grounds,
discussion,
that when you ground an energy, you can manipulate it, you can control it, you can claim it, claim it as your own. Yeah, this is what is wrong with the world. There is free energy. Why people aren't talking about magnetics and how free, how honestly,
real quick, brother.
There is a million examples of it. Go ahead, Isa.
I was just gonna say, I mean, that's it's another interesting part of the equation. I just don't want to and I personally am not a believer in this concept of free energy kind of thing. Like, I don't go down that route. I'm not trying to prove any fucking weird science is correct. Like, I'm just saying that there's things about electricity that we don't fully understand. So we can use electricity, but we don't fully understand it. Hence, looking at weather patterns and that matching up with the stars doesn't necessarily it doesn't confirm 100% that we understand what we're actually on. And that was I was trying to help Taylor out in that argument without going through the rings about fucking weather modification.
Can you explain what you mean by weather Wait, hang on. I just want him to explain what he means by weather patterns matching up with the stars. Explain that sentence.
Well, hold on. Actually, let's talk about the null school map. You know about the null school
I want
map?
you to explain that sentence.
No, okay. I guess it's a misnomer because you're not necessarily mapping the stars to the fucking weather patterns, but you're mapping locations on the Earth that you agree. Like, the only valid argument of the globe is the celestial sphere. It's the only one. It's the very only one. And it's the only thing that makes sense that the globe has to offer, which actually, to me, is such a profound fucking revelation of mankind that it really does make it possible that the Earth is a globe, even to me. But there's
says no one that never looked at a survey of a section.
Seriously, like, he tried to give you an answer, you just like, how would he do that again?
Can I? We don't look at the stars every time to know where we are on Earth. We can measure the distance on Earth and see that it is confirming the globe. We don't need the star. That is the strawman from the flat Earth that we need the star to look at the ground.
No, but I mean,
that's bullshit, dude. Can you get him to clarify that first, Isa?
Yes, sir. Go ahead. No, take over, brother. Take over. You're right.
Nico, can you please clarify what you just said, because it made no fucking sense whatsoever.
I'm building ship, and we have been using ships. We don't use the star anymore to know. We just follow direction, and we use the globe
anymore, though.
Yeah.
Anymore. You know what I'm saying, bro? Anymore. The point is that we got that information from observing and mapping the stars to the Earth, and then we continued on with other methods. But the point is that the prime source was and is the idea of mapping the celestial sphere to the Earth, which is the only globe argument that makes sense.
No, because before
is that because we did it? We did it because we knew the Earth was rotating, and we needed to figure out how to measure the time and the 24 hours that it takes to spin.
The Earth rotating
is that why how we were able to use the stars, because we knew about time and
the Earth rotating
because we couldn't use the stars to accurately navigate until we figure out a way to accurately keep track of time on the ship.
Okay, but the idea is that damn, I lost my point, man. The idea is that we mapped the stars first. You know what I mean?
Point. No, hardly. No.
Come on, have some integrity. You didn't even get some negative.
We map the ground first before to go at sea, and have to use a star to be able to map to come on to know where we are.
Oh yeah, I remember now.
we-
Hold on, rotation and all that
Oh.
shit, and the Coriolis and all that bullshit. It only is a necessity of your observation of the stars. None of that came like what happened first was we observed the stars, and then they came up with all this bullshit that you can't prove. That has to be that way if you're going to stick to your stupid model. And so you got like 99 things that you're going to try to prove with minuscule measurements, and nothing suffices to actually make your claim. And all 99 of them emanate from your need to justify the celestial sphere and the Earth being a sphere. None of those things are true. The only observation you've got with any fucking validity is the celestial sphere. Outside of that, everything else is complete fucking crap.
I will say that the Foucault pendulum do not use a star at all.
The fucking pendulum is gay and retarded, dude. Gay and retarded. Oh, sorry. Gay and broccoli, bro.
You know, out of all the things you guys present, it's never the Earth actually moving. It's kind of interesting.
You can easily just measure the rotation. Bob did it. Thanks, Bob.
No, I mean, you guys, you have to understand you're extrapolating something that you're not actually observing.
Huh?
Like always. I mean, isn't that a red flag to you?
The same way when I'm in an airplane, I observe the Earth move underneath me, but it's actually me moving.
This road just got repaved recently, huh?
Yeah, I mean, it should really raise some concerns. You guys should really consider
What would it look like measuring the Earth actually moving? What would that mean?
It's not what it would look like. It's when you create a model based around stuff that you can't observe, maybe you should start asking some questions.
Well, you know what, too? It's
You're
like,
just saying that we can't observe it. I'm telling you that we can observe it.
Yo, manufacture them though. Check it out. You can't like we make those those observations are great.
The problem is the machine needs to know what it's setting up on, where it is, and if we don't
have my.
Well, real quick, like those ideas and those observations are interesting points to point out. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
try to find.
Well, you're religious,
that, dude. X is somebody on. Who's mod? Just mod.
I don't know.
I got it.
Just me. Yeah, just me with that guy.
But just the idea, like
everyone can actually measure the centrifugal forces of the Earth's rotation. You can measure it with a home scale.
You can't prove
it's
that.
It's not good enough. It's not good enough. The measurement is so minuscule. The measurements you guys use to confirm 99%.
It's a few gram for a kilo.
Yeah, it's
you can't prove it.
It doesn't prove anything.
Oh yeah, you're saying
you're real,
right?
No, listen to what. Well, hold on, man. I'm trying to
measurements.
Bro, I'm offering an olive branch, right? The idea is that these intricacies that you're pointing to are interesting notes that try to confirm the original source, which is so profound that we've gone to the lengths of making up these bullshit measurements. The thing is that those little measurements put all together, tied together, they don't fucking convince anyone. They're so minuscule. The amounts of that you're asking us, they all have to be there in pursuit to conform to your observation to the stars. And they're not good proofs.
They're measurements, they're not to conform to anything.
Right, they're measurements to prove the goal of the globe. Which is if you're religious,
do the measurements confirm or falsify a hypothesis?
Right, they don't confirm
measurements are not a religion.
Measurement
they don't confirm or deny. Your opinions about them make it a religion.
The opinion has nothing to do with the measurement. The measurement is
everything to do with you guys are part of a religious cult because you fucking don't have this
because they're measurements and they're not a religion.
Well, you could say that, but it looks like it is. So
it doesn't even look like one. If you have the measurements, it's not a religion anymore.
Definitely, because you guys are trying to die on the hill of like minuscule measurements, and you look retarded for it. So that's why you look
it's like not. So if it's measurable, it's not minuscule or unimportant anymore. If you can measure it, then it means something.
A religious retard would say that, though, right? To justify their fucking religion.
Well, he didn't deny that it looked retarded.
Well, no, actually, someone who's religious would point to something he can't find evidence for. That's what somebody religious would do.
Someone who's religious,
somebody who's not religious would instead point to evidence that they can actually collect and measure.
No, someone who's
it doesn't
religious
make your
will
point
grasp
evident.
at straws to fucking prove retarded or stupid points. Like you're
Pointing to
grasping at
something that
straws.
is measurable and a
You're grasping at
relationship that you
straws.
can clearly identify is not grasping at straws. It's pointing to things that happen in reality.
You know what would make it evident is if you could actually see the Earth moving. Other than that, you're extrapolating. It doesn't make it evident.
Just real quick, you're aware that gyroscopes are supposed to retain their orientation in 3D space as they're rotating,
Full
right?
story, bro. It's not the Earth moving.
Well, that's the entire reason gyroscopes exist.
Well, yeah,
But they
ether
can't
drift.
fix on Earth
Ether drift.
because the Earth is rotating.
You throw shit
So
out there.
either gyroscopes are broken or the Earth is rotating. I'm going to go with the Earth is rotating because it's really stupid to say that gyroscopes are broken.
Can you
broken in a
We can just hold on. No. We can go into fairyland too and say, hey, it's just ether drift, bro. Relax.
But ether drift doesn't describe anything meaningful that you can actually make predictions with.
Neither does your
You
explanation.
can't do anything with ether drift as a descriptor. It doesn't actually do you any good. Because then you have to explain why the ether can conveniently press on a gyroscope, but only when that gyroscope is spinning.
That's a good point. That's actually a good point. Why does the spin rate of the gyroscope affect the precession? If it's like
I explained this to you last time you were here, Taylor. Of course, you conveniently forgot.
No, there's just an alternative example, and you want to be a dick about it.
Explaining it again.
Every fucking time I mind explaining it again because you keep forgetting it.
Oh, how convenient.
No, there's just an alternative explanation.
The dishonesty that you have to exhibit in order to keep coming back to this conversation, ignoring the explanations that have already been given to you, is very evident.
You won't even give me your explanation now.
And the reason for that is because I gave you a very detailed explanation, and it's recorded on video, and it's posted on New Perspectives channel. I know this shit because you're in it, and you've posted it.
And you would have no problem telling me what it is.
It's in the video of you and me having a conversation together, and you coming back here to have this conversation again because you're dishonest.
You don't have an answer.
Except for the answer that's been recorded on video.
No, you don't have an answer. You can't provide it.
This is where you start to sound religious, dude.
I can't provide it except for the one that's been recorded on video.
You can't say what it is right now.
Of course I can't, because it's been said and recorded on video that you fucking shared.
There's no explanation.
He'd
Where did I
rather
share it,
argue
by the
than
way?
present it. Yeah, that's a globe logic. Yeah.
Where did I share
done,
it?
dude.
Where did I share it?
It's on New Perspectives channel. I'm sure you shared
You
it.
said I shared it. Where did I share it?
It's like, how else would I have gotten it?
Are you saying that I sent it to you?
I don't think you sent it to me. I'm pretty sure you just posted it publicly. Regardless, I don't go to New Perspectives channel because he's a fuckwit. But what's funny about that is that when it was posted and provided as evidence that Taylor is so amazing, then I go through the video and find my explanation. And here you are, ignorant of that same explanation.
This is why disjointed only
can't even
fucking
tell me where I
joins
shared
into
it.
globe fucking mentality, yeah? You won't ever fucking go into a flat earth society, dude. Yeah? You got no fucking idea, man. You just keep arguing with the same
won't tell me
people
where I
that'll back
shared
you up 100%. Go ahead, Tyler. Sorry to
You
interrupt.
guys didn't like the flat Earth.
Okay,
You
so
won't even tell me where I shared it.
if I'm supposed to have a gyroscope that's retaining rigidity in 3D space and it precesses, what is wrong here? Is the Earth rotating or is the gyroscope broken? Pick one.
Why does it have to be one of the two? You're doing a false dichotomy.
Because you don't have anything else that you can bring to the table that has any meaning to it. Ether drift has no predictive power. Just saying the words ether drift doesn't answer any questions.
Have you seen the gyroscope that basically I posted the paper, they were getting it to levitate to like prevent any like what do you call it whenever something like resistance, that they basically got it to levitate to prevent resistance on a small scale, introduced it to other magnetic fields and saw a precession happen. I posted this paper.
What? Okay, wonderful. What does the paper show?
That they had a levitating gyroscope that didn't have any resistance, and basically they introduced the magnetic field and saw a precession because they repelled.
What kind of magnetic field? Because that's not descriptive enough.
What do you mean, what kind?
Right. What kind of magnetic field? What did the magnetic field have to do in order for the precession to occur?
It had to be introduced. There's different.
alternating.
No, it was a consistent magnetic field.
Consistently oscillating, you mean?
From my memory. What'd you say?
Consistently oscillating, you mean?
I don't recall oscillating, but it might have been.
Okay.
Was that
Fun fact, the Earth's
completely
magnetic
without
field does
any
not do that on the
paramagnetic
scale
matter?
necessary to cause precession in gyroscopes.
It didn't need to be oscillating.
The thing is,
It would in the
experiment
paper
that
that
we
you're referencing.
every
Why?
experiment that you guys use to demonstrate or prove Earth curve, I mean not Earth curve, the Earth spinning, can be used for ether drift.
Okay, and as I just explained, no, because ether drift is not predicting anything. You're just saying ether drift must cause it. That's not a prediction.
But you have to understand, it's all it's philosophically, you're not gonna like this, but philosophically, we both have our own paradigms, our own positions, right? So when you interpret the data, whether it's Foucault's pendulum, whether it's the laser gyro, whether it's Coriolis, all these things, right, have an interpretive framework, right? You just happen to interpret them. Oh, this must mean the Earth is in motion. No, those same experiments can be used to actually defend ether drift, believe it or not.
It's not possible for the reason I already mentioned. Do you remember the reason I mentioned?
Because it's not predictable, but that wouldn't make it impossible.
It's
That's not the only reason I mentioned. I also mentioned that the ether drift would conveniently press on the gyroscope only when the gyroscope is spinning. That was something I said.
You could say the same
It's not
thing.
exclusive. It's not mutually exclusive. This is why you guys need to come up with an
That's not what mutually exclusive means.
to the globe. To the globe.
No, that's not how it works. You can propose any
No.
number of hypothetical situations, but there has to be some reason to assume that thing even exists in the first place. Like you can come up with any wild idea and say, well, you can't prove it's not this, but there's no reason.
We don't have to come up with the dynamics, right? We don't know what's causing it. Some say it's electrostatics, right? We're right now science is heading towards they're talking about electrodynamic field theory and quantum field theory. That's where science is heading, bro. Right? Quantum foam and all these things, right? That you guys
Quantum field theory is not electrostatics.
You try to hijack. You try to hijack from our worldview, right? That's what's going on. But what I'm trying to tell you,
we're not trying to hijack shit. Quantum field theory is not electrostatics. That's bullshit that you just said.
We don't need to give you the why, right?
You kind of have to give us something because right now we have nothing to go on.
You're acting like they created the gyroscope to detect Earth's motion rather than it being a byproduct.
Exactly. Nobody ever said that. What I said was the gyroscope is supposed to retain rigidity in 3D space around its rotation axis while it's rotating. That's what I said. Now, what happens is when you have one of these things where its cage is affixed to the Earth, it starts precessing relative to the Earth. So either the gyroscope is broken or the Earth is rotating.
No. Everybody acknowledges that
that's a false,
precession.
Like Taylor said, that's a false dichotomy, dude. There's other options that you're not willing to entertain because you have a bias, right? What I'm trying to explain to you is that gravity. Well, you guys think like gravity is exclusive to the globe. No, it's not, bro. Flat Earth is believing gravity. Yes, there's a phenomenon of things falling to the ground. We believe in gravity. We don't believe in your framework.
So, okay, regardless of which framework you want to use, what we can experimentally verify is that the cage rotating causes the gyroscope to precess. We can test for that. We can actually produce demonstrations of rotation causing precession. So now we have to find out how your ether drift explanation that you say you have can be experimentally verified.
Can I get in for a second? So for the flat Earth contingent, if you're going to claim ether drift, you have to go do the work that Foucault did before he made the pendulum. So the pendulum's behavior, or in this case, the mechanical gyroscope behavior, the reason why we create those tools is based on the mathematics and physics of Earth spin. That's why they get created. They're not created based on a ether drift principle.
I disagree.
What?
I disagree.
Well, that's fine. Wait. So that's great,
I have
Taylor.
evidence.
Because none of the people who are creating those believe in ether drift or have any. Actually, I'll do better than that. The evidence is that there is no ether drift, mathematics or physics or anything that would direct someone to create a gyroscopic compass that would point towards the north rotational pole. It would align with the Earth's rotation and give you true north.
When the Foucault pendulum was created,
wait. So
ether was the mainstream understanding.
In order to come up with this, you need to show the math with actual numbers that would give you that the ether would give that this ether drift hypothesis would give you the behavior of the gyroscope. Now you may say, "Oh, of course I can do that. I'll just write ether drift would work on a piece of paper." No, that's not with numbers. It doesn't work. You have to actually have a theory, a hypothesis of ether drift that would give you the effects of the Foucault's pendulum and the gyroscope. You don't have that.
Right.
So,
as I said earlier, you need to make a prediction using ether drift, and ether drift doesn't do that. It just attributes what we already see to ether drift.
I didn't understand that though.
You're doing the same thing with the globe. And you're lying about ether drift.
You need to have
Foucault's
numbers.
pendulum, dude. You need to stop just mono fucking logging.
Oh, Riggs.
Yeah, but I can already deal with that, Riggs, because
learn to get to the point,
ether drift was not in anybody's vocabulary. That was some shit that was recently created. Ether drift.
Ether was a mainstream understanding. Ether was
as they
part
described
of the
it.
worldview.
Ether as they described it was
created.
Ether as they described it was a stationary medium for light to propagate in. That's not the same thing as what bullshit you guys came up with.
But they were still trying to understand it. It was still part of the worldview, and you're lying about it if you say otherwise. Yeah, you guys will do anything to avoid the horror of a fixed position, like Edward Hubble said.
What about Dr. Robert Bennett?
What about him? He doesn't have mechanics for ether drift that will give you the behavior of a gyroscope. None of that.
That's not true. That's not true at all. You know that's not true.
No, I know.
Listen,
I 100% know it is true. I've talked to the guy.
We might not have the dynamics all figured out, right? What's causing the drift, right? The force that's causing the drift. We have the kinematics. It has utility.
Kinematics are a trick.
It has utility.
So no, none of that works. You have to have equations with numbers that would explain that a certain gyroscope with a certain weight would process and align to somehow to the north, the north pole of the Earth. You don't have
also,
that.
if you attempt to use Dr. Bennett's framework for describing gyroscopic precession, you would disprove flat Earth. So, I mean, fuck yourself either way if you want.
We're not talking about flat Earth right now, dude. We're talking about whether the Earth is in motion. You got to stick to one thing at a time.
I mean,
you guys always want to go back to flat Earth, dude.
Right. The precession that we see. The precession that we see is inclined by your latitude, and that doesn't make sense on a flat Earth. It's not possible.
Not necessarily.
What?
Okay, then somebody on your side needs to bring something then. If you say it's possible, somebody needs to fucking do it. Do the work.
So the only difference is that on a flat Earth, you wouldn't have symmetrical northern and southern hemiplanes, or whatever you want to call it, right? Because what you have is you still can have a counter rotation, and in toroidal physics, you can have the upper and lower fields rotating in opposite directions, no problem, and also the equator being somewhat neutral, just like you would see on a globe. You can have that. We had the simulations demonstrating that, and you can have basically.
You can't have a point to the south be the center of rotation on the flat Earth.
Can you post one of those simulations, please?
You're right. You couldn't necessarily point to the south as a single point, but the north would still work. Like this, the torque that needed to make the laser gyro correct itself towards the north, or the not the laser gyro, the can't think of it right now.
Any
Real
gyroscope.
quick, I have unmuted Tony. So I'm just letting people know. And I just want to be clear to you guys. Saying ether drift without showing the math that would give the physics, the math, something, anything that would give us this, just claiming Bennett has it and claiming it's true. That's not remotely.
It's very similar. What you don't understand, Omni, is that it's very similar to the globe math, dude.
Brian,
that's what I'm trying to tell you.
Hey, Omni, just give us an example. Give us an example of gravitational understanding without dark matter.
Before we move on,
Okay.
I just want to say in terms of the math, I was
can you guys decide, please, which question do I need to respond more?
I was just talking.
Let Taylor finish. I'm going to respond to Isa, then Tony's going to go.
I just want to say in terms of the math, they have to insert arbitrary constants for the gyroscopic math. And they also have to use, apparently the Newton's laws of motion weren't good, so they have to invoke scalar quantities. So you should look into the math of gyros.
Okay. I mean,
so what Taylor said, and I am a subject matter expert, what Taylor said is absolutely incomprehensible to me. I don't understand what she's attempting to communicate.
Hey, let Tony finish.
Okay. Go with the physics gyroscopes. What are you guys claiming that is inconsistent with the globe model for gyroscopes?
She is claiming that there are arbitrary constants and that Newton's laws of motion don't work for it.
Okay, then I require her to provide evidence for that.
Yep. I'll provide it right now. It's the book's called Evaluation of Mathematical Models for Gyrocompass Behavior Error Modeling.
I don't require you to cite a book, Taylor. I require you to present the argument.
He couldn't even fucking listen to your answer, Taylor. Fuck me, Tony. Grow the fuck up, for fuck's sake, Tony.
Right, but the people in this room can provide arguments directly relating to observations of reality. We're just asking for that.
Yep, that's what I'm arguing for.
So Taylor can cite the book and then provide. Okay, let's see. In this work, we shall present the Lagrangian approach to the formulation of the equations of motion that circumvents difficulties with the direct applications of Newton's laws of motion. So
this is just a paper, and without even looking at it from a relativistic point of view, there are significant problems with Newton's laws of motion. For instance, Newton's first laws of motion suggest that it's at rest relative to what is the first question that a relativist will ask. Yes, we all understand from a relativistic framework, Newton's laws of motions are problematic. What is your point, Taylor?
Oh yeah, just basically whenever you just apply Newton's laws of motion, you're not able to do the calculations. There's a lot of complex math, so basically they just use these other arbitrary
absolutely untrue. That's absolutely untrue. So regardless of what you interpret the book as having said, what you interpret the book as having said and what is having said are different things, despite your assertion to the contrary. What you say the book said as opposed to what the book said are different things. Do you agree that that is the case or not?
No, we can pull the book up and I can get the quote that I'm talking about in particular.
Okay, feel free, because you should have done that instantly when you provided the quote, right?
Yeah, I did provide the quote.
So this quote is not. So from what I can get from this quote that you posted, it is that because it's aligning to the rotation of the Earth, once you're at extremely high latitudes, above 10 degrees. Well,
yeah, these are different. These are different copy and paste.
That's what your copy paste said.
Yeah. So whenever I transfer it onto the Discord, it doesn't have like all the pointers and stuff in the different segments. It just kind of goes in one big blob.
So
yeah. So it doesn't say what you claim it said. Fine.
Yes, it does.
Go ahead, Taylor.
It does.
Schlitzy, we can hear you fumbling your mic.
So talk us through it. Talk us through it. This I promise you that the physics behind the gyro compass are 100% based on conservation of angular momentum and the rotating Earth. That's why they build them. They don't believe in ether drift, and that's how they that's how they think to create these things. So
okay, go ahead. Sorry, I thought you finished.
Yeah, you interrupt me just fine. So unless you can show something that is similar, saying it's similar to the math.
You interrupt me just fine. That's awesome, man.
Hey, just a minute, Bubbles. Hold on, Bubbles.
Except for that, I stopped and I noticed you're still talking. So go ahead.
So,
and I'm ready to read this quote whenever you're ready.
Just saying that. Well, post it in the chat. Just saying that the laws, the ether drift, physics are real similar to the globe is absolutely doesn't work. That comes across as an enormous cop out.
And incorrect as hell.
Listen, I've posted the papers before, dude. I'll post it again, right? In quantum field theory, they're starting to entertain the quantum vacuum, right? And the quantum vacuum can have effects on matter, right? That are real inertial forces. So centrifugal, centripetal, Coriolis forces would all be real forces.
Are there any researchers you cite who agree with your interpretation of the data that the Earth is flat?
Oh my gosh. Let me just
we're not talking about flat Earth right now.
No.
You said it was the same. You said flat Earth and globe was the same mathematics.
It is a simple yes or no question. Do the people you are citing agree with your interpretation of the data?
Tony,
yes
that's a non sequitur.
No.
We're talking about the Earth
it's
in
not
motion
a non
right now. We're not
sequitur.
talking about flat
It's a
Earth.
simple yes or no
We're not
question.
talking about everything goes back to flat Earth when you guys get cornered.
That's so stupid.
All calm. Come on.
So in relation to quantum field theory, right? They talk about Mach's principle right now in 2025, right? Or in the last 70 years, they've been talking about this, but specifically recently.
You are held to a higher standard of behavior. Brian, you are not able to talk over me just because you are a moderator, right? Just because you're a moderator doesn't give you special privileges. You are required to be just as civil as I am, right?
Okay. So the question is, in these papers that you're citing, the fact that they sort of hint at what you would like to be the case is in and of itself not, it doesn't make the argument that you're trying to make. So do they say, oh, because of this quantum vacuum theory, we think Coriolis, or this analysis shows that Coriolis on long-range artillery shells would be an effect of this quantum vacuum? And the answer, of course, is no. No real paper is saying that.
That's not true. I'll post them in a second. You understand the Higgs field, right? You know what the Higgs field is?
I do.
Higgs field doesn't address Coriolis.
Yes. Actually, you'd be surprised. So right now, right,
I would be surprised if you posted anything.
Quantum mechanics, right? Quantum field theory are entertaining the Higgs field, producing mass, right? Causing matter to have mass, and also producing real inertial forces. So what you guys think is pseudo or fictitious in the relative framework, they're starting to review that and find out that these forces are they're real. They're real forces. They're not pseudo. They're not fictitious.
Yeah, just real quick, when you say they're going back to Mach's principle, which is what you said earlier, and then for the same reason they're going back to saying they're real forces, not pseudo forces. Real quick, what they're referring to is the lens theoring effect. The lens theoring effect is very rigorously defined, and the lens theoring effect and the Machian principle have been tied together very, very closely. The effect that you want, which is the Coriolis effect on artillery shells and so on, is nowhere described in any of that. It's not even close. The lens theoring effect is many orders of magnitude less than the Coriolis effect.
Are you talking about the APM model, the ether physics model, some modern ether theories?
No, I'm talking about the lens theoring effect because I gave its name out loud. That's the thing I said.
I was asking Lion.
No, I'm not talking about anything with ether. They don't like that word at all. They're not using that word. They're using quantum vacuum and quantum foam and shit like that. But it's really just a hijacking of the dynamic ether, not the static ether, the dynamic ether. And they believe that it has an actual effect on matter, and that I'll post the paper. Give me a second. Go ahead.
Let's see the paper. I want to let
No
Tony
one
for a second here. Go ahead.
No one, including the authors you cite, agrees with your interpretation of the paper. That suggests to me that your interpretation of the paper is incorrect. Do you think that that is a valid syllogism or not?
I don't care what people think or don't think, right? The fact is that there are people in the world that are going against the contemporary consensus on gravity and
no.
And inertia. Yes. So I'll post one paper.
Gravity. Quantum
Watch them refer to the lens theoring effect and watch this whole shit be blown up again.
No. I want to make this point. So you admit that the people who wrote the papers you are citing do not agree with your interpretation of those papers.
So this paper that Lion is citing was proven wrong recently. Because it doesn't, we find that antimatter falls the same way that matter does, and he holds that it would have to fall in reverse. Secondly, no, these things this paper uses charge, which is going to it does look a lot like one big pond. You're so you're cute, adorable. So anyway,
I don't even believe in their bullshit framework either. Like I don't believe in their quantum particles and Higgs and quarks, and that's not the point. The point is that there's other ideas being proposed stating that these forces are real forces that can affect your devices. That's all I'm saying.
Big surprise, there's no pseudo forces or Coriolis mentioned.
No, let me clarify that. So Lion, you are citing a paper that fundamentally you disagree with. Is that your argument?
No, okay. That is the case.
Then you don't get to cite a paper and say, but I disagree with the paper as some sort of support for your opinion. If you disagree with the paper, you don't get to accept its results as evidence.
He agrees with the paper, but what they believed about the
No, he doesn't. He just said he fucking didn't.
Just a minute. Yeah.
Don't lie to me, Taylor. He just said he doesn't agree with the paper.
I agree with some of the conclusions that they're making, right? Regarding
the conclusions
that they're making. With some of the paper, but not all of the paper.
Right. And I'm allowed to do that, right? It's not all or nothing.
No, you're not, sir.
It's not either. I don't have to agree with all of it.
No, yes, you do, sir.
Well, none of what you said is in the paper. That's the problem.
You disagree with the paper in its entirety, or you agree with the paper. You don't get to. It's not a buffet. Science is not a buffet. You don't get to go along and say, I'll eat the seafood, but I won't eat the chicken. you have to take the fucking chicken along with the seafood. It's not a buffet.
Yeah, what about
just real
Einstein?
quick, the
Didn't he
paper
talk
doesn't
about
say
everything?
anything about pseudo forces or Coriolis effect. It's not in the
Einstein
text
did.
anywhere in the paper
Yeah,
at
let me
all.
clear about something because I think that this is based on the what's it all or nothing fallacy. I can agree with, what, Carl Sagan said that one time off the cuff after he'd just woken up. And I can disagree with everything that he said about about the universe. So the reason why that gets cited improperly, like just about every fallacy that flat earthers try to cite, is that you don't have to agree with everything that ever came out of the guy's mouth. But when you say, I agree with this part of the quote, and then I don't agree with the rest of the quote, that's not fine under the all or nothing fallacy. If you disagree with, the mechanics of the paper, then agreeing with the conclusions is just intellectually, it's out of integrity.
So, Lion, can you point in that paper to where it says that real forces like the Coriolis effect would become real forces? Can you find that in the paper? Because it's not fucking in there.
So what Omnivore is struggling with is you can't accept part of the paper and then reject another part of the paper's conclusions, because if you reject the other part of the paper's conclusions, you are logically rejecting the conclusions that you agree with. You don't get to just pick and choose as to which part of the logical conclusions of observations you agree with. If somebody presents the logical contours of an observation, you either agree with them or you disagree with them. You don't get to just pick the bits that you agree with.
I believe that's called cherry picking.
Yes, that's exactly what it's called. And it is a strategy of science denialists.
I mean, I think science does that all the time. They go with what works, and they'll throw out other parts. Like
Nobody cares what you think, Taylor.
Tesla, he believed in like the ether, but he had a lot of great contributions to things like electricity. So,
yeah.
So to add a little bit
Nobody
of
cares
nuance
what you think. No, actually, no, I want to respond. Nobody in science cares what Taylor thinks or what anybody else thinks. All that people in science care about is what people have evidence for. That's all any scientist. Shut up, Taylor. I'm still talking. All anybody in science cares about is what they can demonstrate with evidence.
Bitch,
That's
you
what
let her finish what she's saying.
No,
All you do is interrupt
I was
her.
about to finish, and now I'm going to keep on talking because you guys decided to talk over me. So let me
okay.
Nobody in science gives a flying fuck what Taylor thinks, what I think, what any other individual thinks. All anybody in science cares about is what someone can prove or demonstrate with evidence.
I agree. So if Lion was to look at the paper and was to look at like basically like their experimental methods and results, but then disagree with their conclusion statement, wouldn't that follow with what you just stated?
But you can't
No, it wouldn't. If he agreed with the experiment and if he agreed with the observations, then he would have no basis on which to disagree with the conclusions.
The interpretations in the inclusions from the results.
No, sir. No, madam. No, madam. This is what peer review is all about. Peer review is about whether or not.
You're not going to do nothing?
Peer review is about whether interpretation of the observational data are valid. So if the article has passed peer review, then subject matter experts have agreed that the interpretation of the experimental results is correct, is not logically inconsistent with other interpretations.
No, it can be. Actually, papers can go over multiple.
No, it can't be,
Hold on,
madam.
I'm still talking, bro.
Let her finish. Let her finish. Go ahead.
Come on, bro. Like, people can have different interpretations from the data. If nobody cares what you think and they just care about the data, then couldn't they accept the data but then have a different interpretation? That happens all the time.
So that's true, but the paper you cited doesn't have, or the paper that Lion cited doesn't have data, and the paper that you cited doesn't seem to have data either.
We do have, the thing is, like, we do, there's plenty of data. It's how you interpret the data, guy. I'm trying to explain to you. Even Aries failure, even Aries success.
Let Lion finish.
The thing is, if you interpret the Earth in motion, right, then you're gonna consider these forces fictitious. If you interpret the Earth as in an inertial state and not in motion, right, then these forces become real. So it's how it's how your paradigm works, dude. Literally, it's how you interpret the data. That's what I've been saying since the beginning.
No, sir, it isn't. So
right, you said the paper actually says that.
Explain?
Yeah, real quick, Lion. You said the paper
literally,
said.
Lion.
Hold on. Let.
Fair enough.
Cool.
Go ahead.
Right. So, Lion, you did say in the paper that it supported the idea that the vacuum energy, whatever, quantum, whatever you said specifically that it would create the Coriolis and inertial forces as real forces. The paper says nothing about that at all.
Okay.
Could you please highlight for me in that fucking paper where it actually says the thing that you claim?
I want you to go right now on Google or ChatGPT or Grok.
Yeah, Google something else. You provide it. No, I'm not doing your work.
Type in quantum field theory, which is what I've been talking about, and centrifugal and centripetal forces. Are they real forces in quantum field theory? And tell me what you get back.
See, I don't have to do work for your claim. Nobody here has to do work for your claim. You do work for your claim. You support your claim.
But haven't you told me to Google stuff before?
What's in contention?
You told us to Google stuff before.
I don't. I explain things to you, and then you disagree with them.
If the Earth is, if the Earth,
things all the time in here, and whenever somebody a flat earther says it, it's like the end of the world. Just saying.
If the Earth is in quantum field theory, if the Earth is in an inertial frame, which in relativity, they do state that the Earth is an inertial frame, and it's moving through geodesic. It's a non-accelerating reference frame. These so-called
ECEF is an accelerating reference frame by definition.
You're just gonna
I hope that we figured out that rotation is an acceleration by now.
You're talking about coordinate acceleration, right? Now, when it's spinning, you can call that proper acceleration, right? We're not
talking about coordinate acceleration.
We're not presuming that the Earth is in motion right now, right? We're presuming that it's not in motion. If the Earth is not in motion, right, then these forces that you call fictitious are no longer fictitious. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
No, sir. No, sir. Jeez. Under relativity, acceleration is that which is measured by an accelerometer. Hold an accelerometer in your hand while you are stationary on Earth's surface, and it will tell you that you are being accelerated upward 1.8 per second squared. So the surface of the Earth is not it is not a non-accelerating reference frame. You are just, you are mistaken in asserting that the Earth is an inertial reference frame. It's not.
Right. Do you want to bring up reference frames that are not treating the Earth as stationary?
just want to say, Doofus, earlier you told me to go watch this video instead of explaining it to me. So that's
No, I posted the video. That's why I asked you to watch it, because I posted it.
No, I didn't tell you anything of the sort, Taylor. You're talking.
She's all butthurt because I asked her to watch a 90-second video that I posted in the chat for her convenience.
Yeah, well, you're talking to Taylor, so I ask you to bear that in mind. Taylor is not an honest interlocutor.
So I got
if
here.
If you're gonna post something for me, again, please tag me. Please DM it to me. I'm not sitting in the chat, like for future references.
Hey, normally, if I don't tag you, it's the exact moment that we're having a conversation. When I say, hey, Taylor, look at this thing that I just posted in the chat. It's going to be the last item in the list, whether or not you're actively looking at it or not.
You just posted it, you said?
Oh, my God. So, hypothetically,
No,
in a real
he just
situation...
posted it. No, let me explain. Taylor, at the point where he posted it, he literally posted it. So when he says, I am just posting it now, you can rely on what he said.
I was looking.
Okay, so if he just reposts it now for your convenience, he will tell you so.
I don't see it.
Here, let's just do a real live example. Here, Taylor, here's this thing I just
I
posted.
see it now.
It's 90 seconds long. This is what I did last time, though. That's the problem.
Okay, I thought you were referencing me to a video that was posted on New Perspectives YouTube. Now here's a new video?
Do you see, Taylor,
Oh, you want to go back to that one?
At 11:35, at 35 past the hour, Taylor, do you see that Disjointed Mansemble has posted a video?
Yes,
do
I
you
just
see
saw
that? Okay. Would you accept the video that Disjointed Mansemble is trying to share with you?
I believe this is the video he's trying to share.
Okay. Do you think perhaps in order to continue a discourse with Disjointed Mansemble, you should perhaps watch that video?
Yeah, I'm watching it now. I'm glad he finally shared it.
Okay. Excellent. Good work.
Finally sent it, as though I never sent it before. Also, it has narration, so you do need to turn up the audio on it.
Yeah, Disjointed. I like the fact that you criticized me.
I don't see it in our DMs or anything like that.
All right, I don't have to DM it to post it for you. If I'm in a chat and I say, hey, look at this thing I just posted, it doesn't have to be DM'd to you. Jesus.
Or tagged or anything? You're just saying you've done it before. If you have a date, I can follow you.
And
the content of the video falls on the wayside. We don't care what's in the video anymore. Let's just keep doing this meta bullshit until we actually bypass the content of the video again.
When was the last time you posted it? I can spotlight search it.
You sound like a fucking
Taylor, do you have evidence
these
that
fucking
he
idiots talk about this shit? Honestly, Taylor, it's pathetic. Can you not fucking see the video?
Yeah, but I don't even know how that addresses what we were talking about earlier.
Oh, like gyroscopes and precession and all that shit? The thing that we were talking about? Fuck.
You said that okay. You said you were explaining why the precession rate would be constant.
I was explaining in the other video from New Perspective channel why the precession...
gratuitously dishonest people.
Okay. I was explaining in the other video from New Perspectives channel why the precession is proportional to the amount of angular velocity available to apply a torque, which, by the way, are the exact words that I used, which is funny, I know, because it's in the video.
It doesn't prove that the Earth is turning. It proves that that you've got some force within your hands. Yeah, anyone can create that. I don't get it. Like, I can create a spinning wheel in my hand and say that it's Coriolis. Are you guys going to believe it if you didn't believe in Coriolis? Come on, man. It's a fucking
Okay, so
what it demonstrates, real quick, what it demonstrates is that rotation causes the necessary precession for a gyrocompass to function appropriately. What it demonstrates is we have an experimental method to verify our claim. Now, you've got on your side ether drift, this vacuous, random shit that you say in response, which doesn't address the actual precession observed.
Okay, hold on. So, like, okay,
is-
wait. So the precession rate is proportional to the spin. I understand that you have to get it spinning a certain speed to actually measure this precession. But once you get it to that speed, even after that, the quicker that it rotates, the more precession that you have, the more torque that you have.
And I just explained it just now. I don't even have to point to the video. I just explained it in the chat just moments ago. This very conversation, I explained why that's the case.
Okay, you said it needs to be at a certain speed to work.
Nope.
And I understand
I
that.
said
but
none of those fucking words. I never said any of those words. You aren't fucking listening.
So I'm
One should
sharing
not
my
have
screen.
precession.
Can people see the presentation that I am
Yeah,
sharing?
definitely. The
I
precession.
think Taylor's disjointed.
So literally, Taylor, I just
on-
asked you a question that you didn't respond to. Can
really hate
people
talking over
see
people, guys.
what I am sharing in the chat? Like I am literally sharing my screen.
Okay, so you've got the same shit. Good on you. So my point is, disjointed wanted to present something. Taylor asked him if more speed created more Coriolis or more spin, yeah? And you didn't want to answer it. You just wanted to disjoint.
That is completely fucking unrelated to what I'm what I am presenting. You fucking dickhead.
Tony, it's not related, but let him finish anyway.
Okay, Tony, I wasn't looking at what you're presenting. Sorry, Tony, did I offend you? I was talking about what Taylor said to disjointed, yes? Sorry, Tony, did you not get involved in this conversation? Do you want to fucking be involved?
I asked you if you could see my presentation. You said yes, and then you started talking about something completely fucking unrelated.
Everybody didn't answer you, and
presentation.
So
fuck off.
Dude, you're fucking, you've been a moron, dude.
Literally, you can fuck off.
Science. Hold on. You finished now. Let him. Okay, so Tony, what is the point of this presentation?
This presentation is a presentation of various techniques we use to detect Earth's rotation, starting from the early 19th century with the experiments by Ferdinand Reich, where he dropped a bunch of masses down a 160, 158 meter mine shaft, and he detected an east-west drift consistent with Coriolis effect. We can move on to the Foucault pendulum. We can move on to the Foucault gyroscope. In fact, Foucault was the person who invented the term gyroscope. There is a precessional effect, and there is a tilt effect due to the experiment. Here we examine the tilt effect. Here we examine the precession effect as the rotating body moves underneath the rotating body. And we know that Foucault elicited a rate of rotation of 200 rotations per minute, or about 200 pi rotations per minute, rotations per second, I'm not exactly certain, but he sped it up using these gears here. 400 pi radians per second. Okay, exactly right.
I'm not trying to be rude.
And he developed techniques to detect, and I'm not sure why you're talking, because I'm still doing a presentation.
I'm not trying to interrupt, dude. I'm trying to look for a brain.
He detected the precession. He detected the tilt using different instruments. Another technique for detecting Earth rotation is called the Compton generator. It was developed by Compton, a Nobel Prize winner in the early 20th century, which relied on a glass cylinder full of water with flakes of glass, but produced results within 5% of the theoretically predicted value. Again, here is another style gyroscope relying on superfluids, which relies on a toroid. The flow through that gap here is a function of Earth rotation. If Earth were not rotating, there should be no material flowing through this gap here. But we see material flowing through the gap here. Here is another experiment resulting on a magnetically levitated ball. Here is another experiment resulting from observations made by a micro electromechanical system. I have provided the specifications for that disk here. The most prominent way of detecting Earth rotation is via ring wave gyroscopes, which we can briefly go through here. Here's the anti-clockwise propagation. There's a clockwise propagation. The difference between the two, there should be no difference if the Earth is propagating. There should be a difference if the Earth is rotating, because of the difference in the distance traveled between the clockwise and the anti-clockwise circles. Okay, here's the micro electromechanical measurement based on a microchip. This is a microchip instrument that can detect Earth's rotation. Here's the large-scale version, the ROMI, which is 12 meters on a side. Here's an intermediate explanation that shows the variation in Earth's rotational parameters based on tidal components and Earth's orbit around the sun. We can verify this with matter wave interference calculations. So here's the question. Why do all forms of gyroscope, regardless of their physical principle, detect an eastward rotation of approximately 15 degrees per hour? Why? No, you may not. You must answer my question. Why do all of these forms of gyroscope detect the same basic motion?
Because the sky's moving at 15 degrees per hour. The sun, the moon, the stars.
That cannot affect all of these forms of gyroscope in the same way.
So the
obvious choice would be the ether inherently interferes with matter.
Correct.
Which is what I'm trying to say.
Please show your demonstration of ether.
Every single experiment
if you just say all the things we expect for a globe Earth is what we think ether can do, that's a bullshit explanation.
So
literally all of your data complies with my point. Like, you're bringing up other things moving and not the Earth. And my claim is other things are moving. So, like,
no, sir. No, sir.
It's not just that they're moving, it's just that they detected the rotation of the thing they're affixed to.
No, get
these
fucked.
instruments are stationary with respect to the Earth.
My point.
Therefore, they cannot be experiencing any motion other than Earth motion.
Don't take his faith away from it.
How do we test that?
And as I mentioned earlier, just saying what we observe is what we expect ether to do is not ether making a prediction. That's what you need. Just saying we observe it must be ether is not scientific. It is pseudoscientific.
Yeah, exactly.
Just saying the Earth is rotating is not scientific.
Right, you want us to
It is
believe
not.
that the Foucault's pendulum precession
Works both ways,
is illusory, right? That it's not it's actually moving straight in a straight line back and forth, but because the Earth is spinning, that's why it looks like the pendulum is precessing. You want us to believe that?
I don't give a flying fuck
because of your
what you think.
paradigm.
Riggs, I literally, I'm sorry, Lion, I don't give a flying fuck what you think.
Hold on, real quick.
Nobody gives a flying fuck. No, I need to. Nobody gives a flying fuck what anyone thinks. All anyone cares about is what the evidence shows. The evidence shows Earth is rotating.
No, it doesn't.
Right, so Lion, nobody's asking you to believe anything. When we show you a pendulum on a rotating reference frame, that shows you that the idea is sound, that something rotating would cause the pendulum to precess.
Yeah,
now,
as I said,
we're not asking you to blindly take our explanation that something rotating would cause precession, because we can show you something rotating causing precession.
It's fixed.
That's an experiment we can do.
That's not the point.
But
The
on
point is that
but on your model, but on your model of reality, but on your model of reality, you depend upon saying an observation fits ether, even though ether makes no predictions at all.
The Earth could not be moving, and that pendulum can actually be precessing, dude.
No, so
can you give me some fucking prediction that ether can make?
I need to respond. Please let me respond. Lion, I presented at least 5 different forms of evidence that Earth is rotating, each of which is based in a completely different physical principle. How are they all wrong?
But Tony, you've also produced every bit of evidence as fixed to the Earth. Yeah, how can that predict what's happening out?
No, I haven't, sir. No, that's not. So each of these observations is made relative to the laboratory reference, right?
No. Tony, I'll
agree or not? It's a yes or no question. Just
no.
don't bother analyzing it. Whichever way you go, your argument is going to be wrong.
I know, because we got a religion here. Yeah? It's a heliocentric religion, right?
No,
it's comical.
No, you don't have a. So there are 5 different experiments resulting in. Actually, there are nearly a dozen different experiments using completely different physical principles.
But hang on a bit, Tony.
That all just the fact that you won't let me finish talking.
I want to let you finish. I just want to make one simple point. You just showed a video of someone holding a wheel, spinning his hand, and he's turning around. Is that the same principle, is it?
Right. The reason for that video is to demonstrate to you that the principles of a gyro compass operate on whether or not the thing it's attached to is rotating.
Okay,
if you don't like physical demonstrations, if you don't like physical demonstrations of actual physics principles, then you can just out loud say you are a pseudoscientist and you don't belong in this conversation.
Okay, so I will give you one simple example.
I completely agree with that utterance.
Tony,
Science, you don't cut me off. I get to speak, right? Do I not get to speak? Is this not a conversation?
Science. Hang on. Let Tony. Okay, Tony, go.
Okay, we have a dozen different experiments, each relying on different physical principles that all agree with the Earth rotating. In order to explain, you would have to introduce 12 sources of error, each of which happens coincidentally to give an illusion that the Earth is rotating. Do you not agree that that is unlikely?
The only agreement that's happening is the consensus that it is true. It is no proof whatsoever. Just like holding a a grinder in your hand with a disc that's way too big for it. Say you got a 4-inch grinder with a 10-inch blade, it's going to rip and talk out of your hand, right? Yeah, that's what speed does. Yeah, so you're using the same.
You're not answering my question.
Version. You're not.
Yeah,
you're
not really addressing it. So he just showed you a bunch of stuff. This could go for Taylor and anybody else too. So he showed. I'm just pointing it out. So he showed a bunch of different experiments, and these experiments all show what we would expect from a rotating Earth. They don't show what we would expect from ether drift or from the Coriolis effect. I mean the Mach principle, because none of those make mathematical predictions. So just saying the sky rotates, you could just as easily say it's because a volcano is erupting somewhere.
Or the Earth is turning.
Hang on a second. There's not, you can't show any predictive capability from that unless you say, oh, well, I'm going to use the globe math, but I'm going to attribute it to ether. I'm going to attribute it to the Mach's principle. However, none of those things have any predictive mechanics behind them.
It's not true, Omni. I already explained to you in electric.
Hang on, just a second, guys. I did make a point. I did make a point 2 minutes ago before I was trying to make another point. So, as I said, 4-inch grinder with a 8-inch blade on it, it's going to torque it out of your hands. I don't know whether any of you have ever put an oversized blade on a small electronic tool, but the torque in it is bloody hard to hold on to, man. And believe me, I've done a lot of grinding and whatever in my life. I've been a plasterer, a fiberglasser, pool renovator, whatever, dude. Doesn't matter. I've done plenty of things in my life. So you're telling me with the same principle of this Coriolis or the spinning, gyro compass or whatever you want to call it, the fact that I've got a spinning power tool in my hand shows the Coriolis of the Earth. It's the same principle. It's comical, dude. It is. We're talking with idiots that have never put a tool in their hand in their life. They've read a book and said, "Yep, this is fact. Yep, this is my proof." That's all I'm hearing. It's fucking idiots.
It's not
bullshit.
Wait,
let me summarize. May I summarize what I just heard?
That's all right. It's okay. Go ahead.
What I just heard is someone saying, "I don't believe what they said." That's all I heard.
Wow. Right, and it's not the same to say the ether drift could be causing it, because just pointing at an observation and say this could be ether drift, it's not the same as I expect rotation to cause this precession by this amount and in this direction. Right? That's an actual expectation, right? And when we observe reality match that expectation, we say we have something pretty useful here. Now, you say, well, we observe this thing happening, oh, it must be ether drift. That's completely backwards from the way science is actually supposed to be done. There's no way to say, I just see this observation and attribute it to something without actually saying what I expect to happen.
When did they first measure the Sagnac and expect it to happen? Like, are you aware of that? How they first noticed this phenomena was actually a thing? This precession was a thing?
Let's change the subject now.
When they first noticed it, the fact is that they confirm the Sagnac effect using multiple techniques. The claim that many people make that the Sagnac effect is totally due to the speed of light or relativistic effects or what have you is false, because we can observe the Sagnac effect in matter wave gyroscopes. These do not rely on the speed of light. They do not rely on lasers. They do not rely on light in any sense. So we can observe the Sagnac effect in non-relativistic frameworks. And
you said the matter wave gyroscope? You said matter wave?
A matter wave gyroscope, and I advise you to look through the scientific literature for references to it.
The core operating principle is the Sagnac effect.
They observed
Yes,
something.
but the detection is not due to lasers, it's due to matter waves.
So, Tony,
They are completely functionally distinct from laser experiments.
So, Tony,
It says that atoms often cool to form a Bose-Einstein condensate are split, redirected, and recombined using laser pulses, such as Bragg and Raman transitions.
Yes.
Do you use lasers? Okay. I was going to ask you much earlier about the levitating gyroscope. Can you go into
No. Let's stick on the matter wave. What's your objection to matter wave gyroscopes?
can I just make one simple point that you
Okay, so
intelligent people
listen,
might be able to
listen.
talk?
Let
Taylor,
Taylor
can you not
finish.
hear me?
Let
Taylor,
Taylor
do you have
finish.
me muted? Taylor, do you have me muted?
Let Taylor finish.
No, I think Tony just asked me a question. I can hear you. If you want to go ahead, you can, but I don't
Hey,
know.
I'm not trying to be rude. I'm trying to make a point.
Go ahead, flat earthers.
Taylor, go ahead.
Yeah, so induced between two counter-propagating matter waves in a rotating frame. Remember earlier what I mentioned to you about rotating frames, Tony, and how objects that are rotating, or even light that's in a rotating frame, can generate a magnetic field? Remember us talking about that?
No, I don't.
Have you heard of the Burnett effect?
No.
Okay, so rotating objects can actually generate a magnetic field. And then also things like ring laser gyros are affected by magnetic fields.
You're claiming so allow me to interrupt you there. So you're claiming that counter-rotating photons and counter-rotating atoms produce the same effect. That's your claim.
Not the same. I was talking about in particular generation of magnetic fields.
He's not a very good listener, is he?
It doesn't matter what magnetic fields they generate because photons and electrically neutral atoms are kind of neutral to magnetic fields. So you have to demonstrate that both atoms, electrically neutral atoms and photons are subject to the same sort of error. Can you demonstrate that? Yes or no?
What do you mean to the same sort of error? Because if they're measuring the effect of what's happening in the atmosphere, it wouldn't be an error.
Both techniques record a Sagnac effect. I am asking you to explain how these atoms and these photons produce the same effect due to some sort of magnetic field influence. Go ahead, starting now.
I'm pretty sure
circularly.
No, shut up. Shut up. Taylor is answering the question.
Circularly polarized light can induce magnetic fields. Ring laser gyros are susceptible to them. Rotating objects, metal, iron rods, for example, in the Burnett effect, generate magnetic fields, and you can literally see like a magnetic repulsion in the presence of external magnetic fields.
Madam, that is.
I'm not saying
no, madam, that will.
Tony, let her fucking speak.
That will not suffice for the area you're trying to demonstrate.
Okay, one at a time.
Can't hear anything.
One at a time. One at a time. Okay, so Taylor. So
am I going to get to finish?
Go ahead, finish.
Are you okay with him interrupting me?
I have questions. Go ahead, finish.
I was just saying that I'm not saying 100% that yes, that these things interact with magnetic fields, they generate magnetic fields, therefore they're having some like repulsion to our magnetic field or whatever it is. Apparently the ether is connected with the magnetic field. I don't 100% understand the dynamics. I'm just saying in order to attribute anything to one particular thing, you need to do an experiment and you need to isolate the different variables to make sure that's what it's from.
Yeah,
okay.
And we have done that. So thank you, Taylor, for bringing that to our attention. We all did that. Thank you.
So,
goodbye.
I want to respond to that. I want to hang on. I want to respond. So Taylor, your entire all of your work is I believe there could be other variables. There might be another variable. You haven't isolated enough variables. And in some cases, we're just making up variables. I think there's this ether drift variable, or I believe that this Burnett effect variable might possibly have some influence on something or other. So I know, I'm pretty sure you don't realize how that comes off, but the way it comes off is, nothing can ever be good enough for me because I can always invent another possible variable.
This is why the scientific method of experiments are so amazing.
Okay.
Because you can try to isolate
The scientific method would give us some other variable, but you don't.
Can
You're
I
not
make
giving
some
us that.
sort of point, guys, or am I just mute to everyone? Yeah.
I just want to get one 7-word sentence out real quick. It's only 7 words. It's super fast. Taylor.
Of course.
Circularly polarized light is not rotating
another
light.
5 minutes before I get to fucking talk. Go ahead, dude.
Okay, but it can still.
All I had to say was that simple 7-word sentence.
That's fine, but okay. So what kind of light do they have in the ring laser gyro, or in this other
rotating light? It is not circularly polarized.
Is it not? It is polarized light.
It is not circularly polarized light. It's rotating light. It's not circularly polarized. That's a specific term that has a specific definition, and you're fucking it up.
Okay, it's moving in a square-like pattern around the ring laser gyro, for example, and it is
and that's not what circularly polarized means.
Either way, it doesn't matter if it's circularly polarized or not. It's polarized light. It wouldn't it wouldn't be circularly polarized. The principle
You just
is
murdered your own argument. You said
matter.
circularly polarized light has, some effect on magnetic fields. And now you're just like, well, it's not important that it's circularly polarized.
Well, it's
You fuck
actually
yourself.
the polarized light in what's the effect? Faraday effect? It doesn't have to be like circularly polarized.
So your earlier claim that the circularly polarized light has to do with magnetism is, we're just
I don't even get to
inconvenience.
answer my question. You fucking rude cunts.
So,
Honestly, guys.
Taylor, why do matter wave gyroscopes and which operate on a completely different physical principle from ring laser gyroscopes, why do they both measure the same Sagnac effect?
I think that whatever's going on is being detected by multiple methods. Obviously.
Even though they are physically independent from one another. So ring laser, that's just laser. That's just the propagation of light. Whereas matter wave is all about the propagation of wave functions under Schrodinger's equation. You understand the distinction, don't you?
Can you repeat that one more time?
So in ring laser gyroscopes, we are using lasers, which is to say beams of photons. Yes or no?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. In matter waves, we are using counter-propagating clouds of Bose-Einstein condensate. Yes or no?
Taking your word for it. What's it called? Bose-Einstein? Boson what?
Bose-Einstein condensate. And if you don't know what the fuck is being discussed, I don't know why you have an opinion on this that deserves response to. No, shut up. I'm still talking. The fact that I'm still talking, I can hear myself.
Tony, finish real fast.
I can hear myself talking.
Unemployed bastard under fucking control. Demons.
Let
Tony finish to repeat what he said. That's all I did. I asked what he said.
Okay.
I'm trying to hear what he's saying. He gets mad when I don't hear.
Fucking respectful to a female cunt. Shut the fuck up, dickhead.
Science. Hush.
If I don't hear him, he's mad at me too. So I'm screwed if I do.
I'm clarifying.
But you lied, Taylor. That's the problem.
Lied about what?
Bose-Einstein condensates are a form phase of matter that exists at extremely low temperatures. Our very own Tapioca Weasel, working quantum physicist, works with them.
Right, and as to what you lied about, you said you didn't have an opinion over matter wave gyroscopes, but you've had several since, they were mentioned.
I just learned about them. But I did say that they're
literally, Taylor, I told you about these things 3 fucking weeks ago.
You keep saying,
and you can claim that I
me the date and
didn't.
time and I'll go
You're
look it up.
just fucking lying, Taylor.
Guys,
And you can shut the fuck up because I did make this presentation while you were present in the chat.
You don't have to.
Tony, science. Hold on. Okay, so Taylor, yeah.
So I'm present in the chat. Like, are you kidding me, bro?
I don't.
You're gonna call me a liar?
Well, I mean,
I'm literally looking into these things. That's fine, but he's gonna say I'm a liar. I did not have an opinion on matter waves. All I did was look it up as he told me to. I said it says they do use the lasers here, and then Doofus is gonna call me a liar.
Right, you did say that they were both being affected by the same thing. You said they were both being affected by the same thing, and that magnetism could be the cause for both of them. That's you having an opinion on matter wave gyroscopes. That's you saying that you don't have an opinion on them is a lie.
Can you please tell me the exact lie that I stated?
I just did it just now. It just got said.
I'm sorry, PhD Tony was yelling in the background. Can you say it again?
I'm pretty sure that your opinion on them is that they don't isolate all the variables that you can think of. I'm gonna guess.
I don't know what I lied about. This is so ridiculous. I keep getting called a liar, like I'm intentionally sitting here lying.
So
yeah, and then somebody else.
It's a simple question, guys.
Everybody
I know nobody wants the answer to me, but I'm going to ask it because I find it important. Yeah, does all these demonstrations have to be self-generating, or can they be electronic? Simple, yes or no, or do? Do they have to be mechanical in their own device, or can they be energized by electricity?
So
no. Let me respond to that. No, matter waves cannot be energized by electricity. Thank you for your input. Fuck off now. We're going to move on with the scientifically literate portion of this chat. And we're going to respond to Taylor's question. No, these things are not governed by the same laws of motion nor the same physical principles.
Or power motion. Okay.
Yeah, I believe that you weren't relevant to this discussion before I started talking, and now you're less relevant after I finished talking. So,
all right.
You want to tell me to fuck off again, Tone?
Okay, we don't.
Sure. Fuck off.
Yeah, you're a fucking moron.
Okay, Tony, we don't need to do that. All right.
Yeah,
so,
can I enter the conversation, or is Tony going to blow on that?
Go ahead.
So my question with the power in my hand is irrelevant to the Coriolis, yet it's the same principle. You guys, honestly, it's comical that you're saying the only way you can measure the Earth turning is through a gyroscope and nothing else, when there's so many other demonstrations you can produce, whether it's powered or not. Yeah, you guys, honestly, you're arguing with over nothing, and it's comical, man. You want to make me look like a fool, dude? All I do is laugh at you guys. It's
so you sound like you're talking underwater, one big pond, and frankly, you're just not making any sense. So.
More importantly, we're discussing things that are measured to exist in reality, effects that we measure and have numerical data supporting these things. We're not saying we just want you to believe these things exist. No, we've measured them to exist.
So do you agree straight lines exist in reality?
But attributing what to them?
I think the issue is that each time we do a different experiment multiple times all over the world, we're looking for some explanatory power. And when there's something affecting the device and they try to, as best as they can, magnetically shield Faraday cages and whatever, that it's the power of the explanation of if Earth is still, there must be an explanation for this drift in these devices. So that's what we're looking for.
Called action and reaction. Every reaction has an equal and opposite reaction. So if you take a cat toy and move it, the cat toy is going to move.
Demok, do you believe rockets can fly in space with nothing to push off
I
of?
believe you have no ball to demonstrate anything.
Right.
With the ball. As soon as you get a 3D ball, you'll know how to demonstrate toys on a ball. Until you've never fucking seen a cat toy on a ball. When the fuck have you seen a cat toy on a ball, funny bitch?
It's like a real conversation happening, and the Globers would rather talk to Demok when he's just attacking you guys with nonsense.
I just muted him. They called people, everybody a bitch.
Yeah, I think it's the explanatory power that helps us understand that different devices in different ways are really detecting something. So, like, people say like 1,040 miles per hour at the equator, but it's 0 at the pole and 0 at the other pole. So we need to understand like the difference between linear speed and rotation speed at the thing, but in the grand sense, like we're isolating many things: vacuum chambers, Faraday cages, magnetic shielding to go, okay, if Earth is still, there needs to be an explanation, and so far there isn't one other than
the pendulum processes.
Dude, it's literally gravity. I keep trying to tell you guys are under the impression that gravity is exclusive to the globe. So these precessional effects.
No, it's not.
Right?
It's not exclusive to the globe.
It's gravity.
Okay,
it's gravity.
let Lion finish. I don't know what you mean by exclusive to the globe.
It's gravity, guys. So unless you can shield out gravity, which you can't, that's what's causing it. But the only difference is how you interpret the framework. Either the Earth is non-stationary or it's stationary. Either it's in an inertial state or in a non-inertial state. So you have a non-rotating frame and a rotating frame. It's how you interpret the data. When it comes to Sagnac effect, right? When it comes to Lorentz contraction, all these things are dependent on your paradigm.
No, it's not.
You're not.
The difference between before my sentence was complete, Lion jumped in. And so what I'd like to say is, like, when we observe orbiting moons around Jupiter, no, it's not exclusive to Earth.
I mean, so
and exclusive
That's
to shape.
not a tangible.
Hold on a second. So the claim of flat Earth is that things go down, but either we don't know why, because the Earth is moving upwards accelerating upwards at 9.8 meters per second, because there's some law of inertia that is previously unknown, or possibly because of density and buoyancy. None of those have explanatory power in the way that is necessary to explain what gravity does. You know, Newtonian gravity or Einsteinian gravity. None of that works for you. You know, you can just repeat buoyancy and density, but it doesn't explain why it doesn't explain why a steel beam on a fulcrum will will bend towards the end of it, because it's all the same density and it's all within the same, buoyancy of air. So none of that actually works for you. It's just a tag.
Get your coffee, brother. Go get your coffee.
The same thing with ether. It's just or unknown mystery variables.
What isn't relative to Earth, Omnivore? What isn't relative to Earth? The question.
I don't know what you mean by that. And
People say everything's relative to Earth, right?
Yeah.
So what is it? What can we not demonstrate? Hang on, Tony. I know you've had a lot to say, man, and you've got a lot more to say. Just let me ask a simple question. I might be a fuckwit to you, Tony, but to me, I'm asking questions.
Yeah, you're definitely a fuckwit.
Yeah, well done, man.
Yeah, Jupiter's moons are in orbit relative to Jupiter. There's a thing that relative to Earth. That's the answer to the question.
I'd love to meet you, and you say that to my face, dude. Yeah.
Oh, you tough guy.
Do you want me to give you my address, mate?
I support this.
Do you want me to set up a meeting in real life?
But I know how much of a
do
wimp.
that.
I know how much of a wimp Tony
Get it
is just by
on.
the sound of his voice. That's right, dude. Get it on. You fucking idiot. Call me a fucking dickhead, you fuckwit. Yeah?
Cool. Your question got answered. Though.
When did I call you a dickhead?
Oh, you're.
That's something you imagined because I don't use the term dickhead.
focus on some
I'm not
science.
here to argue. I'm
You're
not here to
imagining
argue
you're
with
on a
you, dude.
merry-go-round.
You know?
Tony, have another shot.
You've made a couple of statements, dude. And all I've done is try to repeat them in the best way I can. Yeah?
Dickhead, that's something you made up in your mind.
Oh, fuck you.
Right. The answer to your question was not relative to Earth.
going-
Jupiter's moons are in
You
order
are where you
relative to
were
Jupiter. So that's the
Hey.
answer to your question.
Let's take it easy, guys. It's pretty easy being a Glober these days. All the answers are provided for you. Just got to look it
Yeah, I
up.
know, dude. Yeah, exactly right. So,
I mean, after
what?
the final experiment, it's hard to understand why
Okay,
there's still.
so I don't get to ask a
no
question.
photos.
Well, doesn't
Yeah, we
a straight
expected you
line?
guys to worship some globe Satanists. Yeah, you think the final experiment is real? That's great.
Yep.
It's
But,
nothing to do
Science and
with.
Compliance is about to say something apparently profound. Let's let him go. Like, let him shake our world. Like, what have you got to say, Science?
I don't
Your
think.
world's already spinning, and it has nothing to do with the rotation of Earth, bro.
Yeah, well, I mean, you could say that, but then you'd have to show it, and then Taylor
And
would tell you
the dude
you
is
don't have all the
wasted.
variables
So
accounted for.
when you're wasted, things start to spin.
Yeah, he
sometimes.
talked over that Omni. He didn't want to hear it.
Maybe that's why you think the world is spinning, Tony, because you're so fucking drunk all the time.
Yep. Ad hominems, they work all the time.
It's not an ad
Yeah,
hominem. my
maybe
friend's fault.
maybe the Earth is just drunk.
70% says it.
Yep, it's just as persuasive when someone else says it. Yep, great.
Did Lion earlier say that gravity could be causing gyro compasses to precess towards true north?
I'm not sure that he said something that stupid, but if he did, let's go with it.
Are you saying it's not the cause of gravity that's causing that effect?
Yes, that's
not even
exactly what we're saying.
Question.
Okay, so what are the effects of gravity?
The effects of gravity are that mass is attracted towards mass.
Right. It's a mass force relationship that you can observe on objects on Earth.
And that has nothing to do with the pendulum processing?
That has nothing to do with gyro compasses aligning with the axis of Earth's rotation, which was the
Wait,
topic.
what's causing Earth to
of
rotate?
discussion. No. What's causing the Earth to rotate is preservation of angular momentum.
Right.
What's
It's nothing to do with gravity. That has
gravity
nothing to do
caused
with
the Earth
gravity,
to
sir.
rotate. The matter already had a general angular momentum to it.
Just keeps going and going.
While you're on an elliptical orbit, that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, wouldn't the straight line though be what upholds the truth value claim for to say it's traveling in a curved one?
No.
Yeah, that's not
Then
even
how
that.
do you prove a line is curved without a straight line?
Tora, stop and think about what you're saying, because I am drunk and you are not making any sense.
Okay, that's
But I
typical
love
of
ya.
drunk people, yeah.
But I love you.
I mean, our own people don't say things like, well, is gravity the cause for Earth rotating?
Well, I mean, it would be eventually we could get to that point because, like, what turned it into a ball? Why are these masses attracting other masses?
No, sir.
The things that turn it into a ball is not the things that made it rotate.
At literally no point does gravity play a role in rotation. It's literally conservation of angular momentum. That's all it ever is.
Yeah, but you don't have a linear velocity in your elliptical orbit, so immediately your acceleration is going to change. So you're no longer have
This
the
is
momentum.
why I said
You don't have
angular
the momentum you need in your model. Sorry.
Angular momentum. You can talk about linear velocity all you want. That is a mischaracterization. The discussion is about angular momentum.
That you don't have because you're on an elliptical orbit, which is going to change your acceleration.
No, I do have angular momentum. You just deny it. That's just you
deny
being
that
an obstructionist and not understanding physics.
Velocity.
Okay, then maybe I'll put it like
a change in position around another body does not make angular momentum stop existing. That's really weird.
You call elliptical orbit linear velocity because you're just goofy.
It's not linear.
Do you agree stationary would uphold the truth of movement then?
No, let's stay on this linear thing. Are you guys
Stationary would uphold
that is what I am saying.
Is that
on
even a
this
coherent idea?
Yeah, in order to prove movement, you would have to have stationariness in order to say this thing is moving. That's what relative motion is all about.
No,
you don't have to have one of them.
No, that's
not a requirement
actually,
by anybody.
That's actually absolutely untrue. We can detect acceleration without relative motion to anything. Everything can be accelerated. Shut up while I'm explaining this to you. Shut up while I'm explaining this to you.
That would be, you would be comparing that to non-acceleration.
Exactly.
While something is being explained to you. You do need to be quiet, otherwise you won't understand the explanation. We can detect acceleration even if everything we see is experiencing the same acceleration, because we have accelerometers.
Tony, real quick, your internet does occasionally dip out while you're in a conversation.
I know that, and I can't do much about it. I live in the southern hemisphere, and actually that isn't even an excuse.
I actually would make an argument that you still have to measure acceleration relative to something, because if hypothetically the only reference frame in which we would be stationary would be the Earth, in other way, we wouldn't be able to leave the Earth and move in any other way than standing here on Earth, then we could hypothetically think, and this is already what the Greeks thought in the ancient times, that 9.81 meters per second acceleration is just some intrinsic property of nature, right?
That's a Newtonian understanding of acceleration. So a relativist understanding of acceleration is what is measured by accelerometers. So even though you are stationary on Earth's surface, an accelerometer will tell you that you are accelerating upwards at approximately 9.8 meters per second squared. This is the difference between a relativist and basically an engineer or a mathematician. An engineer or a mathematician, so maybe be quiet while I'm explaining this stuff to someone who's actually interested in learning. An engineer or a mathematician might say that acceleration is the second derivative of displacement, and that requires a frame of reference. But a relativist will say that that's just coordinate acceleration. It's not real acceleration. Real acceleration is what is measured by an accelerometer. So that you observed something in a given frame of reference, that you would observe a given acceleration in a given frame of reference, is not a guarantee that there is an actual acceleration occurring. You need an accelerometer to guarantee.
Okay, I fully agree.
What you are doing. Maybe again, all of you can shut up while I'm explaining. In order to guarantee that what you're observing is an acceleration, you need an accelerometer. Is that clear?
Yes, it's clear for me, but like a tip for a future, I think why many people find your explanations exhausting is that you're basically repeating the same thing a couple of times in a row, just using different words. So when you already repeat it one time and we already get it, then you don't have to do that anymore. And that's why people will interrupt after that one cycle, because they already understand what you mean.
I think only because you get it doesn't mean all
That
other
is an
people
excellent
get it.
point, Embo. Thank you for bringing it to my attention.
Okay, so I fully agree with this paradigm. I already knew about this. It's different in acceleration between those two paradigms. My point is that if you had no other reference frame, for example, let's say free fall. In free fall, you aren't accelerating in general relativity. If you didn't have this free fall for comparison, that's there, you don't have an acceleration detected by accelerometer, then you couldn't test that paradigm in any way, basically. You still have to have some other reference frame that isn't accelerating or is accelerating at a different rate to compare that indeed accelerations detected by accelerometer must be different in different reference frames. And that still requires different reference frames to test it and makes
I like this guy.
relative in some way.
I like
Sir,
Embo.
that's absolutely false. An accelerometer will not give different values for acceleration in different reference frames. That's not how accelerometers work. And to claim that it does is to misunderstand relativity.
I am not saying that when you describe accelerometer doing something in different reference frames, so let's say accelerometer is standing on the ground, and you describe it from the reference frame of the Earth, and from a reference frame of someone in freefall, it will measure different accelerations. I mean that if acceleration physically is moving in a different way, like for example, accelerometer is free falling, and another accelerometer is staying on the ground, then it will measure different accelerations. And in order to test that, you'd have to have those different accelerometers in different types of motion and compare them to each other.
So you are babbling incoherently. An accelerometer can only give one value for acceleration. It is not the case that accelerometers give different value for accelerations depending on their motion.
Tony, yes, they do, bro.
That is, no, they don't, and that's just a fallacious claim.
Tony, hold on.
Tony. Accelerometer be able to tell you different forces at once?
Maybe if one person was talking to me at a time, I could answer questions. But at the moment, I'm being talked to by three different
Tony,
people.
there's a lot of people
I
trying
can't
to get
discriminate.
in. You got to be a little bit more concise and give people more space to talk. I'll let Jesse go. Jesse, ask your question.
Yeah, I'm not claiming to be correct. I'm asking, wouldn't a 3-axis accelerometer be able to tell you two different forces at once?
No.
The reason why is because as I understand it, it will show you the net of the different forces, the combination of them.
Yes, that's exactly right. All that the accelerometer will show you is the net acceleration. It won't show you how many forces
you have to presume
have
that
combined. I'm still talking, so I don't understand why someone else is trying to talk over me.
Yeah, I think we're good.
Okay, so the accelerometer won't tell you how many accelerations of different provenances you are subject to. All it will tell you is the total net acceleration you are experiencing.
All right, fine. All right, let me go now. Okay, so if we were going to interpret your model, right, and I understand the difference between coordinate and proper acceleration. An accelerometer on the ground is measuring proper acceleration, right? It's accelerating upwards. Does that mean that the Earth is moving upwards?
No.
Right.
And
exactly.
Let me give you an example. So suppose you run full room that you're in. You will stop. You will be accelerated by the wall. Does that mean that the wall is in motion? No, it does not.
Right. So why were you disagreeing with
Embo? So again, I'm still in the middle of my explanation. Similarly, you are moving down and the ground is stopping you from moving in that direction. The ground is accelerating you, but the ground is not moving you.
Right. And that's why Embo brought up the reference frames, because you would need a third person perspective to see what's actually going on, what's actually moving. Because yes, because just because you measure proper acceleration doesn't mean that the Earth is moving upwards.
Yes, it does, sir. The distinction between proper and coordinate. Proper is actual acceleration. Coordinate is reference frame dependent acceleration. So if you are experiencing acceleration as measured by an accelerometer, that is an actual acceleration.
So just so we're clear, I want to make so this is a point that is quite misunderstood. It's very counterintuitive. But when we talk about the acceleration, that's a potential movement more so than necessarily indicating a actual movement. So when we have like a balloon that's inflated and it's not, and it's stable, right? That's because the gas inside is exerting a force on the shell of the rubber shell of the balloon, and that force is balanced with the atmospheric pressure around the balloon. As such, there's no net motion, even though both atmospheres are applying a force. From a reference frame, the point about proper acceleration is that you can't make it go away in different reference frames the same way you can with velocity, with a standard velocity.
Do you see the point that I'm trying to make? That just because you can measure proper acceleration doesn't mean that you have absolute motion or actual motion going on, right? Just like putting your hand against the wall, right? Putting pressure on it, just like gravity on the Earth, doesn't mean that the Earth is moving upwards, bro. And just because you can theoretically, just because you can measure proper acceleration, clockwise or counterclockwise, doesn't mean that the Earth is spinning either.
So
I have a question?
We know that. Yes, that's part of the theory of relativism. Yes, but it doesn't mean that there is an actuality that's being mysterious because of reference frames. The idea that if I drop two balls antipodal on the Earth, it must mean the Earth is expanding is not true. That's a misinterpretation of it.
So again, I want to explain this in terms of the wall. If you run at high speed into the wall, you will stop. The wall has accelerated you. Does that mean that the wall has moved? No, it doesn't mean that the wall has moved.
I know, I never said that, and I don't know why it's logically irrelevant. I understand the concept of negative acceleration. How is that logically relevant to the conversation?
It's exactly relevant to the conversation because the fact that the Earth is the fact that you are subject to an upwards acceleration does not require motion. Just like the wall accelerated you without moving, so the surface of the Earth can accelerate you without moving. Can you not see the similarity between? Can you let me finish asking the question? Can you not see the similarity between the two cases?
Yes. Let's wrap it up.
I have a question.
That's right. The Earth being in motion is demonstrated through other data sets.
Can it Can I ask my question?
What is your question?
Can the accelerometer measure the difference between gravity and acceleration?
Yes.
How?
Because if it registers as a measurement on the accelerometer, then it isn't gravity.
Yeah, but if you're sitting on the ground and it measures something.
Sir, repeat after me. If the gravimeter registers it, it isn't gravity. That's how the gravimeter distinguishes between gravity and other accelerations.
I think he was talking about an accelerometer.
What would happen if you dropped an accelerometer?
It would register 0 acceleration.
So if it was on the floor and you're sitting still, it registers.
No, if it's on the floor, it is being accelerated upwards because it is being accelerated away from its geodesic through space-time. Yes, you don't understand what I just said. That's fine. Go and read a physics textbook.
No, but you lost me when you said space-time.
Yep. Go and read it.
Okay.
So do you not believe that space-time exists? Is this your problem?
No, I just wanted to know.
Okay, so
if you've got a machine.
So when you don't not believe that space-time exists, does that mean that you do believe that space-time exists?
Well, I would just like to know how it was calibrated to test what it's testing. A purpose-built machine or a purpose-built thing. It kind of you need something to test against non-acceleration. So you can say, look, here's the thing, it's not accelerating, and here's the thing, and it's detecting it. You've got to have one. You can't just have one or the other. You have to have
you turn
both
it just
to show
180
the
degrees
difference.
around, and if it measures the same, then the
Yeah.
sensor measures nothing.
We have accelerometers. When they're dropped, they experience, when they are in free fall, they experience 0 acceleration in agreement with the predictions of the theory of relativity. How is that not validation?
You can also manufacture a linear accelerometer horizontally, and then when you tilt it vertical, it measures acceleration.
Tony, I would like to ask you a question. Previously you said that an accelerometer can detect a difference between gravity and acceleration caused by a force, and that is a denial of one of the most fundamental laws in special relativity, which is the equivalence principle, which states basically the opposite of what you claimed. That when you have an accelerating reference frame, you cannot tell the difference between it and between being in a gravitational field.
That's right.
That's absolutely not true, sir. So if you do not have access to an accelerometer, then you can't tell the difference. If you do have access to an accelerometer, you can tell the difference. This is the primary. The fundamental identity of general relativity is that in any object in its own reference frame is not accelerating, right? Do you accept that that is true?
In general relativity?
In any object in its own reference frame is not accelerating. So in a coordinate system based entirely on the object, it isn't accelerating. An object cannot accelerate relative to itself.
That would depend if you mean the coordinate acceleration or proper acceleration.
No, sir, no, it doesn't. It depends on my frame of reference is the center of mass of the object. So I have an object, I define my coordinate frame, my coordinate reference frame relative to the center of mass of that object. Relative to that position, that object is not accelerating relative to itself. So it doesn't matter what forces I apply. Let's imagine it's a tennis ball, okay? It doesn't matter what force I apply to the tennis ball's displacement relative to its center of mass is always zero. So therefore it has zero velocity, therefore its velocity is never changing. So relative to itself, the object is never accelerating. Do you accept that that is true? Yes or no?
I can accept that I may have been wrong about that, and yes, I can assume it's true. I can take your word for that.
So you accept that that is true. Okay, so that is saying that in terms of an object's reference frame, it does not accelerate relative to itself.
Real quick, Tony.
Newton's theory of relativity says every object treats itself as though it is not accelerating in its frame of reference.
Real quick.
No.
Gosh, dude.
I haven't finished. I haven't finished.
All right.
Only 10 minutes, nigga.
Okay, shut the fuck up and I can finish.
you.
Only objects that are in objects that are in free fall are correct. That is Einstein's theory.
I think you guys are talking past each other.
For fuck's sake, Lion! I was actually talking to somebody else. So I don't understand why you're fucking interrupting my conversation with another person.
Tony, chill.
Hey, I want to get in on this.
We just want to get in, Tony. We want to share the space. That's it. And people are getting answers.
I was asked a question by somebody else. I was answering the question asked by somebody else. If I'm answering a question asked by somebody else, can you at least give me space enough to answer it?
Yeah, hey, check your DMs, Tony.
I just want, it was a point of clarification because I think you guys were talking past each other and you're actually agreeing with each other. I don't know if you guys realize this, but what Embo was saying is that according to relativity with the equivalence principle, or, there is no absolute motion, especially if you're on the reference frame that's moving, you can't tell if it's you moving or if the things around you are moving, right? With relative motion. So basically, like it's indistinct. Like acceleration is indistinguishable from gravity.
Yes, that's true, but an accelerometer can tell the difference. And Einstein, and if you read Einstein's theory in detail, he will explain this to you, that in an object in free fall under gravity will, an accelerometer in free fall under gravity will register zero acceleration.
Yeah, I understand that, but even Einstein said there's in both Newtonian and Einsteinian mechanics, there's no absolute motion, especially if you're locked into one reference frame.
That's not true. That's absolutely not true. So Newton did very much believe in relative motion. Newton's first law is all about relative motion, right? That an object at rest will stay at rest unless acted upon by an external force. That is relative motion.
Absolute motion.
So Newtonian and Einsteinian views of motion are very, very different. Do you concede that to be the case, or do you not?
Yeah, but I'm talking about absolute motion. So just detecting just detecting proper acceleration doesn't mean that you've detected motion.
Actually, according to Einstein, it does, because that's the only form. So the term absolute motion is meaningless in an Einsteinian formulation. There is no such thing as absolute motion, but there is such a thing as absolute acceleration.
Embo, you want to go in? I don't want to take over.
Yes,
Embo, go ahead.
Absolutely, thank you for that very much. I fully agree. I think the misunderstanding was that we didn't agree on what was the example in the first place. So Tony was talking about an object in free fall that's very good in detect acceleration. I agree with that. But equivalence principle I was just describing describes a person standing on the surface of an object under the influence of gravitational field, not free falling relative to it. So so let's just
that I agree with. That I agree with absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so my point was basically that if you stand on the surface of the Earth, the laws of physics would be indistinguishable from someone standing in, let's say, a rocket that accelerates 9.81 meters per second squared. Would you agree with that?
Absolutely, without question. Yes, you're absolutely correct. I am sorry for disagreeing with you.
Okay, so I'm glad that we managed to find out that it was just a matter of misunderstanding with the terms and.
Yeah, I think I just misunderstood what you were saying. As has been pointed out to me, I've had a few drinks this evening. I haven't had a drink in a long time, so I think I'm fairly sober now. But yeah, we don't disagree.
I think that does raise the question again that originally, I don't know who it was, maybe Schlitzie was asking about registering the difference between gravity and acceleration. I think what he was asking was, if you put an accelerometer on the ground and it registers 9.8, how does it know if it's accelerating or if it's gravity? I mean, I think you answered that. I think that was the original question.
So a free falling accelerometer, an accelerometer that is falling under gravitation, will register an acceleration of 0. That's any other acceleration applied to the accelerometer will register as non-zero according to the accelerometer. An accelerometer at rest on a surface will register a non-zero acceleration.
Right, and if I've understood correctly, then it won't be able to tell if that's an acceleration due to gravity or just acceleration.
An accelerometer can tell the difference, but as was just pointed out, the laws of physics actually can't. So you have to accept that an accelerometer is giving you privileged information.
How does the accelerometer tell the difference?
So the accelerometer tells the difference by having a proof mass that is sort of in a and detecting your motion relative to the proof mass. So the proof mass will sort of follow its geodesic through space-time, and if you're undergoing an acceleration, you won't. So the accelerometer will measure the difference between its geodesic through space-time and your accelerated geodesic through space-time, if that makes any sense. So if you and the accelerometer are both falling through space, following your geodesic through space-time, it will register 0 acceleration. If, however, sorry, go on.
It sounds like you can set it up to tell the difference, but sort of out of the box, so to speak, it wouldn't necessarily.
Sorry, please repeat that last sentence.
Yeah, if I understood what you're saying, it sounds like you could set it up so that it does tell the difference, but out of the box, so to speak, it wouldn't necessarily be able to.
So the accelerometer itself, there's a proof mass, and there's the accelerometer frame of reference. And if they are both falling under gravity, they won't register any difference. So there's zero acceleration going on. If you have restrained the accelerometer's motion by accelerating it, the proof mass will continue following its geodesic through space-time, and it will say, okay, I expect to be going in this direction. Something is stopping me from going in that direction. So something is accelerating me.
Well, and can I be a little more specific? I mean, normally I think the best way to think about an accelerometer is that the proof mass is attached to the accelerometer body by a bunch of springs. And when those springs stretch, that the way those springs stretch tells you the force that's being applied to the proof mass to make it do what the accelerometer body is doing, from which you can determine the acceleration.
I would agree with that. Yeah, sure. That's a very good explanation. Thank you, John.
Actually, I think I have a way to test between those two, like a rocket accelerating and being accelerated on the ground, on the Earth by gravity. So the equivalence principle only applies locally because it applies to uniform gravitational fields. But in reality, we know that gravitational fields aren't uniform because the further away you go from the Earth, the weaker there is the pull from that Earth. So if you were to go higher, let's say to a mountain, then that accelerometer will no longer measure like 9.8, but rather like 9. Let's say 7.8, a little bit less. But if you were in that rocket, then no matter how high you go in that rocket, in what part of the rocket you go to, it will always measure that acceleration the entire rocket has.
Yeah, that's so. In fact, you don't need it even to change height. Even moving laterally across Earth's surface, because of density distributions under Earth's surface, gravitational acceleration can vary. So gravitational acceleration varies even as you move laterally across Earth's surface. You don't need to change in height. That will change the acceleration you experience, but even moving laterally is enough to do that. And that's an important point for what I study. But yeah, you're right. Sort of, that's very different from the acceleration in a rocket. But the fact is that if you varied the acceleration in the rocket, the person inside would have no way of really distinguishing that between, is my room moving laterally across some gravitational field, or is my acceleration varying? As you point out, quite rightly, an accelerating reference frame and is indistinguishable from a gravitational field.
I think if we were accelerating, we'd be continuing to accelerate. So it's a time. So even if you think the Earth is accelerating for 6,000 years, there's a bit of a problem if it's around 9.98 meters per second.
Well, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, sort of you'd reach some relativistic effects by the time you reach that, yeah. But the fact that Earth's gravitation, so there are some flat earthers, not all. In fact, I think a tiny minority who think that downward acceleration towards the Earth is actually an artifact of upward acceleration of the ground we all stand on. If that were the case, then gravitational acceleration would be constant. It would not vary with position. In fact, we observe using very precise instruments called gravimeters that gravitational acceleration varies with position. So we can disprove this claim that the Earth is accelerating upwards.
I think that's also the case because of the matter of time. Like, I'm just thinking of how many seconds are in like 40 years that I've been roughly alive, and 9.98 meters per second. How fast I'd be going if I'm still accelerating.
Well, let me give you some facts. Let me lay some facts on you. 1 year is approximately 3.15 by 10 to the 7 seconds. So 40 years would be about 12.6, 1.26 by 10 to the 8 seconds. And then you can multiply that by 9.8 by 10 to the 9.8 meters per second squared. Yeah. So your velocity at that point would be huge.
Well, it's really nice to appreciate the fact that G is literally the speed of light per year. The value of G is very close to 1 speed of light per year. So 40 years gives you 40 times the speed of light in a Newtonian universe.
I guess that's true.
And that's why I thought it was mentioned like per second to think like, okay, yeah, that's phenomenal. Like, if faster than light travel is possible, we're currently doing it.
We're going places, kid.
Well, actually,
I think it's
according to relativity, we are traveling through time at the speed of light.
Yeah. But I also think it's worth pointing out, I mean, this at the risk of triggering SE into something here. It really is. I mean, an accelerometer reveals that the absolute acceleration of the ground is 9.8 meters per second squared upward. But that does not mean that the Earth is expanding because gravity is frame dependent, and it's different on the others. It's not that the other side of the Earth is accelerating away from us at that same rate. It's just that G is frame dependent.
Yeah, well, I prefer sort of the wall analogy, just because when you run full speed at a wall, the wall accelerates you. The wall hasn't moved. Similarly, the ground doesn't need to move in order to accelerate you. It's
and I think your point about the it is a good point that if gravity were the result of the entire flat Earth accelerating upward, then it would be the same everywhere. That's a good point. It's an important point.
Yeah, that's right.
Also, I don't really think the wall analogy is pretty good, because the wall analogy would involve you firstly going at some speed and then stopping. So besides proper acceleration, you would also experience coordinate acceleration that you could measure in terms of coordinates and derivatives of position. Meanwhile, in the example of the Earth, you are not accelerating relative to the ground when it comes to coordinate acceleration. You can even stay stationary, and yet you are properly accelerating. So it would be like if you were touching the wall and being stationary relative to the wall in terms of coordinate acceleration, yet you would be properly accelerating. That obviously wouldn't happen. So for me, that isn't really something you could translate to a proper analogy.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that presentation, and I'm sorry if at any stage I sort of presented a different perspective. But yes, sort of we are, the difference between coordinate acceleration and actual acceleration or proper acceleration is quite profound. And so, the fact that when we drop things, they seem to undergo an acceleration, that's an artifact of us being in an accelerated reference frame.
And Tony, when you're saying hitting a wall, that might sound like deceleration to some people. Could you help elucidate the difference, if any?
Yeah. So acceleration simply means change in velocity, and velocity is a vector quantity. So if I have a velocity in a certain direction and I change direction, I have still accelerated even though my speed hasn't changed. So when I run into a wall, my velocity in the direction that I've traveled may have decreased in that reference frame, but that's entirely reference frame dependent.
You can always look at it in the frame of the wall, right?
Yeah.
Then the wall is hitting you and literally speeding you up, accelerating you. Yeah.
Exactly. So the wall can, from the wall's frame of reference, I have a negative velocity, and the wall has actually increased my velocity to 0 in his frame of reference, as John very helpfully explains. So yeah.
Actually, I made a mistake. I actually didn't mean in the frame of the wall. What I really meant is kind of in a frame that is moving with the runner initially. In that frame, the runner is not moving initially and then is. So I actually misspoke.
Yeah, well,
That's
I think even in the wall's frame of reference, provided I define, my x coordinate as the opposite direction that the guy is running from, the guy starts out with negative velocity, and ends up with 0 velocity and is therefore accelerated.
Yes,
But
from negative speed up to 0.
Yeah, in these terms, increasing a velocity from negative to 0 is still an increase in velocity. So the velocity is frame of reference dependent. So it becomes an acceleration equally applies to a change of direction of motion as much as it does to a change of magnitude of motion. So the point I try to make is in circular motion, where you're moving around the barycenter of whatever you're orbiting, if it's circular motion, then your speed is unchanged, but your velocity is constantly changing because the direction of your speed is constantly changing. So in that sense, you are undergoing a constant acceleration, even though your speed and your kinetic energy are unchanged.
So maybe
it has to do
the
with
alternative hypothesis would be centrifuge Earth instead of.
Yeah, that is a hypothesis. Yes.
Carry on has to do with the direction of motion. Like that's why I brought up negative and positive acceleration. It's the difference between something moving towards you and moving away from you. That thing could still be moving at the same velocity, but because of your reference frame to it, it might look like at one point it's moving towards you versus another point where it's moving away from you.
Okay, just to be pedantic, and you're paying me top money here, Lion, to be pedantic. It's moving with the same speed, but if it's moving towards you and away from you, it's moving with different velocity. Because velocity is direction dependent and speed is not direction dependent. Okay?
Well, it could be moving at the same velocity while
if it's moving at the same velocity, it's moving in the same direction.
I don't know, but
so
you could have, for example, velocity, you could have a car, and let me explain it to you. Maybe I'm misunderstanding something, but you could have a car or a train, right? That's moving one way, and then you could speed up, or you could accelerate past the object, right? Now that object, that other train, is still moving at the same exact velocity from its reference frame, but when you move past it, it's now behind you, right? And while you're moving past it, it's now changed direction, right? So now it looks like it's moving away from you. While it's actually, it's like retrograde motion, right? It's still moving in the same direction, but because of your reference frame, it starts to look like it's moving backward.
I don't follow your reasoning there.
The important point is that the train hasn't accelerated in your example. It's just, it's just what you are seeing it doing. If that train is traveling at constant velocity everybody will agree that it is traveling at constant velocity. They may not see it because of their accelerated reference frame, but the fact that it's moving at constant velocity is revealed by the fact that its accelerometers show that it isn't accelerating.
Yeah, that's
I agree.
that's a different data set. But if what you're I feel like what you're explaining there, Lion, still fails to fully appreciate the difference between speed and velocity. It feels, and this is just my impression, it feels like you haven't properly internalized the difference between speed and velocity. Because even if your reference frame is moving with the constant velocity relative to something else, its velocity will be constant. It will be in the same direction. It will be, and it will be, a constant magnitude, unless either you or the object.
Yeah, and it's just a matter. I mean, it's really just kind of it's really a pedantic kind of semantic thing, but it's important that two cars, one traveling 60 miles per hour north, one traveling 60 miles per hour south or east or any other direction, have the same speed, but they have different velocities.
Yeah, and as I say, I'm being pedantic with Lion, but I feel that it's important.
Yeah, it is important.
So that we can
No, I get what you're saying. I wasn't trying to bring up speed. I was talking about velocity and acceleration. But I get what you're saying. But if one car is moving 60 miles the other way, and you're moving 60 miles the opposite way, what's the other car actually moving at?
No such thing as absolute velocity, so nobody can say. All you can say is how fast it's moving relative to something. It doesn't have a speed or a velocity. It does have an acceleration. There is absolute acceleration. There's not absolute velocity.
I had a question to something that was said earlier. I think it was you said that gravity is basically the speed of light per year.
Yeah, well, what I mean to say is it's just an interesting and fun coincidence that that 9.8 meters per second is literally equal to 3 times 10 to the 8th meters per second per year. It's mathematically, and not equal. It's very close. It's not equal, but it's close enough that you can say to first order that if you accelerate at g for 1 year, then you will be moving relative to whatever it is that's saying you're doing that at the speed of light.
Oh, I see. Okay, because the other thing I heard was that we're basically moving through time at the speed of light, which I get. I don't know. I was putting something together. It's a little half-baked about gravity being an artifact of motion through time.
It's just a fact in relativity. I'm sorry. That things, the four velocity of things is always the speed of light. Yeah.
So the speed of light, multiplicative factor in sort of the distance metric into the same units as distance. So you need to multiply time by velocity in order to get a length. So in order to bring the time coordinate into the same units as the length coordinate, you need to multiply by velocity. And the velocity that works is just the speed of light. And this is what I meant earlier when I said that sort of we are moving through time at the speed of light.
It's just kind of an artifact of relativity that there you have 4 coordinates, and if you take the rate at which, essentially the rate at which you move is always the speed of light, and in some sense you can say, when you're not physically moving, all of that velocity is in the time coordinate. But I think that's too, it doesn't make enough contact with our everyday lives to dwell on it. That's just kind of something that falls out of relativity.
Sure.
Like
it's also why they say photons don't experience time.
if light
by my
is
understanding.
truly massless and going as fast as it is, it's not experiencing time. If it
Yes,
was,
that's true. That's very true. But we nonetheless know how it will behave when viewed from outside of its reference frame.
Isn't darkness quicker
just
than
thought
light?
it'd be interesting to think
Light
about
doesn't experience
being the
time.
light.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, I was curious. Do you subscribe to the block time theory of the universe?
Sorry, repeat that.
I was wondering if you subscribe to the block time theory of the universe, like
You're going to have to
like
explain that to me. I'm unfamiliar.
the way I've heard it explained, basically the past, present, and future are kind of set in this 4-dimensional structure, and you could imagine sort of a 4-dimensional universe passing through a 3-dimensional space, and that's how we experience the present, so to speak.
Yeah. So this is that would actually agree with what I feel, but this is one of those times where just because something agrees with my preferences, I don't necessarily agree that it is demonstrated. So we can't disprove this. We can't prove this.
Hello.
This is something that science. Okay, talk over me. That's fine.
I think he's testing his mic.
Okay. So my answer is I don't think that that's a hypothesis we can test.
Okay. If it were true, I'm trying to. It makes sense in my head, but I'm having trouble putting it into words. I feel like there could be. Never mind. I'm going to sit with it for a little bit.
Well, allow me to say that it does fit well with my personal experience. So I'm not going to shit on you for bringing this up. It fits very well with my personal experience. But again, just because it fits with my preferences is not a reason to hold it to any different evidentiary standard. In order for something to be scientific, it has to have exclusive evidence supporting it. And it's a theory that doesn't.
So if light is measured, it has to be measured by another medium, which obviously is darkness. So darkness has to be quicker than light, yes?
No.
Where does lightness start where darkness isn't then? Where is light your fixed point to measure from? Like I understand it's all relative to us, but the point I'm trying to make is darkness was there before the light. No matter which way you look at it,
please prove that. Where's your evidence for that?
I feel like this is kind of like the heat and cold thing. How there's no such thing as like coldness. There's just lack of heat, and dark would just be a lack of light.
Yeah.
What I feel is that science of compliance is just making an assertion he has no evidence for.
Darkness is everywhere, is it not? Without light, there is only darkness.
Look at Maxwell's equations and tell me how you're reaching the conclusion that you do.
Darkness is everywhere. Without
Is
light.
it demonstrate?
Just because, yeah, but just because you
that.
can't see the light in the darkness doesn't mean the light isn't there.
I 100% agree. We've only got a small percentage of light that hits our eyes. Yeah, so I agree with that 100%. We are photon. Yeah, we are plasma ball. We are identity that is resonating through this frequency of what we call ether, or what we call the realm that we abide by. Yeah, and we've got mathematical logic that makes sense to so many smart, intelligent people that are well read. Yeah, but they can't give you a hypothesis that darkness was here before the light. Prove me wrong.
Absolutely nothing of what you just said makes any sense whatsoever. Well done.
Light was always here, dude.
So the existence of electromagnetic waves is in no way dependent on the absence of electromagnetic waves. Yes, John is bringing up in
You're gone,
Yeah,
Tony.
we lost you again.
that
Lost you
actually
again, Tony.
light is there is a theory. Dark-on theory is the theory that light is simply the absence of dark-ons. This was a theory that was held by for some time. It's absolutely untrue. It's got no predictive power to it, and people like Science of Compliance, doing their sort of delusional ramblings as though they're profound does not make it in any sense real. But obviously, not necessary to this conversation. I'm going to go. Good night.
Hang on, Tone. I
To
just want to make
everybody,
this point.
except for the
Tone?
flat earthers, and no.
Yeah. Oh, well, fuck off then. You
Good night,
fucking
Tony.
ignorant cunt. Fuck off, Tony. You fucking rude cunt.
Later, Tony.
Hey, so he's gone. So the point I'm trying to make is, or trying to reiterate to his point is, light can only exist with darkness. So darkness has to be there first. That's my
No,
logic.
dude, that's a false premise, dude.
Okay, cool, man.
You don't need darkness for light to exist at all.
No, I agree with you where there is light. You're right. We can make it brighter. But without that hue or shade of, anomaly that we can't measure, we can only measure light, yeah? That's all we're
It doesn't
measuring.
matter. Yeah, but light's not contingent on darkness at all. I don't know why you keep thinking that.
I would say that if light exists, then darkness also must exist, because darkness is simply defined as the absence of light, but darkness isn't something physical, so it doesn't have a causal power to cause light. It's just defined based on light, so if light exists, then darkness also exists automatically.
I get where this is all philosophical, but like with the hermetic principles and duality of the yin yang, right? You can't have good without evil, right? You can't have light without darkness. I don't believe that's the case at all. And I don't think they're equal in potential. Love triumphs over hate, right? Good triumphs over evil. Light triumphs over darkness. It's actually has a higher potential. It's stronger. And you don't need darkness for light to exist. It's the other way around.
What about in a time when there was no sun, for example? If there was no sun doing its bit, then there wouldn't be any light, to spread around. You know what I mean? Therefore, I agree with what the guy was saying, was that, there would have been darkness beforehand if there was no light. You
don't need darkness. All you need is a gradient, right? And so you don't need to go to negative. Anything from 0 to 100, right, would be a gradient or a shade of gray. You wouldn't need complete pitch darkness for color to exist. And you guys, I don't know, you guys have like this false dichotomy in your minds. I don't know what's going on.
Look, honestly, Leon, I'm just trying to leave all my options open. I don't think light is the only essence to producing some sort of evidence that the world is turning in any way. Yeah, we are a stagnant, infinite plane as far as I'm concerned, and the light comes and goes from us. Yeah, so darkness is always there. Yeah, it's only energized by the cathode anode that we live by. Yeah, that we're grounded by. That centers us all.
No, you're wrong. The darkness is light, dude. What you think is actually dark is because of your lack of awareness. Your senses, right, are limited. But actually, there's light there, dude. It's not dark like you think. Yeah, it's dark maybe to your
I agree
eyes.
with you. I agree with you. But
so why
I'm
you
just
keep
trying to make
saying
a point.
it, dude?
No. Well, in pitch black there is a hue, yeah, but you can feel that darkness, yeah. You can't. You can obviously feel heat, and you can feel light, and you can feel those senses, but darkness has to be. You have to have the cool, as you said. You need the heat with the coolness to know the difference. Yeah. So
No,
I'm just
dude.
I'm just
No,
looking for
see,
the
I don't
difference.
know,
That's all
bro.
I'm looking for.
It's double speak, dude. You say you agree with me, and then
It's-
you disagree with me, dude.
It's
I
like
agree.
smell. It's like smell, dude. Like the absence of smell, the absence of something. Like, and like Lion was saying, the presence of light is more noticeable because it's there to be sensed. Like smell, like an absence of smell, like an absence of light. You couldn't say like darkness or lack of smell is a thing.
You can have a gradient without ever devolving into the negative, right? So you can have a gradient of love or a gradient of color, gradient of light, with ever going into pitch darkness.
Okay. So you're saying if we had bigger eyes, we could see like Polaris as daytime during the night, sort of thing. The stars would still light up the whole world, and we could just live in the nighttime if we had bigger eyes.
Well, light and dark and all that is all human perception. So if that's the context, it's human perception. We see light and we see dark. So it does exist that when the guy's talking about light and dark, he's only talking about our perception. He's not talking about everything.
That's correct, because everything's got an energy or a resonance. We can see heat through the night with the heat seeking, yeah, or night vision. So it's obviously there. We just don't see it. So all I'm trying to say is we measure light and we don't measure darkness, but it has to be equal. You can't have one
It's
without
not
the other.
equal, dude. It's not equal.
Also,
bro.
with the
That's
electromagnetic
that's
spectrum,
hermeticism.
only a small portion of it is visible.
Actually, there's more darkness than there is light, if you want to be particular.
No, there's not actually. That's not the case at all.
I mean, if we go by the heliocosmology, there is.
I sort of
Well,
look
no,
at it this
that's what I'm
way.
trying to explain to you. That even what you think is darkness, from your perspective, with your senses, isn't actually darkness. There's light there. You just can't perceive it.
But I
Yeah, but
also
that
look
means-
at it at
that means you're
the.
saying,
I'll just
every
make this silly
star
point.
is fully
I
bright.
know it's a silly point, and I know nobody wants to hear it, but I'm going to say it anyway. You can buy light, yeah. You can buy a globe. You can buy an LED. That creates light, yeah. So darkness is always there, So I'm not. Look, I'm being silly, but I'm also trying to get some sort of logical answer. I'm not being stupid. I might be acting stupid, but with these stupid questions, which I've listened to for many hours on many channels, guys, we come up to some logic that makes sense, yeah. And then those stupid questions stop, yeah.
trying to
So I'm
understand
just trying to get along here. Alright, so-
It's like saying
the darkness
it's
of
like
light doesn't
saying
really
that
exist.
there's always a vacuum, right? But sometimes there's stuff there. Right?
Yeah, there's stuff. There's energy there. There's stuff there.
There's always stuff
potential
there, right? You've got the vacuum, and then you put stuff there too. Is that not a vacuum, or is that just like putting stuff in there with the vacuum?
I think he's saying the light of the stuff stretches all the way through the vacuum. I think that's what I'm saying. depending on your tools or your eyes, the light
Yeah,
goes all the way across.
There's energy everywhere. Right? We're submerged in it. The light, we're submerged in the light. Even if it looks dark or black from our perspective, doesn't mean that there's nothing there, that it's of an empty void, devoid of energy or matter. There's still energy there. There's still light there. There's potential there. It's all
Do you
around
believe
us.
there was a time of darkness at all before this?
No.
Okay.
No, like it
never-ending
depends.
light.
Like it's kind of pedantic. Like darkness, as in like just dark, doesn't mean just because it's dark doesn't mean that there's no energy there. No. Yeah, like when you go in your room and you shut off the lights, dude. Yeah, it's dark in your room, dude. You shut off all the lights, but you're still in a medium. There's still energy there. There's still light there. You just can't see it. There's still electrons.
So when God
there's
said,
still voltage. There's
"Let
still
there be
potential there.
light," when God said, "Let there be light," there was already light there.
Yes.
That's weird.
Well, he's
If you read it, yeah, if you read it, there was so when he said, "Let there be light," there was already matter in existence. There was already earth, that's crust and water, and water, but fundamentally has a charge, right? It has electrons. There's energy there. There's light there, even if you can't see it.
Wait. So the Earth wasn't created before the light, or was created before the light?
Yeah. The earth was created before the light. Well,
So
the light wasn't created. The light wasn't created. It's another misconception.
I think this semantics work. God found the light from his storage, and then he spread it onto the earth and humans by helping them with the eyes and the sun.
Light wasn't created because light is an inherent property of the creator, and the creator is eternal, right? So he is light. Therefore, light is eternal. Light didn't begin to exist. It's always been around, right? Now, when he created our realm, right, the length, breadth, it's length, width, height, and breadth. That's 4 dimensions, the scriptures say. 4 dimensions. Length.
What?
Yes. Length, width,
Can you point me to the Bible verse?
What's
Yeah,
breadth?
sure.
Then? Can you explain breadth or breath? What should
That's a very good question. So if you go to Ephesians 3:18, it says,
is it like a fractal? Like there's a 4th dimension in.
It says in the King James, it says just give me a second, bro. 3. This is relevant. So it says that Christ may dwell in your hearts by faith, that ye, being rooted and grounded in love, may be able to comprehend with all the Kodashim what is the breadth, the length, the depth, and the height, to know the love of Christ, which passeth knowledge, that ye might be filled with all the fullness of God. Now, at that time, right, there was a lot of Greek philosophy, including the 4 dimensions that was being mentioned earlier.
Right.
The knowledge, Sophia, and the knowledge of the 4 dimensions. But what I was trying to say is
in
that
the book of Genesis, "Let there be light," which would prove that he created light, according to the Bible.
No, because there's a yes. So when he said, "Let there be light," there's a specific word there. He said, "Let light come forth," right? Not that he had to create it from scratch. He brought it forth from himself. And when he did that,
what about
it
the
shined.
void and the darkness of the void?
Hold on. When he brought forth the light from himself, it allowed luminosity to exist and light up his whole creation. But the creation already existed prior to him lighting it up.
That's what I meant by darkness, sort of. There was a time when
the creation already existed, so he wasn't the creator?
Dude, if you follow the contingency, right, of creation, the ontology of creation, he created the heavens and the earth before he said, "Let there be light." If you go to the Genesis, bro, and stop trying to catch me in a technicality and stop being intellectually dishonest, you would see that he first created the heavens and the earth before he said, "Let there be light." Stop being difficult. Go read Genesis and come back, dude.
Yeah, he thinks let there be means I'm creating it right now.
Yeah, no, that's not the case at all. And the Hebrew shows that's not the case. It distinguishes between forming, creation, and bringing forth, like brought forth.
When you say so mote it be, you're not like creating magic power at that moment. You're signing or bringing in, calling it in from wherever it is.
Sort of like when you bring forth a baby, you know, a woman and a man, when they get together, they're not creating a baby. They're bringing forth a baby from the material that's already there. So, and we see examples of that in the creation account where he's bringing things forth from the material that's already there, including from himself. So when people say, oh, you know, it doesn't make any sense, Christians think that, you know, God created things out of nothing. No, God created things out of himself. So using himself, right, he brought forth light, he brought forth water, he brought forth all types of stuff. Now, there are examples where he did create, it seems that he created things from scratch.
I actually think the light is a bit of a metaphor for consciousness and eyes, vision and egos. Like before that, we were blind or something.
May I ask a silly question? Because I've looked into this a little bit myself. When you close your eyes, do you only see darkness, or is there visions beyond what you see without seeing, without looking? Like, honestly, guys, there is
Oh, you
a
can see light
world.
with your eyes closed. Also,
Of
if
course
you
you
go
can.
underground for days, you will start to see lights in the dark.
Correct. But what I'm saying is, when you close your eyes, there is mandalas and whatever that you can actually feel, you can actually resonate to, you can go to.
Yeah.
There, like we've got so many demonstrations, FBI, CIA, all that sort of stuff, just going down realms of
No, you're right. I can be totally
different
straight and close my eyes.
consciousnesses.
I
Yeah.
close my eyes and my brain makes up an image or a shape in the dark.
That's right. So when we dream, we are seeing light, are we not?
Yeah.
So there is
Yeah,
there is no
yeah.
darkness at the end, because everything we can manifest within
Well, light's
ourselves.
not
Yeah.
always tied to the eyes. It can be created inside the brain, even if with no eyes.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You close your eyes. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. We can manifest what we choose. Yeah.
I think after being alive for like a number of years, your dreams would have something reference to. So if you dream of your mum or dad, you've obviously seen your mum or dad, or like the concept of a person or light has been around you for like years. So it has something. The dreams have something to reference to, like
Well,
a
they're
reality.
predictions then. Yeah, that'll be a prediction to what you
Yeah.
already know.
If you're a
What I'm
baby,
trying to say is we learn while we sleep way more than what we do when we're awake. Yeah, that's a known fact. Yeah, surely you guys know that. Yeah,
I think that's partly true. We learn a lot while we're asleep.
we learn most of what we know. We decipher what we've learned. We listen to people like you guys online. Yeah, and while we sleep, we decipher it. So when we wake up the next day, that's why I say when I give information out, I say take a couple of days to think about it, get back to me, because it lets them sleep and manifest on it. Yeah, and then
What do
the
you
truth
think?
comes in.
What do you think a
Right.
baby with no memories dreams about?
Well, depends whether you've been wiped out or not. Yeah, like are we a reset? Are we a continuation of the
Yeah,
last life?
they might
Yeah, like
remember.
that leads down many other roads that we could talk about. We're trying to talk about light at the moment. I'm trying to keep it on topic, guys, but I've got so many other questions. I love this stuff, man. Like honestly, I've been contemplating for years coming in and talking
Light
this sort
is
of stuff. I know I sound like a complete fuckwit, but that's the point of it, yeah? Because I've listened to so many fuckwit questions over fucking years of this shit, yeah? And now that I've got a fucking voice, then I'm going to go, all right, it's a little bit croaky at the moment. I've been singing again, 4 hours singing today, guys. So bear with me. I'm trying to be as clear as I can. But believe me, guys, I'm doing okay. And yeah, well, and anyway, dude, I've got a million questions, but I'm trying to be as simple as I can.
No, I believe you. Ask your first question.
I did. I have, and you guys are answering it.
Please
So
ask it again because you did a little monologue.
no, you're cool, man. Let's go on from
What's
here.
up, Don?
I don't mean to take over the chat, man.
I thought you had
What you
questions.
got
Don't
for
worry.
us?
I was gonna say light relates to CIA, MK Ultra, astral travel, and all that stuff, but it's not. I was just gonna say it.
Light triumphs darkness, dude. At the end of the day, it's not. They're not
Yeah,
equal, bro.
I'm not
They
sure
don't
about
have
this
equal
theory.
potential.
This theory you've got that even in the darkness there is light. I think that's a negation of the feeling of darkness, the not seeing.
That's to me. That's like the sense of not smelling. Just because flowers are around and you don't smell, that might be a problem with the senses. Not necessarily an absence of an aroma is detectable.
It working
know?
like that. I don't smell any flowers, but I know there is a flower out there. I think that's nice. Like, so I can't see anywhere, but I know the sun's going to come up in this many feelings.
Yeah, like the world would be different if our eyes were able to go into the infrared and ultraviolet, or the gamma and the microwave parts of the electromagnetic spectrum. So it's like, yeah, there's lots of different energies, and our current visible spectrum is just a subset of that spectrum.
Have you heard of cryptids? Last night I heard there's two theories about cryptids. Either they're all, three theories. They're all made up. Bullshit. They're real animals that bleed, and you could catch them if you're a good enough hunter. Or they're all a manifestation of Pan, the beast energy of Satan. So people are hallucinating monsters in the trees because of Satan. Which
You know what
makes
happened,
Bigfoot.
Don? I got a phone call, dude.
I'll quickly tell you, I heard it last night. The cryptids animals, they could be all made up bullshit. It could be real animals that you can hunt and they bleed. Or it could be a manifestation of the devil, of Pan, where people are hallucinating beasts.
Like, if there are other demonic spirits, like, they could basically haunt the vulnerable.
Yeah, and then they manifest into any type of weird creature in the moment.
Oh, okay.
So it makes Bigfoot as satanic. It's actually a hallucination of the beast.
There's a name for that. For those archetypes, like Slender Man. You remember that?
Yeah.
What are they called?
The shadow figure or cryptids. But this guy on
No,
the
there's
highest
another one, dude. There's another
highest side
name.
chat, he said they're all satanic. That was his theory.
And there's the boogeyman.
Yeah.
There's a name for them
There's
things,
the Blair.
dude.
There's the Blair Witch.
Apparition.
No, dude. Come on,
There's the
dude.
Holy Spirit. There's the Holy
On the tip of
Spirit.
my tongue.
Yep, the Holy Spirit. And
I want to say it
Mary,
starts with a G.
both manifest.
God.
No, it starts with a G.
Yeah, God.
Pretty sure.
Yeah, God.
Come on, dude.
I don't know what you're trying to say.
No, there's a name for them in the occult, dude.
Oh right, yeah. So instead of cryptids, there's like a more occult name. I can't.
There's
remember.
no specifically for manifesting or creating these archetypes
them.
that
Is
actually
that a
take a
column?
life of their own. Like initially, they might be just an art form, right?
Oh yeah,
and
I know
then
what
they
you're
actually
saying.
they take on a spirit. They can create a spirit.
Egregore.
Egregore. Thank you.
Yeah.
Egregore. And there's another name too.
If it's a
Gollum.
beast, if it's a beast,
Egregore and Gollum.
if it's a beast egregore, that's Satan haunting people. That's the theory.
Egregore. And egregore is a concept in Western esotericism that refers to a non-physical entity or thought form that arises from the collective thoughts and emotions of a group of people. It is essentially a group
like
mind, a
God to me.
collective consciousness that can exert influence on its members and even become an independent entity of its own.
I'd say Bigfoot is a great example. You're afraid of something in the woods, and maybe someone was here before us, and we don't want to disturb them, and then it becomes real.
Oh, dude, I thank you so much for coming up because that would have bothered me for the next hour, dude.
But so what I was saying is, this guy on the higher side chats is saying that the resurgence of Pan is causing cryptid egregores.
Yeah. And the thing is, I do believe in egregores, but the way that I think that they're possible is that through imagination and art, you can create these archetypes that eventually take a life of their own because there are spirits in the astral plane that will start manifesting and take on that thought form. They will actually take they will take it on. They will become that. Because they're sentient spirits, they're disembodied. But if they have a chance to take on that thought form, they will take that thought form on.
I actually shared a
And they're-
verse by Crowley yesterday, and it was talking about all your gods belong to me. So they'll all dress up, and that's all me. Every one of them.
Because they already had the ability to shapeshift. So they'll shapeshift into that archetype.
Yeah, if it works for them and it gives them power, they'll take it on.
Exactly. But we give them power.
Yeah, through fear and fascination, maybe.
Imagination
Or
land.
our fears, anxieties, and other things allow ourselves to become vulnerable. So, with our friends and family and love and encouragement, we're not vulnerable to fear as much. Yeah.
They're also helpful. Like, if you blame all of the unknown bad stuff on a guy and you call him the bad one, it helps you identify and speak to each other about, oh, that's one of those bad one things. And then they relate, oh yeah, this must be bad. Helps you identify things to say, this belongs to the so-and-so entity. Do you believe in demonic abductions, Lion? A demon could fly by in a ship and portal a young lady out of her bedroom window into the ship. The demons fuck about with her and then they portal her back into the bed.
There's a fantasy dream or prediction that you're talking about, Dawn.
Do you believe in that?
No, I do not. But it's possible in your mind, so that nothing can be denied.
But do you believe like the CIA do it with a van and they pretend to be?
Oh, there's no doubt in my mind. I can drop you a PDF if you like. Would you like to see it? It's called the Gateway Program. I'm
I
sure
wondered
many
if
people have looked at it
scientific-
before.
Do you believe there could be a supernatural version of this?
Do I believe? No, I know there is. Yeah. Well, this
So the
world
CIA
that
do it, but also some entities that we're not sure about do it.
what entities are you talking about? It's all fictional questioning that you're asking at the moment there, Dawn. Do you want
wondering
a
if you
fictional answer?
Are you open
said
to
what?
real demons or real aliens, or is it always a human pretending?
What the hell are you talking about? Who can prove whatever you're trying to produce at the moment? there, Dawn?
Dude, it's
One of my favorite
he just
theories.
he don't want to follow. We're not talking about scientific empiricism here, dude. We're just asking you a personal question. Do you believe in demons or not?
Yeah, do you believe in demons or aliens on the flat Earth? And follow-up question: have they ever abducted anyone?
Sorry, Leon. Did you not hear me say that? I said yes from the start. Yes, it can be true. It's all. We can manifest whatever we choose. Yeah, I'm not trying to be rude here, dude. I actually thought I was unmuted. I've been talking for a little bit.
No, we didn't hear you. But do you
No,
think that they
sorry,
have
man.
a mind of their own, or you think they're a product of your subconscious, a figment of your imagination, and they're not actually sentient?
Until we can physically see them and touch them, like honestly, in this realm that we live in this third, you know.
So no,
I
you don't think they're sentient.
I feel that
It's a philosophical question, dude. It's not like we don't have to go through the scientific method of reasoning.
No, I'm trying to explain.
Don't be scared.
I'm trying to state that everything that we see as what could be is definitely somebody's imagination that may or may not have experienced it in the past. So for us to deny it would be ignorant, would it not?
Yes, I'm glad you're open to it. We agree definitely the CIA do this, and then we agree there's a possibility something else abducts people too.
Who knows? Honestly, I've seen an awful lot online, but you know, I may have read a little bit about it, but honestly, until we can experience it ourselves, it really is just hypothetical in every aspect.
Don, how many books did Crowley write?
Oh God,
You have all of them?
No, I've got like 3. He wrote a monthly magazine for ages, and then he collated all of his little books into big books. So it's hard to count.
Because you got this one book that I was looking into the other day, 777, and the other Kabbalistic writings of Aleister Crowley. You got that one?
Let me look that up quick. Oh yeah, this is. I think we spoke about it before. Is that all the correspondences between all the systems?
What's up with the 777?
These are big questions. I'm stoned, so I'd have to work it out again.
No, I don't know because I didn't read the book. I was just looking into it. There was a video playing the other day that was talking about it a little bit, but
I think it's partly a troll because 666 is already popular, so 777 is a different thing. Some rappers and gang members use 777.
no, 777, dude. The number 7 is incredibly profound
giving
when
it
it
silly.
comes to time, and there's so much we can get into, but it is a sacred number. Like the Shabbat, the Shemitahs, Jubilees, all based on 7s. The year, the ancient calendar was based off a 364-day year, only
Isn't
divisible by 7.
The year the Jubilee every 50 years?
Yeah, if 7 times 7, it's 49 years. But when you've No, it is. When you complete the 49 years, right, you're in the 50th year.
No.
Yeah, I was
Yes.
right. And this is mostly correspondences. So this is him saying, I've learned every magical system, and now I'm going to show you how they all collaborate and refer to each other as archetypes. So it's Kabbalah, Tarot, alphabets, gods, all in charts.
Let me ask you: are they free after 49 years or after 50 years?
49 years.
49 years. So it's so if someone was born a slave at 49, they'd be free, not at 50.
Well,
But
you're being
like, say they
pedantic
were born on
because
not really.
when you're in the when you complete 49 years, you're in the 50th year. Like when it's 2001, right? You're actually in 2002. You understand? Like,
no. "2001 years have passed, and then like a certain amount of days have passed."
So when the calendar says 2025, right? Right now we're actually in 2026. We're completing the 2026 year right now in 2025.
No, we're at 25.55.
Dude, I'm not gonna argue with you, bro. This is not even worth it, dude.
Oh, I actually just asked ChatGPT, and it agreed with my first answer. It's to reference 666 and be the opposite. So this is divine order compared to 666, which is chaos. So this book, he's trying to order all of the systems.
No, it is.
I agree. No, yeah, 777 is divine order, and it's connected with sacred time in the ancient calendar.
So if you've ever thought to yourself, is this symbol satanic? You could look at in 777 and see what he relates it to. And I haven't got this book, but correlating the different archetypes and systems is something what I find useful and fascinating.
You want to post it in the chat? Or yeah, I'll try to post
Yeah, I
it.
posted it and tagged you the one I
Oh,
found.
you did?
It's got the whole book. It's nice.
I sound like a silly answer, guys, but wouldn't 888 be a more of a in on itself manifestation of whatever you choose to be? Yeah. So whether you choose to be love, you circle within yourself. If you choose to be hate or fear or whatever, circles within itself. Wouldn't 888 be more of a number towards?
I can look up 8 in this 777 book for you. But yeah, he's the type of person to do an 888 book as well.
Yeah, look, I've looked into quite a bit of this stuff as well, and yeah, the broken numbers and whatever. Look, it is what it is. We do live in a world that another things. Sorry, man. Go ahead, guys. Look, I'm going to stop here. Hey, look, it's been a fun night for me, guys, and thank you very much for listening to me, whoever has. And I appreciate every thought that you guys give. So much love to all, and I'll speak to you all later.
Later, man.
That's too much for him, Kabbalah. I'm going to learn this line. If this group lets me in, they're supposed to be teaching this. Kabbalah's the main thing I left out. I learned most of the systems, but I just couldn't be bothered to learn these weird Sephiroth.
Yeah, well, that's why the Sephiroth and you got the tree above the ground and the roots below the ground, or the tree below the ground. And you have like the dual potential, the polarity, the good and evil, the light and darkness.
Yeah, they won't even teach you about the bottom tree till much later. Most people are just saying there's these 10 spheres and you do path workings to change from this to this.
It's kind of weird because in dualism you have like, or even with, with matter and antimatter, you have the positive and the negative. You have a direct reflection. The counter space is the direct reflection of space. It's weird, dude. Like, I don't.
You want to hear some of these correlations he's made? I've got a chart with Christian gods, and then next to it is the Roman gods, and he's decided which is which.
Yeah, let me see.
It's kind of boring, but I'll just read some. Jupiter is the triune god, 3 in 1. Then Mercury, Janus, is just the father. Hecate, Juno, Cybele is Mary. And Mars, he's saying, is Christ coming to judge the world. Venus is Messiah, Lord of hosts. So I guess that's the mystery, and Lucifer. Mercury is the Holy Ghost. I don't think he's saying it's definitely this. He's saying this is how I'd relate it in my magic, if I wanted to.
So I posted the Shemitah cycle, base 7s.
If you line up all these charts, you can go across from the Christian gods and find the right perfume for each face of the Christian god. So yeah, just looking at this chart, I've found the animal section, and there's lion there. Then you can remember the numbers for the 2 types of lion category and go and look at that in every other category. So you can find lion perfume or lion colors or lion gods from different places. I've just looked at lion is fire and Ra and Horus.
Horus.
Gold and yellow is lion colors. He's got a morality, transcendental morality section. So lion is correlated with pride.
What's the topic?
Nothing yet. Lion just triggered me to read Crowley book.
Mysticism is the topic.
The main bit of this book is the 10 Sephirot. So the Kabbalah tree and how that relates to other things. So you can do good Jewish magic if you get this Crowley book.
Yeah, but so Bendy Space is talking about the remainder of days of the year. Yeah, the ancients were aware of that, and they took that into consideration regarding the Zadok calendar, and they had a way of calibrating for that every year because there's an ancient measurement of time that's been lost regarding the sun. It actually oscillates at the same rate to calibrate for the remainder 364 quarter days. But it's really complex math. But when you look into it, the way that you guys measure the sidereal year, it's based off of the backdrop of the stars and the Earth moving around the sun. It's not. There's a more accurate way to measure the year, involving using the Earth as the main reference point instead of using the backdrop of the stars, where you have the sun moving around the Earth, and you have the sun anchored to the Earth instead of the stars.
So you think we are geocentric?
No, I'm saying that the ancients used the Earth as the lab frame, as the main reference frame, the anchor point for the year, the solar year, not the backdrop of the stars. So if you do that, you'll come to there's different calculations for the year, and also there's a slight oscillation in the sun's position. You know, geometrically, the sun actually oscillates ever so slightly every year, from equinox to equinox, and they were aware of that using sundials, and they could adjust for the remainder. As long as you kept the years at 364, you could intercalate a week every 7 years, and it would account for the extra day in a quarter that you guys measure today.
And how do you determine, based on the Earth and the Sun alone, that a year is not exactly 365 days without the stars?
Sundials.
What kind of difference would it make? No, sundials. What kind of difference would it make?
It's less than what you guys measure with sidereal years. The margin, the remainder is less than what you guys measure with sidereal years. And when you do intercalate a week every 7 years, it accounts for the extra that you get. So as you accrued, if you intercalate once a Shemitah. So when you start accruing the remainder, it starts to add up to 7 days. By the end of the Shemitah, you intercalate 7 days, and voila, you're good. I can show you, bro. It's actually the most precise calendar known to man as of right now. They had mathematicians work on the Zadok calendar It's the most accurate calendar that we have on the Earth right now. The most that it would deviate is a day in 20,000 years if you kept to this reckoning. And that's
You don't think a model that you would have to correct like every 100 years or 400 years for like that extra like time around the sun, that a model that corrects it every, what were you saying, every 7 years is better?
Yeah, it's more precise.
Why would a model that needs to be corrected every 7 years be more precise than a model that needs to be corrected every like 100 years? I'm confused.
No, you guys, no, there's a leap day every 3 or 4 years in the
Yeah, but
in
I'm
the current
talking
model.
about
And
like
not only that, even then it dislodges
you are aware
bro,
that
I'm talking, dude. I'm answering your question. Why do you guys always you ask a
finished,
question, I go to answer, and you talk right over
I'm
me?
trying to explain.
Clearly, you're not looking for an
something.
answer. You're not looking for an answer.
I'm trying to explain something.
He tried to specify his question.
Yeah, so
That
I
we
mentioned how you have a
corrections,
leap
like,
day
based off
every
of
4 years, bro.
400
You have a leap
every
day.
like okay, so I guess you can't finish. You can't let me finish. Continue doing whatever you're doing.
But the leap day every 4 years is part of the regularity. It's not a necessary correction.
And I was talking about like the special leaguers, like you know, but whatever. He doesn't want to let me speak. It's fine.
I mean, the thing is, the equation of time, and the precession of the equinoxes, and then when you talk about like the Gregorian calendar, and then the modern calendar, and how they use sidereal years, they use the backdrop of the stars as their main anchor point. Dude, for me to get into that right now, dude, and then to show you that actually, no, you still have to calibrate, and the way that you guys calibrate doesn't correct for the actual position of the sun in reference to the Earth, right? So you still have deviation from what's actually going on in the sky, even if you do correct with the leap days.
So the thing is, a day is a rotation of the Earth a little bit more than 360 degrees until the sun is again at the same point. That regularity is defined as 1 day. One rotation around the sun is not a multiple of days. So you have to have a leap day. And even though you have then this leap day, you have every, I don't know how many years, a leap second. So because you're correcting that.
Bendy Space, you're retarded, Bendy Space. He says using a 364-day calendar would drift out of sync with the seasons by over 1 day per year. No, dude, I mentioned a calibration every 7 years.
Yeah, you got to explain to them.
The sun literally oscillates. The sun literally oscillates back and forth. It's an ancient measurement of time that's been lost. Nobody uses it anymore. But if you were to use, there's a natural oscillation in the sun where it moves back and forth ever so slightly, and it just happens to correlate with the remainder that you have at the end of the at the end of the year, 365
you
days.
have to explain to them, Lion, that they're using that to wait a day till they restart the calendar after they realise they have to wait a certain amount of time. And they wait for that sun to go boop, come back, and then they restart it.
Yeah.
You said they have to calibrate every 7 years. We don't have to calibrate every 7 years. We know over centuries which accuracy we have. There is no calibration happening every 5 years or 4 years or whatever.
You don't understand what I'm saying, dude. The reason that the ancients did this is to keep the weeks. Dude, listen, bro, listen. I'm still, bro. You gotta relax, dude. You gotta relax because there's a fundamental thing that you don't understand regarding the calendar, right?
I relax.
They kept the year always started on the 4th day of the week on a Wednesday consistently every single year forever and ever. That's not what you guys have today. 1 year you might start on a Monday, the next one you might start on a Sunday, Tuesday, Wednesday. It's all over the place, bro. That's the difference.
No,
you guys think it's more accurate. It's not more accurate. The ancients found out a way to keep the weeks in order in sync without dislodging the beginning and the end. So the year always began on the 4th day of the week and it always ended on the 3rd day of the week. That's not what you have today.
Lion. We have multiple definitions of years. For example, the Islamic year has nothing to do with the solar year. The Asian or Chinese year has nothing to do with the solar year. A solar year is defined as to be on the same place again where we started. And a day is defined at one rotation so that the sun is again at that position where it started. Unfortunately, a year is again not a multiple of 7 days, or in general, not a multiple of days. These
retarded.
7 days is just an artificial implementation of a mixture of Christian and Germanic and other kind of week counting. It's an artificial thing.
Fine,
A
dude.
week.
Believe what you want, dude.
Hey,
Whatever,
wait a
bro.
second.
It's
Don't
just
interrupt. Don't interrupt. A week is nothing that you can find anywhere in nature. So if you would invent something that fits exactly in 1 year, then of course you can repeat it every time again. Also, our months are totally
apparently
artificial stuff.
Apparently, you haven't studied the ephemeris data, especially the ones found in the Dead Sea Scrolls. They were able to sync up the modern year, right, with the years 2,300 years ago using the weekly cycle, right? So Sunday through Saturday, the modern week, using the phases of the moon, the new moon, the full moon, the equinoxes, the solstices, and the Shabbats. Like DNA sequencing, they were able to sequence years from 2,300 years ago using that data with today. Come to find out, the week is still consistent. It's still in sync with the heavenly luminaries, bro.
Okay, Lion, can you please explain me how 7 days fit in 365 and a quarter day? Go ahead. Which math does that trick?
It's very difficult, right? So the way that they measure time, right, wasn't with the backdrop of the stars. So it wasn't 365 days in a quarter. It was less than that. They used the Earth as the anchor point, and they measured They didn't measure the stars. They measured the sun's position. And they used the Earth as the main anchor point. So as the sun makes its way around, right, by the end of the year, from equinox to equinox, they measured its position. Now, from equinox to equinox, contrary to popular belief, right, the sun isn't in the same geometric position it was the previous year on the equinox on March 20th, right? So on March 20th, from year to year to year, actually the sun oscillates ever so slightly. If you don't believe me, go to Stellarium. You can notice this oscillation yourself. Now, this oscillation just happens to match up, right, with the remainder, right? So when the sun moves back and forth over the ecliptic, right? So it moves back and forth ever so slightly from year to year. It's like 7 to 20 miles. It's subsolar point. It's like 7 to 20 miles. So 0 degrees latitude is like a 70-mile length, 60-mile length. The sun actually slightly oscillates like 20 miles from year to year to year, back and forth. The ancient Hebrews were aware of that oscillation, and they used it as a metric of time, and they included it in their reckoning of time. Nobody does that today. You guys don't do that today.
So you can get pretty far with just starting, for example, a year to have 52 weeks. And ever so slightly, every 10 years, for example, you then just make another sync and start again. So if you say, for example, every 7 years they sync again because they have a hop in there, they were not more accurate like we are. They just skipped a day every 7 years because a year is 52.1 something weeks. You cannot put 7-day weeks without any left in 1 year.
I mean, I
There is
already
no
brought that up.
math that can do that.
I already brought that up. Of course, they have to wait a day. it was back.
Can you
wasn't it?
cite any evidence of them shifting the week like this, the 7 days? Like, do you have the evidence of that?
Yeah, dude. I literally have a Zadok count. I have a Zadok sundial. It's a replica from one found in the caves of Judea in Qumran, Bethabara, right? So archaeology has discovered scrolls with calendrical data, right? Calendrical scrolls, and they found sundials in the caves of Qumran. So when we've been able, right now, people that are studying these ancient calendars, they've been able to reconstruct the ancient Zadok calendar using the Book of Jubilees, the Book of Enoch, the Torah, the New Testament, and the Dead Sea Scrolls with the calendrical scrolls. And you can literally take the modern week with the ancient data regarding the phases of the moon, the days of the week, the Sabbaths, the equinox, the solstices, and you just like DNA sequencing, you can sequence whole segments of time, and you can match them up with modern day time. And this calendar is incredible because they were able to create a calendar, a reckoning that would only deviate 1 day in 20,000 years with the way that they reckon time. Just 1 day in 20,000 years. It rivals any reckoning of time that we have today, including modern 2025. But I got quotes here from, for example, Donner had been a professor of astronomy at the University of Helsingfors. Anders Donner says the week has been followed for thousands of years and has been hallowed by immemorial use. I have here director of the Purge Observatory. His name is Bailad, Bailllaud. I don't know how to pronounce his name. Edward Balliard. I have always hesitated to suggest breaking the continuity of the week, which without a doubt is the most ancient scientific institution bequeathed to us by antiquity.
Because I would suggest, Lion, at this point, it's because the non-church doesn't want to rest for that period and observe the sky and the sun. They want to get on with their work still on that day or those few hours each year. And
So it's
they don't
just in
care
the
about the
nature.
Christian week
Sorry.
as much. Sorry, yeah, they don't care about the Christian week as much, so they've made up their new one, which is more detailed, more specific, but doesn't line up with weeks perfectly.
Yeah, it doesn't. You have Dr. Hinckley. Dr. Hinckley, the watchman. Hinckley was a well-known astronomer, and he was able to. This is what he says: "Quote: By calculating the eclipses, it can be proven that no time has been lost, and the creation days were 7, divided into 24 hours each. Regarding the perpetual week has not been lost."
It's
So,
not
Ryan,
even
if you say
an
they
exact
every
hour.
7 years. Okay. Sorry, does I go again?
No, go on. Sorry.
I just want to say, if they, for example, resync every 7 years, this is just part of the nature of our 7-day week. If our 7-day week is not fitting within the year, then every 7 years, dropping 1 week will resync us again. So it's always, if you always start a year on Monday, so which means if our year would end, for example, on a Tuesday, we just have it 1 day early, which means next year it's 2 day early, which makes next year it's 3 day early. So that keeps on until the 7th year, and then it's again accurate if you drop a week. That you say they sync every 7 years, it's just normal because we have 7 days. If you would have 6 days in a week, we can resync every 6 years.
I don't think you understand, dude, what I'm saying to you. It's to you, it's not okay. To you, it doesn't. It's not a big deal to dislodge the week from the years. To them, it was. They kept the weeks synchronized with the years, with the sun. With that being said, there's not the 7-day week is not arbitrary. It's based off
It
of
is.
antiquity, right? Ancient sacred time, dude. That the ancient Hebrews kept at in the first temple period. And not only them, this is something that was across the board. It says here, this is Dr. Taunton, professor of astronomy at Yale University. He says, quote, the human race never lost a septenary 7-day sequence of weeks. And the Sabbath of these latter times comes down to us from Adam through the ages without a single lapse.
So again, a year is not a multiple of 7. If you want to keep it in sync, you have to resync it every 7 years, because then you just drop 1 week. If you say your year is 52 weeks, you are off by 0.14 days every week, 0.14 weeks every year. So you have to resync every 7 years, which is just normal. If you would have, for example, a 5-day week, you won't have to sync anything except of the leap day.
Yeah. There's more to it than that, bro. Trust.
I think you don't understand the math. You cannot
No, man.
make
What you
365 days dividable by 7. Independently,
you don't have to get
what
angry.
funky math you invent.
The sun adjusts for that, dude. The sun accounts for the extra days, dude.
Sun, and they loved weeks. That's all that line's saying, really. They knew, the weeks were going. Then there was a little bit where the sun did a thing, and then they could carry on counting the weeks.
Yeah, that's absolutely fine. We could just say, okay, the year has just 52 weeks, and then we start the next year. And every 7 years, we then just have 53 weeks.
Exactly,
and then we start again with 52. That's absolutely
That's one
fine.
of the things they might have done at the beginning.
Every 7 years, they would have, and it doesn't have to be exactly, I forget exactly how much, but yeah, every 7 years approximately, they would have a year with 53 weeks. But that extra week that you added was to account, it would actually, it would account for all the extra days. And the way that it would do that is because the sun is actually moving. It oscillates back and forth, bro. Between on the equator, it moves back and forth ever so slightly.
Yes.
You're not adding to time. You're not taking away time necessarily. You're just adjusting.
We are
You're
also not
calibrating.
adding or taking away time. We are just keeping our year in sync, because one revelation around the sun is unfortunately not exactly 365 days. That's why we have leap days. That's why we add them occasionally. And exactly what you just said, 52 weeks, and then every 7 year, a 53-week year, is the same what we do, just that we make it directly. This 7-year week thing, we just put every year a little bit.
Yeah, it's not that different.
No.
We just correct it in better detail without a celebration or an observation.
The point is that the number 7 is sacred to the ancients, dude.
Yeah, that may be, but the number 7 is nothing special. The number 6 is, but the number 7 has nothing to do. Why we have 24 hours make total sense.
They literally made up their own weeks, and it nearly fitted perfect year.
Yeah, but I mean,
nothing to do.
That we have, for example, 360 degrees because it's dividable by 6 makes total sense.
No, even the phases of the moon are broken down into 7.
Yeah, it's something about that amount of days why we got into that number 7. Not necessarily because it divides well. But yeah, I guess you're splitting the moon into 4, aren't you? And that's 7. No. Yeah, that's how they worked it out. They split the moon into 4. Then they realized this is not accurate. So every however long, we're going to tell the calendar people to alert everyone that the new year's not starting yet. And then they go around the village again, and they tell everyone it's starting now.
Stop smoking spice.
I'm not smoking spice.
You're talking shit.
I'm giving you a history lesson.
Okay.
He's smoking spice.
Are you not interested in
That's
week
messed up.
or the number 7? I think I was getting frustrated because it's not really a disagreement. Lion's just saying we used to observe the sun
All right,
in a
so
different way.
7 right here. Right? I just want to be sure 7.
We actually had an organized terrorist
But no, I'm not missing one.
on 7/7.
That's why they like
in the
they number
UK.
them that way. The other guy was smart enough to do letters, not numbers. So like that one over there that I shot was R. So that's probably why he was just like, let me create 2 different ways to delineate. Well, we'll see. I mean, if I have to set a new point, I will. It's just I want to make sure I got. I'm trying to shoot them in sequence also, even though I'm numbering them.
Yo, is he a hot miking?
Yeah.
I thought he was talking to us.
Yeah, we had a terrorist attack on 7/7. Yeah, I don't know if that's a coincidence.
Nah, just. I raise it up a little bit more.
What's he doing?
He might be pretending to hot mic while he's at a shooting range. I think that's what's
Yeah,
going on.
don't give Darth your hot marky, brother.
I think he's having a 4-finger salute.
What's up, you guys? What y'all talking about?
Open floor, dude. What you got for us?
Who? Oh, you said what
It's
do I
open
have?
floor. Yeah.
I don't know why was y'all bickering about the calendar so much, or the week?
I was just bringing up the significance of the number 7 regarding time, and they thought it was arbitrary. Like it's just a human construct. There's no real reason. You could have chosen 5. You could have chosen 8. Could have chosen 9. Whatever.
So,
I think it's
9 is off the table.
How's 9's off the table?
I thought I was just kidding.
Okay. I let you what? Snozzle.
You may choose the 6, maybe the 7, maybe
Well,
the
look,
8.
you
but
turn
not
the 6
9.
upside down.
The
It
10
is
is definitely off the table. Don't pick the 11.
If you turn 9 upside down, it is a 6.
well, it's not one of the Fibonacci numbers, is it? 7's not a.
9 is.
No.
9 is.
The 7 is not nothing special, really. I mean, that there are the
Oh my God, don't tell me
Babylonians. The
that.
Babylonians were aware of 7 celestial objects, the wanderers, like
There you go.
sun, moon, and 5 more planets. So they thought, hey, that's a cool number. So they created the 7-day week, named
7
after the objects. But
7 colors of the rainbow.
Mm,
You can only see the rainbow at within 42 to 40, 42 to 49 degrees. So it has to be within the seventh portion.
What was that?
For real. The angle of the rainbow you can only see between 42 and 49 degrees.
Angle
which
to
is the
what?
seventh portion, and it has 7 colors. And there's 7
but
luminaries,
really-
right? 7 wandering stars. There's so much about 7. Like, go on and on. Go ahead.
Doesn't the rainbow really have 6 colors though? And they kind of like, wasn't there a little bit of drama over that? Let me see. But anyway,
It's a spectrum. It's got like lots of colors.
right. Well, I like to think about it geometrically though. When you start talking about nature and the patterns and stuff, like what geometrically do you see with a 7? Because it's like the one above the pyramid. I mean, you could do like a 3-2-1 pyramid, and then you have one above it.
I think
don't
it's the 7 does. I'm sure it's related to religious stuff and ancient.
So let me read you from my notes. It says, the 364-day year kept by the Zadok priests was one of fixed Sabbaths, calculated in advance and based on a symmetric division of the days of the year and its seasons into equal 7-day periods. The best definition for the year is neither a solar nor lunisolar year, but rather a 7-base schematic year. The 24 priests who maintain the rotation of the sanctuary, a symmetrical yearly calendar of identical weekly and quarterly periods comprised of 52 weeks, were endowed with the responsibility of an eternal covenant. They observed a continuous annual cycle of 52 Sabbaths within appointed times, along with the 7-year cycle of sabbatical years and jubilees. These cycles was an eternal testimony, a 364-day year that followed a numerical harmony that corresponds with the inhalation and exhalation of the cosmic pendulum.
What the? Okay. But really, see that I'm like, where's the origin? Where's the origin? And then you said this corresponds. It's like there's a loose belief of correspondence, or what?
No, I
mention
explained,
how
there's an
they correct it.
oscillation in the sun, dude.
Okay,
Like,
so you did say this.
if you believe in if you believe in ether, right? If you believe that we're submerged inside this ocean, right? This whatever is around us seems to be expanding and contracting ever so slightly.
Okay, I want to say something, but there's someone trying to get in, and then I want to say something.
Oh, go ahead.
It doesn't mention how they corrected it, if they corrected it. It's just saying they liked doing that.
And okay, so and also there's the other guy with the heavy accent talking with you was mentioning a year a lot, and he kept saying going around the sun, or the place you are in space around the sun. So we real quick, let's remind ourselves that we don't know we're going around the sun. They're referencing the cycle of the analemma resetting. Okay, that's what a year is. And then the moon, like you said, that can give you a month thing. And if they break down the month, that gives you the week. It's interesting that I want to see the origin of the 7-day period and the 52 week, and like where can you show me where this breeding or this oscillation that you're talking about, did that predate the analemma year thing? Because that was always my understanding. The analemma is what
the analemma is just all the analemma is based off of your reference point, right? It looks like the sun's making a figure 8 during the year.
That's what created a year, though. That's what created a year.
No,
yes, it is. Unless you're telling me that your thing predates that.
What are you talking about, dude?
So an analemma, the cycle, when the analemma completes a cycle, that's what they say is a year based off the cosmic model. That's why they assume we're going around the sun wobbling because of the analemma. Okay. So
yeah, they
don't assume that because of the analemma.
Yes, they do.
No, dude.
I'm sorry, but you need to come to understanding with me. Maybe I'm not saying it right to you, but what I'm telling you is
I know what the analemma is, and I'm trying to explain to you the analemma is just an illusion based off of your perspective where it makes the figure 8. The sun ain't doing no figure 8, dude.
I know, dude. I know that's why they think we're in space going around the sun, because every day the Earth's tilted a little more and we're in a different position around the sun, and that cycle equals a year, bro. That's what
the NLM is not exclusive, dude, to the globe model. So whatever they think when they look at the sky, that's on them. It's not because of the NLM, dude.
I agree with you, man. I'm just saying that's where I understood the origin of a year came from, besides seasons, right? They were like, because there's some places where the seasons could be, you know, not as a distinct pattern. It might be a consistent type climate, right? Like at a pole or something.
But the NLM is based off solar midday.
It's a year cycle, though, right, buddy? Are we going to disagree? Am I just incorrect here?
No, it is it's a yearly cycle. Yes.
Not capable of listening?
Okay. So first they observed this pattern, and then they said, what's creating this pattern? Oh, we're in space while that's one of their assumptions. Either the sun is doing some weird ass shit every day in different locations. Yeah, right. Duh. So,
The
but
sun
that's
would have
where
to
the year
be
came from.
doing
So
extremely weird shit to create a figure eight over the course of a year.
I don't care. I want to talk about his other origin of this religious year. That's what I want to talk more about and see how we can cross-reference these things.
So the NLM is a big problem for the globe model, actually. But
it's not actually, because the axial tilt and no, it's not.
No, Kepler had to figure it out for you guys, dude. You need obliquity, you need eccentricity, right? You need elliptical orbits just to make the NLM work in your model, dude.
That's right, but they think they have that.
But basically, you need according to Kepler, right? He's the one who was able to reconcile the orbital mechanics to make the shit work with the sun at the center. You need an asymmetrical orbit. So the focal point, which would be the sun would be the main focal point. The Earth moving around the sun would have to be off-centered in the orbit of the Earth,
It's
right?
called
So
a barycenter. Yeah.
Yeah, it would be off-centered. It'd be asymmetrical in the Earth's orbit, and instead of having concentric circles for the orbits, like
there's ellipses.
Brahe had, right? You need elliptical orbits, and in those elliptical orbits, you need the Earth accelerating and decelerating all at the same time.
It's not all at the same time. It's every 6 months.
Yeah, but you have to understand that this stuff is extremely problematic, especially when you consider that the Earth should not be experiencing change in velocity, because it's supposed to be in an inertial state according to relativity. But yet you have to have it. You have to have it change velocity, and you have to have it off-centered from its focal point.
That's true. It is off-center. That's why not only the NLM confirms that, also the size of the sun confirms that. The angular size of the sun perfectly confirms our elliptical orbit around the sun.
And if the sun was orbiting around once per day, taking a photograph at the same latitude means the sun would go along that line of latitude and not form a figure eight. The analemma is actually more of a problem for flat, still Earth.
No, not at all. It's the sun moves back and forth, right, between the tropics. It moves a little bit depending on your reference point, right? It may look like it's doing a figure eight in both models, and it can actually because of perspective, the sun can actually rise and sink in its angular elevation. Only because it's moving away from you. So as it moves away from you to the southern tropic, right, it's going to decline on the horizon, and as it makes its way back north to the northern tropic, it's going to rise in its elevation. And when you plot that out, guess what you have? A figure eight.
So the sun makes a curve all the time, even so there is no propulsion or something. Then it rises and lowers over the year without any real reason. And sometimes it changes position with the moon, because sometimes the moon is in front of the sun and sometimes it's behind it or so. I don't know. And so why does that all happen on flat Earth? The sun itself is a problem for flat Earth. Not only its motions,
right?
Everything on the sun.
Not everything.
Literally
There are
everything.
problems. There are problems with the sun, like the 24-hour sun. To be able to explain that on a flat Earth, I'll give you that. But you have just as many. You have just as many problems. You also have problems. You also have problems. You also have problems. You also have. You also have. Dude, you also have problems in the heliocentric model. You guys have been able to rationalize it with ad hoc explanations.
What problems do we have with the sun in the heliocentric model?
The three-body problem.
No, the three-body problem is not a problem. It's just a situation where you cannot describe and calculate the positions of three-body in a simple formula.
Right, so you need...
Again, I don't know how often we have explained that. The three-body problem does not say we cannot calculate. The three-body problem says three orbiting bodies cannot be expressed, or the motion of these bodies cannot be expressed in a discrete formula.
Right, exactly. So either way,
but three not.
For people to understand what I'm saying, right? If you use Newton's bucket, right, and you have it tied to a bungee cord, that bungee cord represents the gravity that's that's affecting the Earth as it moves around the sun. Now, if you were to spin Newton's bucket, if you were to fill Newton's bucket with water and spin it around you, right? In order to make this shit work, you would have to have the Newton's bucket move around the central focal point, which would be you, in an asymmetrical way. So, as you spun Newton's, which this cannot be replicated. These motions, hold on. These motions cannot be replicated on the Earth. They cannot be replicated. It's only theoretical. So in order to incorporate what we see in space with the Earth around the sun, right, you would need an asymmetrical orbit with the focal point off-centered, and the orbit would have to be elliptical, and the bucket would have to be accelerating and decelerating as it made its way around the sun.
What have we done? Like, are you saying, like, for instance, going to the moon or something, they wouldn't calculate it right and be able to keep the water in the bucket and blah blah blah, or like where would we see this breakdown in what we use in reality?
I just explained it to you. You cannot replicate this in reality. It's a theoretical framework that you've used to rationalize the heliocentric model with the Earth moving around the sun, with the orbital mechanics. It cannot be replicated on the Earth. It's only theoretical. And then when you add a third body, now we're only dealing with two bodies here, the sun and the Earth. You start adding a third body, a fourth body, it all falls apart. Especially the uniformity, the uniformity, the stability of the orbits cannot be justified.
Is that what orbit? What orbit?
Calculated and simulated, absolute precisely.
The stability, the uniformity cannot be justified in your model. And in reality, if you were to replicate this with gears, the gears would wobble out and be destroyed.
Incorrect.
Gears would be uniform with a circular motion. Earth is not going on a circular path, it's an elliptic path. And we can calculate and we can measure that, for example, the barycenter of the Earth-Moon system is not the center of the Earth. And this is also observed very precisely. Exactly how the calculations work. You're just talking shit.
Can we ask him, instead of preaching, I want to ask you a question, my man. I want to know where, in your hypothetical where we can't calculate this stuff, where that would make us fail any of our endeavors today. Like, so what? Let's say we just take it for granted what you're saying, that, okay, it's a problem calculating, whatever. What does it matter?
What do you mean, what does it matter?
I mean, are you? Yeah, I mean, are you saying like,
This
oh,
not
because
even. This isn't even about flat Earth, dude. This is just about.
So can you answer my
This-
question? What does it matter? You're just saying, oh, we can't justify the solar system actions? Are you saying we wouldn't be able to calculate moon missions? Like, what does it matter
So
that they can
you
calculate
have
this?
you have to reach, right, just to make the presupposition that the sun's at the center, right, of our galaxy.
Okay.
In order to make that in order to make that dream a reality, you have to reach. You have to reach. So you have in
So
order
they're
to make that
reaching,
work,
so what?
right? You needed obliquity, you needed eccentricity, and asymmetrical foci, dude. Which when you try to replicate this right now on the Earth, it cannot be done.
They got all of that. Globers have all that. They've got the math behind it. They've been
You know
had
what I'm
that.
saying, yeah, it's theoretical, but you cannot replicate it in reality, right? It's
What do
only-
you
it's only
what do
good
you
on
mean we
paper.
can't? No,
Like,
you got
right
the,
now
the little Orbeez, you got stellarium, you got what else? I mean, what do you mean it can't be done?
No, I'm saying in reality, right? If you try to replicate, if you try to replicate the orbital more, yeah, if you try to replicate the orbital motions, you can't do it. It's not possible.
Because we are on Earth or what?
Okay.
Of course, you cannot
You
have
could-
a
you could say-
rotating
yeah,
ball
so it's
around another
unfalsifiable.
ball in a gravity field of Earth.
It wants
What are you
mini
talking
physics.
about?
Just use whatever you can. You can use whatever you want, dude. Just try to replicate the orbital
Calculations and
mechanics.
simulations. We can simulate the mechanics, we can calculate it, predict it, and we are absolutely precise with our predictions.
Is that the wrong button?
Yeah, so try to do it with Newton's bucket and a bungee cord. While maintaining relativity, right? It can't be done, dude. It's just all theoretical. Is my point.
Well, you're
Which
wrong
is
again,
fine,
but that's
you know. It's fine, you know, because you can't actually reproduce that in reality. It's all theoretical.
Can you
Because
be more wrong?
even if you use Newton's bucket, that Newton's bucket is under actual forces, right? It's like the centrifugal forces are real.
So other than being totally wrong, what else you got?
Okay.
No, I'm just saying the NLM is a problem for you guys.
Nope, not at all.
Why do you say it's a problem if we absolutely precisely predict it and know the mechanics, and if you recreate the same mechanics and the same objects on a computer, you get exactly the same NLM, including the change of the angular size of the sun over the year and the figure of 8. Why do you say it's a problem if it's completely included into the model?
So, according to the NLM, right, the Earth is accelerating and decelerating. Means there's a change in velocity.
Same as
there's
the
a change in
arms of
velocity.
the same as the arms of an ice skater that pulls the arm during a
Okay,
period.
but can we let him continue? Are you going to say that we would measure this acceleration or something?
No, according to this is where it's funny because it's unfalsifiable. You can't actually measure the acceleration, even though it's accelerating, which you need it to be doing in your model due to the NLM. Einstein says, well, you know, it's not actually accelerating; it's coordinate acceleration. It can't be measured.
Right, because we're in
how
free fall.
convenient! How convenient!
Because we're in orbit.
Well, then why is it a problem for them though? Like, I get they're saying they ad hoc,
Because they
but I don't know why
they had to
it's
have the
still a
Earth they had to have the Earth accelerating because that's what the NLM
No.
shows. But in order for
No.
relativity to hold true, you
No.
shouldn't be able to measure the acceleration. It's all due to reference frame. And if the Earth is truly if the Earth is truly on a geodesic, right, and space time is curving around it, that means
No,
it's in
that's pure
an
bullshit.
inertial state. There are no forces acting upon it.
Because
Still,
we're in
the
an orbit.
geodesic and the free fall around an object will accelerate, coordinal accelerate the object if you get closer to maintain angular velocity. So if you get closer to a gravity object, you get coordinal relative to that object, angular faster, and if you go further away, you get slower.
Right.
And
But we know that's not
exactly
happening,
what is
right? We know
described, and
the
that is
Earth isn't
exactly
falling
what is
into the sun,
described
right?
by relativity.
Because it's in an
But there's no
orbit.
evidence of the Earth falling into the sun, though, right?
We're in an orbit. Yes, the Earth falls into the sun in a way of speaking.
No, but there's no evidence of actual of any differential been happening since we've been measuring this, right?
It is
Other than the
because
fact
No,
that
there is.
we're
There
we
is.
can measure the change in angular velocity against the stars and the sun as well.
Yeah, we're in a slightly elliptical orbit.
So we're losing weight or gaining weight?
You can't tell the difference because we're in orbit.
Only around the chin.
It's funny that you can only weigh things like at certain time. Even though we're free falling, we're sticking to the Earth. Like we're not free falling.
That's because the
but
Earth
we
has
are.
gravitation.
Yeah,
That's
so
because
everything
the
else
Earth has
does. Every other star in the world has the universe
but
has
that
gravity.
That's correct, but it's a very, very small effect relative to the
So
Earth.
what? So what?
Well, you can, if you had a really extremely precise scale, perhaps you could weigh it, but we don't have.
Yeah, show me a piece of dust. Show me a piece of dust and a water droplet in your fucking
a bucket in
vacuum
the lab.
free fall, and show me the dust get sucked into the water.
In a bucket in a lab, right?
Clown.
In a
Yeah, of
bucket in
course.
a lab, right?
Of course.
Yeah, right. Why don't you
In a
like, set
vacuum
something else
chamber.
that's impossible to do?
NASA, stop. This one is way more feasible. This one here.
Nope,
we talked
this
about
one
having
is pretty-
NASA. Remember this? We talked about having a pressurized gas chamber, and then in the center of that gas chamber having like a baseball and different setups, multiple setups with that baseball being different densities. Remember we talked about this? Yeah.
The way you're trying to prove buoyancy?
No, we should feel. No, man. There should be like different amounts of pressure. Some way we should be able to measure that gas. We could like thermally look at it or look at it some way, and we should see different patterns based on that center mass attracting the volume, the material and the volume differently. There's ways that this can be done. So stop clowning me.
Well, then figure it out. Figure it out and do it, and write it up and send it out for peer review.
We're free falling, but not free falling. It's amazing.
No, we're free falling. That's correct. Around the sun.
It feels like because the scale and I guess change is happening like so minutely relative to our sensitivities. It's like it feels like the Earth is like quantumly locked around the sun, not like it's falling into it. Since everything.
Do you know what quantum locking is?
Yeah, it's like I mean, I can't talk about it technically, but I understand the magnetic lines get frozen in certain ways, aligned in certain ways that
It's not the way that they talk about it is that the forces. It's not, but he's just using an analogy. But the forces cancel each other out, like the centrifugal forces are like balanced. So it's basically in an inertial state.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's actually quantum. I mean, maybe
locking
it is.
is not an inertial state. Quantum locking means, just like the magnet, because the superconductor has absolutely no resistance, any motion, any change in position of the superconductor will cause, because it moves through the magnetic field, will cause a current flowing in the superconductor that counteracts that magnetic field and keeps it in position. Accelerometer on a superconductor that is going around a curve on quantum locking, on a quantum locking, how do you say, circle or so, if you have this magnetic rail or so, a quantum locked superconductor will experience centrifugal forces. You can measure that. When we go around the sun, we cannot easily measure it because we are the centrifugal forces and the centripetal forces are canceling each other out. Not 100% because we are not a point mass, but it's still too low that we, with nowadays measurements, can measure it.
Dude, you think we sent shit to the sun and it was like just a few little things? Like, wouldn't we be sending like Elon Musk put up thousands of satellites going around? Like, wouldn't we just be, you know, like how easily they can just let a bunch of shit go? Like, how many? I want a new video of something going to the sun every week.
But
we have satellites. We have
Snooze.
satellites on the Lagrange point. Wait a second. As a response, we do have satellites on the Lagrange point between the sun and the Earth. They are constantly observing the sun, and you can constantly see live pictures from the sun in different spectrum. Very amazing pictures, by the way.
According to relativity, the Earth is an inertial state. It's in a geodesic. It's moving in a straight line. Space-time is curving around it, so they wouldn't experience any centripetal forces at all.
Only the barycentrum of the Moon-Earth system is on that geodesic path. But
you won't be able to measure. You won't be able to. You won't be able to.
It's not a point mass. Therefore,
it doesn't matter.
Everything that is not on this geodesic course is not is experience real acceleration. It is still not measurable, I think, because we don't have accurate enough measurement tools. Yes. I confirmed
not
that.
according to Einstein. You're confusing Newtonian with Einsteinian, dude. That's the problem.
No, I'm talking about real acceleration.
There's no real, dude. Bro, chill out,
if you're
dude. There's
not
no
on the
real
geodesic, you will experience real acceleration.
Well, right now the Earth is falling around the sun at at 0 G's. It's on a geodesic.
The barycenter of the Earth-Moon system is falling around the sun on a geodesic. Because the Earth is tied together due to its own gravity, all the other stuff of the Earth is falling together with the barycenter and is forming the barycenter. But not everything of that system is on that straight line.
But to me, to a layperson, it sounds like you're invoking the what should be more measurable acceleration. Like you're taking it off of this smooth, perfect geodesic, and you're saying, oh, it's got this extra wobble, whatever going on with the moon barycenter. Like, you know what I'm saying? And so there should be more measurable.
No, you're the one. You're the one conflating the moon with the sun. They're actually very different things.
What, dude? I'm talking about this guy saying the Earth isn't moving in a perfect circle. Basically,
it's not.
He's
That's
fine.
I will give one example, and then I let you go with the discussion. So just imagine you are on a centrifuge, on a merry-go-round, which is very fast, and you spread your arm to the outside of the merry-go-round, and your other arm reaches actually the center of the merry-go-round. You will experience a lot more centrifugal forces on your arm that is reached outside than your body, or the arm that is actually, or the hand that is actually in the center of the merry-go-round.
Right, there's more shit to measure, like I said.
Wait a second, my last sentence. So if something is not a point mass, the different parts of that something will experience different accelerations or no acceleration. So the center will have no acceleration. Everything that is outside of the barycenter, so the gravity center, will experience some real acceleration.
Yeah, I'm not talking about the daily the daily rotation of the Earth.
I'm not talking about the daily orbit. I'm talking about
the orbit
Earth
around the sun, dude. The orbit around the sun, not the day. Yes, I agree that rotation of the Earth you can measure proper
No
acceleration.
rotation of
Even
the
according,
Earth. The
even
Earth
according to
and the moon around the
dude, Snooze,
sun.
you gotta
Ryan.
chill out, dude. You
I
gotta chill
said
out, dude.
that.
You gotta chill
Not
out, dude.
the
You gotta
rotation
chill out.
of
Snooze.
the Earth.
Snooze, you
Oh.
gotta chill out. I'm talking, bro. Right? I'm trying to make the distinction between the Earth moving around the sun and the Earth spinning on its axis, right?
Correct.
The
And
Earth
I
spinning
never
on its
thought-
axis. If you're gonna
No.
invoke if you're gonna invoke right the proper acceleration that you experience, the Earth spinning, yes, that's proper
Lion,
acceleration. That's
listen to me.
actual acceleration.
Listen to
That's
me
not
when
what
I
I'm
say
talking about.
no.
I'm talking
No.
about the revolution.
Yes, Lion, listen to me. Close your mouth, open your ears. I'm talking about the sun, the Earth going around the sun, not the rotation of the Earth. The rotation of the Earth has nothing to do with gravity or relativity. It's about
It does, because you're confusing the different types of acceleration.
Listen to me. Moon Earth system going around the sun. It is not a point mass.
It doesn't matter if it's a point mass. The whole Earth, right? Space-time is curving around the whole Earth. The Earth is not moving in a circle at all. At all. Whether you're in the middle of the Earth or on the crust of the Earth is not moving in a circle, dude. It's not moving in an actual ellipse.
You don't
right?
understand.
It's moving in a straight
Please stop
line.
interrupting.
It's moving in a straight line. Space-time in your model is actually curving. Space-time, the fabric of space-time is actually curving around the Earth.
Nothing
dude.
moves in a straight line. It's not moving in a straight line.
So a great way to respond would be to inquire something back to like Lion. What does that contradict from what is there some contradiction with this? Because they do have to agree, right?
Yeah, so the acceleration that the Earth experiences around the sun is purely coordinate acceleration. There's no proper acceleration the Earth moving around the sun at all.
Okay,
The only
what
acceleration
about-
that the Earth, according to their model, that the Earth is the only proper acceleration the Earth is experiencing is its rotation. Its rotation is actually proper acceleration.
Okay, Lion. What about though the thing he referenced, which is the fact that there's a middle point between the Earth and the Moon that is on that geodesic, and then the Earth is there some other proper acceleration around that point? You get what I'm saying? Like as they, as the two objects rotate around that center point that's orbiting the sun? Would that be?
Sure, what you're
You know
asking
what I'm
me. Anything that's in a geodesic, according to relativity, bro, which is mind-boggling, including satellites, they're in 0 G's, bro. You know what 0 G's means? It means zero acceleration. The reason that's possible is because according to relativity, you have areas of space-time where you have gravity wells. And what gravity wells do is they warp space and time, and they cause space and time to curve around masses. So it might look like the mass is moving through space-time in a curve, but what's actually going on, according to relativity, is that space-time is moving around the object in a curve. But the object's
not right.
actually moving in a straight line, sort of like a wormhole, right? Where you have an object
not
that's
right.
falling through a wormhole, but the wormhole is actually moving around the object. The object is perfectly still, not moving at all.
Okay, Lion,
not right.
I would like to try it once again. One very simple example, and then I seriously shut up. Okay, do you give me that one example, Lion?
About what? Well, hold on. John wanted to speak up.
Yeah,
John,
then
what's up, man? Go ahead.
John can correct me, okay? Because John is a physics professor. I'm just a random dude, so he can afterwards correct me if I'm wrong, okay? Try to stay with me. Okay, let's assume we have in our model, we have a center of gravity. And let's assume we have a geodesic or an orbit going around in exactly 10 meters distance and exactly 1 rotation per minute. And that would be a geodesic. Are you with me so far? 10 meters, 1 rotation is the correct angular speed and everything's fine. Are you with me so far?
Okay. Yeah, hypothetically.
Okay.
Go on.
Hypothetically, this is the so-called free-falling orbit that would happen around that whatever funky mass. So now, if I would have an object in 11 meters distance that is also going around that center in also 1 minute or second, what did I say? Minute, let's say minute. So in the same time, but in 11 meters distant. Do you agree to me that this is not on that straight path, that this thing would experience some centrifugal forces? Because it's the
Centrifugal,
same
yeah, but
speed.
centrifugal forces are pseudo forces, dude. They're not actual forces acting on the object. There would still be the object would still be considered in an inertial state.
No, wait.
Dude, John, can you please, dude, can you just no, hold on,
So
let John talk, dude, 'cause-
it's also, wait a second.
Oh, dude. I've heard enough of you, Snooze. I want to hear John. John hasn't talked at all.
Yeah, but you didn't let me explain it completely.
Yeah, go ahead and finish.
Then I will. Okay. You don't want to stay with me, then John can stay with me. So in 11 meters distance, in the same orbit time, wait a second, in the 11 meters distance, in the same orbit time, that object would experience some centrifugal forces. In 9 meters distance, an object that also rotates in the same time would basically fall closer to the center of gravity. So it would not stay on the orbit because the centripetal forces are higher than the actual centrifugal forces. So only the 10-meter distant object will be on that geodesic, which means if you have a 2-meter wide object that where the gravity center is on the geodesic, the 11-meter part of that object will be pulled outwards, the 9-meter parts will be pulled inwards, so that object will be pulled outside of each other. But if it's connected,
the 10-meter object
the whole
ain't on
thing
a. All your geodesics are fucking phantoms, dude. You're sitting here acting like the shit's never. If it's pulled closer together, how can it not accelerate? Like, duh. What is you thinking?
That's exactly my point.
Not
Everything Snooze said is correct.
It's not quantumly locked.
It has not to do with quantumly locked. Like your arms are attached to your body. If your body is on these 10 meters distance, and you spread out your left and your right arm, one to the inner point and one to the outer
Ask
point,
questions.
you will experience real accelerations on your arms compared to your body.
Oh my goodness, dude! I mean, is the Earth and the sun coming closer together? Yes or no?
No. I mean,
The
sometimes
Earth and the
yes,
sun
and sometimes
are not.
no.
Will
It's an
the Earth and
elliptical
the
orbit.
sun eventually touch?
No.
The
It's
thing
an
is,
elliptical, only because the sun will eventually become a red giant. At that point,
Oh
they'll
my
touch,
God.
but that's not what you're talking about. The orbit of the Earth is an ellipse. Sometimes it gets closer to the sun, sometimes it
That's
gets
not what I'm
further away
saying.
from the sun.
Snooze keeps jumping between Newtonian physics and Einsteinian.
No, look, you
and
can
I
look
try
at
to
both. The
tell him,
point
dude,
is
like you got to stick to one or the other, bro.
There's a
No,
simple
I was
way to.
completely talking about Einsteinian gravity.
Yeah, well, and on a geodesic, the centripetal and centripetal forces are pseudo, dude. So the Earth
Okay,
is
I
still
give
in an inertial
Astron, you can
state.
explain
The
it.
Earth is still in an inertial state. The reason that you have centrifugal and centripetal forces at all is due to space-time curving.
No, gravitational forces are exactly the same as centrifugal and Coriolis forces in relativity. And it's easy to understand that in Newtonian as well. You just have to patch Newtonian. You don't have to go all the way to relativity. When an object, let me just finish one thing and then hopefully I can say more, but
I got 5 minutes.
when you are in free fall, any accelerometer will tell you that you're not accelerating, right? You're not accelerating because in your reference frame, there is no gravity.
No, you're
No
not resting on anything. That's the problem.
field.
You're proving not rest. That's my. But anyway, John, check this out. So your elliptical orbit, whatever, it's whoosh, whoosh, is going past this point. Isn't there a consistent force, right, of the Earth and the sun attracting each other? There's a consistent force of that, right? Whatever the source.
Newtonian physics, yes. So let's do this
Sure.
in Newtonian. We can do that.
I get it, but there's also a consistent phenomenon, even in the Einsteinian, right? Like you don't have to call it a
Yeah, but
force
it's
or
not
whatever.
a force. It's not a
Fine,
force.
I'm with you. I'm with you. It's not a force. Fine, but we're saying there's an energy. There's a phenomenon of attraction, right? So
well, in Newtonian,
there's no attraction, dude.
Fine. Listen, fine. We're agreeing.
No,
So
you got
anyway,
it, dude. No, you have to understand it's
let me
important
get
to
him, dude.
distinguish
Fine, I got
between
2
Newton
minutes.
and Einstein, dude. And that's why.
Come on.
All right, good, dude. Go
Fine,
ahead.
I got 2 minutes. So anyway, here's the deal. So if there's a consistent attraction there, right, and there was a certain amount of energy initially when they met or whatever, how can we say that if there's no more energy being put in, keeping them apart, they have to come together eventually?
No, it doesn't take energy to keep them apart in Newtonian or Einsteinian relativity.
So you have a
This is
force in
just
Newtonian.
an object moving the way it moves without any energy input, without any forces acting on it other than
No,
gravity.
but there
if
is
you're talking
force.
about Newtonian. No, in Newtonian, yes, but it doesn't. The force simply curves the trajectory. The space station is constantly falling to Earth. The only reason it doesn't hit the Earth is because it has such a large horizontal velocity.
But you're
the
not
Earth
getting it. You
falls
put a
out of
certain
the
amount
way.
of energy in. You put a certain amount of energy in, and now there's
Originally,
constant
yeah,
force.
originally, but
Right.
having done
You put in
that,
X energy, and now there's unlimited, consistent force pulling them together, and you're acting like
unlimited.
X. Oh, yes, it is.
No,
but
it's not.
this energy,
It's
this
just
energy
not
that
true.
Unending, not unlimited,
Unending,
unending.
yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, if it's
so
in orbit, if it's in orbit,
right, so that's a problem. Your shit's fucked. Thank you. Your shit's fucked. Your
no,
fantasy,
the
your
initial
phantom
energy that you put
geodesic.
in there, the initial
Dude, I have
energy
to
that
go.
you put in there to accelerate that orbit is then still there. It's always there, and it would only get free if you try to stop it. So
Do you see how I can ask you
Earth,
questions for agreements and you guys can't? Do you see that?
I just
well, what I
want to
see is that you
game
don't understand the way
Level your
orbits
game up.
work. An orbit is an object in orbit has an amount of energy, and it keeps it. And because of the direction of its velocity, it never hits the Earth. Its
Right, it keeps
trajectory
it. It keeps its
is in-
energy, yes. And yet there's a constant force adding up
Right.
extra, more.
No,
Reaction,
no.
hold up.
Not
Reaction,
more what? Not energy.
Attraction.
It's just
There's no
curving it.
force. There's no force
Right, but
acting
this is
upon
where
it, dude.
this is the point. This is where they wipe away their force and create a phantom fucking geodesic bullshit,
No,
bro.
I think you don't understand the difference between
I
a
think
force
we made
that's
an
acting.
agreement and you cannot
Let me
ask
just say
a
this one
question.
thing. Let me just
You
say
need to
this
ask
one
a
thing. I
question.
think you don't understand the difference between what a force
Ask a question
does.
then.
What? Oh, for fuck's sake! Go ahead.
Just ask me then. Stop making assumptions. Just ask
All right,
me.
I'm backing out. This is nobody's like, dude,
Okay,
let,
I was
let
going to
everybody
say,
bullied.
by you.
I think you don't understand the
So
difference.
ask me.
I think you don't
So ask.
understand.
So ask me, bro.
Fuck off.
Hold on. Just
Shut
let him
up.
talk, dude. Just let him talk, please.
I'm not
dude.
going to be preached at like this. I'm not going to be
Just give him
patronized.
some
Learn.
space, bro.
I'm here to
And
learn.
You can
You should learn
respond.
too.
You can respond right
Maybe
after. I
you
promise
can ask him to explain the difference between A and B instead of saying, I don't think you
Yeah,
understand.
okay, good. What's the difference between when you apply a force perpendicular to the velocity of something and when you apply it either in the direction or opposite the direction of the velocity? There's an
Right. So you have
important difference. What
X
is that?
force. I understand. I would say that one would go in one coordinate vector and one would go in the other.
Okay, that's a nonsense answer. Do you want me to give you the answer, or do you want to
No,
try
I'd like
again?
to ask you another question. I'd like to ask you a question.
So we don't want to finish this before moving on. I asked you a
I need to
question. You
ask
gave
you
a
questions,
bullshit
bro.
answer, and you don't care.
Okay, you asked me a question. That's great. I don't see how it applies. I'd like to just continue on learning from you, if that's okay with you, man. So if you have if you put in X force in in one direction, and then you have another force perpendicular to that, and one of them is continuous and one of them isn't, won't the continuous one dominate the one that isn't eventually?
No, I don't know what you even mean by that. What do you mean dominate? Forces cause acceleration. It's that simple.
It's kind of like
Can I give a very simple
Can I
ever finish?
John, you're not asking questions. I have questions to ask you. So when you shoot a, you know how when you shoot a bullet and it's going in one direction, but then there's a force perpendicular to that pulling it down. The down direction eventually has the objects meet. Am I misunderstanding that? Do you understand
What's your question? Just ask a question that makes sense.
Now, that sort of made sense to me.
A bullet,
that made sense
you
to me.
Fire
What is
a
an impulse?
bullet, the
What is an impulse?
downward force makes it curve downward. This is not rocket science.
Right. So the bullet eventually lands, but you're saying that you could shoot the bullet hard enough that it never lands.
If it's not traveling too fast like the space shuttle or the International Space Station. Shoot that bullet fast enough and it will leave the Earth, even though it's curving toward the Earth.
But don't you pretend that there's a perfect exact amount that will just keep it right in the and orbiting?
Don't pretend there is a perfect amount, and if you shoot that bullet at exactly the right speed, 8,000 meters per second, then it will curve at the same rate that the Earth's surface curves. We call that orbiting the Earth in a circular path. If you shoot it faster than 8,000 meters per second, it moves away from the Earth. If you shoot it faster than 11,000 meters per second, it completely escapes the Earth. And if you shoot it at less than 8,000 meters per second, it's on an elliptical orbit that intersects the surface of the Earth, and it will hit the Earth.
Right. So you agree. Thank you.
Can I ask a question? When you're accelerating, that's the action, and you moving into the back of the seat is a reaction. So the reactive force of your back feeling like it's pressed, is that a pseudo force? Because it's
So the pseudo force is the force that you think you feel pushing you back into the seat. The only actual force is the seat pushing you, accelerating you in the direction that you're moving, presumably.
Doesn't that matter in your reference frame?
That doesn't matter. The only real force there, real forces are due to contact, in at least in relativity, and with one exception, really, in Newtonian. The only real force acting on you is the seat pushing on you. That force makes you accelerate.
No, I think you're standing still and everything else is moving.
Okay, you're free. It's your privilege to do that.
It's very confusing when you start jumping between Newtonian and Einstein general relativity, and then you start talking about reference frames, because you have the non-rotating reference frame versus the rotating reference frame. And then you got the inertial and non-inertial reference, dude. So in relativity, the Earth is on a geodesic. It's actually in an inertial frame. But if you're on it, it's rotating, right? And because it's rotating, it's considered non-inertial at the same time. So you have to. It's how you frame. It's how you frame it.
Sorry, go ahead.
Well, the Earth is on a geodesic, which means it's on an inertial reference. On an inertial frame.
The center of mass is. You have to forget about the rotation if you want to talk about that. The Earth is moving along a geodesic, but it's also rotating. That's another wrinkle.
Right, and you have to consider both. And sometimes people get confused when I'm trying to talk. People start bringing up how the Earth is rotating, and that is proper acceleration, even according to relativity, the Earth's spin. But as the Earth moves around the sun, that movement around the sun is considered inertial. It's on a geodesic.
That's right. Geodesic,
and that's why it's real
same
confusing. Thing. And then you start talking about Newtonian mechanics. Newtonian mechanics states that the centripetal force is an actual force, but centrifugal force is a pseudo force. And in relativity, the Earth's motion around the sun, both the centripetal and centrifugal are pseudo.
No,
it's a byproduct of the curvature of space-time.
In relativity?
Yeah.
Okay, in relativity. But the centripetal force is never a pseudo force. In Newtonian mechanics, the centripetal force is provided by gravity, and that's a real force in Newtonian.
Yeah, in Newtonian, but not in relativity.
Yeah, but the centripetal force is never there's no pseudo force called centripetal force. And I think it's really important. You can do Newtonian physics really well and still understand gravity as a pseudo force. You just have to basically add the principle of equivalence to Newtonian. You don't have to do full-on curved space-time or anything like that. You just understand that an object in free fall has accelerometers that show correctly that it's not accelerating.
Here's what I'm getting. Can I mess with you? Is it silent or is my mic bad?
It's bad, but you can hear.
I get that you were saying like, hey, this one trajectory and this perpendicular force, they kind of like balance out, so you're just going to get an orbit or whatever. If I know I'm speaking loosely, but what gets me is like when you have a projectile, right, and you put that force into the projectile, when there's that initial contact, it's like the projectile is not ever going to add any more force to it. I don't know how to talk about it and say it has, whatever its consistent force in it, whatever it has, but we know it's not adding anything. And then when we talk about gravity, it's like, I get that it's a certain level and it can balance that. It could be, equally, perpendicular to the thing to make it orbit and all that, but it's consistent, it's constant. It's like it's constantly adding force. So that's what's hard for me to reconcile, John. Do you understand what I'm saying?
So I think I do, and I think it's a common thing. You're kind of mixing up momentum with force. And so one thing that's really important to understand is that things can't exert forces on themselves, but they can have momentum, and they keep that momentum unless a force acting on that thing due to something else
right, like
changes
gravity.
it. So the force, whenever you talk about forces on something, doing something to them, the force is from some other identifiable thing, usually
Gravity,
that's
right?
touching the thing that you're talking about.
But like gravity though in Newtonian, right?
Right. Gravity's
So if you
weird in
have momentum-
Newtonian because it doesn't have to
so
touch.
do you see my dilemma, or should I reiterate it?
I think the point is that you're thinking, where does it get all that force to keep going and everything? It doesn't get any force. It just
Right. So
has
why
momentum.
does it keep going then? Right.
It
So
has
if
momentum.
Right, but
Conservation of momentum.
Right,
Yeah,
but listen.
conservation of momentum.
Listen, man. But you did, and I said it's going to keep that momentum unless, right?
Right.
Right. So we have this unless that we see this phenomenon of gravity. So,
right.
So why even there's an unless? Why is it keeping it? See, this is the fourth time I've had to ask you.
Hold on, let me try to explain to him. No,
and if there were let's stay in Newtonian. If there were no force on it, it would simply move on a straight line and leave the Earth entirely. But because there is a downward gravitational force, its trajectory is bent downward. That's what the gravitational force does.
Okay.
So it's redirected, but not braked.
So it is just constantly getting in it. It's just at a perfect pattern where the amount that it's getting it is just going to keep going around the corner. Pretty much.
If it's in a perfectly circular orbit, but of course nothing is ever in a perfectly circular orbit. So like, for instance, an object in an elliptical orbit, like the space station, sometimes is moving too fast to stay at the altitude that it is. So as it moves horizontally, it also moves away from the Earth a little bit, a few kilometers.
Right.
And then on the other side of the Earth, it reaches apogee, and then it's moving too slow because as it moves upward, it slows down. Gravity is now slightly opposite its direction of motion, so it slows down. Now on the other side of the Earth, it's moving too slow to be at the altitude that it's at, so it comes back down.
Yeah, so it's like I get it. It's like adding and then subtracting and but here's what I'm getting. So how about this? Can you see where when you have the initial, let's just call it horizontal momentum, and then you have the downward perpendicular gravity, right? Just for illustration purposes. Does it not feel weird to you, or am I just like naive to think that okay, the horizontal momentum never gets like dissipated in any way, like, you know, even though the acceleration trajectory changes or whatever, but like for some, when you have two perpendicular forces, it's like they don't never dissipate each other.
Well, there's only
They
one
work in
force.
unison.
Once again, I think you're thinking of the momentum as being a force. There's only one force. It's down. There's a downward force. That's it.
Right, but I guess I'm still saying it's interesting that the forces work in unison. Like, this is where I buy into the relativity stuff. But I still think it proves like not rest in certain ways. But that both will continue, both momentums or however you want to label them.
There's only one
both
momentum and one force.
Yeah, but they won't dissipate each other. That's what's interesting.
Forces change momentum, and so a momentum that was originally, let's say, you know, you got an orbiting object. The momentum is in some direction. You have a downward force, and so that downward force makes the momentum change into. It adds a downward component to the momentum. So a moment later, the object is moving in a slightly different direction. Now it has a different momentum, a different vector momentum, but if it's in a circular orbit, that vector momentum has only changed direction, not magnitude.
You know how in the Vomit Comet, the oil and water like separate and stuff? Can you give me an example of like on Earth, like the Earth being in the Vomit Comet around the sun, like what it would take for us to see some like oil and water type separation stuff in practical reality?
I'm not sure what
you mean
is it the
separate?
case that when you put oil and water in the Vomit Comet, they just kind of glob in, you get globs of oil inside the water? Is that what you're referring to?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, but the water and the
that
oil
same thing.
mixes, does not separate.
Right. The problem with the Earth example is that it is true that the Earth as a whole is in free fall around the sun, but when we are on the surface of that Earth, in addition to participating in that free fall motion, the Earth is right there pulling on us, right? So if we were to be in free fall, we would have to be falling in a way that observes the curvature, if you want to call it that, due to the sun and the Earth. If the Earth didn't have a gravitational effect, then it would be just like an astronaut doing a spacewalk next to the International Space Station. They're both moving at 17,000 miles per hour. They're both in free fall. They're both following trajectories that stay right next to each other. And that would be the same thing, that the Earth has a gravitational force.
Much like the Vomit Comet, the Earth is weightless when in its orbit, so it's weightless. So the Earth is like the gravity tower. It's weightless. It's free fall. Now
But that's not what I'm asking for, and you know it. So here's what's also
I
weird.
thought it was the Earth. I thought it was.
No, I'm asking for when we'll see the oil and water and the Earth, like the people separate from the land or the air. So what's cool though
that's
in the
exactly
Vomit
what I was saying. Exactly
Yes,
what I was
sir.
saying. You will
To the
see
other
that.
guy.
You will
Yeah, but-
see that when
Okay.
both things are in free fall. And you have to
John,
put things in free fall, and you're not in free fall when you're standing on the Earth.
the gravity is still considered a pseudo force according to relativity. So both the centrifugal, and gravitational forces are all pseudo, and is a byproduct of the curvature of space-time, and cannot be actually measured until you come into contact with the surface of the Earth. That's why when things fall, and Tony was talking about this earlier, accelerometers don't pick up acceleration from things falling.
It's not so much that they don't pick up acceleration, it is that the acceleration is zero, and they tell you that.
Yeah, so even though they're moving and they look like they're accelerating optically, according to relativity, it's not proper acceleration. It's
not
all
proper
due to your.
acceleration.
They are
It's due to your.
accelerating
It's due to your
relative
reference
to
frame.
something else. They are accelerating relative to something else, the coordinate acceleration, what you always try to mention.
The only proper acceleration.
The weightlessness of the whole Earth system does not change anything of the gravity of the Earth. So even though everything together is kind of on an orbit around the sun, the Earth still has gravity and pulls everything towards it.
No, it's okay. So this is why it's important to distinguish Newton and Einstein, bro. Because you guys keep flip flopping between both of them. No. Yes, dude. Especially you, John. John actually knows the difference. I don't think you know the difference.
Yeah,
I know.
I think Snooze does, but I do think it's important to be clear what model you are, and I can switch easily between models. They don't conflict with each other. They just have different descriptions of what's going on.
Blah blah blah. Oh my gosh. Okay, so how about why it's so cute, right? How you guys got your little fancy phenomenons, but like we can never exaggerate them, or the scale is going to prevent us from, doing it. Does your mind ever get to wondering things like, the vomit comet stuff? Like, why does the water even? Why don't we try to exaggerate it? Why don't we try to just get the water to just fall apart in the air? I mean, if the oil and water is separating, why doesn't the water separate from itself?
Well, that's because of surface tension. Surface
of course,
is the only thing that,
Okay, but at extreme enough situations, we could demonstrate that, right? Or if we
no, you can't. I mean, unless if you have some way of getting rid of the surface tension, you can put what do they call them? Something factants. Surfactants that reduce surface tension, right?
Like if you had like a very still lake and put some like salt water in it and mixed it up, like over time the salt would go to the lower part of the lake, I presume. Or like this, would there be a separation between the saline water and the clear water?
I mean, you will have two competing mechanisms. The one is like this osmotic pressure. So like how's the English word, diffusion? So the salts try to distribute equally in the water, and then you have gravity that pulls the salt down. But you can measure
kind of
that.
a second law of thermodynamics thing. You've got a competition at high enough temperatures. The need for higher entropy will overcome the gravitational force that would like to make the salt go to its lowest energy state. But so there's always that competition. That's what the second law gives you.
So it always made me feel like something was pushing on the oil and water, and then they started falling, and since they are falling, they can be mixed up. But I would like to see it like go up and down and then actually not separate because nothing pushed on it. You know what I'm saying? Like, and it's still just nice and chill. Like if there's no forces, if it's this like pseudo gravity thing and there's no accelerations, why would they ever even mix if they're sitting there nice, perfectly
I agree with you. I don't know. It seems to me that if you took a nice separated oil on top of water cylinder and then put it gently, took it gently into 0G, all that oil should stay together, I think. I don't know.
No,
is that not true? Maybe that's wrong.
Because the oil is hydrophobe, and therefore it will repel the water and will create a ball with its own surface tension.
Well, that's what I was trying to say, Snooze. I think that then I was right. I mean, the point is, I think I would expect the oil to make one glob and the water to make one separate glob. But it's hard to take something gently into free fall. In the process, you're still jostling it a little bit, and that's probably why it mixes. I don't know. I mean, I'm just speculating now.
Also, I don't know if it's helpful. Sometimes I think of gravity as like a restraint rather than a force. So like when you've got like an air hockey table and you put some force on that puck and it bounces back and forth, it slows over time. And so with less and less friction and more elastic boundaries, that bouncing would last longer because there's less resistance. And so sometimes I feel like gravity's restraining the air
rather than containing the atmosphere.
I mean, the slowing down and on the bounces is due to the deformation of the puck or the wall, and because it deforms, so this elastic deformation causes heat, so causes basically motion to change into heat energy, and that's what's lost. You can have, for example, these bouncy balls. Like if you have a super hard ball on a super hard surface, it will bounce way more often than, for example, a rubber ball or something like this. As harder your bouncy thing is, and the specific crystalline structures can keep their structure, yeah, they don't lose energy as much on impact.
Right. In physics, we use the word elastic to refer to no losses whatsoever due to heat. Right. And there's no such thing. So you talk loosely about an elastic collision. You mean pretty elastic, pretty close to no energy loss.
Gravity is not an elastic process.
No.
Well, gravity actually is kind of an elastic process, right?
It actually is.
If there were nothing else going on, you put something in an elliptical orbit, it would forevermore. It was just orbiting one thing. It would just go back and forth between perihelion or para whatever and ap whatever, trading kinetic energy and gravitational potential energy back and forth. What you're really saying, gravity is what we call a conservative force. If you ride your bicycle uphill, you're going to get all of that energy back when you ride back down.
Yeah, so gravity is not an elastic deformation. Is it?
Well, I don't mean it's not a deformation at all. It's a force field, right? And so in Newtonian mechanics, it's what's called a conservative force field, which is just reflective of the thing we all know intuitively.
Right. I was trying to help. What I was trying to do was talk about moment. No, what I was no.
Excuse me.
Like be a little patient.
I was talking.
I wasn't saying gravity was elastic. I was talking about momentum carrying forth without being stopped, and the less elastic it is, the more momentum slows down over time.
It's really more elasticity has to do with energy,
elastic
not
deformation,
momentum.
right?
Yeah, and
gravity
says
excuse me, let me ask my question. Gravity is not an elastic deformation, is it?
Well, I think the answer to that is yes, but I don't even know what
the
that would mean.
The answer is no, it's not.
Well, I don't know what that
yes,
would mean to
correct.
say that it's an elastic deformation. It's a conservative force. That's what's important.
Right, so not an elastic deformation.
Elastic has to do with collisions, not forces. So the statement elastic deformation doesn't make any logical sense. It's meaningless.
Right. Right. There's no collisions taking place in an orbit, right? It's following its world line, right?
Yeah, and my comment was in regards to momentum, not gravity. So calm your tit.
So can we come to the conclusion that gravity is not an elastic deformation?
Well, I think we've already dealt with that. We've pointed out that it doesn't make any sense even to say that. But what it is, the thing that sounds like is it sounds like you're saying it's not a conservative force, and that's wrong. It is a conservative force.
That I don't know what elastic deformation means, but I know that it feels elastic. Like if you're going straight up and down through the equator, you're gonna just be like elastic, like whoop 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 up and down.
So you can the difference between elastic and what is the other thing? For example, if you bend you can bend metal, and if you stop bending it, it goes back to its original state. That would be more or less elastic. Or you can bend it too much, which keeps the deformation. That would then not be elastic. So that's the regular use.
You're looking for the word plastic. Plastic and elastic.
Oh, yeah, plastic. Yeah, plastic. So, for example, glass has a very high elasticity, so you can bend it without
So does steel. So does steel.
plastically changing, but metals, for example, at some point change their
No,
form.
they
So they have a
bend.
plastic deformation.
Steel bends. Steel bends. All
Yes.
metals bend.
Correct.
They're
Glass also
they're
bends.
elastic, right?
Not perfectly.
Yeah.
I didn't
I've
say they
mainly
were
used the
perfectly
air
elastic. I said they are
too.
elastic, right? And gravity is not a force, right? So it's
And it's
not.
Well,
not
it
a
isn't in
chicken, and
relativity,
it's
but
not a
I'm perfectly
deformation.
happy dealing with Newtonian mechanics. It's a good theory. It works for everything we ever care about in here. It really does.
No, it doesn't actually. It doesn't.
Well,
For
it can
everything
name
we
me one thing that Newtonian mechanics doesn't deal with that we deal with routinely in here.
we deal with routinely in here the Eddington experiment, where the light from a distant star was deflected
Fair
by
enough.
the mass
You're
of
right.
the sun.
There's a good
And
example. You're
that's
right.
dealt with repeatedly here. Repeatedly in
Okay.
here, we have people who contrast classical and relativity.
Right. That's fair enough.
Right?
But I think
Yeah.
for most things related to the shape of the
Yeah.
Earth, we don't need to go to relativity.
No, but no, we also deal routinely in here with geosynchronous satellites, and also with what is it?
GPS is what you're thinking.
GPS,
Yeah.
which flat earthers deny that the satellites exist. They deny that relativity is a thing, and they deny that you can locate yourself using GPS. So that, and GPS is relativistic, right?
Yeah, no,
It's
that's
based
right.
on
And it's
that.
revealing, I think, that they do that because it makes it clear that the issue isn't really the shape of the Earth. It's really just somehow a biblical orientation
Yeah.
that
Flat
denies
Earth,
science.
flat Earth is an extremist ideology based on a literalist interpretation of the Bible.
No, flat
And it's
Earth
a
is
funny
just
thing
science
because we didn't
denial.
have that.
I mean,
We didn't
some
have
of it's
that
biblical.
until recently, right? That wasn't even part. The Christian church never embraced anything but the globe. That's what's kind of weird about it.
No, they have a conspiracy theory that the Catholic Church, who they consider to not be Christian and to be part of a global conspiracy, that the Catholic Church is what instituted Copernican theory and heliocentrism, despite the fact that being ahistorical.
Yeah,
so flat Earth is
You
not
know,
literal. They're just science denial, and they want to make everybody a demon. So yeah, all of a sudden the Catholic Church, which denied Copernicanism until like 1983.
And it always surprises me, you know, because the Christian position on geocentrism, which was globe geocentrism, was the longest lasting theory we had. It lasted for 2,000 years. Educated people all over the world thought that knew that the Earth was a globe and thought that it was the center of the universe.
Yes.
And that's a very defensible position for all sorts of reasons.
Yeah,
It's
Flat
wrong,
Earthers deny
but it's
that
really
also.
defensible.
What did we evolve into a circle jerk? Is that what we've done?
No. I just wanted to clear up any confusion about what momentum is. You put some force into it, and then momentum carries on. Just in case somebody, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, literally, Newton himself expressed his second law as the amount that momentum changes is the product of the force applied with the time that it's applied. That's literally the way he wrote the second law.
Because the force is like a derivative of momentum with respect to time.
Yeah, it's the rate of change of momentum. The force applied to an object is the rate at which its momentum changes.
And for the reference frame things, like you could hang a bucket of water by a string from the ceiling and twist it and film it from the inside. And from inside the bucket, there's some force causing the water to go up the walls, but you only know what that is when you're outside of the reference frame. So from the inside, it could be pseudo, but from outside, you recognize all the factors.
Right, because from the outside, the only force is the inward force that's making the water orbit.
Yeah.
Yes, because from the outside the bucket would have a velocity, so you would understand these effects that the person inside the bucket would understand as the centrifugal force. A person outside would understand them just as effects of the second Newton's law of motion on the bucket. I mean, on the water in the bucket. But
Yeah,
for the
both
person
do.
inside, the water doesn't have a velocity, so he cannot explain it with, like that. So he has to add an additional centrifugal force.
Right. So both people can use Newton's second law, but the person rotating with the bucket simply has to add this weird force that doesn't seem to have anything that's actually producing it that's proportional to the distance from the spin axis.
Yeah, so that's why I think the term pseudo force can often be manipulated, because it's really happening, but the reference frame of within the bucket, like a camera in a bucket, watching the water level rise up the edge, it's like you got to be outside that reference frame, or at least, think about.
Well, there's a really easy way to identify a pseudo force. If you find a force that is directly proportional to the inertial mass of the object, it's a pseudo force.
I mean, you could also name pseudo force just to be kind of a derived force, right?
I mean, in that case,
you
according to your definition, gravity would be a pseudo force, because gravity is proportional to mass, and in Newtonian mechanics, gravity isn't a pseudo force.
Yeah, exactly. In relativity, we just really Newton singled out gravity. It's kind of unfortunate in a way. I mean, it makes sense. It's a much easier thing to understand. But the great thing about just slightly relativizing Newtonian mechanics, just understanding gravity as a pseudo force, is it makes so much more sense. Now you understand why accelerometers read what they read. You understand that all forces that are proportional to mass are pseudo forces. There's a real unity that comes from doing that. And you don't have to talk about curved space-time.
Hey, John.
Well, the trouble is that the pseudo in pseudo force is handled the same way as the pseudo in pseudoscience.
No, hey, John, I think I had you initially confused with somebody else, so I'm sorry.
Oh, some people think I sound like Toon. I've never gotten that.
No,
but I think it's hard to hear myself.
No, it was just it was somebody else. I had you confused with somebody else.
Do I sound like Toon? It's weird.
No,
A little bit.
No, I don't think you do.
A little bit.
Not even a little
I can
bit.
distinguish between.
No.
You
won't.
Pezza sounds like
she had you confused with a flat earther. That why she was so vitriolic. Thank you.
Crankier.
Thank you.
MC2.
Yeah, Rob got it.
The manipulation they use with the word pseudo-force is basically the same thing as they do with the Earth spinning 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, that they state a fact that is actually true, but they know that for a person who doesn't know much about physics, it would be interpreted in another way, which would be incorrect.
What?
Yeah, because like how many miles per hour at the pole? Yeah.
Yeah, because a person who hears the word pseudo, they automatically assume that it's something that is fake and doesn't have real effects, which would be an incorrect conclusion based on actual term that is used. Just as for the others who hear that the Earth rotates 1,000 miles per hour would think that it's so crazily fast that we would all feel it, which is incorrect, even though the fact that it rotates with this speed is actually correct.
I think it's a better thing to. I mean, pseudo forces are the same thing as inertial forces, and it's probably better to call them inertial forces than pseudo forces.
Yeah. I was going to say whether we call them like
Well, it would never be a problem with people if you're dealing with people that are honest.
That is so true.
I do think like some of the language could be improved as well. So like inertial forces is helpful,
because that takes the pseudo out of it. So yeah, and like calling the Earth pear-shaped, it's highly exaggerated, but for some it's not helpful.
Yeah, for me, for example, the greatest example of this is trying to go into relativity and describing how acceleration and stuff like that works in relativity, even when it comes to topics where relativity is not needed. For me, when you, for example, make an argument for the Earth being a globe based on gravity, because you know the mass would attract into a ball, you don't have to go into a relativistic frameworks to explain it, and I would only go into relativity at scales where it would be actually needed, because you have to account for the fact that photographers already barely understand Newtonian mechanics. And if you want to go into relativity, every time you use the concept of gravity, you will shift to completely different topic that is 100 times more complicated, and then they will understand none of it.
Yeah, because nobody's doing quantum mechanics while juggling, because it's just like not necessary to go that deep.
I feel like the nerds who do this and try to invoke relativity every time they talk about the gravity just try to flex with their knowledge at this point.
But sometimes it feels like claims like Einstein debunked Newton come from the flat Earth side, and it's like not quite.
Yeah. No, I'm probably guilty of doing this too much. I think it makes an important point about science, but it's then routinely misinterpreted, or probably purposefully so. I like to say, and I think it's true, that Einstein falsified Newtonian gravity. Newtonian gravity, we now know, is fundamentally wrong. That doesn't change the fact that in every situation that we care about in our everyday lives, even that NASA cares about in its everyday lives, sending space probes to other planets, it works perfectly well enough. So it's certainly not debunked, but it is, I think it's important just to understand how science works. We now know that it is fundamentally wrong. That doesn't make it anything less useful. Doesn't make it any less useful.
I would say like Einstein and stuff refined what Newton did.
Yeah.
Hold on. Did I just hear John say he was wrong? Newton was wrong? Did I hear those words?
Yeah. Yeah, it's true, but it doesn't change the fact until the end of time, we will always.
Yeah, you did as he much.
But I think it's really important to understand there will never be.
No, let him follow. Let him follow up. Let him follow. He was following up.
Yeah, there will never be a replacement for Newtonian mechanics. We will always use it for almost every practical application because there's nothing simpler, and it gives the right answer.
You mean the thing that you just said Einstein proved wrong? Gotcha. Thanks, John, for the clarification.
So basically, to help you understand, SC, it's just like measuring like 100 miles with a 1-foot ruler is not like the best way to do it. Whereas like if you want to measure like 50 feet with a 1-foot ruler, that's where like Newtonian physics works. But to do the 100 miles, that's where you have to apply Einstein's.
It's more like 8 inches per mile squared. This is fundamentally wrong, but it works pretty well on the first 1,000 miles or so.
Yeah, that's a great comparison. Yeah, nice news. That's a really good comparison.
So I would ask SE, so you picked up on him saying it was wrong, but what do you think about the second half of his statement?
See, and I actually anticipated SE's remarks because I said I hate saying this because flat earthers will routinely, of course, misinterpret it purposefully so, as SE did just then.
What era demonstrandum?
No, I'm good with you saying it's wrong because it's absolutely wrong. It was replaced. One is mass attracting mass. The other one is the fabric of space-time. Clear cut. So I'm glad I heard a baller finally say it. Thanks, John.
But what about the second half? What about the second half of his statement?
It's so stupid. It's not the first time SE has heard that.
And
No,
I know
but
that to be true.
yeah, I know, but I want to know. I want his opinion on the second half of John's statement.
Which is what?
Well, you're not going to
Refresh
get
my
it. You
memory?
know that.
Refresh my
Sean
memory?
left.
What second
Well, I
part?
mean, SE
Left
isn't here to
The part that we
provide
use
honest
it, the part that we use it every day in everyday life, and we always will be able to, and it works.
Okay, I addressed that. I said, you mean the part that Einstein said was wrong? We still use. Did you see the wording there?
Actually, it's
Part
not.
that
It's
Einstein
really,
said was
it's actually
wrong.
not
We
correct. It's
still
not.
use today.
No, because
What did
Einstein didn't show that
Einstein?
there was a part that was wrong. What we
Yeah.
now know is that the idea of basing gravity on mass attracting mass is fundamentally wrong. But it doesn't mean that it's wrong to use that to calculate things, because it gives good results in almost every case we care about.
SE, what part of Newtonian physics did Einstein say he got wrong?
Yeah, I think Rob wanted
What
to get
part?
in there, guys. Let's be fair. Let's let Rob get
Yeah, I
in.
know,
and
but
then
I
you
asked
get
you the
at it.
question first. What
Yeah,
part
yeah,
did
go
he
ahead.
get wrong, SE?
I think he railroaded him.
What part he
SE,
got
what
wrong?
part
It's
did he
very
get wrong?
simple. It's very simple. One says mass attracts mass, and Einstein says it's the fabric of space-time. One is a force, one is not a force.
SE, John just said mass didn't attract mass in not so many words, right, John?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, that's the part that we know is wrong. But interestingly enough, the results that you get from mass attracting mass are perfectly correct for all, intents and purposes in our everyday lives and in the things NASA does, everything else. So you can, even though we now know that is a fundamentally flawed idea, it doesn't mean that it leads to results that are wrong in most cases.
No, but
In some cases it does.
still have people saying mass attracts mass, though. That's the problem.
I will too. I will continue to say it.
Yeah, I will too. I will too, even though I know it's wrong.
Even though it doesn't. That's hilarious, you guys.
It's a very
It
easy way to
behaves
explain
exactly like it
on
does.
like basic level.
Yeah, the point
Gravity
is that I
behaves
still want to be
exactly
able
like
to do Newtonian physics. And if I'm doing Newtonian physics, then masses attract masses, and I'm going to get the right results doing that.
Exactly.
Yeah, mass attracting mass is a good description. It's a valid description of action.
But you guys just said that mass doesn't attract mass.
But it describes the action.
Exactly.
But it describes the action.
Yeah, if you get the right results from that basis, what's wrong with doing that?
You double speaking is fucking hilarious.
Hey, Rob,
we know when
I
it works,
think that's called
and when it works,
dialetheism.
we're going to
I
continue
could be
to do
wrong,
that
bro.
until the end of
I
time.
think it's called dialetheism.
You are wrong, SE.
Yeah, they don't conflict.
It's the same. It's the same as if you say a vacuumer sucks air. It doesn't, because the outside air pressure
I got Josh
pushes
in
the air
the
into the vacuumer. But still, you can say the vacuumer sucks.
Yeah, dialetheism means you've got conflicting ideas, and Einstein and Newton do not conflict.
Yeah, there's an old theory called caloric theory that held that heat was a fluid, a physical fluid that flowed from hot things into cold things. That's not true, but it works really well. You can use it and get exactly the right results in lots of situations.
Yeah. By the way, academics are deeply conflicted about dialetheism. Many people, many logicians don't. I've talked to people like Alex Malpass, and they just say that they can't understand it, and they don't understand it. It's a controversial idea.
So, if we're going through,
it's just like the 8 inches mile squared example that was brought up. Okay, I use 8 inches mile squared. Is it the exact correct formula? No. Does it return exactly the same answer? Almost. But for any observation I can make, I cannot make an observation far enough or long enough to where it matters. So 8 inches miles squared, nobody uses it because everybody uses software. That's not what's written in the software. I use 8 inches miles squared. I'm down to the millimeter the same. So I'm going to do the easier calculation, which is less prone to making mistakes, and I can never exceed its validity because beyond 60, 70 miles, it's still valid. I can't see that far.
So if we're going to go down the Einsteinian route, you'd have one mass, which would have bend space-time around it, and another mass which would bend space-time around it, and they'd both flow round their curvatures to each other. Is that about right?
I just sort of. I bet the large mass is going to dominate the small mass. You wouldn't have a large mass orbiting a small mass.
I'm just thinking.
Well, they both orbit a barycenter.
They both orbit a barycenter. Yeah, what the fuck?
So the bent space-time would have a
bending.
Yeah, a halfway point where the two objects would come to a position where
Just a little more double speak. That's okay.
It's always a yin yang. It's just that the yin yang, the ratio of of shapes and shit inside the yin yang is different. It's always like a yin yang thing going on.
And he's always calling it doublespeak due to a lack of depth of comprehension.
Always calling it double speak. You're fucking hilarious. This instance is double speak. Thank you.
Sorry. It's not.
Yeah, they would be saying it's black, but
Mass
it's
attracts
white
mass,
too.
and mass
It's not.
doesn't attract mass. Fucking double speak.
No, that's not what they're saying. No,
it's a force.
They can't see it, Rob. They can't see it. Don't blame them. They're
It's
stuck in their
100% what they're
paradigm.
saying, Left Lane.
No, what we can do is see a lot more than you can.
It's just a very shallow interpretation of what's being said.
Give Blue the mic.
You said
Please.
that mass attracting mass was wrong. And then say we still use mass attracts mass.
But the net,
John,
calculation.
You want to tell Big Blue?
The net
John, you
calculation
want to tell
is the
Big
same.
Blue what you said earlier?
So sorry, I was looking for a video. But yeah, I think you're just talking about the whole business. Yeah, we now know that the idea of Newtonian mechanics is wrong, that mass attracting mass is wrong, because carried to its extreme, it makes predictions that we can now actually show don't happen. But that takes really, really careful observation of some incredibly tiny effects. And in every situation that anybody in this room has ever dealt with, including me, Newtonian physically dealt with, Newtonian mechanics is perfectly fine. It makes correct predictions.
I wouldn't say it's wrong. I would say it's less accurate.
I think that's fair too. But what's wrong? What is wrong is the fundamental idea.
Yeah, you're right, John. I mean, what's fundamentally wrong is that mass attracting mass does not offer any explanation for why that occurs.
Why mass attracts mass. Well, we never
which was exactly one of the things that drove Newton crazy. He had no way to understand why masses appear to attract each other.
That's right.
Einstein simply came along and provided an explanation for why we see that.
Well, but that raises new questions.
I think,
the important point is there's always
a really good example is,
or like,
go ahead.
How does mass
would be like
bend
when
space-time?
And that's not double speak. Einstein just added to the explanation. In the weak field limit, you get exactly the same result whether you use Newtonian mechanics or general relativity. You get identically the same answer.
Unmeasurably different answers, anyway.
I think the limit was pegged somewhere around a tenth of the speed of light before they start to diverge, or 15%.
Well, but it's
of the
not.
speed of
That's
light.
just a special relative. That's one limit, but there's lots. I mean, when you're talking about general relativity, it has more to do with how much space-time is curved before it starts deviating from Newtonian trajectory, calculations, etc. But anyway, that's it.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a robot.
After that announcement, I'm sure it is.
I was trying to find a video. There is somewhere, I know I've seen them. I can't find one right now. Talking a moment ago, both Earth and Moon. These classic pictures that you get of the cone, right? The Earth kind of bending space-time downward, etc. The Moon does the same thing, and so it has a little dimple, and that little dimple is a dimple on top of the big dimple created by the Earth. And so just to show that. And you see this when you go to the moon. When you go to the moon, there becomes a point where you're kind of inside the dimple around the moon, but that's pretty close to the moon. You have to get, I don't know how far away, probably
It's not far.
10 or 20,000 miles away before you're inside the moon's dimple.
Yep.
And its sphere of influence.
Well, that's the Lagrange point. That's the Lagrange point, right? The Lagrange point, which is like
So
2/3 of the
it's
distance.
related to it, depending on what you mean. It may or may not be L1, but it's basically L1, yeah.
So, John, are you going with the moon has a sphere of influence, or something you haven't explained yet?
Yeah, no, it does. I mean, you can orbit the moon.
I haven't finished. I didn't finish.
Sorry.
So, you're going with the moon has a sphere of influence, or something you haven't explained yet, inside the same spot of the middle of the moon has a sphere of influence? Which one are you going
Well,
with?
I'm just saying that when you're close enough to the moon, you're within its little dimple in that kind of
But
classic.
this goes against you saying that mass doesn't attract mass, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, if you want to think of it Newtonian terms, you can think of it that way too. Newton had no trouble with the idea
No,
of
I'm
something in
challenging
orbit
what you
around the
said.
moon.
You said it's definitely not mass attracting mass. So I wanted to ask,
Oh, come on.
what is pulling?
I'm done with that
towards the
stupid
thing?
straw man. The point is that you can orbit the moon. The moon orbits the sun. The sun orbits the galaxy. People have orbited the moon. Jesus, I guess I really okay. Fine, you go ahead. You talk.
Do you want to engage in how space-time's fake, but you thought it was real? Yes or no? I'll take it as a no if you don't. So I guess I win that one.
That's a classic narcissist move, right? Trying desperately to re-engage somebody on a
Let me
stupid
ask
point
you
so that
again.
you can have it.
What's pulling the thing towards the thing if it isn't the thing?
You want to talk relativity or you want to talk Newtonian? Tell me which
Either
model
one.
you want
I
to
want
talk
to know
about.
what you actually think is pulling the
Well,
thing.
I can
towards
think.
the thing.
I don't have any trouble thinking in terms of relativity or in terms of Newtonian. They give the
This
same
is
answer.
gonna
You tell me
accuse
which
you of
one you'd
double
like me to
speak.
answer with.
Because earlier you were sure one way, and now you're answering me, and you're saying it's both. So one of them.
And they don't.
I really am done with this stupid straw man.
John, you can't say they give the same answer when you just told the other guy with very precise measurements they give different answers and one doesn't work.
They give the same answer when you talk about can you orbit the moon?
Yeah,
Yes,
but I'm
you
asking
can.
which
and
one
that's
is
why.
true. Which one do you think's actually true? What's going on?
Did you say scam, you order?
What's
That's
actually
why,
going on?
that's why I disagree with this statement that Newtonian is wrong within certain conversations.
Yeah, because they can't explain what's actually pulling. If it's not the inner core and all the mass, what is pulling the thing towards the thing?
The program of the simulation.
They don't know. Space timers don't know.
In like a honest conversation, like here, I would agree that Newtonian mechanics was proven wrong, but when I discuss with flat earthers, I just don't do that for practical purposes, and I already explained why. I would just expose that for dishonesty.
Sorry, it's not
And I
proven
like,
wrong.
I mean, Left Lane, I think, was just saying that's why he doesn't like saying Newtonian physics is wrong. And I get that. I mean, I do get that.
I bridle at being forced into a position just because flat earthers want to make a stupid straw man out of it. I will persist in claiming that Newtonian physics, which is Newtonian gravity, which is based on the idea that mass attracts mass, that idea is wrong.
You're going to repeat
But
it. Yeah.
we know that it gives perfectly adequate results when we're talking about things orbiting, the Earth, the Moon, the Sun, the galaxy, even all of that stuff. So
What is
it's
attracting
not
the
a
mass?
problem.
If it's not the mass, what is attracting the mass? Some little special point that's right near all the mass.
And as I've said before, I'm done responding to this stupid, willful
the special
straw
little
man.
space-time point moves around.
I agree with you, John. I must say,
with the
you
mass.
gained 1 point in the respect ladder today from me. Not that it means anything, but I'm just saying.
I'm helping your argument, that's it. The space-time.
He said he was wrong. He said Newton was wrong. I like that.
But Newton wasn't wrong. He can't explain what is pulling the mass instead, can he?
I don't think he's pulling it because the space-time is curved.
Yeah, curved to where? Why is it curved at the point of all the mass?
Because of the mass.
Why is that curved special point moving along as the mass moves along? If it's not the mass.
It's just a fundamental law of the universe. Like you can always just ask why when we have an explanation for something, and at some point in this chain of whys, we'll reach a point where we cannot explain it even further. And you just have to say that is just how it works, right?
What you're saying is you can't come up with what is actually pulling the mass. Anything different to the mass.
Yeah, and if you even found what is causing the mass to bend space-time, then you will ask, why is that causing mass to bend space-time? And then you will ask, why is this causing this thing to...
Mass attracting mass is the explanation. You haven't got another one.
Oh, we do have another one.
No, you don't.
And by the way,
you said I was trolling, straw manning.
One of the interesting things is that, I like to say, I was talking with a philosopher of science recently, and he convinced me, and I think he's right, that we didn't know that we had falsified Newtonian mechanics. So the kind of crucial thing was the precession of the major axis of Mercury's orbit, which didn't do what Newton's laws say it should do by a tiny, tiny amount. An amount you'd have to be incredible. Oh, okay, you talk.
It's heavier or lighter than you thought.
Had fuck all to do with that.
So what are you saying? It had a magic little space-time dot in the center. Are you falling for this bullshit as well, Blue? That there's special points right next to the point of heavy mass.
I'm not falling for anything. I'm just not going to discuss this with you.
Yeah, I think you nearly fell for it, basically.
Tom's always pretty fair.
A lot of globers fall for space-time.
Don is setting the baller straight. Wow, I thought I'd
That's
never
your
see
real
that.
one.
Yeah, John, I think the era in the precession of Mercury's orbit was about 43 arc seconds out of 5,600 arc seconds per century.
Yeah, that's right. That's a fascinating story, and I know that the flat earthers here don't want to hear it. So I'll just say, if you want a fascinating story, you should look up the story of that. The fact that astronomers were measuring it and mathematicians were calculating what it should be based on Newtonian mechanics, and they got incredibly good agreement. But the agreement wasn't good enough, given how accurately it had been measured and how accurately the calculations, which involved poles from Jupiter and Mars and all the other planets pulling on Mercury. Incredibly complicated calculation, incredibly difficult observations, and they disagreed by less than 1 minute of arc per century. And yet by the mid-1800s, we knew it that accurately.
Cool story, but what's attracting the mass?
Yes.
Is it a point in the middle of a mass that you observed?
It's a rule from the simulation. But why does it see? It's when the shit breaks up and they get their subatomic particles and shit, and they get their. That's when it's like phantoms in the programming or something, or it's like, you know, just like fade out. You know, it's programming transition. You know.
This is a good red pill for Cyber.
It's like special effects.
It just happens
Certain
where the
things.
mass.
Sorry, Doc.
I was just going to say it happens where the mass is, but it's not the mass. It's a special other thing.
Right. It's like, but think about that in a simulation, right? Like you would have be able to certain rules to a certain scale, and then once stuff leaves the parameters of, you know, the pixel or whatever, whenever you have to break it apart and, like, you know, fade it into the rest of the environment, it's a new special rule there. It doesn't have to follow the same rules.
But it's just nonsensical. It breaks Occam's razor, and it posits that there's an etheric fabric through the universe.
You're kind of talking about their space-time thing?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm with you. I'm pushing for like a simulation type of thing. Like,
Yeah,
and there's just a program rule that says, you know, do this.
I believe we're in
right.
a simulation, a type of simulation.
Right. And then there's a hard line where it's like once the material, you know, is at a certain, once it breaks apart to a certain, you know, pieces or whatever, it goes into that realm of the special rules because the program isn't rendering. That's, you know what I mean? It's like taking it apart.
I think I know.
And how can we use that?
It's you use it the same way you use your other shit.
Well, we've already got our other shit figured out. You're bringing in something
your
else.
other shit keeps changing. No. I think how you could use mine is you can keep your mind open for possibilities of what's actually standing out there instead of like boxing yourself in, making assumptions. Like it has to be. This had to be.
So can I like figure out how much buoyancy I need to put under a certain dock or design a suspension system for a big truck using that information?
Yeah, we're not changing anything, dude. This is like we're drawing the outlines of the universe that you're not touching. That's all you guys are doing anyway. You can pretend you're doing all this Uranus fucking going to the Parker Solar Probe shit. All you want, you can pretend that shit all you want. I do not have to believe that. It does not seem
it's
healthy.
Not pretend though. You're pretending it's not real.
I'm not pretending. I'm being a healthy skeptic. That's it. There's plenty of stuff that they can determine all these rules right here from Earth, right here from low Earth orbit. This deep orbit, deep space shit does not have to be real at all. All these images of Lagrange point, the thing looking from now.
What's your definition of deep space?
Anything past low Earth orbit, like you're wearing Lagrange points and all this, that's not necessary. The Himawari satellite, it doesn't. You don't have to have a fucking Himawari that far away. You can have fucking scanning ass low fucking things, and then multiple of them, and then pretending they're the Himawari. It's not fucking necessary.
That's your standards, though. There are other standards that are higher than that.
Do you think we sent a probe to the sun? Yes or no?
Maybe not.
They went inside the geocorona, but not to the sun's surface.
Maybe they did.
Yeah.
It's hard to describe what like the surface of the sun is. That's kind of like a weird way to like where's like I don't know. It's kind of
you don't have a video, right? No video. Only did it once, right? Fucking dumb. I think that's dumb, and I think it's healthy to be skeptical of things like that. Things that are saying they're actually leaving Earth, that's what we need to really be skeptical. That feels fairly. It just feels okay to be skeptical about that. Like, you know, the video
is the only geostationary satellite.
Okay. Yep. Very close to Earth, right?
Careful, bro. You're using critical thinking. They're gonna turn on you. Be careful.
If you consider like 250,000 miles close, sure.
So you're talking about past the moon?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Show that, please. Please show that. Please show something float behind to the dark side of the moon, and then the Earth in front. I mean, come on. What's the problem? Why we don't have a video of the dark side of the moon, then, buddy? What's the problem?
You want a video to deny?
Show it.
I mean, didn't the Chinese people like take pictures of the dark side of the moon?
They
Aren't they mining on it?
There is no dark side of the moon. There is a Earth, a moon phase showing or going away from the Earth.
Yeah.
The moon has day and night. There is no dark side.
Yeah, so show me the Artemis. Show me the dark side of the Artemis. What's the problem?
You know what we mean by dark side of the moon. I don't know why.
Far side. That's the far side of the moon.
Show me the lit up far side of the moon. Thank you. It's fucking dumb. I mean, you guys just believe, guaranteeing this to yourself is unhealthy, in my opinion.
No, him or is looking at it probably right now.
Show it.
Wait a minute. They were supposed to, they have boots on the ground now, right? According to the
Yeah, they're
Artemis?
mining.
Oh, wait a minute. No, it never happened. It never happened.
China put tires on the ground. Not.
We were
And they
supposed
didn't
to have
even
a
take a
colony
picture.
there now. The first boots were supposed to be on the ground already.
Video posted, far side of the moon.
Thank you. Now let's critically analyze it together, guys.
September 20 out of
That took like about 90 seconds to find. Jeez, wow. You guys do your research really well.
Yeah, September
Well, let me see if
2026. Boots on the ground.
September 2026. Write that down, guys. I'll bet anybody here. I'll bet anybody. $100.
Far side of the
Who
moon.
wants to bet me?
I don't
We'll
think we'll make
donate
it.
it to our favorite charity.
But I don't think
Scouts
we'll make
Honor.
it because of Musk. But it's not because we haven't been there before. But I don't think we'll make that date, unfortunately.
Why not? Well, does anything give you like a reason to? Maybe they've been promising from 1978 a moon base. Maybe that's why you're like kind of skeptical.
I'm more skeptical because of the performance of Elon Musk's ships.
Can I talk to Snooze? Snooze, what did you post there, buddy?
The pile of shit.
I think a picture of the
You
father of the
posted
moon.
the Wikipedia link? Is that what you posted?
Wow.
It doesn't take much to convince them. Look at that picture Matthew posted. That's it, man. That's done.
There's
and dusted.
one Chinese picture in that fucking article, bro.
There was a live feed of it.
What's wrong with the Discover satellite's image of it?
Yeah, that's all
mean-
it takes for you guys, man. It's fascinating. Yeah.
Yeah,
It is
I
what
don't
it
know
is.
why we would expect an actual picture from a satellite would convince them when they don't believe the Earth is fucking a sphere. Like, well, what are we doing?
Bingo. All right. That's right.
Dude, do you believe they went to the moon 7 times in the late 60s, early 70s, and they hardly pointed their cameras on the Earth. That camera should have been on the Earth from the get-go. They should have had an Earth cam. Like, it's so easy to convince you guys.
Why?
It's
Do you really think, Essie, do you really think that the purpose of going to the moon was to prove that the Earth is a sphere? Was that the purpose?
Yes.
There comes the
We all know
excuses,
it.
man. Like, in order
We
for
all
you
know.
to say that, like, you're not using your brain, bro. You're not using.
I'm sorry. Can you answer the question?
Check out Apollo 8. That was all about the
wants
Earth.
to sell us whatever the fuck they want to sell us. Now, to whoever's posting this moon shit and wants to talk about the backside of the moon, where's the videos? If you want to look at this Wikipedia link that Snooze posted, I got some snapshots right here. Let's critically think about it. And then who was it, Larry or whatever, talking about the other one? Let's look at that one next. But right now, let's look at this one. We got early pictures from 1959, and then we got another picture from like modern times when it's clear. Look at these splotches right here. I don't know, I'm an idiot, but let's look at the splotches and see if they match up real quick. You tell me.
No, because I want to address this point real quick. I want to address why Essie thinks
Oh, of
that
course you
like
do.
all the modern shit that NASA does, or even when NASA was going to the moon to begin with, why do you think they were trying? Like, do you honestly think they were trying to prove the Earth was a sphere?
Hey, I need permission to post a picture.
Hold on, bro. Let me answer. Hold on. Nobody said that, bro. What I said was, what? Let me finish, or you're gonna get triggered and interrupt. What's it gonna be? Thank you.
Just go ahead,
What I
Essie.
said was, they made multiple missions to the moon, supposedly. Nobody thought to put a camera on the Earth. Like, there should have been an Earth cam. That should have been like objective number one, and then everything else. Are you kidding me?
Yeah,
Are
more cameras for you to deny exist.
So
good comeback.
No, he just that's an odd priority.
I've done this like 20 times with you, Essie. If I post the from the Earth to the moon pictures from like the Gemini missions, the Apollo missions, which shows pictures of the Earth taken by film cameras, will you accept those images?
That is not what I said. Do you want me to repeat myself?
Well, you had an odd priority.
It's like they hear what they want to hear.
It was the
They only hear what they want to hear, bro. It's Excuse City. I mean, it is what it is. They're NASA fanboys.
But SC, look at what you just said about priority. That should have been job one, is to put a camera constantly looking at the Earth. They're on the fucking moon.
Dude,
the Earth,
yeah.
Why?
What kind of priority? Why would they need to do that, Essie?
The fact that you asked that question, bro, means you are just
no intellectual honesty going on here.
Should not.
Essie, why would they need to do that?
Like I said, everybody listening to that question just shows that you're not using your mind. You're not using critical thinking. All you are doing is
you're not using critical thinking. And because I can explain why. Because you're not the one using critical thinking.
You're triggered, but it's bad manners.
No, I'm not triggered.
People.
You're not the one using critical thinking.
You know that it's bad manners to interrupt people.
Yeah, because you're not the one using the critical thinking.
So Mama must have grown you up and told you don't interrupt while other people are speaking, right? Right?
Yeah, because because you kind of.
Don brought up a point earlier.
To list like 5 different things.
Goodbye.
You need to list like 5 different things, and I'm gonna try to address like the one point that you brought up about the critical thinking. Let's do some critical.
Not to you. To you, you don't get to talk to me today. It's over. Goodbye.
How many of the guys were doing the space mission? How much time did they have? How much resources are they going to devote to proving the Earth is a sphere? They're not going to do that.
No more talking.
Don't get to interrupt and answer and get an answer from me. You and me today are over. You don't get to talk to me today.
Yeah, somebody called out intellectually dishonest. That sounds about right. Like it would be like, why would somebody need to do something? So like we never need to look up at the moon ourselves. We never need to know that the Earth is a globe or flat. We don't need these things. So like what's like this intellectually dishonest question, the framing of it. But yeah, it should strike anybody who's honest about it that it would be strange to not capture for the first time this 24-hour from the moon footage. That'd be awesome. Right, that would be epic, but no, epic is not for you.
No, you would deny it too.
Again, you expect them to focus a full 24 hours of film pointing on an object to prove what? Something we already know? It doesn't make any sense.
Right, exactly. Why do anything you already know? You already know how to go to the bathroom. Why go to the bathroom again? You already know how to go to the bathroom. Like you're framing. Why eat lunch again? You already know how to eat lunch. Why eat lunch again?
Yeah, that's so relatable.
That's
the same exact thing. That's the same exact thing.
Yeah. Why do it? We already know these things.
Yeah, it's not like your body needs constant energy, which is why you would eat more than once in your fucking life.
You already know
it's not like your body needs to dispel the waste, which is why you go to the bathroom multiple times in your life. Like, try to actually make an adult. Try to make an adult. Try to make like an actual like adult comparison, and then like get back to me.
Yeah, why be an adult though? Like when you know you're gonna die anyway. Why? What's the purpose of it?
Yeah, go ahead.
Terrible questions.
Kind of like, why would you live when you think there's an eternity of a perfect place? Why not just fucking
Why do anything? Yeah, why do anything? Why look at the Earth? Why go to the moon? Why go to the moon? Why do any of these things? Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So there you did. You wrapped it up with like, it doesn't make any sense. Why do anything at all when we just live in this nihilistic world where we're going to end and become dust? Why do anything? That was
The question wasn't. The question isn't why go to the moon. We went to the moon, but why not put a camera constantly on the Earth? Because they're on the fucking moon. It's more important things to do than to take a picture of the Earth constantly. There are some pictures, yeah, but they had a focus. To put that as a priority, as he said, that should be job one. That's your priority. That's an ill priority.
Well, what do they do, Shoebill? They don't do fuck all.
No, you do fuck all.
Oh.
Calm
down. Larry the Clown. With your fucking fake video.
They were more concerned. Hang on, sorry, Schlitzy. They were more concerned about playing golf and riding in their doom buggy. Come on, guys.
Yeah, but let's talk about what experiments did they do.
Yeah, like what? I guess if you guys wanted to like in that
let's,
way, like
let's
what did they
focus
do
on
that
the
was
golfing. It was more important that we go golfing while we're on the move.
They didn't go
right?
golfing. He snuck the head of a golf club up there.
Up his
and then when he
ass.
got there, he attached it to the arm to kick rocks up with, and he hit a golf ball one-handed. They didn't play golf.
One-handed.
He couldn't hold it two-handed because they're
They had a golf club.
He could only hold it
Why
one
couldn't he hold it two-handed?
because
They
he
were
couldn't
golfing
swing
on
it
the
because he's
moon.
wearing a big-ass heavy inflated suit because he's on the moon.
I know it's like talking about. It really is like talking about like Superman.
Fucking hilarious.
Fucking hell.
Rob, you just don't get it. The reason that Superman doesn't not wear a cape because because the cape is fun. It's more fun watch it flop around in the wind, and yeah, he doesn't need to, but the cape is cool. Yeah.
But he went around the Earth 3 times to stop it. Or was it 5? I'm not too sure.
There's so much with it's really not fair with the Apollo space program, right? I'll give you another one that you guys could. I'm sure you're gonna trip out over. When they leave the moon, right? When they leave the moon and it takes off, right? Those are two chemicals which we discussed before, which combine together, right? And it makes a huge plume of smoke. Like they had to evacuate a whole town here where they tested it on Earth. But yet on the moon, we see nothing, just these little sparkly things. You guys know what I'm talking about?
Ever looked into why that is, Issy?
Yeah, we've talked about it many times. There is no explanation for it. Unless you
go
can provide
atmosphere.
Oh, okay. So you never looked into it. I get you.
So,
I
SC, if you have more light shining into your eye, do you see less or more?
I told you, you don't get to talk to me today. Maybe tomorrow I'll think about it.
Fair enough.
So you can't answer the question, like if a light's shining in your eyes, do you see more or less?
Not to you. Not today. Put that in your brain.
Can someone else ask him the question?
No, if somebody else asks, I won't answer it because you did. You're not gonna play and win games with me, bro. It's never gonna happen. Learn to sit down when it's your turn.
The footage of the return module was like the 3rd or 4th attempt to do so successfully.
No, I'm talking about the enormous smoke and plumes and dangerous gases that it takes out when those two chemicals combine.
What?
So Montreal, why did you say 7 moon landings? How did you count those? Or 7 moon missions?
I just said a number. Could have been 6, 8, whatever.
Yeah, it's either 6 or 8, depending on whether you count if they landed or not.
Excuse me?
There were 8 missions that went to the moon, and 6 of them landed.
Thank you for the correct numbers. I appreciate it. Oh, another thing, did you guys see, like I said, there's so much here, like the moon is like one of the easiest things. Did you guys see the Dustin? You know, Dustin from Smarter Every Day?
Oh yeah,
when
I've met
he
him.
addressed the NASA engineers. You guys see that?
Yeah, we talked about it like 3 weeks ago, and you remembered incorrectly.
And he also said that they need to take the playbook that NASA has already given them, because NASA has already landed on the moon, and they need to use that playbook to get back to the moon. So he was even saying himself that NASA landed on the moon and that we went to the moon.
Oh yeah, he was saying that, but you seen what he said about the fueling thing?
Yeah,
just bringing up various other things amongst he also brought up the O-rings.
I agree with you on that. I agree with you, SC. I think that Starship is the dumbest design to say it's going to be a moon lander. I mean, you're talking about landing on an uneven surface in light gravity, and you got something that's shaped like a paper towel roll trying to land it up. I mean, that's a stupid design. A lower wide lander design is much better for landing on a rough surface that can be unknown, like Neil Armstrong dealt with. So I think it's very stupid. I think the Starship is dumb.
I mean, would it work if they were able to build like a base first? I mean, then it would be good.
A landing pad, but
I mean, they're saying it could take up to 14 launches just to get enough fuel on board of one of them just to get it to the moon. And then when people say, "Oh, Starship's going to go to Mars," Starship will never go to Mars. If it takes that much fuel just to get to the moon, there's no way they could get to Mars.
It only takes 8 months.
Think about it, right? They've been promising moon colonies since 1978, right? Haven't been there due to delays. We know the spiel, right? Now here comes a guy out of the freaking blue. He wants to bring us where? To Mars. It's like
he's an idiot.
It's comical, man. It's like comical.
He's a moron.
We're quite sure it ain't gonna happen the way they keep talking in promises. So the fuck what?
So you've been conned, bro. You've been conned.
No.
I said
Not really.
lovely condos.
No, I mean, people on Mars, it seems kind of silly. Like, it's just better to spend robots there. Like why would we waste and risk human lives to do something that a robot can do? It doesn't really make sense.
A man mission to Mars is a suicide run for the next century. Yeah, a man mission to Mars. That's just the top of the top of some sort of Gantt chart. It won't happen. Nobody's being conned. They're just talking the talk. So what?
No, you're being conned, bro.
It's kind of funny. The one thing the vegans do have right is that that's kind of like what we do need to go to if we wanted to do like space travel.
Cannibalism.
Need to go to.
That's why I say you guys are not using critical thinking, right? Since 1978, you've been promised a moon colony.
How
many years is that? Like, how many more lies is it gonna take to show you guys that they're lying to you?
So even though since 78 there's been a promise of a moon base, there's plans for it. I think everyone here.
Yeah, that's 46 years.
Yeah, it's a long
Politics, guys, not lies.
Just think about it.
How many administrations, how many different congressional budgets, how many different things would have to get passed in order to make that happen?
Just think on top of it, how many years after the discovery of America was the first permanent colony in an atmosphere where there's food, where there's water, where there's resources that you don't have to fully bring there? It's just not comparable. But yeah, since 78, they promised a moon base. It didn't happen. It doesn't mean that they didn't go there. It doesn't mean that they're lying to us. People do fail to deliver on promises. And one promise that was failed to deliver that you should look into, is the Russian army's promise to win the war in 3 days. How long are you going to let them lie to you and deceive you and things like that? I don't understand how you get this moral equivalency to NASA based upon them not delivering on something.
Surely you don't think that this war in Ukraine is going to go on for another 50 years? Surely.
It's a nice deflection. You're taking the bait, SC Montreal.
It would take 200 years for them to reach Kiev at this rate, but at the same time, no, I don't. But what I'm saying is, you have a very obtuse opinion of the Russian army that they've lied, they've not delivered, they've done the same thing. Like I said, I still understand the moral equivalency of that position versus this one.
Well, there isn't.
The one trying to introduce moral equivalency. SC Montreal, you took the bait. He's trying to introduce a moral equivalency.
Well, I was just gonna tell him, Rob, that there isn't one, but yeah, you got to it before I did. I mean, it's quite obvious, right?
So you don't think the Russian military has lied to you if you seriously believe
I
that?
don't think we were talking about Russia. Thank you.
He's trying to change the subject.
You,
yeah.
I wasn't talking to you, Rob, but at the same
He's talking
time,
about the principle.
yeah.
Nice way to deflect.
Well, no, we can go right back to NASA, and it's real quick questions. But would you not say, like from what you're seeing and the outcomes that you're receiving?
I think it's a red herring. It's not pertinent to what we were talking about. You just want to talk
let me
about
answer
Russia.
him so we could go
It's
back. I'll
completely
answer him.
relevant. It's completely relevant.
I'll answer him. Yeah, look.
No, he just wants to talk about Russia.
No, I don't.
No, he said he doesn't actually.
Are you guys done? So if you're trying to draw an equivalence, there's no equivalence there at all. Because this war, we're gonna find out soon enough who's right and who's wrong. But I guarantee you, in your lifetime, you're never gonna see a man on the moon,
I disagree.
or in Mars. So we'll see who's right.
I'll agree with you on Mars. I'm not disagreeing.
Yeah, I would agree with Mars.
But a man on the moon in my lifetime, I'll bet you $100,000 today to $10.
I've already seen it.
I know.
We had the videos.
Yeah, I've seen Godzilla on TV too.
I'll bet you, like, if you win this bet, and like I'm very healthy, I could make it probably another 30 or 40 years. So literally, I'll $10 to, I don't know the odds, but I will take that bet. That is a very.
No, because he's not going to accept any videos, so don't take that bet with him. Because we already have the videos of people on the moon. He doesn't accept them, so why would he accept any new video of someone on the moon?
I got videos of Godzilla.
So
you want me to accept those?
There's no point in taking that bet with this guy.
I mean,
if you're going to take a bet like a non-monetary.
Cool. Just ignore my
bet,
question.
Tell him he would have to change his name on Discord to "I am a Glober." Like, make that the bet.
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, unfortunately, I think he's more famous than I, so I couldn't reciprocate that type of
the
value
issue
back.
is, like with that moon buggy, like we analyze the footage, it can't be slowed down because gravity is different, and it can't be through a different medium because the dust flies too far.
I think I figured out the only way it works is if they build a massive studio that they drop at a certain rate while filming inside that studio, and that's like the only way they could imitate that type of gravity.
So this is why critical thinking has to kick in at some point, right? Here you have an agency, you have a government that since 1978 has been promising you they're going to go back to the moon, right? That's how many years did you say, Rob? 46? Wow. Now, if you can't see that you're being lied to or something's up, I mean, that's on you.
They've sent other things to the moon, just like the other week with the Blue Ghost mission. They landed stuff from a university on there with new reflectors.
But call it a ghost. That's interesting.
Yeah, people name things. Whoop-de-doo.
Yeah, and you just eat that shit up. Good for you.
And you just eat up the word ghost as if that's always like some sort of fiction. But then you go, oh yeah, ghosts are totally real.
Are ghosts real?
So what if they would call it What if they would call it the Holy Ghost?
But they didn't. You guys are fucked.
But what if they
didn't? They called it a ghost.
But what if
and
to save weight? What if to save weight because of pay they just couldn't put the holy on there? Would you rather just call it the holy, and you would have had a problem with this if it was called the holy? There's not enough, there's X amount of mass you could put on these things. There's only two words that could have fit would have been holy or ghost. Which one would you have rather had on there?
You serious right now?
I'm asking. Yeah.
Yeah, I would prefer holy over ghost.
So if it was called Holy and it landed there, you
But
would
I
not have.
don't think they would have done that.
But
And
if
I
it
don't think
was
it's
Holy, so next
yeah.
time what you can do is
Yeah,
petition to
yeah.
change your mass distribution. But if it was called Holy and it landed there, would you have a problem with if it was called Holy and it landed there, would you have a problem with it landing there?
And it was Firefly Aerospace. They just decided to give their thing a name, and you have a big cry about it.
Okay, let me ask you guys something.
I just pointed out that they called it Ghost. You guys are the ones crying. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay,
So
let's
if they did
ask
call it
a
Holy,
question here for future.
Does
Left Lane
anyone
told
have a
us
problem?
they're gonna land in 2026, boots on the ground, right? Left Lane. That's the update. So now, if we're gonna be here next year, hopefully we're all healthy, God bless us, whatever. If next year that doesn't happen, which I'm sure it won't, what are you guys gonna say? I want to know.
Let me ask you something, Essie. If that doesn't happen, does that mean the Earth is flat?
Anybody want to answer my question?
So if that doesn't happen in 2026, I would say if they projected that timeline out 4 more years and we shift away from this stupid shit Musk is doing, I have a feeling that we could beat that type of deadline. But we have to understand these are mission systems that have to be tested. They have to be like it is not something that it's a copy and paste from the past, you know. But I would say if they would shoot it out 4 more years, so 2030, I would say that's a realistic time frame. But you have to understand the reason why we're not going to the moon is nothing to do with anything other than the fact that Starship is stupid.
Oh, so you're blaming it on Starship?
It has okay. So start in eight Apollo launches. You don't accept NASA, but in 8 Apollo launches, we got a rocket all the way to the moon. There's been 8 Starship launches. It hasn't even gone a fucking full orbit.
I don't get it though. Why aren't they using the known technology then? Like this guy's supposed to be the new genius, right? And like,
He's not.
I mean, think about it, man.
But they are. Some of Russia's problem right now. The supply chains that were created for the creation of those rockets and those systems do not exist anymore. So it's not like it's like 3D printing and you can do all this other stuff. It's an intricate thing. And if you were to just say, hey, let's just use the old system, you would just rebuild that infrastructure and try to put it together. That's not what we did. We went to a megalomaniac who said he can do it. He can't. So that's the reason why we're not going. It has nothing to do with we haven't been there before. It has nothing to do that NASA's lying to us. It's a technology thing, and I'm confused as well because I would love for this to happen because it sounds like if you went 8, 9 times, you sent all this crap everywhere else. Why can't you just do it? But there's like intricate things of why we just can't rinse and repeat, and that's the same thing Russia's going to run into trying to rebuild those planes that were destroyed.
I see the logic you're using, but it's really I don't know because look, they used slide rulers back in the day, right? They did all this stuff with slide rulers. You're aware of those? You're old enough to know what that is, right?
Oh yeah. Dude, what NASA did honestly is a logistical insanity. They did this like if NASA had an iPhone, like back then, if they had like an iPhone, I'm scared of what they could have put together because of like their efficiency, what they did well. But at the same,
I was just going to say real quick that Disky, it may have been simple, but it did what it was designed to do extraordinarily well. So
just think about
people
being
say it
able
was
to
weak,
load.
but it done its
Think
job
about
really
being
good.
it was about data. It's about being able to store data mainly because of the technology. But think about it being able to load reentry for, you know what I'm saying? Like all those things that people had to do manually could have been preloaded. You know, like all the things that were preloaded, you could have put more. But I agree.
I mean,
it was a powerful processor. But I was just more like the
how
data
many different?
capability.
how many different checks do they have to do to like confirm a calculation? If like something like during the Apollo 13 mission, like when it got readjusted, like wasn't it like 3 or 4 levels of like verification for recalculation?
Yeah, he would know more than me. He does the simulation of like reentry and stuff. But yeah, I would say yeah, definitely yeah. You do it, and then they check it with NASA. NASA do it, and they like that's what I've seen in like the communication stuff. But yeah, no, the processing power of it was well beyond its time. But just being able to store stuff, just that's what we feel is simple, is completely complex for them to do back in the day. But
you talking about like the RAM versus the actual like the ability like the actual what the fuck's the other one? Like there's the RAM, which is like
random access memory, and then there's the I forgot the term for it, but just being able to just do a simple operating system or something like that, what you would call this, but just a level of software. Like I forgot how many kilobytes you could even store on these things of data, and like just being able to store like 10 megabytes of data would have been just like with the technology we have had now would be substantial. But yeah, but it's not about us not being able to get there. It's about I'm sorry, it's all about us not being able to get there for the technology. It's not because we haven't been there before, though.
Mic check.
Your mic is working.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, there's something went weird there.
Yep.
So where are we at? 1978, 2025, no boots on the ground. Boots on the ground promised 2025. Now they moved it to 2026. Where are we at? We believe, we don't
What's
believe.
your point?
I think my question was pretty clear. Where we're at.
How does that how does that affect whether we've been to the moon before?
Does anybody care to answer my question?
I don't think we'll be able to go because our technology sucks, and I think that if we spread it out to 2030, we'll be in a good position to actually have boots on the ground.
The functional
That's a good response right there.
The functional remit of Apollo was to get feet on the moon. That was it. Get them back, and then get them back again. And each of the missions took just the high risk getting 2 feet on the moon as far as they could. Then they stopped. Nowadays, you need to be going back there for something else, don't you? Other than that.
Okay, that's a good argument. The political fight between Russia and the States. Yeah, that's a good one.
It was the Apollo
the moon space race was a gigantic Cold War dick waving contest.
That's correct. Yep.
Undertaken at any cost, both fiscally and to the lives of what were essentially suicidal test pilots.
Yep. It's all about the ICBMs, intercontinental ballistic missiles. Yep.
Now, if you're going to spend several trillion, start from scratch to get men back to the moon, you've got to have a damn good reason to do it. Because no one wants to invest in something that they don't get a return on anymore.
And I think the shuttle program had a lot of progress, but it's not really worth risking human lives. We can just send a robot that can do a reasonable job as well. Like, if a robot blows up, nobody cares. But it's when people die in shuttle explosions that we actually care. So yeah, we're reducing humans going to space because we're tired of like sacrificing humans.
That's a good
I mean,
argument.
isn't like the real.
That... Go on, whoever that was.
No, I was gonna say, like, aren't we like going back to set up like an actual space station there, like to like that's the purpose of it. Like, we're not going back there really for like collect more dust or stuff like that. Like, it's
exactly. So whatever you send there has got to be not something that lands, leaves 90% of junk, and then returns with with 2 seats and an air supply. You've got to have something that lands, performs a function, unloads something substantive, and is able to leave with something substantive as well. That is in every sense is complete as a quantum shift on from the lunar modules from the 60s. It's the difference between someone coming across the Atlantic in a plane where the plane is nothing more than them, an engine, and a fuck ton of fuel behind them, and they're nearly suffocating in the air, and an Airbus A320. That's the difference we're talking about.
Absolutely. We're talking moon base here. We're not talking just going and playing golf like they theoretically or supposedly did before. We're talking about bringing material to the ground, I mean, to the moon, and building stuff, right?
Yeah, being able to, a means of production somehow would be the goal. You know, you could use lunar regolith to get oxygen, you can get iron from it to smelt stuff, but all that takes energy, all that takes imports, it is a very, very expansive project. I mean, orders of magnitude just to have a dude there with his shoes on the ground, you know?
I think you're better off spending your money on AI and AI engineering, sending tons of automotive equipment there, which you can communicate with and control remotely if you have to, that does performance functions. Mines creates an underground domicile framework for humans. Mines for resources and can smelt and forge and do whatever it needs to do if it's not tenable to bring it, and is able to repair and replicate the entities that it's actually working with itself.
Mm-hmm. And
that could be all true, but that's not the vision, right? The vision that they had was, we're going to destroy the Earth, right? We need to find another place for humanity to continue, right? So the plan was Moon and then Mars, right? It's not about robots. It was about.
SE, that's the
Guys,
concept
chill out,
of what I'm talking about. You let the robots, you let the automated process build the domicile framework, so that when people arrive, they aren't starting from scratch with two oxygen tanks and a spade.
Yeah, okay, you can make that argument for sure. If you can get robots there to start off your base, I mean, that would be the smart way to go, as a matter of fact. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's like the discussions of a Dyson sphere or using material to harness the energy of the sun. And one of the models is that you send a load of that same equipment to something like Mercury, and you mine Mercury to a shell.
Mm-hmm.
And whatever goes there is just left its own devices. It reproduces itself by manufacturing more entities exponentially. It's able to repair itself, or at least report for supervision from outside. And what it mines, it can slingshot into orbit, and then it can build things in space. And you could build infrastructure in orbit around another planet, and then position it where you want it afterwards. But you could do all of that theoretically without a single human life being risked.
I mean, that level of automation though is hundreds of years away.
Maybe so. Maybe so.
You know, like with existing techs, you know, we can have like we could get like some remote control bulldozers, and I think we can get that stuff. But like being able to have it like fix itself and everything, that's so far away.
Well, I mean,
a rescue mission. Like, just remember, like not too long ago, someone had to come back down from the ISS because some issues were happening, and like the rescue mission itself was like an ordeal. Like, if we actually care about humans, we want to mount rescue missions, and so like the idea of like having some sort of ambulance service from the Earth to the Moon is just like another complexity on top of that. Like, I live in Australia, and we've got something called the Flying Doctor Service, and you have to have these guys helping out a farmer who's like 200 miles away with a broken leg in his harvester. Like, we need to get there.
Absolutely, it's all down in logistics.
That's a minor consideration because the people going there, they know very well their life is on the line if it's true it's happening. So that's a military issue that you don't have to worry about that in the beginning.
Not at the beginning, you don't, but you ultimately what you want there at long term are people in a relatively safe domicile environment where you can have engineers, technicians, and mechanics, experts in their own right, who aren't effectively lunatic test pilots. That's the aim, isn't it? If you're going to do it.
Well, look, I don't know if you guys know this, right? For this planned, and I don't believe this, I'm just saying what they're planning, right? The planned Mars mission is a one-way trip. You guys know that.
100%.
For the astronauts. They ain't never coming back, right?
There's no way to get him back.
I don't think he's ever get. I don't think. I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't get them there. How many people have been waiting 2 years for a roadster? For Christ's sakes!
Oh, it's way longer than that. But yeah, no, Mars. So it's insane. Mars and the Moon offer two completely different things. Essentially, you need different materials to make like in the Moon you have oxygen and things like that you can find. We've identified water sources. On Mars, it's a completely different atmosphere, a completely different everything. You know,
also, just like the orbital path of the Mars versus Earth, like we would have to like, in order to save a bunch of fuel and like cost and time, we would have to time it at certain points.
Oh yeah, those windows. I forgot what they're called, but yeah, like it's like instead of like 2 years, it's like 8 months or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, like it's like the Mars one. This is the thing, if just building a, did you guys ever see that movie Biodome? It had like Pauly Shore in it, and like
I saw that.
Dude, that was real. Like I found out that was actually real. Like they actually have that. That facility exists. And
they
like,
did it twice. Yeah, twice.
Yeah.
Believe it or not, Biosphere it's called.
Yeah, I think that's the real name of it. But like they did that, and on Earth, you know, they couldn't get they had the oxygen levels went low. Like there was like some problem with the paint, and the paint was like part of the reason why things were like calcifying. Like there's so many little tiny issues.
Yeah, bro, that's right. What he's saying is true. They couldn't even do it on Earth. They couldn't do it on Earth.
Yeah, like just so if we can't do it on Earth, like dude, do it on Mars is next to impossible. Doing on the Moon is less complex than doing on Mars, but it's just as complicated, you know.
It won't be Elon doing it. I mean, how long has he been going on about full self-driving? I mean, next year.
Well, can we just say how stupid it is for Elon to say, "Oh yeah, we can like terraform Mars in case we ruin Earth"? But wouldn't it just be a lot easier to fucking fix Earth's atmosphere than to fucking try to terraform Mars?
He's not going to Mars. How long has he been promising full self-driving?
I think we should send him to Mars. I think we should. I think let's build a rocket and let's send him to Mars. We'll fund it and we'll just send him to Mars. It'll be perfect.
In the spring of next year, Sony, in collaboration with Honda, are bringing out the Afeela automotive range. They're taking orders now. It's got 18 cameras, 1 LiDAR, 9 radars, and 12 ultrasonic sensors. And it will be full self-driving in the summer next year.
Oh,
I think To be fair, I think they're going to put, like, if and when Elon dies, they'll put his coffin in a spaceship and make him like the first graveyard on Mars. I think that's what he's going to do.
Chuck him in another Tesla and just have him orbiting the moon or something.
Wow.
Yeah, that's it. Chuck his withered body in a Tesla and have it orbiting Uranus. That's a fitting tribute to him.
Yeah, but Musk completely. I mean, the thing is this: you can't get mad at him. You can call him the modern day Howard Hughes, but Howard Hughes actually did shit. But at the same time, but at the same time, it's
don't want
just
to take that much away from Elon. Elon has definitely done shit for mankind. His mind is just fucked at this point.
so which company did he found that he's done shit for mankind with?
He hasn't founded anything directly.
PayPal.
Yeah,
PayPal.
He didn't found PayPal. Oh, okay.
No,
Yes, I guess you can say he did
No,
because there was a merger. But
I understand what you're saying, but he took over Tesla or whatever. But the fact is, he did make electric cars more competitive with the
he made them cool.
combustion engine.
He made them cool. I will not disagree. He made them cool. Steve Jobs made the iPhone cool. You know what I mean? But at the same time, like you were saying,
I don't
earlier,
even
like,
want to call it cool. I want to call it competitive against the combustion engine.
they're not competitive. They're not without they're not. They're not without the subsidies, without the like especially in the beginning because of the charging infrastructure. There's no way they were competitive, dude. He just made them cool. That's what he did. They're still not competitive, essentially. Like to merit, but he that's what he made them cool. He made him a Tesla at one point in America was a status symbol. It was, oh, I have a Tesla. It's like a Benz. It was a luxury car. But I don't disagree. He's opened the minds for the EV market, and I hope it does grow. But I mean, you can't deny he's a look. Have you been to Vegas? Have you been to his Hyperloop? Like
have you guys heard of BYD, the Chinese car manufacturer? They outsold Tesla last year.
That trend will continue. But
I mean, Tesla's sales have dropped like 80% fucking worldwide, like in other countries, because of him being a jackass.
That's why I said last year.
But he's against Trump now. So I mean, he was just being dumb. He's not dumb, but he was being dumb earlier. Now he's better.
Well,
he spent.
There are
he
like
spent
other
millions
companies with electric cars, and they use the charging network, if not like the ones you put in your own home.
He's losing the battle with BYD in Asia in sales, and he's not losing that because of some sort of like hatred of him or some political discourse. BYD's latest range of cars are cheaper, higher build quality, and they look like they're on track to getting more automation in place in the next 10 years than Tesla is.
Yeah, there's no competition, bro. The only reason why you don't have them here is because they're taxed 100%. If the Chinese were allowed in America and Europe, they would wipe out Tesla like practically overnight.
Yes, my company has worked with BYD on some of their technologies, on their touchscreen stuff.
But keep in mind that's just one. BYD is only one manufacturer. They have like 10 of them.
Sure, I know. But they work also under huge subsidy infrastructures from the Chinese government as well. So their R&D is all top notch, top paid for, and they don't muck about.
They have amazing technology. Have you seen the BYD car that could jump? That has this. It has this technology suspension that you can take one wheel off and you can still drive the car. Have you guys seen that one?
Yeah, it's got dynamic adaptive suspension, isn't it?
It's out of this world, man. Yeah, the Chinese are just like plowing ahead, man. It's kind of scary for us, really.
Well, that's F1 technology.
Like a fancy lowrider.
That's F1 technology, though. The world has it, but you could utilize that technology to other cars if you license it properly.
The F1 has a car that could jump over puddles. Really?
Oh, the suspension that you were talking about.
Okay. I guess it could be adjusted then to do that.
I mean, an F1 car can drive upside down, can't it? On the ceiling, it's got so much downforce.
If it goes fast enough, that would be an
that's because
interesting.
of the underbelly. Yeah.
But the BYD, Tesla, that whole, I mean, the guy had a monopoly on the market. He had a great brand, and the split with Trump. It's like watching Pompey and Crassus essentially with social media. It's just two political people that want power, and now they're not on the same team.
Well, yeah, it's fascinating marriage, right? One used the other one for his popularity and money to get in, and now, hold on, I'm going to be short. And now with the tariffs, Elon saw the writing on the wall. He says, "This guy's going to destroy me. He already destroyed me. I won't be able to sell my cars anywhere." So yeah, the writing was on the wall with the tariffs.
This is
that's why I said no.
This is pictures of the BYD Seal. This is their latest luxury family car.
Well, that's literally why I said
cars, man.
That's why I said Poppy and Crassus. You know, like when you look at that whole triumvirate, essentially, it fell apart, and people were fighting behind the scenes well before it did. Now they just have social media, so everyone can read it.
Yeah.
Have you seen their latest Jeep? Like, it's a thing of beauty, man. Like, it's not I'm putting up the Chinese. The Chinese are there. They're on the ball, man.
Well, it shouldn't be a surprise to anybody. They're doing what Japan did in the 1950s. Cloning, replicating cloning, picking up all the good bits about the way we do things and trying to avoid all the shit we do and taking it forward. I work with Chinese technologists. They're absolutely top notch, and when they come over to work with us, all their engineers, their English is absolutely impeccable, and a lot of them, as well as having impeccable English, I've got, get this, impeccable Russian.
Yeah.
You know what gets me mad? We gave it to them. You see, they didn't take it from us. We gave it to them. That's what pisses me off.
Well, every time a company goes to China, you pretty much are just handing over your intellectual property to them.
Yep, and they know it. They knew it, but they were greedy. They wanted cheap labor.
I work in various technologies that go into touchscreens and phones and stuff, and we work in collaboration under non-disclosure agreements with several Chinese companies. And I would say that I would let you know that from our perspective, we're moving into a phase now where yes, we are giving them IP, intellectual property. But I tell you what, we're getting a fair bit back as well at the moment.
I would, yeah, I mean, definitely. But what I'm saying is, it's like to access that market, you have to turn over your papers, essentially. Yeah, we did.
I know what you're saying. It's definitely a dynamic that's changing now. Trust me. I mean, with the way we work with them now, yeah. Granted, you're absolutely right. I mean, 15, 20 years ago, when we first started working with the likes of some of the companies that the OEMs behind the likes of Huawei, you were really guarded. But that relationship is, in the last 35 years, is definitely changing to an extent where really there's not a lot of difference between the way we deal with IP transatlantic with the Americans than we do with Asia.
No, I'm not disagreeing with, especially what you get out of it. And I think I was talking about a bit more restrictive times, early 2010s, late 2000s.
Yeah. Yeah, I hear you. But we'll see. I mean, it's only going one way.
Can you speak Nikoi Putanwa?
No, not a word. I'm long in the tooth. I'm English, and they wanted me to learn some Chinese through work, but I said to them, look, to be honest with you, I got so much on my plate, and I can feel my brain getting frazzled as I get older now anyway. So if you push that stuff in, there's some important stuff going to be pushed out one of the years.
So like the expat community in China, you know, of all the accents of speaking Chinese, when the British speak Chinese, it is awesome. Like they have such a it's just the same, they put the same emphasis. It's completely awesome.
I've got friends who do. I've got some. I work with some guys who are second, third generation Chinese lineage. You know, English people, and you know, you can tell their lineage is Chinese. Who obviously are advantaged that they do have an amount of Chinese from their family. You know.
Yeah.
But yeah, but frankly, I mean, it's one of those things. It's like in Germany. I've worked in Germany as well. And if you go into it and you work, same in China, if they're all in a lab and they're all chatting away in Chinese or German, and they know an English person walks in, boom, the moment your foot goes to the door, every single syllable, wherever they are, mid syllable, they will transfer immediately into English.
Yeah.
That's awesome. You know, just the way we are with them. You know.
Yeah, I try to learn. I learned a bit of both, actually, German and English and Mandarin, just
Nice.
due to travel.
Well, so I mean, if you like in all the top schools in the UK, you know, the Etons and the like, you know, where all the rich and the powerfully connected send their children, yeah, they don't do French anymore. They do English, a smidgen of Latin, because a lot of them are going to go into the medical, and if they're going to do a secondary language, it's Chinese.
Yeah, they made us do Latin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I did a year of Latin as well, but I think back then it was, like you say, it's foundational for some of the sciences, wasn't it?
And we got into like the different. We got deep into it. We had. My school is weird, but they thought teaching us that would it did it teaches you a lot about many different languages.
Sure. Yeah, because it's etymologically speaking, it's foundational, isn't it, Latin?
Yeah, you find it. Yep. Yep. And then being an English speaker, you know, the Germanic nature of that with Latin, it's very helpful.
Yeah. Like
Chinese was a completely different world, though. I had to like erase my mind of knowledge of things to try to just absorb it.
Right.
Yo, did you guys see the car I posted? 16 past the hour. Okay, the color is kind of gay, granted, but look at the price.
Hold on one sec.
Yeah. Yeah, that's mental, isn't it?
The orange one. Yeah.
Yeah.
99 RMB, 13,000 US. Oh, when I was there, I bought a car. It's called a Chongcheng. It's just a little putt around thing, and it was like 3,000 US dollars. And it was pretty much something similar size, but it was internal combustion.
Oh no, they have a mini cube one for $4,000, the price of an iPad. You can get a freaking car there, but okay, it's a joke. It's literally like a toaster oven.
I mean, the two biggest expenses for people are their homes and their cars. You know what I mean?
No, but think about it. An electrical car that's equivalent to a Tesla for like $15,000 less. I mean, how can they compete? And that's just the BYD. There's much cheaper ones than that. Like literally half the price you can get an electric car.
You wouldn't rock that orange?
I wouldn't rock the orange, no. I'd buy, you know what? I'd buy one in black. A 4x4 would be great for me up here.
That thing looks like a Scion.
It probably is. It probably is a Scion, 100% technology stolen and with the electric battery in it. But no,
they steal everything. Yeah, that's known, right? I mean, yeah. And then, but now they're innovating. They're making stuff that other people don't have, guys. You got to keep that in mind, right? China's no longer the thieves. They still are, but they have graduated from that.
No, I mean that's the type of capability. I mean, that's a great price for a car, that's for sure, especially for a U.S. consumer. But we don't have we'd have to pay. I think we'd have like a 200% tariff on that or something like that now.
I think it's 100%, if I'm not
Well,
mistaken.
I think it was 100%, but I think we've added other ones on top of the existings and all that other stuff.
Yeah,
You know.
wow.
But yeah,
Yeah, with Trump, it doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, but that's what you do for your domestic markets, though. I mean, that type of tariff, honestly, if we want to produce our own EVs, that's the type of tariff that protects our domestic market, you know?
Yeah, man, I had hopes for Trump, but he was talking border and the woke movement and fixing the vet thing, and then he just went crazy. He decided tariffs, like the worst move any president has ever done in recorded history. Like, well, besides maybe attacking Vietnam or Korea War or something like that, but monetarily, it's the worst possible thing you could have done.
Very poor move of us economically. Do you think Trump's in the Epstein tapes?
I don't know, bro. I don't know.
That's what Musk said.
I know one thing, like they say presidents don't control things. Okay, I agree with that, right? But if that's the case, then if he wasn't the dummy behind the move to do the tariffs, where are we at? Then the wise men in the States are all brain dead? Is that where we're at?
Yeah, the Peter Navarro are like when you look across his cabinet, like the guy like Peter Navarro, when you look at his literature for his economics, he has lied multiple times. He's the one who's always pushed tariffs. But at the end of the day, Trump's the one who implemented them. But the people around him really aren't that intelligent, unfortunately.
Oh yeah, his defense minister, and yeah, like we could go down the list, man. It's kind of scary for real. It's kind of scary.
But
like the Russians have statesmen and foreign ministers that are bright, smart, and we got like a bunch of clowns. Like it's unbelievable.
Dude, I would not trade. Unfortunately, I would not trade these guys for the Russians. That's the sad state of that country. I mean, the Russians aren't that good, dude.
Do we have somebody that compares to Lavrov? Are you serious now?
Who's that specifically? Because I don't know their names very well. But
Lavrov he's the foreign minister, no? I believe.
Oh no, but we did. We had a guy named Henry Kissinger. We had a guy like that. But
what's his title? What's Lavrov's title? Anyway, that dude, we have no equivalent in the States to that dude.
He's more of a longevity of rule type thing. Very similar to a Kissinger. Henry, you would say Henry Kissinger was a lot like that because his ability to influence politics on that side for the amount of time in which he did. Currently, we do not have someone with that type of, I would say, controls that he's been able to establish over time. But the controls that he's been able to establish over time do not supersede the State Department's abilities to counteract anything he currently has.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that statement. Yeah, we have no statesmen. We have no thinkers. We have people that think our military is the way it was in the 90s. It's like we are up shits, you know what?
Our military is not the way it was in the 90s because they went from looking for like the Cold War to the war on terror. So they transitioned, and things got, and it's, the military is not going to be the same way in the next decade. You're seeing a lot of upgrades. You're seeing a lot of different things coming from what they've learned from Ukraine,
It's funny to listen to people who think they say, "Oh, I know. I always tell you it's not real, I see, and you don't believe me, dear, at all." But none of it's real.
Yeah, that's weak sauce, bro. That's just weak sauce. Yeah.
I mean, I even told you that. What was his name? Yuri. I can't remember his name now. I sent you the video. The guy telling you that he witnessed fucking Putin taking orders from wealthy Americans. And he said that in an interview. So I won't be surprised at that at all. But
yeah, but they just say they're all in on it. I mean, yeah, I could say that. They're all in on it. Okay. Let's stop thinking now.
No, it's not about just stop thinking now. It's just the world's a stage. And that's all I meant by it. Like if you think about, remember when we talked before and I was asking ChatGPT what countries aren't on fiat because I didn't realize. I thought there were a few that weren't. Well, everybody's on fiat. So I mean that tells you all you need to know. And as I always point out with the COVID situation, everybody did that as well. They just went along with it, didn't they? So
Oh yeah, of course. But then I pointed out the BRICS to you, right? I'm sure you remember that. The BRICS, the counter fiat currency, or whatever you want to call it.
I was just actually looking at Russia's debt. I was just asking ChatGPT about that. It's actually not as bad as I thought it'd be. 393 billion.
They're in good shape, bro. They're in top shape, Russia.
Just under 400 billion, and the United States, as of June, 36.2 trillion. It's hilarious. Oh my god!
I know it's hilarious what the mismatch
What a
is and
scam.
what they're doing to us. It really is hilarious. Yeah, it's comedy actually, because our manufacturing money is going to Star Wars and Stardust and rods from the sky, and they're actually putting their money to actual weapon systems that actually work.
So currently, Russia is spending 40% of their entire GDP on weapons. That's completely unsustainable.
Yeah, it's kind of comical because in the fog of war, right? You guys are completely on the west side. All the info you're getting, I'm kind of like in the middle. I'm trying to disseminate what's going on, but all I'm getting from you guys is just Western propaganda. How Ukraine is kicking Russia's ass, and it's really weird.
Okay, so it's not how Ukraine is kicking Russia's ass. It's how Russia is basically tripping over their own feet and not being the second most powerful military on the planet, which they were projected to be at the time of invasion.
Yeah, like, did this war prove Russia's military might, or did it prove their military ineffectualness? Like, I'm not saying the right word, but.
Well, I was actually surprised to look into the numbers of the casualties and injured of this alleged war, because I always thought it was just a big propaganda campaign, something to funnel money in, and sort of to. I mean, I look at this Zelensky character and I'm like, this guy's a joke, right? He's he's a comedian or something. I don't know. And then there were all kinds of videos that seemed to be showing like, fake, but outdoor theatre, as I like to call it. So when I looked at the numbers the other day, and it was talking about a projected 1 million deaths, there's going to be already 1 million injured Russians. So ChatGPT said, and hundreds of thousands dead. I was like, what? Really? I couldn't believe it.
No, that's the thing. The main thing Russians don't have are 18-year-olds. You can't just build them in factories yet. And over their entire initial strike force is basically dead, according to the numbers.
Wow, according to what I hear,
90% of the initial invasion force of Russia are dead. For every one Ukrainian that falls, 3 or 4 Russians die. It's the ratio between 1 to 3 and 1 to 4.
You can't say die. It's casualties. It's not only, it's deaths are lower. It's like 1 million injured and dead, and there's a mix.
But it's gone. 90% of the invasion force is gone.
Yeah, exactly. Gone. They're dead. They now, to get new troops, they're paying substantial amounts of money. One of the major pressures for Russia prior to all of this was their social system. Now that social system is being stretched by having to pay 40% of their current GDP for defense spending.
Can I ask where you guys are getting all these numbers from?
News.
Got GPT.
Fantastic, thank you.
Thanks,
News.
Rob. At least somebody's
your
thinking.
materials.
Thanks, bro.
Okay, so would you like to go live and see if they're not spending that amount of money? I don't understand what you're saying.
bro, don't misunderstand me, please. I just asked where you got the numbers from, and you told me the TV news.
No, I didn't say
you
that.
for telling me what your source was.
I said the news. I didn't say the TV news, but it is the news. I don't really watch much television anymore.
There are various sources, both from the US and the EU. There's various sources.
There's different news sources.
Yeah, those are what I would have led with, not the news. Okay, thank you.
I was just trying to answer your question efficiently. But
Have you guys heard of the Oreshnik missile?
Yes, the thing that can potentially go Mach 5. Yeah. Okay. So I see Montreal. Like here's some numbers, right? The Russian military is supposed to be the second best one in the world, right? They're supposed to be able to match us almost plane to plane. They can't. How many Generation 5, which is the one that they should be producing, how many of those do you think they currently have? Fighters. Not like stealth bomber, it's just the fighters.
Sorry, I was posting something. Tell us.
They have 25. How many do you think America has? Generation 5 fighters.
Generation 5, you probably got in the hundreds. I would estimate.
Yeah, 1,000. Like not thousands, not like 2,000. We have like 1,200-ish. When you add the two packages together. But Russia has 25.
Okay, and you think somehow that you won the war because you have more 5th generation fighters than Russia, and I don't even know if that's the case.
Okay.
I'm gonna have to look into it, right? Because they got some nasty planes, right? Please don't interrupt while I'm talking.
I'm sorry. I thought you were done.
Yeah, so I'll look into it. But do you think that's it? That's game over?
How many SUK 500s, which would be their most advanced air defense systems, how many do you think they have?
I don't know the exact numbers. You tell me. How many do they have?
I'm asking. Can you just pick a number in a range?
No, I don't play games, bro. If you know the number, just tell me.
Okay, so would it be surprising if they had less than 15 of those that are active, and they have less than 20 that are being deployed, that are in the ability to be deployed?
Okay, maybe that's the case. Like I said, I haven't looked into the Air Force numbers, to be quite honest with you. So maybe that is the case. So are you trying to say now that the Russian Air Force only has 50 capable airplanes to put against the States or NATO? This is what you're trying to say?
I said Generation 5. It is 25. They have
How
more
many
than
generation 4s do they have?
it doesn't. It truly doesn't matter how many generation 4 planes they have.
It
But
doesn't, because you know what you
would,
got to ask. You know what you got to ask. How many S400 and how many S500 systems they have, and how many missiles they have.
So the
'Cause
problem.
each one. Let me, bro. Don't.
Okay.
If you want to continue talking with me, you must not interrupt me, or I'm gonna end the combo with you. It's that simple. Okay. So what you gotta ask is how many S400 systems they have, how many S500 systems they have, and how many missiles they have. They could
See,
easily
why are you
shoot those
playing
planes
games?
down.
Why are you asking instead of just telling us? Why are you playing games?
I told you, you don't talk to me for today. Just sit down, bro.
Are you done talking, SC? Can I answer?
Yes, sir, you can.
Okay, so the S400 cannot track and trace and deploy the missiles that you're talking about to Generation 5 fighters. The F500 can, and there's less than 12 that are currently active to protect all of Russia. You would need 12 of those essentially to protect, let's just call it like Washington to like Boston potentially. So the 400 system has no credibility. The Gen 4 fighters will be shot down miles before they even have the detection of being done up by the Gen 5s. So like that's why they're not being flown and used right now in Ukraine. So
S400, one of the most formidable anti-aircraft. Like, bro, you are delusional. I'm sorry to tell you this, bro, but
the S400
you're really delusional if you think that those planes cannot be shot down. Their ability to again, you're doing it, man. This is the last time. This is the life. You do it again, it's over. Again, they've been very, very how shall we say, more than bragged about their capabilities that this stealth they have. No, they could be seen and they can be shot down.
Yeah, but at what distance can they be seen? At what distance can the radar detect them? At what distance can they be shot down compared to what the 5th generation fighters can do? Oh, he's not talking to me, so
that's a relevant question. But so this is the thing. Like that's why I said the difference between the F400 and 500. The 500 has those capabilities, which you are speaking of, but they have 12 of them.
So does the 400. Have a look, check, and see.
Okay.
The 400 is more than capable to shoot down any current American plane right now. The radar exposure is very small, but it doesn't disappear completely. So look into that.
And I have. And the thing is, you're 100% correct. It's very small and it doesn't disappear completely. So now you're having to have Russian targeting systems that still really suck with artillery, shooting a missile to hit a very, very small object that I think it has the same radar signature of a goose. The 500.
But they can still see it. This is what I'm trying to tell you. They can still see it. They can still. And they can still track it.
But like I said, it has like the signature of a goose. Of like so now, is that a flock of geese? Is that what is like that's the thing. The 500 has a better capability to increase that size of the signal to where that's not a goose. And that's the thing about the 400. It still will track it based upon its stupid fucking software, and it will identify it as a goose. But like,
yeah, giggling ain't gonna help you, bro. Giggling ain't gonna help you. So
okay.
So that's just one part of the big picture, right? That's just one part of the big picture. Now, you are aware of drone warfare. Drone warfare has taken over now, right? It was like in World War I with the machine gun. You're aware that everything has changed now, right? In war.
I wouldn't say everything has changed, but like forward battle capabilities and like very similar to that drone strike that Ukraine pulled on Russia, the one that destroyed a third of their nuclear bombing fleet. That has definitely changed the landscape of asymmetric warfare, but it hasn't truly changed the landscape of like full military tactics.
Oh, it most certainly has. Yeah, you got to look into it. Completely, the tactics have completely changed. Absolutely. Yep.
And like you see the wanting to have stripped down command, faster deployments, motorcycles and stuff like that. The change you were speaking of from the machine gun to the drone is a bit more extreme. The drone is essentially basically targeted missile systems or strategic bombing, but at a micro scale that you can now deliver with at very high precision. Like I said, that strike Ukraine did against Russia. It doesn't truly change the tactics of military, but it is going to change a lot of weapon systems and delivery systems and protections and things like that across the entire landscape of the army or the military.
No, it has absolutely, most positively, and just about every aspect has changed the battle on the front lines. There's no way around that. Every military commander that I've heard speak about it says that. So, by the way, have you seen the Chinese drone deploying plane? Apparently, there's a plane now. I don't know if this is true or not. I've seen a design of it, right? But if this is true, apparently they have a plane that's like a huge plane, like a huge bomber, and it opens up and it releases 100 drones.
Yeah.
This is the kind of systems that we're going to be seeing right now. And not only that, we're going to be seeing loitering drones with AI that are going to be able to go and attack on their own and return to base.
You know what a murder drone is,
Crazy,
right?
crazy stuff. Yeah.
Like a Raptor drone is a loitering drone with AI. I mean, like the Raptor, the original murder drone, like you
Exactly like that, but many, many more. And now you're not the only ones that are going to have it.
I get it.
Enemy's going to have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of them. Yeah.
But that's the thing. Like with the Raptor, we've had a drone. We understand drone technology, and we've actually had asymmetric warfare drone technology used against us more than any of our adversaries.
No, you haven't fought a real army yet, bro. You haven't fought a real army. You've been fighting ragtag people that are under-equipped. Once you meet this new army, this Russian army, and I hope you don't, and this China army, you will be seriously humbled. I can't wait for that day. You know why? Because it's going to make the world a safer place.
Hold on. So you think that Russia and China having military autonomy on the planet will make the world a safer place?
No, after they whoop your ass, after they whoop America's ass, not 100%, but just give you a nosebleed. That's what we need right now. That's what the world desperately needs. Yeah, is the United States bully to get a little bit of a bleeding nose so things could chill out in the courtyard. Yeah.
We have a bleeding nose right now, and unfortunately, we've been operating like the United States bully, especially with these stupid tariffs. But you're appealing essentially to have Russia and China be your leader because you're in Canada, control what you're doing, and that would be a better system than the one you're currently under. So we could get a bloody nose.
No, incorrect. The reason why I want us to get a bloody nose is to get off our high horse, stop spending crazy amount of money on the military, stop killing people around the world, stop backing genocidal governments in Israel like we're doing now, and start rebuilding our infrastructure, take care of our vets, take care of our poor and sick people. That's what I want you to understand.
I would love that, dude.
I don't think anyone disagrees you on that one, SC. I don't think anyone disagrees with you on that one.
Yeah, I like take care of our vets, take care of our poor sick. Dude, I would absolutely love that.
Like,
Go ahead, bud.
unfortunately, we are very much at a state of the government where that's never going to happen. And unfortunately, both you and I know that.
No, but that's where the bloody nose comes in. I do know that. You're right. But that's why I'm preaching for a bloody nose, right? Once the bully gets a slap across the face, and trust me, that's the only way, right? I've dealt with bullies. That's the only way it's going to happen.
So it's kind of in sports, like people bully you because you're a freshman, and we like this was an age of technology. We had that little clicky talkie phone, and we were pretty big, and so we all teamed up and we started just beating the shit out of them. You know what I mean? Like we'd spot them and like oh, he's downstairs, and we'd all go get him. Like it was. I get what you're saying, but like.
Yeah.
I get what you're saying, but at the same time, like you're basically calling upon the forces of evil to try to wake us up, and I don't think it's that extreme.
But that's the only way, bro. He just said it before. He said it's never going to happen because our governments are corrupt to the core. So what's the solution? There's only one solution to a bully. He needs a bleeding nose.
That's the scary thing. I chuckle because it scares the shit out of me. Because to do that, it's something asymmetric. It's something that leads to the war on terror, something worse. So it's just like I'm not. This is the thing. I'm not against 100% what you're saying, but at the same time, you have to understand the people that you want to give us the bloody nose. If America got a bloody nose, do you think it's really going to stop us from doing what it's going to make it worse, dude? What are you talking about? Like it's going to be
when you
worse.
get humbled in the Ukraine, you're going to get humbled in Taiwan, just like you lost the war in Vietnam, the war in Iraq, the war in Syria. It's like humiliation after humiliation, bro. I mean, sooner or later, the people are going to say, "Wait a minute, why are we backing these warmongers?" Yeah.
No, what you have to understand is that the U.S. has a very, very long tradition into bombing poor people outside of the U.S. It's something that the U.S. has done for a very long time, and they will continue to do so. It's nothing that will just change overnight over a bloody nose. Unfortunately, it is something that we do it very often, and something that very sadly we're very, very good at.
Well, it also.
So you think you're invincible, kind of like the Roman Empire?
No, you misunderstand me, Essie. I'm not saying we're invincible. I'm just saying that we're very good at bombing poor people and making up excuses for doing so.
In to your exact
point. Yeah.
I say to your exact point of the Roman Empire. Like if you look at the Punic Wars, Rome got kicked in the fucking teeth over and over and over again. They ended up winning, but throughout those battles, they got fucked up. They rarely were the lead. Political infighting essentially ended the war for the Punics more than Roman dominance in the first one, at least. But like that's the thing. Like you punch an empire in the face, it doesn't just say, "Oh, I have a bloody nose." Remember, we're big boys. We do big boy shit. Big boys don't get punched in the face and start crying and ask for their mother's help. They're going to fuck you up. You know what I mean? Like it's going to get worse. Like if you seek this type of outcome.
Oh, I agree. It's going to get worse until it gets better, if it ever. But just keep in mind, right? Every empire that has ever existed has fallen, and your empire is just like a baby, 250 years. There's empires that lasted 1,000 years, right?
I agree.
Yeah. So I mean, anything could happen. But the signs of empire failing are all over your country, bro. Men thinking they're girls, sexual depravity, all this crazy stuff going. And I'm not talking about gays now. I'm not gay bashing. I'm talking about the freaks, right?
We'll go back to Roman culture, dude. Do you think Julius Caesar would be considered a heterosexual male today?
That's why I said forget about gays. I'm not talking about gays and lesbians. They've been with us throughout history. I'm talking about the woke movement, the freaks that think they could be male one day, female the other, neutral, these kind of weirdos, mentally ill people. Shall we put it that way?
The thing is, I know who you're speaking about, but I wouldn't describe them with the same descriptives that you did. But at the same time, like you were talking about empires, there's these exact same people of that empire. That empire lasted over 2,000 years. So if we're 250, we can have a bunch of freaks and weirdos doing whatever these freaks and weirdos are doing, to use your vernacular. There's another 1,750 years that we could potentially dominate on the same course, correct?
Well, yeah, if you think of it that way, but don't forget, there's different situations now, right? We have weapons that are much greater than the weapons back then, right? And you have much greater foes that have equal capabilities than you do, right? And some might say better right now, like China. China is, hold on, I'm almost done. China is specifically training right now to take out your aircraft carrier fleet, specifically designing, and they have one in the desert where they practice on.
So do you know how targeting, this is a bit of a rhetorical question, but you know how like targeting systems work for like AI and like things like that? One of the things it does is it measures the whole of the ship. And what China has done has replicated that, and they're able to test that on a stationary target. And so that's what they're doing with that. They're identifying the lengths and the holes of the ship essentially, and they're putting into their targeting computers, and they're making it able to recognize this is a frigate, this is that, this is whatever. That's what they're doing with that process.
No, they war gamed it already, bro. They even know how many missiles it's going to take down an aircraft carrier. This has been war game. You have to understand.
I get that, but the thing is they have not actively shot those missile systems against an actual U.S. carrier. But yes, it has been war game. It has been simulated. I'm not surprised about that. But what I'm saying, that's what they're doing with that. They do that all the time. They used to do that in World War II because bombing systems, you had to like line little shits up, and like there's different little films you put in. But every different film would be a different length of a hole of something on the horizon or some target that was known. Now that's all automated, and that's what they're doing with that process. That's all they're doing.
Are you saying they can't hit an aircraft carrier traveling at 20 knots? Is that what you're trying to say?
I'm saying they can probably, and I'm not saying they wouldn't hit a couple of them. I'm not saying that wouldn't be the outcome. But if they are at that point of shooting those aircraft carriers and their current missile system is still based upon their level of actual need for GPS, those missiles aren't fucking hitting anything by the time they're actually fired. So yeah.
Now that's from what I hear. Both the Russians and the Chinese have these missiles. I forget what the Chinese are called. The Russian ones, one of them, because they have two types. One of them is the Orishnik missile, and it cannot be defeated right now. There's no countermeasures for it. So
it has to be highly accurate.
We're talking a whole new war, like things have changed dramatically.
Well, and I'm not like the Orishnik. That's a scary system. It's Mach 5. The kinetic energy alone is fucking ridiculous. But at the same time, that thing has to be highly accurate. That's something you can show the Russian systems are not.
You know that the Russians dared the West because they did do a demonstration in Ukraine, and they were saying, "Oh, we don't know," blah, like you're saying now, and they told them, "Okay, pick your safest spot, put all your anti-aircraft, whatever you have, and move everybody out, and we'll attack it on that day and see if you can stop it." That's how confident they were. I don't know if you heard about that. They dared the West.
Dude, shooting something down at Mach 5 would be a ridiculous feat to undertake. If that thing has the ability to deliver nuclear devices, it is a very interesting weapons deployment system. I would lean towards the inaccuracy of Russian everything, and I would still keep the position that I still have. But yeah, like it's the position that Russia is in is unsustainable. Even them keeping what they currently have, it's unadministratable. That's why they made the push to keep like do you realize like basically Russia just like took like the greatest hits playbook and they attempted to do what they did, I think in like, oh my God, I don't know if it was Bulgaria, but I think it was like 1968. They took an airfield and then they administered because they were able to supply their troops. And they did something very similar in Afghanistan in their first wave, took the airfield. So literally the second that they found those helicopters, they knew what they were doing. And the second that failed, that's when this turned into a war of attrition. And you see the stats: 1 million people casualty. Infrastructure from the Cold War, early Cold War, being utilized and used because of lack of equipment, conscriptions. They're in absolutely no position to sustain even their gains at this point.
Right. This is what you call the fog of war, right? You have that set of information. I have the absolute counter to that information. In other words, I have numbers like 1 million Ukrainian soldiers dead, as to 150, 200 Russians. I have figures that half of the population of Ukraine is gone. They're scared shitless. They started off at 40, they're now at 20. They have no more men fighting because most of them have died. They're taking men out of the streets and literally in pubs with their girlfriends. So we're at the fog of war stage right now. Really, whatever I say or you say is completely meaningless. We're gonna have to wait and see.
But the thing is, it's, yes, there are fog of war, but there's data sets you can get outside the fog of war, like economics. And do you think that spending 40% of your GDP on defense is a sustainable position?
Where did you get that number from? That sounds like a huge number. Like I said, we don't even know if that number is true or not. But I'll tell you this: the sanctions that were put in Russia didn't work. They aligned with the BRICS. They're selling oil all over the place. Even the hypocritical Europeans that don't buy oil, well, they're selling the oil to India, and India is selling the oil to the Europeans. The Europeans are suffering way more. The Russian economy right now is booming. Look into it, man. Look into how bad the Russians are doing right now. They're not doing bad at all. And not only that, they have a full military manufacturing capability. Something that it would take the West, I don't know, a year or two to catch up. Something like that.
Think about this. You just said they're pulling people out of a bar to go to war because like didn't they have like, okay, like here we have like where you draft people and you're like, you gotta go no matter what, right? So if America, like, just say Florida's under attack and I'm in Florida, I'm not gonna be at a bar in Florida if that's the place they're bombing. So like, how big is Ukraine, like, to where they can just go to a bar while it's being bombed?
It's quite big, and that's a good question, as a matter of fact, bro. It's quite big, and they're not bombing Kiev on purpose. They can easily reach Kiev where they're from. They don't want to do that. Yeah, that's the whole idea. Good question, actually.
I'm just saying, like, if I'm at war, like, why is going to a bar is not going to help me. I'm going to go figure something out or be in the war. Like, I'm not going to go drink. The hell?
Well, exactly, and it's not a full-scale war. If it was a full-scale war, you wouldn't be able to go to no bar. That's for sure. Yeah.
Right.
It's called a special military operation. They're going to get triggered for me saying that, but that's what they call it.
Sense, just like all the other coups, right? Desert Storm, Operation this, Operation that. It just sounds like a plotted program, little garbage scenario.
Yeah. Remember Operation Shock and Awe, when you guys unleashed hell on the Iraqis, right? The Russians haven't done that yet. You got to understand that. They haven't unleashed the dogs yet. The dogs, the pit bulls, are still in the stalls.
And my thing is, if America's protecting somewhere, how does it make sense to go to that spot and not just bomb the hell out of the people who are fighting them? Why would you even need to be there? I would just be bombing the fuck out of Russia. I'm like, here, Putin, take this, punk. Like, how does that even make sense? Like, are we at war or not? Like,
Yeah, it's called a proxy war. They wouldn't dare attack Russia like one-on-one. Nobody would dare do it, or else they would have done it, right? Already. Think about it. 4 years, right? Where's all the tough dogs?
that would be the only point. Like, if I'm at war with, like, at a house, like you got your house, I got my house. If we're at war and we're the two adults coming out, we're gonna start fighting each other. We're not gonna not.
Like I said, I hope this doesn't happen, but American exceptionalism is gonna go down the tubes. Like, I love America. We're neighbors. What happens to you is gonna happen to me, right? Same thing. So I just want to wake people up. We can't mess with Russia and China. Forget about it. Forget about it.
I don't think we need to. I don't think they need to mess with us. I don't think we need to mess with them. I think we got our own shit. They got their own shit. And I think we can all get along if anybody had 2 cents to rub together.
Well said, brother. Look, D-Muck just said it right now. That's exactly right. We don't need to go at each other. Exactly, brother. But our military-industrial complex and the Zionists have convinced us otherwise. Not us. The people that are running the show.
Well, how else are they going to get their 100% interest?
Yep. Look, we got to realize we're being played. It's as simple as that. They're playing us. They're playing us.
Yeah, the media is a big part of it too. I never have liked the media. After a certain point, I realized that when they did that fake war thing and all those media people acted like they were in a bomb or going through the war too, we're brave media. We're going to go right over here where they're shooting tanks. Somebody's getting punched in the face and shot. We're going to report, but they weren't. They were in a stage over here. They were nowhere near any war, and they lied. So, like, once I saw that as a kid, I was like, what won't these dirtbags do? These motherfuckers are too scary. They don't want to go to a war. I don't want to go sit where a missile's going to hit the direct target. I don't want to sit on the X. And I don't think a reporter does, too. So when the reporters are acting all fake like that, they're not real. The reporting's not even real anymore.
Think about it. If we're winning the war, why does the president give shit? Why did he give shit to what's his name to stop, to make a deal? If we're winning, right? Think about it.
Yeah, that's why a treaty's done. A treaty or apartheid is done by someone or something who you don't want to fuck with. Or they don't want to mess with you and they're like, please do this treaty. Okay, well, we'll set this thing where we won't take you out if, right? So, like, where's the, yeah, it's usually because, the treaty. Yeah.
Look, even Trump said it, right? We got to give them, it's not coming to my brain. We got to give them that piece of land, right? Where the warm weather port is. It's going to come to me. Even the press says, look, we got to give them this land. There's no way they're going to take it back. We got to make a deal. The war's lost. Even the president is saying it. Even the vice president is saying. I mean, what more do you need to know, man? The war is over.
I think they already did their coup. I think they already did what they were. I think they already eliminated the original people out of Ukraine. Now it's all just political fucking property, or whatever they want to do with whatever, like whatever they're going to do now.
Yeah, they got no army left, man. They got young kids, like I told you, that are being forced to go into the service, untrained. It's like a slaughter. Like, the more money we give, the more deaths. We gotta realize that and pull out.
What if the whole thing was there was a group of people in Ukraine that worked for Russia, worked for America? What if they were for Russia and America, but just in the way that, like I said, they don't need to do it. They're for themselves. And what if they was like, nah, we don't want to do all this shit. We don't want to do all this shit. And, they give a treaty to Russia, they give a treaty, give this, offer this, apartheid this. And then Russia's like, nah, we're done with this fucking group, this gang of Ukraine or whatever they want to go. And then they call America in to help wipe them out. America wipes them out. They act like it's some crazy shit, whatever. And now now America gets a piece and Russia gets a little piece. And for America wiping out the weirdos that Russia didn't want to like fully go in on, or supposedly, it's like, it just reminds me of Waco. It's like you could have called Ukraine Waco, Texas all over again.
Yeah, it's an insanity. It's a web of lies and military contractors and politicians and minerals and they want to take over Russia, and it's a big story, bro.
Jesse, you named it right there. We don't know what kind of gold, obsidian, new material, helium-5 is under that land. We don't know.
Yep, they say a large portion of rare earth minerals are, guess where? Funny enough, in Ukraine, bro. And guess what? The prez wants to make a deal for those minerals. I'm sure that has nothing to do with it, huh?
Put an A in front of Ukraine. Means gold. A Ukraine. I don't know.
The funny thing about that is, guess where most of the minerals are? In the lands that the Russians hold right now. Apparently 3/4 of them. So the deal that Trump made, it's like for nothing, really.
That's how they're made. The cold temperature is a key to liquefaction in certain like gold or diamond or ruby or like any rare anything really.
What does it mean, B-Ball? I'm not downing your service. I respect you for your service. The fact that you don't know shit about cosmology is another thing, but I respect you a lot for your service, man. What does the badge mean? Tell me. What is that? 2 snakes? What is that?
The badge means not for you. It means for the badge.
I mean, I know, I'm sure it has some sort of group identity. I don't recognize it.
No, I'm just saying, like in general, if me and you put a uniform on, I'm part of that uniform speaking with us, like if we work, we're doing something. But if we don't have that uniform on, we're not that thing now, then we're not that thing.
Make no mistake, you're still a lethal force, right? It's just that you don't have the capability to project power around the world like you used to, like to amass a large amount of men, for example, to face huge land armies like China and Russia. Apparently, that's almost impossible right now, because if you move them from where you're at to where you're going, you got a big ocean that's going to be like shooting, pigs in a barrel for the U-boats, for lack of a better word, the submarines. Yeah.
We can barely control Chicago and Texas, let alone another country.
Yeah, bro. I mean, times have changed. Like, empires rise and fall, Look at Britain. Look at Britain, bro. It's a laughing stock. Like they can't fight a war with anybody right now. And they were controlling the whole world at one point.
Yeah. Through papers, through authors, through books, through science books, religion. All the authorities or the authorizations or the authors are just people. So to go by an author or go by a book when the book was authored by people, you gave them the authority. If you go by the book of the author is the authority. That's all there is to it. That's all that means.
Now the thing is, it's not too late for America, right? It's not too late. You can still fix this, right? Just pull the troops out of all the freaking places. Mind your business, right? Stay at home, fix your house, and you'll be great again. You'll be great again, but not like this. Not like this.
I think we should stop worrying about goofy ass shit and start worrying about what's the point of all of our technology if everybody's got to pay more every day of their life. How does that even fit in the same sentence when I was told as a kid technology meant less, cheaper, more, less, cheaper. Get more stuff for less, cheaper, more for less. But for some reason, all the more technology becomes more expensive. So the technology isn't bringing us shit that we didn't have before with cheap metal. Like,
It's because you gave it all to China, bro. That's the short answer to that. We gave it all to China.
well, they make the stuff. Here's the thing, man. If you make it, they're gonna come. If you make something, people are gonna buy it. If you make it, they're gonna watch it. Make it, they're gonna do it. China fucking makes shit. What else can you say, really? Like, making stuff is a work in this world.
I wouldn't be surprised if China got taken over with the sort of tea wars and all that happened. You remember that what was it? Well, there was a tea in America, wasn't there? But there was the opium wars in China. So I think they were probably they got a lot of control there. I would guess. The time when the Russians completely lost control, I would say, was the Bolshevik Revolution. The Tsar Nicholas, the Romanov family bloodline specifically, they were taken out then, and also you could tie that to the French Revolution as well. They took them out, the nobles there. You know, you can track that all the way back to sort of Viking royalty, and before that, I think, which is my own little conspiracy theory, that they're connected to these Scythian tribes. That's what I think. And they were of noble high birth, and they shared their wisdom and technical know-how to the lower tribes, if you will, and you know, the Aryans. So Arya, this sort of root word, is connected to Aryans, and Arya's, I mean, it's contested, but I think it seems to be cognate with aristocracy.
Just the area, just territory, or this spot in general, right? Who fights for a spot more than authors of the Bible or a book? You know, it's kind of weird, don't you think?
Your mic sounds awful, Demo. Can barely tell what you're saying.
I'm saying the author fights for the piece of land, right? For the territory.
Well, I'm sort of looking through I'm looking at it through a historical lens. I don't know. I haven't really looked into the Ukraine situation at all, but it sounds to me like pangs of World War II. You know, brother wars. It's Slavs killing Slavs. So it sounds just like World War II to me, with likely extremely wealthy Americans orchestrating it. That's what I'd say. Not all Americans, but if you think about it, the fucking sludge or the scum has risen to the top, if you will, and they'll stop at nothing. They're bound to hang out with each other. SE. That's what I mean by they're essentially one club, right? It's like, think about it like this. It's like an FA Cup final, say. You don't have FA Cup final, Champions League final, whatever big final, right? They own both teams. They own the referee. They own the whole thing. They don't give a fuck which team wins. They don't care, right?
No, I see how you think it. Oh yeah, absolutely. I see how you're thinking of it. I just the way I see it is, and the way history has unfolded, right, as far as we know, is that there's no way because of human nature for that to happen, right? For me, that is an impossibility. And like you can have the luxury of thinking that if you're in the West, never being taken over, but if you live in the East, countries like that have, like for example, Greece and the Ottoman Empire, right? There's 400 years that Greece has fallen to the Muslims, right? That's not a joke. That wasn't fixed. That wasn't. These things happen, right? But you guys have the luxury. We have the luxury here to think of things like we read in books and that. It doesn't work that way, man. It doesn't work that way, right? People die, people suffer, and empires fall, and there's no one world order. Just because of human nature, I can't believe that alone. Just the way we are.
What was that? Fucking hell! What was that? That general. Remember, I was used to post that GIF of, or whatever, that meme of him. It wasn't really a meme, but you know, the picture of him with all the countries they'd been told they're going to invade. Was it Greg?
Right.
I can't remember. Clark, was it something? I can't remember the guy's name. But you know, you seen him on stage saying, "What? Well, we're going to invade like 7 countries. Iran, I remember, was one of them." It's like, why? So the military people just follow orders. That's what they do. They'll be told.
Yeah, but we know the why. We know the why.
I know the why. Because greedy bastards want more land.
No. That's a Zionist plot.
Yeah,
it's
no
very
doubt.
easy to know. That was Netanyahu, bro, from the beginning. That was the Zionist people that are controlling the American governments through AIPAC. Everybody knows this, bro. This is not a plot of the world. This is a plot of the Zionists.
I would agree with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems to me it makes way more sense to think of 9/11 from that perspective than just some people who are mad at your freedom. They hate you because of your freedom.
Yeah,
what kind
we're
of
on
fucking logic
equal
is
paths
that?
on that one, for sure. This is a Zionist plot. I mean, you can see Netanyahu addressing Congress, saying it, word for word. I can assure you, if we take care of Saddam Hussein, the whole world, the whole area is going to be perfect. It's going to be a democracy.
Yeah.
And look at it now. It's hell on earth designed.
Well, soon it's going to be the sort of, they're going to have a Middle Eastern Riviera. So, you know, it's going to be quite nice.
Yeah,
I do.
Dumbo Trump. Imagine what a sick fuck this guy is like. And I'm sorry, that's the only way to say it, right? He wants to build
what he's told.
casinos where people are dying, like a sociopath. That's a sociopath, like a psychopath.
Don't forget, Trump's an actor, right? He was literally an actor, like Ronald Reagan. He was like The Apprentice or whatever that fucking show was. He's literally an actor. So he's just doing what he's told. He ain't coming up with no ideas.
That's the scary part, bro. If he's doing what he's told, that means the sanction thing was planned. Think about it.
Oh yeah,
that's more scary than Bozo McClown Carrot Top doing it.
Yeah, I'd say it goes back hundreds of years. Like I know they say it's a fraudulent document. The sort of the what is it? The elders of Zion, the learned elders of Zion, and all that stuff. They say it's a fraudulent document. I don't know. I'm not so sure. It seems to be predicting the future quite well. In fact, it's fucking incredibly accurate. So, the protocols of the learned elders of Zion, I think it was called, or something.
So, is it one world order, or is it a particular group that's running this part of the world? That's what I think.
I'd say it's like several groups, all with the same ends, basically, because they'll all have investments, and they'll probably all have bribery on each other as well. I wouldn't be surprised, because it seems to be like a bribery culture, where they all, a bit like the Epstein situation, basically. I wouldn't be surprised if it's something like that, but But who knows, right? I mean, I could be wrong. I'm not saying this like this is definitely how it is, but I'm sort of using sort of pattern recognition from history. You know, when everyone takes piss out of David Icke for lots of reasons, but one of the things he always used to talk about was bloodlines, and those bloodlines were very important, weren't they? You know, that's why I always talk about the French Revolution, because that's when they took a lot of those bloodlines out, and they had the United States of Europe sort of ideology that was coming, you know. And those people from the French Revolution were in cahoots with the founding fathers of America. That's well known, you know, they don't hide that. So it seems to me that it's all connected. I wonder what they're doing with Africa, though, right now, because they seem to be flooding Europe with African people. And I know they're doing a lot of mining in Africa.
Not anymore. Not anymore, bro. I'm so glad you brought that up. Like I said, bro, the jig is up, right? What you're going to start seeing now is my point of view, what I think the world is like, right? Yes, there is one world order in the West, right? We're being controlled probably by the Zionists and corporations together. But what's happening now, and I'm glad you mentioned Africa, all the African countries, not all, a lot of them are throwing out the French, British, and the Americans because we're stealing their gold and stuff. Things are changing right in front of our eyes. So we're losing Africa. The answer to your question is the Africans are throwing us out. And guess who they're inviting in? You guessed it, China and Russia. So if this is one world order, it's not really one world order. It's us getting our asses handed to us. Google this guy from, what's his name? Captain Poirot. I forgot his name. I'm sorry, man. Anyways, they're throwing us out of Africa. Country by country. It's Burkina Faso. Burkina Faso is the name of the country. And I think his name is Traoré. He's a 30-something-year-old captain, and he took over control. He's throwing all the Americans, all the French, everybody out, 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 out. Get lost. Have you guys heard of him? Andy?
Yeah, I'm just asking ChatGPT about their sort of economy. I'm asking about what the you know, the platinum, the diamond, the gold, the cobalt, that kind of thing. Which place? 87. Oh, sorry, I'm just.
Ask it how many countries recently got thrown out, like French and English and.
I thought they got a lot of. Isn't there something that they put in microchips that they get from there as well, from South Africa? Or I'm mistaken.
You're talking rare earth. Yeah, that's different. We're talking about gold and well, all of it really, but mostly these countries that like gold, diamonds, you know, and rare earth, of course. Yeah. They're all lining up, South Africa, all of them, and they're saying, no, there's not going to be 1 ounce of gold that's going to leave our countries that's not being processed by us first. So those days are over. Exploitation is over.
Well, the last time I was looking at anything to do with South Africa, it was a real shit show. They were killing the white farmers, and a lot of people were going hungry. So, you know, you sort of don't want to look at it, don't you? You sort of go, ugh, I don't want to turn my attention to this because it's so bad.
Oh yeah, they turned South Africa into a complete shit show. There's no question about it. Like when they took over, the country got ruined. That's a fact. That's a fact. But the point is that they were the Europeans and the Americans and everybody was exploiting Africa. Those days are over. They've woken up.
Well, I was watching this Italian lady. I can't remember her name. I think it was like Mel something or other. He showed her as a young person saying how she loved Mussolini, and she seemed pretty cool actually. But she was showing how African people are basically taken advantage of to do all this digging for Europeans, mining and such. And she was basically echoing what you've just said, and they need to kick out these specific Europeans. And
they've done it.
The answer is not to ship all all Africans to bloody European countries. So, by the looks of it, she was going to be the next prime minister of Italy. That's what the sort of the gist of it. I don't really follow politics, so I don't really know who she is. But who's the current prime minister?
Well, she is a woman and pretty outspoken at that.
Might be her then.
Probably is her.
PM Italy.
So they're speaking up for or against Africa.
Oh, it was her then. Giorgia Meloni.
That's her. Yep.
Okay. Yeah, she seemed pretty cool. She was like, well, I mean, it depends. Wasn't Mussolini a bit of a fascist? But anyway, I think
just a touch.
I think they got in trouble for a bit of that, didn't they? I seem to remember back in the day, after World War II, that whole switching sides sort of situation. I think a few of the car brands got in trouble. One of them did. Can't remember the name of that brand. Jay Leno always talks about it, how because they went sort of communism, one of the bosses went to a meeting, they didn't get all this money after World War II. Can't remember. But yeah, she seemed pretty cool, I've got to say. She was saying all the right things, but I don't really put a lot of stock into that because that's kind of what politicians do, isn't it? That's kind of the
she's kind of pro-war, bro. Yeah, pro-Russia war.
But they all say the right thing in that let's put Italy first, let's put whatever country it is first, and then they don't do any of the things they say they're going to do. So I don't know.
Yeah, they put their interest first and the people's interest last. Yeah, that's what they do.
Yeah, so it don't matter how passionate they are and how, but yeah, like I say, I was just watching a few speeches by her thinking, oh, okay, this is kind of cool. She's saying all the right things. She's tickling the ears of the public. So, she is.
Have you seen the speeches by that Dutch woman? Really good-looking woman.
Yeah.
Democracy is dead. Yeah, you listen to her, good. Man, and you get shivers down your spine.
No, yeah, that's probably because I watched her, and that's probably why the algorithm were like, "Oh, you like her? Watch this one then as well." So I was like, "Okay."
Yeah, so you've seen her speeches, right, to the EU?
Mm. Yeah, absolutely.
But if that doesn't scare you, nothing will.
Everything she says is spot on. I agree with. So, but
oh yeah.
I don't know. I don't see what it'll change though, because money talks, right? So I just can't.
Look, if there's one world order, like you're saying, those guys sold out America and Europe. It's very clear to see, right? They sold out France, Britain, and America. All of Europe, really. Yeah.
Yep, definitely. Well, that's why I always say our royal families weren't murdered brutally, which tells me, and I could be wrong, of course, but it tells me that they were already on board. They were already part of the situation. I've often thought that they usurped the actual people who were supposed to be there anyway. But the point is, the fact that they survived tells me that they weren't part of those bloodlines, basically. Or they were already on board with the takeover, the coup that took place. That's the way I see it.
Yeah, well, if you look at all the so-called British royal family, not one of them is English, right? We know they're Germans, right? by blood. That's well known, I hope, to everybody.
Yeah, the name was Saxagotha or something like that, wasn't it?
Something like that, yeah. So the British are being ruled by Germans. It's freaking crazy, man.
But that was when you look at all that the nobles, they were all sort of connected through Scandinavia and Germany, so that shouldn't be a surprise, really. In fact, I've seen from two different sources and two opposing sources, really, because one's the Orlinda book and the other's the Roman source, that the British Isles was a place where people were sent when they were banished from somewhere. They were shunned. So that's quite an interesting little piece of history that nobody's really talked about, because we always
Like
think
Australia?
of Australia.
A penal colony?
Yeah, exactly. We always think of Australia as this sort of convict colony sort of place, but it turns out Britain was, and it was all. So this is thousands of years ago, by the way, as well. They were mining here for thousands of years, especially in Cornwall and Wales, and so yeah, people were sent here from. I've seen that from two different sources. In the Orlinda book is very, and again, this is a document that is widely debated to whether it's even real. People say it's a fraudulent document. I think it's real. I've read it many times, and there's a little bit where it says that people are shunned, they sent to this island, which is, I think, is hilarious. I usually like to tell. If I hear an Australian voice, I'm like, "Hey, you'll never guess. You'll never guess what."
So you're both convicts. Damn.
Well, it's interesting because I always remember Anthony Hopkins. I really like Anthony Hopkins. As when you think of actors, I have this weird thing about actors where I think of them as prostitutes in a sort of weird way. So I don't take much of what they've got to say very seriously, of course. But Anthony Hopkins is one guy who I really like, and he was an alcoholic. So he's a recovered alcoholic basically, and he's a big proponent of AA. And you can go and watch his talks, his little speeches that they do. When they talk about when they were hopeless drunk and all the rest of it. But I remember him just watching him in one of those just standard interviews, and somebody said, talk to me about the British, the Empire and all that, and he said how, because they were talking about, I'm trying to think of the context of the conversation. I can't really think of it, but I think they were trying to point to how nice English people are and all the rest of it. But Anthony Hopkins took it a different way. He's like, well, in order to have that empire in first place, you'd have to have a monstrous side.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, of course you can.
What's the least amount of time that you can leave a people and come back and they didn't remember you ever came? They just remember the stuff, or they remember you came, but they don't know you're the ones that came. You see what I'm saying? So like, say an island of people gets met by the military. What's the least amount of time the military could leave and come back and then declare, oh, well, these people, all this stuff they find on stones or rocks that the people there, the only people there probably wrote, right? Now it's depicted as archaeologists go over there. And they read like it's a past thing, like, oh man, 4 billion or 200,000. Oh man, we just made a new discovery. This is older than Pumalukuku. You know what I mean? So then they start saying, well, we see advanced helicopters and ships and little aliens and this and that. When the people on the island only were describing a flying thing, a light at night that came down like a UFO, same fucking thing. A group of people that came from the ship, interacted with them, got gold, dug, left, traded with them, showed them shit, taught them stuff, and left. So they would think they were the star people or the alien people or the
Could very well be. Check out cargo cults. Yep.
Yeah. So I'm saying, and every time I look at any of these digging documentaries, I don't care if they're in Alaska and they're like, we're the first ones here. Every time they get down there, there's stuff down there from people that have already been there. So somebody has already mined the whole damn planet. Forget what anybody's opinion is. Someone has mined the whole fucking planet before anybody else got to, and then people follow suit. Why not? You know, if it's valuable, it's valuable. I'm gonna go see what they left. Well, I'm gonna go see what they left. Well, I'm gonna go see what they left. What? Eventually, we're just looking through caves that we made, looking for the people that we thought were aliens, because they were all just digging out the fucking gold and shit. Militaries. So military comes, digs out the gold, leaves. They don't need to come back to that area. They don't need to worry about the structure. They don't need to worry about nothing. Now, back at a certain point in time when everything was everything and they didn't like secret, no, whatever, they did, you know, they had to stay. Like the king had to might have actually do something with his hands. Or the one with the walkie-talkie who tells you what to do from another country might have had to be there at the time in the past, because in the past it was like on the ground, close, you know, everything. You got to tell everybody everything right then and there, pass the letter, all this shit. Today it's technology, division, compartmentalization, and all this other shit. So, I mean, the pyramid back in the day could have been just a big sleuth machine, a power generator at the same time as a big arc welder. It could have did everything they needed it to, for what the fuck, for necessity, whatever it negated. And then from that point on, they didn't need to do that anymore, because now they just send someone else. They send other people. Send other people.
Look, we have stories like that in the Greek myths and all the other myths. Who was it that came down and taught them metallurgy? I can't even say it. How to use metallurgy. Yeah, we got stories written about all that kind of stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. My thing is who the fuck was it, and how long ago did that really have to be? How long ago did it have to be for an island that you and I go to today, for a military group to have mined their island and left for whatever they wanted at that time? And then the people would tell us aliens came. We got stuff wrote down, and we would depict their time as different than our time. Who would be the cipher of time? You know, AD, BC, and all that garbage. It kind of just throws a wrench in the works to even figure out time too. It's all weird, man.
Yeah, the best we can do is what's left behind in stone, right? We have one thing that made with bronze, the Antikythera mechanism, that we can say, look at this, man. They've been lying to us, right? Years, 1,000 years earlier than we have. But everything else, it's literally in stone, because it just, you know, it vanishes over time.
Yeah, it's all weird. That's all weird. And then here's a question about for just a globe portion of just an idea, right? They say the word potential, right? And it got me thinking. We have equidistant, and the words I've been using, equipotential, it means no rate of change. It means balance. Equipotential, equidistant means balance. It means you cannot be off balance. So if globe components and the physics of equidistant and equipotential of a curve, that means no water could spill anywhere. It wouldn't have the ability to. No water would run anywhere. Where would it run to and from? The equipotential portion, which is holding it, from the portion that's holding it? That doesn't make any sense.
What about the equate? What about the equator? The equitor, the
What's
equal
that?
balance. What is the balance of the tour? The tour is the field, yeah.
No, an equator is a fake thing on the edge of a ball that they said you lived on, that is just
No,
dividing the
no.
sunlight.
If you were
No, the
on the
word is
magnetic equator, you'd
equidistant,
be horizontal.
equipotential. No, we're not looking for Ecuador. That's a city, a place, dude.
No,
That's not a thing.
no, equitor, equitor. The tour, the TORRE. You know, the
You mean
field, the
spin?
force.
You mean spinning? That's not balance. That's
No,
off balance.
no. No, equator. The real equator is not the equator that we know of. It's the magnetic
Brother, I
equator
don't even know
because
what you're
it's.
talking about right now. What are you saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, what
Well,
are you
there's
saying,
another
brother?
word for
Are you talking about a piece of
equator.
land?
No,
I'm not talking about a piece
the
of
Earth,
land.
either side of.
I'm not
What,
talking
what,
about a
what are
piece
you
of
talking about?
land.
People.
No, if you listen, the word equipotential, the word potential, do you know what that means?
And well, I know what potent means. So if
Well, that's not the
potential
word.
is something that.
That's not
Oh,
what
it's
we're
the
talking
same
about.
thing. It's
No,
the same thing, man.
no, we're looking for
Come on, brother.
potential,
Oh man, did you
amplify,
smoke that weed last
amplitude,
night? What about
magnification, inverse,
potency?
obverse. Do you not know
What
what I'm
about the
talking
weed?
about, brother? Why do you keep talking if you
What
don't know
about
what it is?
what about the weed you smoked last night? It was potent,
What about
wasn't it?
equipotential? Why are you afraid of
It
this
well,
word? Are you afraid of words?
it means it's
Seems like you're
equally
afraid of this
potent.
word. Say it with me. Equidistant, equipotential.
Equidistance, equipotential.
Now go get me something where anything is equipotential and equidistant on that thing.
Two magnets in a container.
That didn't make any sense. No,
Well,
equipotential is a horizontal line of law of reference.
yeah, and that's exactly what I talk about the equator. It's a horizontal line that separates the north from the south in reality.
I'd like to see your video.
I don't know, man. If you go to the true equator, which is the magnetic equator,
Separates it
all you
which
have to
way?
do
How much? How far?
we get a compass, and a compass will be
I mean, do you mean
horizontal.
separate? I mean, do you mean separates like I put a string in the middle of my room? Now it's separated, so that string's my equator.
A veil, yeah, a curtain.
Brother, I'm just trying to ask Globers what equipotential means on a ball. Does that mean balance or unbalance? These are the only two answers I'm looking for, balance or unbalance. What does it mean to be equipotential, equidistant everywhere on a sphere, no matter where you're at? On a mountain, on an 8-inch hill. SE, have you ever thought about that? Equipotential?
Oh yeah, many times with Blue, we've had some good laughs on that years ago. Yep.
So where do they get the idea of equipotential and what's that mean for a sphere?
They have a force, bro. They have a force, and to them, that force can curve the water over a ball. It's equal potential, and there's nothing you can tell them.
That means not spilling. That means holding it, correct? Stationary.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, now why do rivers run? It's not. It's supposed to be
Ask
stationary.
them. Ask them. Yeah.
I know. They hear me. They're in here. They're in here. Here's another thing. When we talk about gravity and the force, how fast you got to go against 9.8 meters a second squared to go up to even jump. So if 9.8 meters a second squared per second is the speed of gravity, or the height of gravity, or the temperature of gravity, right? Because that all equates to a pressure or a temperature if you put a container, right? There's going to be an effect on that. 9.8 meters per second squared. And the only time there's not an effect is where we don't exist. So they explain to you that we live on a vacuum planet where our planet is in a vacuum and we don't have air, and the vacuum and gravity and all that stuff's happening. But that's not what's happening. So we have air, which is in a vacuum. So air is anti-gravity. Water is anti-gravity. Dirt, everything in the world that we see that can move, if we put it on a slide, a slope or a hill, if it moves, it's anti-gravity. There is no gravity. It should never move. A ball should never roll around a hill from its equipotential position to another equipotential position because it's already there. There'd be no need or no reason or no potential to push it from its other potential point. So if you jump off the ground right now and they're telling you 9.8 meters a second squared is something coming down at a certain speed and a rate and a constant, that's affecting you. So now how high are you jumping up as a human? What are you jumping, 17,000 miles an hour or 22,000 miles an hour off the ground just to get up? Or how fast are you walking? So are we
Well, it's
actually
worse
walking?
than that because they say the
Yeah.
ground goes up too, bro. You got to keep that in mind.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. So we've got to fight all these things and stay in between the medium of the Earth rising up to hit us and beat us up again, or gravity smashing us so hard that it's going to pop our temperature plate. What's the temperature of gravity squeeze?
But when you talk about equal potential, surely you have to put some potential energy into this by, if you've got scales and you push the scale down one side and it bobs up and down like a seesaw.
No, there is no other side. There is no bobbing. Equipotential means no bob. Sorry.
No, but you got it's equal potential energy. So
You know what the
potential
word
energy.
level is, and don't you?
Yeah, and I was just saying potential energy is
Well, when
caused
something
by
is stationary and at rest and level, and you can't change the weight, the number of the weight doesn't change, then that's the only time you'll see the idea of what gravity is. So if you have a 2 liter, no matter where you put it on the scale, it should always weigh 2 pounds because gravity is the constant around this Euclidean 360 sphere. There is no differential of equator or whatever. So it's just garbage.
I guess gravity is the potential. It's pulling things down, so it's adding
No, it's
energy into
not.
something.
No, it's not. I'm proving it's not. You're not
Then there's
jumping
no
up 22,000 miles an hour, are you?
then there's no potential energy. Then is there?
No, there is unlimited potential energy. Potential to do everything every which way, to bob, to go up, to go down, to be in between. That's what we have. That's flat Earth. Yeah, we have potential everywhere. There's nothing but the ability to roll around if something, an equal and opposite reaction is not gravity. An equal and opposite reaction is not stuff pulling to the center of a ball. Do you think that makes any sense to you?
Yeah, but the ball is not the.
If I grab your head and hold you there, what can you do now? Nothing.
Because you're holding there, you are the
Gravity's
one
supposed to hold us there. It's not holding.
Yeah.
Letting go. It's letting go to hold. It's letting go to catch. So gravity's the pitcher and the catcher. Don't make no sense.
So then there's no potential, is there?
No, there is only potential. There's not equipotential. There's not you balanced everywhere unless you're on a horizontal balanced line. That is equipotential. I'm just telling you that a curve isn't equipotential, brother. This question is for globers. If you believe you live on a ball where everything is stuck being pulled down to the center, why the fuck would anything exchange its place of orientation or vector or area if it's already stuck to that spot? It's not getting any extra potential from nowhere. Gravity's not a force to move it, so it's not so what the fuck? Why would a ball roll on a ball of gravity? It'd be like a magnet. It wouldn't roll. A magnet stuck to a magnet is it's not equipotential. Because you can take the magnet and roll the magnet everywhere, and if there's liquid in the other magnet, it's going to shake around and move. Moving is not equipotential. You have to sit still. Motionless, stationary, equipotential. Moving is not that. They tried to tell you that moving is equipotential. It's not. Neither is falling. They're all rates of change.
Well, I guess you are potential energy, and gravity is the potential energy, and
There
the
is
thing
no
of moving.
gravity. Stop saying that word.
Well, if you pull one side of the scale down, then gravity
Pull
is
it off
pulling
the
it
ball.
down.
Pull it off the bottom of a ball. See if it goes back. Tell me when something goes back to a ball that you pull off the bottom of a ball. No gravity, son. You've never in your life seen anything go to the bottom of a ball, drop away, and then go back to the bottom of a ball, have you? Stop saying the top of flat Earth is the bottom of a ball. Everything stops on the top of flat Earth. It doesn't go to the bottom of flat Earth. There is no gravity. No magic stuff holding stuff around the Earth. That doesn't make any sense. The stuff holding everything is dirt. Dirt holds the water, not gravity. That's why you can't stack water on a hill. That's why you need a ditch, a hole, a bowl in dirt, or a cup of dirt, a cup hole to hold water, not gravity. You need a container to hold water, not gravity.
If gravity's not a thing, why do they have the comet, the vomit comet? that can create zero gravity? If it's not a thing, why do we have something that can literally create zero
How do you
gravity?
create zero of something that doesn't exist?
Well, it's because you're wrong and gravity does
No, it's
exist.
because you're wrong and that didn't make any sense. You just say
no,
stupid
it makes
shit.
perfect
Do you
sense.
have any balls in orbit in a lab, Gravity Boy? Do you have any balls of air in a vacuum force that gravity did? You can help it too. So even with your help, gravity can't work. So stop telling stories about the word gravity when you have no physical demonstration of anything fucking sticking to the bottom of a sphere while it's spinning. Liar.
We do. It's called the globe.
Cool
And
story.
we look
That's
at it
where.
from space.
No, you live
And
on
it's
flat
just
Earth.
that you're
You
insane
don't
and
have
believe
any
things like
globe.
gravity isn't
You
real.
don't have
That's
a
your
globe. You live
problem.
on flat Earth. That's
Demok,
stationary.
explain to me the vomit
Explain
comet.
the fucking
Explain to
globe.
me. No, explain it to
Explain
me.
a globe.
Explain to me the
You
vomit
don't know what a
comet.
globe is. Still man a globe. You can't even
Vomit
stand your own
comet.
religion.
No. I'm asking you a question. You don't
Your
get to just
religion's gone
automatically
now.
demand everything.
Fuck your
Shut the
flat earth
fuck up, you fucking
religion.
Florida man
You can't
redneck.
back your own religion.
Shut
you got
up.
A problem.
Shut up.
False religion.
Explain the vomit comet. If gravity is
Put it
not
on a
real,
ball.
why do they
Put it on a
have an
ball.
airplane to
Put it on a ball.
get rid of it?
Put
Explain
it on
it.
a ball.
We do it all the time when they
Put it
use
on
it.
a
It's
ball.
flying around the globe.
No, bitch, that's you making stuff up. You're on flat Earth. Put that thing on a ball. We'll take a look at what it do.
Put the meth pipe down, Demok. Come on, man.
Put the ball down. No, we're not gonna. The meth pipe is the ball you won't touch. Get the ball, put all your fucking cat toy vomit comments on there and show us what you're talking about, gravity guru, or else your fucking religion is sunk. You have a belief that you can vomit comment on a ball, don't you? Welcome to Flat Earth. Stop believing weird shit that you can't demonstrate.
Take your
Like
own advice,
religion.
brother.
Like religion
Take your
balls.
own advice, brother.
Yeah,
Take
I
your
can
own advice.
demonstrate horizontal lines
Well,
holding
listen,
water.
unfortunately,
I
the
can
world is not the
demonstrate
8
horizontal
inches
lines
of dirt
holding
in your
water.
trailer park backyard.
Unfortunately, you
Okay?
can't
So, like,
demonstrate a
when the
curve
8
holding
inches of
water.
dirt in your trailer
I-
park backyard becomes like
I
a
can
real lab,
demonstrate-
then you can keep talking.
I
Okay?
can
For
demonstrate a
now,
horizontal line holding
yeah,
fucking
you can't
water
demonstrate
forever.
shit.
Now,
You can't
can
demonstrate anything.
demonstrate the dirt curve, Euclidean curve in your backyard that holds water?
It's
We're
not
waiting
going to
for real
matter.
shit,
Anything we tell
motherfuckers.
you, you're just going to go.
We're waiting
Anything
for
they tell you, you're just going to go.
show us
Stop being weird,
the
man.
water that
Stop
don't
being weird.
spill.
Demok, stop
Let's
being
show us
weird.
the
You're so
gravity.
fucking weird. You're so
Vomit
fucking weird.
weirdo.
Stop
Yeah,
being
you
weird.
said you don't
You're a
want no
weirdo,
fucking
Demok.
water.
That's all you do. If anybody
No,
says
you're
anything to
making
you that you
claims.
can't explain, you just start
No,
going,
you're
you're
making
weird.
claims for
Yeah, no,
fucking
it's
water.
true. It's
You're
true.
making claims for balls you don't know how work. You don't know what the
Yep.
fuck a ball is. You don't know how a ball works. You don't have one. Can you demonstrate it? Stop saying
You're
yes.
right.
Nothing
You're right.
burger.
Demok, you're so right, Demok.
Yeah, I know.
Demok, you
I
have
know
convinced
that.
me. Yes.
I know you don't have any balls.
Oh, wait,
physically
sorry.
vomit
I
comments
just
on a
stopped being
ball.
delusional
That's
for a
why
moment.
you just keep talking. Motherfuckers that can do. Go get your ball and show us how it works, you retard.
Yeah.
Lying
yeah.
ass fucking
Go
idiot.
go get
Shut
your
the
8 inches
fuck
of
up,
dirt in your
walkie-talkie.
backyard,
Do
stick a
something
stick
weird,
in it,
bitch.
and do the Eratosthenes measurement if you can
Shut
count
up, you
past 10.
fucking weird
You know,
cunt.
if you want, you can maybe take your shoes off
You don't
and you can
even
get
know
to
what
20.
Eratosthenes is.
That
Who
would be
is he?
great.
Where's he buried? What's his mom's name? Go get me his stick and his robe. You're Eratosthenes, Jesus, you dumb fucking loser. You go do Eratosthenes, you weird bitch. That's your religious pope. I don't give a fuck about that weirdo. He didn't do fuck all if you ask me. Why the fuck would I go do what some weird lying loser did? Play with sticks? The fuck out of here. A stick with no scale? Fucking idiot. With no comparison, with no reference. I'm on a ball with my stick before I started. Now I prove my ball. I predict before I started. We're on a ball. Where's your flat earth you debunked? When were you on the flat earth that you debunked?
When NASA went to space and took pictures of the
Go
globe.
do it. You go do it. You go to space and take a picture,
Right,
liar. Like
right,
you said you
Demok,
did
because
about 4 weeks ago.
unfortunately, I would love to
A
be a
week or two
billionaire
ago,
that could
you said you were
afford to
gonna
do it
buy
myself.
balloons and send
They prove
pictures
flat
up
Earth, I'll
and
prove a
get
globe.
video. A week or two ago, you said you were going to go get some live footage for flat earthers. You lying, blowhard, hot air, nothing boy.
Oh no, why am I going to spend the money when I asked you?
Motherfucker. Stop lying.
Why am I going to spend the money when I asked you and we realized it's someone who's insane enough to believe there's no such thing as oxygen is never going to listen to anything.
Nobody cares about your beliefs, you weird bitch. Back them or shut
Nobody
up.
cares about yours. We're just laughing
You're
at
the
you.
fucking weirdo believes you're on a ball.
Yeah, and you do realize that everything you say makes people laugh harder at you.
Go prove the equipotential part of this Euclidean ball.
Okay, sure.
Show me it.
Why don't you prove a flat Earth? You prove a flat Earth, and we'll find the technology to make a ball in a bucket in the lab on the 8 inches of dirt in your backyard.
The dumb military, the dumb books, the dumb Bibles, the dumb ass bitches, all you fucking retards with the military, with the schools, with NASA, with fucking Bible science. Don't even know what the fuck air is, Bible science, boy, but you believe it, don't you? Believer.
Yeah, I know air is
All you know how
real.
to do is believe. Can you
I
demonstrate
know air is real. You see, Denmark, you know how I know air is real, Denmark?
Low IQ.
Denmark, let me tell you how I know air is real.
Hey, low
Denmark,
IQ, do you know what equipotential means?
Denmark, I'm not going to talk to you about your silly experiment that is impossible for anyone to do. So we're not going to talk about this ridiculous thing. I'm going to tell you how I know air is real. You asked the question.
Prove your globe without talking, bitch.
Shut up. How do you prove a flat Earth without talking like a maniac on meth?
Here we have a glober that's afraid. He's a scary bitch of his own globe. He'll
You think
never
I'm
still
afraid
land
of
his
you?
own model. He'll only talk about other stuff.
You think I'm afraid of
talk
you?
about a globe only.
Denmark, why would I be afraid of somebody who's a joke?
100% proof. Don't worry about nobody else's religion you can't prove and you're too dumb to understand, you stupid bitch. Prove yours.
Yep.
No, not yet, bitch. Get the ball out. What's the ball look like?
Denmark, why is air fake?
Won't even get a ball out.
Why is air fake? You said air is fake, right? You know how I know it's real?
Ball and you want to talk for it. Why won't you let a ball be a ball? Why is the ball fake? Why is the ball in my hand fake that you declare and not real? I got a ball in my hand. Why is it not real? What's not real about it?
Because I'll tell you why it's not real. Because you're having meth-induced delusions. That's why.
Well, I got a ball.
So that ball isn't really in your hand, pal.
I'm pouring water on it and I'm spinning it. The water's not.
I'm sure you are. I'm sure you are.
On the bottom.
Yep. I'm sure you are.
Why is
Denmark,
that?
you know how I know air is real? You know how I know it's real?
Now, where's your magic at that says different? Show me your ball that does different.
Okay.
Show me your fucking ball that does different.
Oh, poor baby is so triggered.
Poor baby is triggered by a ball that don't hold
water.
water.
Oh, now he's going. See, when you got to throw it back, you got nothing, pal.
Reality triggers you. No ball haver.
The little puppy getting mad.
The little puppy got no balls, said Cole with no balls. Hey, no ball globers. You guys know so much about balls, don't you? How do you know about balls without touching balls? How the fuck did you learn Euclidean spherical geometry without a sphere, weirdos? So you'll need your sphere scaled down. Surely it's going to have to scale down, and we don't need low IQ fucking losers that can't even count their toes in here talking shit, saying dumb shit. Just asking.
You're trying to use my joke back at me.
You low IQ motherfucking retard.
You're
pathetic. Man your ball, bitch. You low IQ.
I don't need to. You know why I don't need to?
Do nothing but believe, right, religious boy? We know that's why you're debunked, because you don't need to do nothing but believe, bitch. That's why you got a lower fucking IQ. Just believe, low IQ fuck. That's what low IQ people do. Believe other fucking retards.
Yes.
Yeah, we know.
Denmark has a very high IQ, everyone. Denmark has a very high IQ. It might even be as big as his shoe size.
Yeah, okay, no ball guy, no.
Denmark, you want to know why I'm not going to try to prove anything to you? Denmark, you want to know why I'm not going to try to prove anything to you?
All of a sudden, that little hill's a fucking mountain and it's too big to show. Gravity.
Such a mountain. Fuck, such a mountain. Oh my God.
Does that 8-inch hill outdo your Earth? The 8-inch hill in your backyard's not a part of Earth all of a sudden. It just totally negates your Earth, and the water on it won't stay on it, and the cups of water won't stay level on it. Badass little globe debunking hill in your backyard, you retarded motherfucking Euclidean geometry 360 fucking loser that you don't have. 368 in your backyard, is it? It ain't none of you fucking weirdos' backyard. Or else you'd go demonstrate equipotential with cups of water. And low IQ motherfuckers are gonna say everything else but go do this.
Yeah. We don't have a Florida man trailer park backyard like you, so we can't really do that.
If you didn't have a low IQ cunt, you'd have your cups of water outside and
You
you'd
would
bring back the
even
video,
say
you
something
retarded
new
loser, bitch.
sometimes would be interesting.
Yeah, it would be interesting to see how water stacks on balls.
It would be interesting if you even would try to engage with anyone.
Yeah, we're trying to engage with a 3D ball. Won't you do the same, bitch? Quit talking for your religion, fucking imagination of what a ball
I have
does.
to agree with Björn
And get
that
a
you're
real
just a
ball. Do you know
joke.
what a real ball is? Do you know what a 3D sphere is?
D-Mark, is this like? Do you think this is sustainable? What you're doing?
Show
Is
me
this
the
like
equipotential
on
part
the
of a
journey
3D
of truth?
sphere.
Is this sustainable?
Show me
Like
the
this is it.
part of a 3D sphere with balls all over
This
it.
is what all the
I
be
want every
open-mindedness,
ball.
questioning everything
Hey,
that leads to
any
this.
tanks you guys got to bring in the troops against the Mox. One question: what is a ball? Can you touch a ball?
Don't try it,
Bring
Rob.
in all the
It's
troops.
impossible to
Bring in
talk
all
to
the
him.
troops. It's impossible to get you guys to touch a ball, ain't it? How many troops do we need? How many talkers do we need to prove a ball?
Be asking how many brain cells.
How many cups of water are you going to talk
We have
for?
a level plane. That's all we need. It's just level.
Yeah, we know flat Earth. We know. So now
Globers,
what we're
can you just concede
equipotential
and
curves
admit
in
it's
your
flat?
backyard mean?
So
Do
we
you
can
have
move
an
to the next step
uphill
stage.
curve? That's what you need to demonstrate. Put your cups of water up a hill. Globers, put your cups of water all the way down from the top to the bottom. Inside concave boy, go get a bowl and put some cups of water all the way from that point up the fucking walls, up the side of the bowl and around it. Make sure they don't spill.
No,
Whatever
that's
the
not
cups
gonna
don't
work. But
spill on is
Earth's
what you
level. It's
prove.
level. It's stationary.
Whatever the cups don't spill on is what you live on. Whatever
You've
cups of
convinced-
water won't spill on is what you live on.
And we ask you what's the next
That's what
step,
you
and
can
then the
prove.
next step is nothing scientific. It's
No,
just
it's only step you
other
need.
world
Just
event related things like
fucking low IQ bitch.
money and banks and shit.
Low IQ retarded bitch. Whatever you can put cups of water on and line them
You're
up.
stuck in a loop,
and they don't
D-Mark. Like
spill.
do you not get
That's
it?
what
You're
you're
just
on.
stuck in a loop.
Yeah, he's always not possible to control his
Well, you guys
Tourette.
don't know what equipotential means. You're not going to demonstrate it. You're going to suck each other's dicks and tell stories.
We're not
You're
stuck
sucking each other's
on
dick,
step one like you.
not
We're
sucking
not
your own dick, Glory. You know it's too little.
we're not stuck on step one like you, dude.
You're stuck on sucking dick. Step one is
You're not helping these guys. You're
the
just
ball is
abusing
step
them.
one. Step one is how does the 3D
Do you
ball
have a working
How
flat
does a
Earth to
physical
give to these
3D I have
guys?
a 3D physical ball. This is my model of a globe.
He doesn't
What do
have
I
a
do with it?
working
How
flat
do I
Earth to
make it
give to you
work?
guys.
How can
All
I
he's
ever
got
make
is
this
to
globe
abuse
work?
you over the globe, and then what?
What is a 3D ball?
You don't have
just
anything to
left
give
out
to
in
these
case.
guys. You
Stop.
don't know either.
Do you have a ball?
You're
What
stuck
is
in a loop.
3D ball is the only answer we're looking for. We don't want your hopes and dreams. We don't want you to write novels. It's every glober
What
in
do
here
you have to
afraid
give
of
to
what
these
a 3D
guys?
ball does in real physics. The only thing they can demonstrate till they die. Thinking
Yeah, the
anything
question
else
would
is
be
possible
what does he
is
have in any
insane.
way
Is
to
this what
add
Thinking
here in
is
the
this what the
else is
truth is?
insane. The
Is this what the
definition of
truth is?
insanity is thinking balls do other stuff.
Rob, you see this? This is pathetic, bud.
Your
If
insanity.
I was a flat
We're
earther, I
globers
would
who
think something's
balls do
wrong.
magic.
Honestly.
Balls don't do magic.
D-Mark, what
They
do you
don't
know that
orbit other
Rob
balls.
doesn't? How about this?
Balls
D-Mark,
don't
what
orbit
do
other
you know that
balls.
Rob
They don't
doesn't?
hold water. They are
Here.
not equipotential
Guys
anywhere
have
with
ran
any
off
liquid.
every other flat earther. So you're lucky to even have Demog here to talk to.
And they won't even get a ball out and
No,
still
he's
land a
not
ball.
talking to anyone. He's just monologuing his shit.
And what are you doing?
This is the end of the road for flat Earth. This is it right here. No map, no model.
You said.
Just
find
Here's
another place to go.
camera on 3 times.
This is pathetic right here.
You could have went live with your ball in hand.
Rob, are
This
you
this
enjoying
is
this?
the end game for flat
You
Earth.
could have went live
Is
with your ball and still made
the
balls 10
personality of
times
the
all of you
creation
right
of
now.
D-Mock,
You can
basically.
turn your camera on and get a ball
Everyone
right now.
aspires to be like D-Mock right now, literally.
Yeah, D-Mock is the only realist in here. I get a real ball to be a ball. I don't
Yeah,
talk
so
stories.
Globers, this is it for you. This
We
is
don't need stories. We
enjoy
don't need
the show.
authors of books. We don't need consummate
This is it for you.
predictions with voodoo chicken bone balls. We don't need voodoo fucking predictions of Globers. Glober predictions of
Enjoy the show, Globers.
spin a ball predictions. What the fuck is this? Spinning ball fucking tell the future? Call me now. I'll predict your spinning ball chicken bone future. Is that how Globers predict stuff? Chicken bones? Chicken balls? They don't got no ball in the lab. Don't you fucking retards know that a cycle never stops being a cycle? There's no prediction there. Once it's a cycle and it started, you couldn't make a prediction if your fucking your life depended on it. That's the fucking idiotic claim. Fucking retards.
I'll be happy when we ran out
I'll
the
be happy.
last.
I'll be happy to see what a ball looks like and how ball physics work. Let's all
Rob, you're
start
barely
from page one.
understandable. Your
We're all in
microphone
ball
is
school
kind
right
of
now.
tricky.
We're in ball school right now. Everybody who chimes up without a ball just hates balls. Don't ever talk about a ball or say you're going to prove a ball again or know a fucking thing about a ball. Ball school starts now. Step one, do we have a ball? We're going to go over all the physical attributes. We're not going to separate the earth from itself. We're not going to kick the goalpost. We need air, water, dirt, ball in a vacuum. We need orbits. We're not going to move the goalpost, Globers. Keep your model together. Don't break it apart. Stop breaking your imagination apart. Maybe that's why it doesn't work in a lab. Maybe that's why your reality doesn't exist anywhere except in your fucking head. Time to put up or shut up. The word proof means something, boys. Proof it, prove it,
They don't.
or lose it. Prove the ball right now or lose it. There should never be a Glober in this channel anymore claiming Globe no more when they're not on camera right now with a ball.
All they will do is claim ball.
That's not helping them. I want to see what a ball claims. Let's let a ball talk for itself without any religious people. Any biased bitches. Biased bitches, steer clear. We don't want you talking for inanimate objects. We'll let it do its own action and attribute of physical fucking property and reality. Equal and opposite reaction. That's not gravity. What the fuck's gravity got to do with that? What the fuck does gravity got to do with the ball? When there are no balls in nature. No balls in nature. Gravity must have failed, huh? Damn. You know how long it takes a fucking machinist to make a perfect smooth ball? So a machinist with a machine cutting and grinding and doing shit with the material, with physical stuff, can barely make a smooth ball and keep it smooth. He has to keep checking it. Right? But gravity does this magic fucking thing? And people can't even help gravity do it?
Yeah, gravity does, as opposed to what?
Gravity
You
keeps the
have no
ball
alternative. All you're doing is running your mouth.
Why do we gotta go check the ball?
This community loves catering to the lowest common denominator.
Why would
There's
you ever have
something
to
you don't
check the
like,
smoothest sphere
but you
to
have
make
no
sure it's still a
alternative.
smooth sphere? Why would you ever have to
All
check
you're
the still
doing
sphere
is
to
fishing
make
for
sure it's a
negative
smooth sphere
energy.
still?
This is
Why
why
would you have to
Globers
check
like
that?
PhD Tony end up becoming
Keep
toxic,
talking past
is
my
by dealing
point,
with guys like
weirdo of
you.
nothing. Dude, stop preaching on the corner for corn chips,
No,
weirdo.
you think you're doing good. You're not
Grab your
doing
corn
good,
chips,
D-Mock.
go play.
You are not
Here's your
doing
corn
good.
chip.
You're
You got
not
your
you're
corn
not
chip.
like
You
playing
got
the
your corn
Joker
chips, go
card
play.
for playing good. You're not playing
We're
good.
standing on the corner talking about nothing unless you tell us why that ball needs to be remachined to a sphere again.
You're stuck in a loop, D-Mock.
Yeah, you're stuck in fucking Nothingville. Do you have anything to talk about physical reality here?
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the thing about
ball.
human beings. When you actually
A
encounter a
ball,
human
yeah,
being that
a
has
ball is
removed their
yeah,
checks and balances for being nuts, they end up sounding normal. You keep listening to them and giving them the benefit of the doubt. Nothing good is going to come out of this guy. He has no clue about the world he's living in. He's got no model. All he's got is venom to keep throwing out of his mouth to trigger people.
No, I got a sphere handy to go
D-Mock,
over sphere
seek some
physics.
truth. Seek
I've got
some
a ball
answers.
here.
You don't know
I got
anything,
a
bud.
ball that nobody
Thank you
wants
very
to
much.
touch.
But even with the triggering, he completely fails because Demog is not triggering anyone anymore. He's toothless
Yeah, go
completely.
get the ball. Yeah, your ball triggered you that you won't touch. Won't touch it for your life.
Everyone is just laughing on Dimmock.
Everybody
Dimmock
who
is a
claims to know Euclidean
Dimmock
ball
is an
stuff
internet
has
joke.
no balls to back their claim. They're all fucking insane. Insane fucks without a ball talking about what a ball does. First of all, you'll need a flat stationary surface.
He's got
to talk
nothing
about
intelligent
flat
to
Earth
say.
or not flat Earth. Then you'll need a ball spinning next to it in a vacuum to talk about globe or
Show
not
us some
globe.
flat Earth.
Where do we have our
Show
two
us some
models
of
in the
this flat
lab?
Earth. Give it to
Let's
me.
do our flat Earth
Show us
table.
the continents. Show us the
table in a
layouts. Show it
vacuum.
to us, Dimmock. This thing that you're talking about. Show it to us.
What thing?
Whatever you're talking about. Show it to us.
What thing are you looking for?
You've
weirdo?
got exactly. You're projecting your reality. That
Question burger.
Nothingville. That's
Question burger.
you.
Do you have anything but a question?
You're projecting your
Do you have
reality.
any proofs? Do you have any demonstrations we would like to look for?
This is so
Demonstrations
sad.
are cheap
Hey, Rob Kin.
Demonstrations are what you guys
Just
are afraid
sit
of.
there and listen
Not
very
neighbor is
keenly,
afraid of
like your
demonstration.
name, to
The
Dimmock.
Glovers are afraid of
Let's see how many
demonstration.
hours of this
Why
guy
are all
will
these flat
help
earthers
Flat Earth
not
with a map
afraid of
and a
physics?
model.
Why are flat earthers the only
I'm
one willing
listening
to
to you all
practice
ignore
physics?
him.
What happened to science and physics when flat earthers are the only ones willing to do physics and science on real objects? Not imaginary physics. We're throwing that shit out the window. No more
Ladies and
imaginary.
gentlemen, Dimmock is gate kept. He's
Ladies and
stuck.
gentlemen, we're
His
gonna
his
gatekeep
behavior
imagination.
is a symptom
We're gonna
of
gatekeep
the
imagination.
consequence of thinking the Earth is flat. You're fucking
Consequences of
stuck. No map,
imagination are
no
not
model, no
equal
nothing.
reality.
This is
Reality
all
is
they
not a
can
consequence
do
of
Yeah, Dimmock, how
is to
about you
point
create your
fingers
schooling?
at the
We
big
can't
boy
get-
in the room with the map and the model.
Why are you mad?
That's
you
right.
don't
Go
have one
silent.
inside of
Go
a ball,
silent
Lori?
real quick. And as a
Lori, you need the
defense
same ball, but
mechanism,
then you need to cut it
source from
open.
not being truthful, you just go back
Why
to
are you so
crying about
triggered,
the globe
Lori, 'cause
again.
you don't have a ball with your ball
No map,
game?
no model. Just
Yeah,
a big
said
vacuum.
the guys who've been preaching
Just
to
a
all our
big
kids
vacuum.
for
No
years.
container, Dimmock. Just a
said
big
the guys
vacuum.
who've been preaching to kids saying they live on a ball.
We're
for
waiting
years.
for a map. Hey, Dimmock, Rob
we're waiting for an
Rob
inside of a ball
desperately
map.
needs a map.
Give us our inside of a ball map. We'll be waiting
Rob
for you.
hey, Stacy, go ahead. Go ahead.
The inside of a ball
Dimmock,
map.
don't speak over Stacy, please.
So we'll take a look at your inside of a ball map religion you claim. I didn't claim a map.
Gatekeeper. Anybody?
That's Dimmock, mate. That's
Hockey.
Dimmock, mate. Go ahead.
I can hear you.
What's up? Love you both, actually.
Yeah,
Actually,
hey,
you know, I
Stacy,
do.
hey, Stacy,
Still in a
Dimmock
ball.
was looking for a map and a model. He was having
No,
an
we're
emotional
looking for
reaction from
still
not
in a
having one. Can you
ball.
help
I
him with
didn't say
that?
map or model.
Wait, Dimmock. If Gatekeeper just said you're looking for a map and model, he
He's
don't
looking
fuck
for
with
one.
you. Are you wait. Are you looking for one, Gatekeeper? Tell him he's looking for one.
No. I've got tons.
Or-
He needs one.
Yeah, quit speaking for me,
No, he
weirdo.
needs one. So you want him to have one. He's not looking for one. You want him to have
Hey,
one.
we're here on the side of truth, not on the side of belief systems. Dimmock needs
Okay.
a map and a model. Can you help him with that?
A map's not true.
No, honey, you know I can't, right?
No map, no model. That's tough. That's tough.
A map is not true
But we
to
have
reality.
things that correlate and that work in this reality. It's the closest that we can predict, right? Right? Closest
No,
thing we
not
have,
right.
right?
Not right.
Why not?
Who's we?
No, but
Who's we?
actually, why not?
Specify who's the we. Who's the subject in your statement? Who's we?
Everybody that's talking.
Not the Globers. Not the Globers.
Okay,
They
that's
don't agree
fine.
with you.
Anybody.
Okay, then specify your we. Is Dimmock in that we?
No, Dimmock
Okay,
is like
well,
myself. Probably
go
he
ahead.
said we don't have a model.
Okay, well, good thing I helped clarify that because you made it like everyone's included in that, and we're not.
No, the people that actually like I was going to say.
Is Rob included in that we? You tell me.
Rob who? Maybe Rob. Ask Rob. You have to ask Rob. You have to give room for people to speak to ask them.
Okay, so like I was saying, Dimmock is in need of a map and a model. Can you help him out, Stacy?
Maybe Rob. Rob, can you help me out, Rob?
I'd like to answer if I could be heard for a second.
Yes, you can. Go ahead.
Coming in asking for our map and model, and then saying Dimmock wants a map and a model. Like, are you fucked? You are the one that keeps coming in and asking for a map and a model, like you need it to survive.
Buddy, do you have a map and a model, Rob? Do you have any idea how the continents are laid out? Like any guess? You don't know. You don't know. Oh, but you know everything about the Glober model. You know everything about the Glober model. You know why the Glober model's wrong. You know all their measurements, But when it comes to your world, you don't know anything. You can't show anything, no map, no model, no continents, no nothing. That's the problem. Any bum can sit there and just point and just say, nah.
Sounds like that's what you're doing.
The layer of intelligence is having an alternative, maybe a working alternative. You guys don't have that. That's the problem.
Yo, gatekeeper.
What's up? What's up, gatekeeper? I seriously.
Yo, gatebreaker.
Is he muted now by somebody?
Sorry, my boss just came in. I just want to get back to the map and the model.
Who doesn't think you got the swag?
No, I'm pretty sure I was talking. Just give me one second.
This is 2025, right? Wait, hold on, dude. This is 2025. You know, who the fuck here thinks the Earth is a globe, bro? Who the fuck here thinks that water sticks to convex
You're
surface?
talking to Rob. So Rob, right, who just butted in, who tried to speak earlier, is fine speaking. That gatekeeper is gone.
Address gatebreaker needing a map and a model and projecting that on.
You guys naturally have to be salty and bitter. The four of you collectively, you have no map, you have no model. I don't know why you're even talking to me.
We have all that, dude.
Show it.
It's like everything I said just went in 1 year. And
I don't even know why you're talking to me, dude. You literally, you've got work to do.
You're a science denier. What do you mean?
Wait, why? Hey, Rob. Actually, everybody who's a flat earther, why are they telling us we have work to do? Can somebody answer that question, please? That's not a flat earther. I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. Who is a flat earther?
Yeah, take your curved spine.
No. Who is an actual? Why do I have to do what he's saying, Rob? I don't. Correct.
No, I'm just here for conversation, and Gatebreaker seems to think that I have to come in here and provide him with some sort of map and model for him to live in reality. Fucking ridiculous.
I get you.
You're right. A concaver out of all things. It could have been a glober, right? But it's a concaver.
I believe Gatebreaker has been, man, he's like a friend. You know that. Like, we've all been there with him. He agrees on a lot of our shit.
Yeah.
You're a friend, right, Gatebreaker? At the end of the day, right?
You guys are fucking pathetic. Get a fucking model. Stop holding hands and coping with each other. You guys are so pathetic. Get a map. Get a model. Over here saying therapy hour, holding hands and sharing your feelings with each other. Don't ever talk shit about the globe again until you've got a fucking rudimentary concept of the world that you're living in or on.
You know what the globe is. You don't. You're a concaver.
Wait, but you're feeding the ego right now.
Get a map, get a model.
Okay, can I say something real quickly?
No, you're going to get a map and you're going to get a model. We've talked about this 2 to 3 months ago. You're not progressing. You are gate kept. You were shown something and you were convinced it's true. And if you did your due diligence, you would go all the way to the dead end that you are now and realize it's wrong.
Wow.
The only thing you've got left is your ego, which you've yet to overcome. Overcome your ego, get a map, get a model.
Listen. Okay, no ego. I'm speaking as a human being. I'm sure Rob is actually too. Honey, you're speaking from an ego.
Hey, honey, don't speak to me. When you have a map and you have a model, you let me know and I'll evaluate it, okay? I'm not interested in your weird psychoanalysis, your weird emotional manipulation, your double-faced false friendship you do on everyone. At the end of the day, you need a map and a model. Show it.
For the map and the model. You're asking for one. Like, we don't ask for that. You do. Fucking ridiculous.
Can I say something? And also, you want to talk about ego? Let's get away from flat
Get
Earth
a map and a model. I don't care what you have to say. Until you get a map and a model. I don't care about a globe scoffer.
I'm not
I
talking
don't
to
care
you
about a
no more.
globe scoffer.
Can
I'm
somebody
not
stop
in
him
this
because
for
I'm on my
religion. I'm
watch
in this
here,
for
please?
science. I'm in this for what's
I can't get on
testable,
your account.
repeatable, and provable.
Can you, Gay Breaker, for 2 seconds, please? It's the actual mod here, please. For 2 seconds, I love you.
Stacy's
Respect
muted
you.
on my end. Go ahead, Stacy.
Thank you. And ego is popping off, and please do not pop. I'll let you speak the whole time, right now. And ego is what is actually being represented right now. Speaking about egos. Won't hear anybody out. Represent. Show yourself. Who are you? Shut up. This is an ego. Now, when we're going to talk about kind, respect, and actual information, Rob, got you. No ego. Okay? So I'm going to talk to people who got no ego, who get bigger stuck about ego. Pipe the egos down, because that's what's forcing you to actually fight out in this world, regardless of flat, regardless of food, chemtrails, what you're fucking fighting about in life right now. Your ego is fighting you against each other. Shit, I'm just trying to have a conversation. Anyway, I'm let you flow, but ego, pipe it down, because you're showing it right now. It ain't helping either side, by the way. No offense. Actually, it's showing that the flat Earth going, we just want to care. Ego, mad respect and love.
If he goes, then I'll go. No, it's just being funny.
What's up? I'm sorry. And forgive me, I was about to apologize. I'm sorry, but when I'm just trying to have a conversation and we're trying to chill, and Denmark, you know, I will laugh with you too, and I'll even mute you sometimes out of fairness. But our ego is what's feeding us right now, guys, every day. And that's the most important thing on the server you need to think about. Okay? Mad love, mad respect. Think about our egos.
Yeah, that is a big thing. The thought of somebody being this or that or not wrong ever or anything. The basis of everything should be demonstrate.
Can you show ego in the lab? Can you test ego in the lab?
Best physical way you can, the thing you're trying to portray. And if you cut the thing in pieces that you're trying to demonstrate to someone, talking about, oh, I'm just trying to dumb it. No, that's not helping you in the long run, because now you got 57 models of your model. Show them the one fucking thing, yeah, and we'll be good.
And by the way, we joke about you about the bucket in the lab. Jim, you know gives you shit for that. So, Denmark, we need a bucket in the lab, okay, bro?
Yeah, somebody put a lab in a bucket in a lab. Labrador in a bucket in a lab. They're so goofy. Yeah, they had a meme of a dog sitting in a bucket in a lab, and it was like a Labrador. They were like a lab in a lab.
So, Demark, as I interrupted your daily abuse and spiel of the globe Earth, did you want to continue on that?
Yeah, we shouldn't call you gatekeeper. We should call you a white knighter for the globe.
Even though he's a concaver. So whatever that's worth.
Hey, I'll tell you what, bud. After I see the treatment flat earthers gave Witsit, the king of flat earth, the most intelligent, the most outspoken, I, along with every one of you, joined rooms every time Witsit joined. He went to Antarctica and revealed the truth. The only thing he did was state the reality that there was a 24-hour sun, and the community turned on him.
What is that? What are you even talking about?
The community turned on him.
What the fuck does sun got
Disgusting.
to do with it?
Disgusting.
What the sun doing when it was
All
always
y'all's
so
little
tiny?
fake love for each other is just
Can you stop
contingent on you
talking and
guys
saying stuff
you
that
guys
doesn't
having the
make sense?
same belief system. That's all
Let
this
me ask
fake
you a
love
question.
is contingent on. It's about
Let me
having
ask
the
you a
same
question about
love.
the sun.
Yeah,
The
and I
sun.
saw what happened to Witsit. The attack he
Listen.
got from his own camp.
Get with it,
Disgusting.
man. Listen, the sun. The
All
sun.
why?
The sun what it's gonna
Because he
do.
reported the truth. Because he reported the
Is the
truth.
sun doesn't care
And
about
every
Witsit or
one
you or
of you
anybody
here
else.
haven't
It's gonna
moved an
do what it
inch
does and has done
since
what it's
that
done
reality.
the whole time.
Actually, nobody wants to hear bad about Witsit. Witsit doesn't want to hear bad about him. For fuck's
Yeah,
sake, the mate's got 10,000
you
fucking
guys
dollars.
sit here when
Are you kidding me?
DMOC abuses the Globers for hours on end. You guys sit here
I don't think you can stop talking
and
about
you just
nothing.
you love it.
DMOC seems to be muted. Right, DMOC, what's up?
When DMOC abuses the Globers, especially Rob, he loves it. He sits here, he
I'm
listens
gonna
to
get
it
on
for
my
hours
actually,
on
Dimmock,
end.
give me 2 seconds, Rob. Dimmock, I'm gonna get on my phone, guys. I'm actually gonna get on my phone because apparently I have to mod. I want a relaxed night where, like, Alex can do his shit on Discord. Y'all can, like, do your thing, and I don't have to mod. I don't have to be mommy. Like, what the fuck is wrong with y'all? Y'all adults, right? Amen. Say it again. What the fuck is wrong with you? If I cannot expect it from you, how the fuck can I expect it from the world around me? Represent yourselves around here. Shut the fuck up. Boots on the ground or shut the fuck up. Seriously.
There's that ego again.
I
I don't know why you're speaking like that. You don't have a map. Like, you just don't have a map.
Stop your shit. Shut up and take your map and stuff your fucking ass because you ain't got one either,
There we
concave.
go. There you go.
Yeah. Now you got me.
Get a map.
Now
'Cause
I'm gonna
you
shut and
think
put my
you have one, but the reality is you don't have one, and that's where that friction develops right there.
Sorry, Rob. Sorry, everybody who's a Christian. We apologize, but this man will push you to your outer limits, right?
Yeah, by saying the truth. The sky is blue and you have no map.
All maps
Air is
are
clear.
flat.
Air is clear. And all
Yeah,
colors.
yeah, we'll map it out for you, concave freak.
All maps are flat.
Hey, what maps are concave though? Tell me. Give me one concave map.
Right.
The only man is Google Earth flat.
NPCs. The Matrix has you, bud.
Google
I'm
Earth.
literally, you are literally an NPC at this point. You are literally an NPC to me at this point.
Google Earth is a one-dimensional computer screen.
Your logic of concaves to be heard. I'm gonna give you to you real right now. I love you as a human being.
Yo,
you're making fun
There
of
goes that fake love again. I love how she has to
Here's
reaffirm her fake love before she does something completely unloving.
It's okay.
Yeah, sorry, revealing
Unloving.
something
It's called-
basic like
you
get a
don't like when
map.
mom corrects you or someone says you may not be right. Right?
No, wrong. You need a map.
I don't need a map. You're telling me I need a map. Again, you're telling me I need a map. Do I say I need a map?
I've got maps for you. I've got maps for you. We've got the dual pole map. We've got the AE map. We've got the universe transverse Mercator map. I've got flat Earth maps for you. Just the idea of seeking truth. The idea of seeking truth just triggers you for some reason. That I don't know why.
A lot of maps. Go over one of them, weirdo. You got a whole bunch of maps you just named. Why don't you go play with one of them?
There we go. There goes DMOC's alter ego just snapped back from his sleep again.
And they're all flat.
Go play with the maps you already have. Why are you asking for a map? There's so many you can't even.
You guys are so lost in your belief systems.
Verify the ones you got.
You're so. Let me
Let
tell you how lost you are in your belief systems.
Map that's concave. Concave Earth.
No. Your concave Earth is so above you. Don't even talk about it. We're gonna talk about flat Earth. Let me tell you how lost you are in your belief system.
Concave.
I have the best possible model. Hey, listen, bud. This is pretty important. I have the best possible model given a level stationary plane. Assuming a level stationary. I have what I believe to be best possible setup, the best possible map, the best possible star rotations, sun, everything, the best possible setup. And you guys don't. I took the initiative of
ego.
Post it, big boy. Post it.
Okay. real quickly, as an actual housekeeping situation. Okay, can you deafen that, please, Alex? The retarded shit that I heard earlier today is going to stop. The ego bashing each other is going to stop. The I'm better than you is going to stop here. Let's have a conversation. If you cannot have one, you will be muted. Because Omni wants a server that's respected and each other are respected, right? I want to be respected as much as Rob, and I bet Dimmock and everyone in reality wants that. Love and respect. You can make fun of that. I don't give a fuck. Forgive my language. All right, I'm back to this. I'll mute you, Gatebreaker. But if you come with that ego, pop in. I feel you, Indie. Pop.
Egocentric.
I will mute. Guys, mute.
Egocentrism.
I'm not doing this shit tonight. Come on, let's respect one another. Out of love, you can make fun of it, but I actually care about y'all. Funny, right?
No, that's not. No, that you're good. And the thing is like after we talk, we should give a couple seconds for the other people to talk too, because what are we talking at or to if we're just yelling and then we leave? Like, what even is our point? We could just go sit in our basements and yell at the mirror if that's the case, right?
Amen.
Amen. We could just take a plane, fly horizontally till we hit a cloud.
Yeah, a mirror is flat, yes, sir. Just like water, when you see your reflection perfectly one for one. But the sun, if he wanted to talk about that, the sun always does what it does. It's always done what it's done. Whether someone says I live on this or I live on that, the sun is what it is, and outside is what it is, regardless of what the whole altogether is. Regardless of that, we were all born and we see the earth and acts this way. So this stupid stuff about, oh, well, I can't explain this on flat earth. How do you explain this and this? No. The only difference is there is a difference in distances for an arc distance or a horizontal distance. There is a difference for everything, like everything about a flat and a globe. But then when we ask about the globe, every terminology, every attribute of it acts like a horizontal line. And to me, in physics, that's impossible. That the attribute of a sphere is nothing but horizontal everywhere. And in nobody's backyard, a little bitty curve of 8 inches is too big to say that's the curve. That's too big. An 8-inch little hill, 8 inches compared to the earth. Do you hear this is like, that's crazy, right? It sounds like they just turned that hill into a mountain. Now they're saying that mountain's too big. You expect me to find the earth curve in the mountain? No. In the little bitty microscopic hill compared to your earth, it's smaller than you, micro guy.
Well, it's in the Denmark. Well said for what you said, Andy, and earlier on, giving each other a chance to speak. And Stacey saying that she loved everybody, regardless of whatever model you're on. And I think that's all very well. But I think it's in the logic and the language you're using. Circumference means a circle. Circle is not straight line, so that's curved. I mean, it's just that simple. So if we're flying in an aeroplane, it stands logic and it must follow the laws of nature here. But if you're on an oblate spheroid with curvature, that plane must follow that curvature. That's circumference. That's all. I won't say anything else.
So I'm gonna let you guys on a cool little secret. So the cool thing about a ball, about a sphere, if you ever held one in your hands, I'm sure we all have. You could put your finger on it and just start going around and around and around every which way, and you'll just come back where you started. There is no corner. There is no corner to this. Hey, check out Satan manifesting through these guys as I speak. They can't help but overspeak me. Okay, as we run your fingers, as we run the fingers around the sphere, there is never no edge. There is never over there in that corner and that corner. But the sad reality is taking this beautiful, unique shape called a sphere. If you flatten it out in any way you could imagine, the sad, unfortunate reality is that you will have corners. You will lose the magic of this sphere with no corners where everything leads to everything else. And you have some form. Many of you have no clue yet. You've got no map and you've got no model. But I'm speaking from even a higher level than that. You will have a flattened out something where you will have edges. You'll have over there and over there and over there and over there and over there. if you ever get into actual modeling outside of lip service and start visualizing this data, modeling this data, seeing it before your eyes, you will realize this inherent issue. Something has to give. On the global model, if you just keep going, you will reappear back where you are. That is not possible on a flat surface. You may have seen maps where, you know, they've drawn circles around the equator. That's not moving straight. That's continuously curving left and right. Do with that as you will. I'll let someone else speak. Thank you very much. And that is one of the reasons why, in my opinion, if the world had to be level and stationary, no doubting any of that, and we have to contort our model to our observable reality, you'd have to have some kind of Pac-Man setup, where if you go this way, you will end up on the other side over there, because that's what's fucking happening in reality.
No, that's never happened for anybody. I've never walked in my backyard and ended up in the front. That didn't make any sense. Nothing you said makes any sense. Listen, except for rubbing your hand on a sphere. I'll agree with you about that. No corners, smooth, equipotential, equidistant. Every part of that Euclidean 360 would be every human's backyard right now when you're rubbing your hand across that sphere. I just rubbed over your backyard in New York. I just rubbed over your backyard in Florida. I just rubbed over your backyard in Australia, and they're all smooth. Now, go out in your backyard and show me this big globe proof that you guys are on the ball. Show me that all your cups of water will not spill on any hill. That's what you're saying. You guys are saying gravity holds water to the earth, not dirt. I'm saying you need a cup, hole, puddle, something like that, a divot to hold water, not gravity. You need dirt.
Yeah, that's right.
That's too bad. Stacy and AI left.
In a 360 orientation around the dirt. There's nowhere where the dirt's not surrounded by a 360 around its top surface part, to where it's like not leaking. You know what I mean? And somebody yesterday, some guy that declared whatever in here, he's supposed to be whatever, doesn't matter.
Did DMOC cut out?
Yeah.
You know, I spent a good minute and a half explaining that concept of going, you know, back. That is a fatal flaw of FE, and that can't be fixed. It can be disingenuously, ignorant / arrogantly ignored, like DMOC just did. But
actually, glory. Sorry to cut you there. Glory, come on, man. On a flat Earth, if you take a circular heading, you can go around in a circle, fly flat, and come back to where you started from. That's not.
Jin, you know, I got the diagrams, right? So you know, I got those flight paths on FE.
Yes.
I got it all. It's a big problem, bud.
No, glory, we can fly in a circle on a flat Earth and come back to where
it's a big problem. Okay, first of all, what projection of FE?
Glory,
what projection of this is not going to be solved with words, Jen. This is going to be solved with data and visuals.
No, I'm not going to accept that at all.
Above your head,
glory,
I got you.
I'm not going to accept
Jen,
that
what projection before we proceed further with our lip service? What projection?
Well, it's okay. Thank you very much. It's not lip service as it is.
Oh, it is. It is.
Basically, you know me. I'm a lover of the Gleason's map.
All right, I got you. Hold on. Hold on.
Alexander Gleason's map. You know me. That's tattooed on my chest. Okay, I've got no problem with that map at the moment. I'm not going to write it off.
Oh, there's tons of problems with that map.
Hang on. Look, it works because we have the flight paths working perfectly, especially emergency stop.
Flight paths work perfectly.
But the fact is this. Hang on,
so rich.
Glory, we were saying
that's so. Jin, honestly, being so much further than you guys and not gate bounded, I released my energy from this fucking chain that you guys are in right now. Continue speaking. I'm telling you, flat Earth is dead. Flat Earth doesn't work. And if you actually do some modeling,
impossible.
If you actually do some modeling, you will have the ultimate flat Earth model. Is the dual pole flat Earth model. That's the best flat Earth's gonna get, but you're not even there yet. Bud.
It's not at all. Just pay attention.
Neither is DMOC.
Anyway. Just play attention for a second.
We don't need that.
Hey, Steve, welcome. I'm gonna go on mute, bud. You guys carry on with your convo, bud.
Glory. I thought.
No, Jin. I'm out of this convo, bud.
Okay, well then get out of it then, so I can speak.
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you. Right now, please don't ignore the in-flight telemetry data that you're asking for. Data. That's data that matches our senses. It's telling us that for a duration of time when the aeroplane is flying, once it's taken off and heading to its destination, that heading is leveled flight through the pitch angle. Like Denmark was telling you, you've got to follow the curvature of the Earth. A straight line is not curved, is it? And if you've got circumference, that's circular. It's as simple as that. And if it is a circular spherical ball, you have to follow the curvature of the Earth. The plane must follow the curvature. As Denmark said, there's no horizontality on a sphere. All right, I'll leave it there.
Jen, I just wanted to ask, because I'm an enthusiast as well. So I think most of your experience comes from flight simulators, correct?
Oh, no. If I tell you the places I've traveled, it will take about maybe 10 minutes. But of course, I have flown in simulators as well. Thank you. Yes.
What simulator do you use?
I've jumped out of aeroplanes with parachutes. Okay, and I've actually flown all over the place. I am a passenger. I haven't actually flown the plane, only on a simulator, but actually traveling by plane, many places, many.
I'm not coming hard at you, man. I'm just asking because what simulator do you use? I'm curious because I use one too. I use Microsoft Flight Simulator.
Oh, I've used what's known as the flight simulator from the Sony PSP. It's called Let's Become a Pilot, and you fly jet fighter pilots, you fly passenger airlines, you fly the Cessna, you fly the stunt planes, little ones that fly, do loop-the-loops and go through the hoops, and that's enough to understand how planes operate completely. Okay, so and that game, as it were, that flight simulator, it's all horizontal. And when I was playing that game, I didn't even realize that the Earth was flat. You see, it was only until 2015 that I realized, and I started that game in 2012. So that's the only simulators that I've actually used.
Did you realize a meniscus was big as a mountain, and so was an 8-inch hill in your yard? Because they use the meniscus to describe Earth, the top of a cup, a little bitty 1 inch by 3 inch tall, like, you know, just the length of the width is actually all you need. So 3 inches left to right, a cup is what they describe Earth's curve with. Isn't that fucking cool? But then the 8-inch hill in your backyard's not no good. Now, does anybody in here think that if I put a wall on a dam to hold the water, that I'm not holding the water with the wall? Show of hands. Who thinks I'm not holding the water with containment and a physical barrier called dirt and wall on all sides? Because if I put the dam wall, it's where the water's filled out before. Now I'm going to build a dam, right? Now I'm going to contain the water like a bowl. Now I'm going to have the Hoover Dam. Now I have a 360 bowl of dirt around the water because of the dam. Now, Globers, do you understand the physics of water on a sphere? How there are no walls on your sphere, and it's supposed to be water on the top of the dirt ball. No divots needed, no walls to hold it, no swimming pools. But yet there's a swimming pool around the Earth. So let's go with the physics outside of water, guys. Can we have a 3-wall pool? Can you fill up a pool with only 3 walls and let gravity do its fucking job one day in your life?
I think Stacy wanted to say something. Go ahead, Stacy.
Go ahead, I'm done.
Yeah. Go ahead, Stacy.
Yeah, it's okay. I'm okay. Don't worry. Okay. I'm okay.
Oh,
well, Denmark?
Sorry, I thought you were going to say something. I heard your voice. So yeah, basically what Denmark said is plausible. Is a reasonable request, I think. You know, can you have water being held on a globe without your dirt to hold it in?
How I know?
The Gleason map has been utterly fucking dismantled. I don't know how you still are following that map, bro.
Oh, I'm hardcore. You don't know who I am. That's why.
Yeah. What? Who convinced you of that initially? Like, you know, it was the globe, and then it was the Gleason map. where are the competing maps? Who convinced you of that map? Because the distances are so fucked so
really,
badly.
no.
I want to know where the
No.
was there a battle within you, you know, transitioning from globe to flat Earth? No, you
No.
were handed that fucking map. They put it on flags, the Gleason map. That's not how the world's laid out, man.
It's an old map from when Gleason put it together, 1892. But then it was 1,000 years old before that.
That's not how the world's laid out, Jin.
Listen, as far as I'm concerned, when we do the flight paths from point A to point B, and there's been incidences where they've had to stop off. When you look at all the other maps, you have to go all around the houses to get to that emergency stop-off point. But then you look on the Gleason's map, it's a straight line. It is the path and the stop-off point are on the way to the destination. So there with Flat Earth Banjo, we're
you watched that in a video, and that was good enough for you, right?
Look, the map itself.
So that one incident flight is that one incident flight.
Actually, there's more than one incident.
This is where your gate kept. Then this is where you go wrong. I'm not gonna fight it. I'm not gonna fight it.
Yeah, don't.
I won't. Go ahead, Steve. Go ahead.
Let's go back to the water. Explain your DMOC just gave that brilliant rendition, and instead of arguing, why don't you explain your water?
Yeah, why don't you explain that water on that board? Nice one, Steve. Welcome. Yeah. So that's all we've got to say there, please. And as for the emergency stop-offs, there are several, numbering in the hundreds. So anyway, but yeah.
Yeah, sure.
So like, do we understand that you have to surround
water
water
on the dirt,
with dirt?
Water on the dirt.
No, it's not on the dirt. You have to dig a hole and surround the top of the water and be higher than the water with the dirt to hold the water. Now, if the water's ever higher than the dirt, then it's not going to be held. It's going to take and move its place. It's going to have super potential, not equipotential. It's going to have free roaming potential to go everywhere it wants. It's not going to be equipotentially held. Equipotentially held to the center of gravity means the water can't roll. The water can't flow. No flowing water on a ball, just like the air lockstep. Same fluid dynamics. No spin.
All right. So that's the problem, Globus. That your water on the sphere.
Jane, when do you plan to grow up?
Yeah, I think what you should really do is.
When do you plan to grow up?
I think what you need to do is concentrate on the conversation we're having here. And you need to present to us.
Gatebreaker knocked your ass.
We agreed that we were going to let
Gatebreaker knocked your ass.
Look,
don't interrupt.
Why don't you get yourself a fucking baguette and shove that in your mouth? I think that'd do you some good. I think. Go and get a baguette.
Jane,
get some fromage.
You triggered little cunt.
And get a glass of plonk and go and sit down in the corner.
Hey, let's not trigger Jin, ladies and gentlemen. Let's take it easy.
You're not contributing here. Go and have a baguette and get some fromage and some plonk.
You guys are the ones.
Yeah, Jin, you need to stop talking about stuff that you put in your mouth.
Can we moderate?
I don't want to listen to it.
That's what you need to do.
We're not trying to run Jin off.
Yeah, go and get a baguette, get some fromage and some.
No, not me.
Sit down because you're not
No, I got you, Jen.
The conversation. Yes, but
Jen.
you're not contributing to the conversation, okay?
I can't,
as
honey.
I was saying to you,
Yeah, I know.
the
Yes,
facts
please.
are, your spherical ball Earth
Jen
doesn't
can't hear you.
exist, right? And how does that work for you? You know what I mean? You're crazy. Got no ball Earth. You can't measure that curvature yet.
Gleason map has tons of problems, mate. I'm not sure.
Unfortunately, we are not having any problems when we fly with that map at this point. We are getting to our destinations, and we're getting to the emergency destinations when something happens when we're flying. Okay, so I'm sorry. And Alexander Gleason got it right, and he made it so that the schools and colleges could learn the layout of Earth. And there's no curvature there. Thank you. Brilliant. Well done, Alexander Gleason.
This is the issue, though. Look, if you imagine a globe, okay, in front of you, and at the bottom pole where Antarctica is, where all the seams connect, split it open and put it flat like a plate, okay? So on the globe, that part of Antarctica where it's all right next to each other has been split apart and put at the outer edges of the world. That's how fucked the distances are compared between the two. They're not like for like. We've heard in this communities, oh, the globe's just a projection of this and that, and it's this and it's changeable
that's
that.
what we hear.
They're
It's
not. They're not
We know that
interchangeable
it's
in
not. We know
any
it's
way, shape, or form. Why? I
Yeah.
explained it earlier. The fingers rubbing along the ball over and over in every which direction. You just keep going,
but we're not on
coming
a ball.
back,
That's
coming
the
back.
problem.
You can't do that on a flat
ball.
plane.
That's your problem. We're not on a ball. That's your problem.
You just don't
So you
care.
may
It
look
is what
from
it
that
is.
away.
It is what it is. I
You're
said my
starting
piece.
You're
off
not
on the wrong
listening.
premise.
You
You're
need to
starting
listen
off on
to
the wrong
Gatekeeper.
premise.
It will help you
Have
sometimes.
you had your fromage already? You've had your fromage and your plunk?
Can you stop whining and listen for a second?
You just shut
Or
up.
you're the only one that's allowed to talk here?
Well, I mean, if you're going to contribute something constructive, yes, go ahead.
Why don't you react to what Gatebreaker has been saying for half an hour?
I am reacting to him. He's not paying any attention. He seems to be thinking that we're on a sphere. Keeps bringing up, imagine the sphere. The point is, it's not there, your sphere. Okay? Thank you.
He's pointing an issue with
No
flat
issue from
Earth.
me at all.
You don't get it?
No issue. I get it. As I've said, we are flying from point A to point B without any curves during the flight, and we're getting to our destinations. And when there's been an incident and there's been an emergency where the plane has to make an emergency stop off, when you look at where they stop off and you compare it to other maps, you're going all over the place. You're not going to the destination. You're going out of your way to get to the emergency stop off. But on the Gleason's map, it's a straight line every time. It's on the way. There's no mistaking it. So I'm sorry. We're not going to be accepting any other map for me at the moment but the Gleason's, and I'm satisfied with that for now. And remember, we are making it to every destination we go to without any problems at all. Zero problems. So the problem is you're ignoring what Denmark has been telling you. Water on a spherical ball. Where's the curvature? Circumference means circle. A circle is round and curving line. There is no straight line there.
Okay, Gene.
You've got lots of problems. I'm sorry. So there we
Sure.
are.
Your
There we are,
projection
ladies
is
and gentlemen.
amazing.
No measurable curvature at all in any shape or form. Not a single degree
Sure.
with today's modern technology.
Sure.
Yes, GPS.
So you're done?
Beyond the lights.
What do you want?
Long-range
You want
telescopes. Long-range
you want to
telescopes.
people
Short-range telescopes.
Yeah, what do you want, Jen?
Signals.
Jen, you've been on here
sonar,
for good.
radar.
What do you want?
Airplanes.
The fuck do you want?
Ships, hot air balloons.
Yeah, you old man. What do you want, old man? What do you want, old man?
Here, it's all an echo chamber. Don't talk shit. Don't talk
What?
shit.
Hey, yo.
Don't talk shit.
Hey, yo, what?
Oh my god, a hot mic.
Yeah, come on, Jen. Yeah, Jen. Come on,
Yo,
Jen.
mute up.
Yeah, Jen.
Buddy
And
got
everybody, and you wonder why even truth
Yeah,
is
Jen.
trolling each other. For fuck's sake, there's no truth anymore. All
Yeah,
truth
Jen.
is turned to what? Trolling each other because we can't find the truth, even though the truth is right in front of our fucking face.
Yeah, Jen.
Yeah.
And those gimmicks.
It's not me. I'm talking the truth. I'm saying to you that today's modern technologies can't measure a single degree of curvature. How am I lying?
Who was a troll?
I don't know the truth, FYI, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, the retarded bitch sounds triggered.
No, Gatebreaker, that's the best thing you said all fucking night. Can we all agree on that?
Yeah.
Everybody, everyone.
You know, I would settle down, relax, take a breath.
No, everybody, truthers even fighting each other. I'm sitting here in a car fighting a fucking truther. Are you even kidding me?
Yeah.
Let's take it
We
easy,
hear
ladies
you.
and gentlemen. It is what it is at the end of the day. None of us control anything. It is what it is.
Y'all trolling each other. Stop your shit. This is not about popcorn. This is about a actual individual. I care. Right? You, me, Jen, me, you've been around here a long time. Gatebreaker.
Yeah.
The globe's a strong model. What can I say? The globe is
Jim's been on here.
all of the minds of humanity has developed this model for the past 500 years. It's a fucking strong model. It is what it is. I admit I got fooled by some videos 4 or 5 years ago. I thought it was flat. Now I don't think so anymore. It is what it is.
Oh, well, that's okay. Good luck to you. No curvature, remember. That's all. That's your main problem.
Egos. Egos about egos. That's what truth committees turn to. I love y'all, but if we were to turn the ego about ego, I love y'all. You want to white knight me? Want to talk me shit about me?
Yeah, Jen?
No, shut up. I'm sorry, y'all. Quit putting each other down.
Hello there, whoever that is.
Everybody,
Keeps calling my name there. Yeah, what do you want?
you can't
Who is that
respect
person?
each other. We ain't getting nowhere, right? We have to have a fucking conversation. And I'm listening to me. Everybody listen to me, please. You have to have a effing conversation. Whether you agree, disagree, debate, not debate. If you're not having a conversation, you're gonna get shit. Right?
Well, this is what I'm saying to them. That look, a circumference isn't a straight line. So I mean, what is hard to understand about that? Yes.
What's your point? What's your point?
What's my point?
Okay, you come every day. You do the same shit. What's your point?
It's not a globe. Circumference.
Okay, I agree with you. Now what? Now what?
Circumference.
Now what?
That's circular.
Now what?
A circle is
Okay,
not
the Earth is flat. Now what?
We can't be on a ball because we're not experiencing the circumference of the globe ball Earth. We can't measure it. And when we
I told you, I agree with you, and you're still BSing. Can't you see you have no point?
I'm not.
You just want to talk for the sake of talking?
I never heard you agreed. I never heard you say you agreed. But I never heard you say you agree. I never heard that. You're just saying that right now. There you go.
I'm saying, what if we agree? Okay? What's your next point besides crying about the flat Earth?
If we agree, then welcome to flat Earth. Thank you.
Okay, and what? And what? What you do with this knowledge?
What do you mean?
What do you do?
Everything.
What do you do? You become a little man-child?
No, you actually go to
You stop getting mad when people tell you that it's not a globe. Stop getting mad.
Can I just get in a question to Jim?
His right to this. He's giving you 8 years of his actual experience. He's giving you his life. Like myself, whether you believe me or not, it's our experience. It's my life. It's my knowing, right? A gatebreaker, you're knowing.
Okay.
Okay? Or anyone, right?
Okay, so we know that you're crazy. What's next?
No,
unfortunately, insults don't work here.
That's what you're saying, because in reality, in my world, in Indiana, you say, guess what, honey? You know, fucked up. Everybody pulls their gun, looks at you, and say, who the hell are you?
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Please,
Stacey, are you able?
Talk to me like I'm Stacey. Talk to me like I'm a human being, bro.
Yeah.
Can I ask Jen a question now? Can I ask you a question? We were talking about the flying and planes, and I'd like to get the question.
Here we go. Yes, an actual question. Let's talk about truth. Let's talk about reality, right?
Okay. So, Jen, we can agree then that if you get into a flight simulator, you can consider that very close to what you would look at in a plane, correct?
It would have to be, because if it wasn't, then, you know, pilots who use these simulators wouldn't have been able to fly. So a simulator has to represent reality as you are flying over the Earth. Yes, correct.
Right. And the largest simulator that is used is Microsoft Flight Simulator.
Okay.
That framework, okay?
And
Microsoft Flight Simulator literally uses Google Earth as its map.
What's that
Google
mean?
Earth. Google Earth is all satellite photos pasted onto a virtual 3D globe. Everything you look at and fly and go up in on Microsoft Flight Simulator, the framework that is used in most flight simulators, you are looking at it.
Have you ever done an elevation profile on Google Earth?
No, stop. Hold on, man.
Hang on,
I'm sorry,
Demok.
please.
Demok.
I want the printing he's just described. He said there's a printing that they do of a ball to patch the ball. I want that ball printing for GPS. Give me that ball. Now you can go have him. I want that ball. Jen, please. I want that ball. Or and then you can talk to him now, but I want that ball, or else don't lie.
Okay, now someone else wanted to.
That's what Microsoft Flight Simulator is. 100%.
Give me the
Google
out,
Earth,
brother.
Google Earth.
And that's what Google Earth is.
Someone else a chance to speak. Please.
Bjorn. Google
Yeah,
Earth. Yeah, Google Earth. Do an elevation profile on 2 locations, and tell me what you see.
Right, that's a fair request. Now, as for the satellite situation you've got there, that clearly is a begging the question fallacy, as first and foremost, Earth isn't a globe, and whatever you build upon a false premise has to be null and void. Now, there is a phenomena known as off-gassing and out-gassing, degassing, cold welding, okay? Now, and that's what happens when you put something in a vacuum. Right? When you go into a vacuum, the outgassing will kill the satellite. So there are no satellites that are taking pictures of Earth that they can then be stripped down and put on strips. That's crap. Okay, that's absolute BS. Right?
Well, even if we say it's not satellites,
it's a second law of thermodynamics violation. There are satelloons.
You know the second law of thermodynamics?
Satelloons exist, right? But satellites do not exist in the way you're describing them, sir. And that's a lot.
Hey, we're not interested in your story. Provide evidence.
It is
yeah, I'm not saying that
it is.
Take the satellite out of it, brother.
Present the Earth as a globe first. Once you've done that, then you've got something. Then maybe we can start to look at the Earth and say, okay, the Earth is a globe. Let's say, let's go and check it out. But you don't.
But I'm not saying
you don't do that. Sorry.
I'm not saying satellites to make a point. I'm saying that what Google Earth is, the overhead pictures.
Yeah,
let's just call them that.
You're begging the question now because you're using
satellites
that don't exist on Earth.
Let me finish.
Where we
let me finish.
That's
I just said, man. I just said I don't need it to be satellites. I'm talking about the overhead pictures of
Bjorn,
that is used on Google Earth.
You're ignoring the elevation profiles of Google Earth.
Pictures are of a flat
You're
Earth.
ignoring the elevation profiles of Google Earth. Thank you.
Okay, what I'm explaining
do any
is
flat earthers have any evidence of flatness?
Lack of curvature, yes. Through
the surface of still water. The surface of still water. Do you not know this by then? Yeah, we're in 2025. You don't know that the surface of still water is flat.
Yeah, I mean, I would say
that's
like
not evidence. Provide your
the,
measurements.
Yeah, the proof of flat Earth, like in that regard, would be that the shortest.
Look at water still, dumbass. Go outside. Go take a walk. Go see a pond, dumbass.
Right. Yeah. So the
those are not measurements. You guys are misunderstanding. I'm asking for measurements.
They are misunderstanding.
Scientific method starts with an observation, retard.
I'm about to give you some measurements. I'm about to give you
all right,
some
then I'm
measurements.
next. Jin goes, then I go.
6,000 miles. Okay, predicted curvature should be 3,740.47 miles of
Not
curvature.
evidence of non-curvature,
No
just
curvature
evidence
at
of
all.
flatness. I don't want.
Ask for measurements. I'm giving you 6,000 miles, London to Tokyo, London Heathrow Airport to Tokyo Narita Airport, Tokyo. 6,000 miles. There should be 3,740.47 miles of curvature through a 9-hour flight. It's not there. No curvature at all. It's a straight, linear, horizontal flight.
Good one. Yeah.
Okay, where are your measurements?
All right, I'm going to give you a
There's
couple.
your
No, not a good one. That's a claim. That's a claim. That's not
that's
evidence.
a beautiful measurement of the Earth using an aeroplane.
That's a great
measure
claim you have.
point A
That's
to
not.
point B.
That's not a measurement.
That is a measurement.
I asked
that is a measurement.
for a measurement. You said you had a measurement.
6,000 miles using
That's
an
a claim.
aircraft to measure the surface of the Earth, and the telemetry data records everything of that flight, showing us horizontality all
So
the way.
you think claims are measurements? Is that right? Claims are measurements.
Did you not hear me
I
give you the
claim
distance?
your mom has double A's. It's pretty flat.
Are you ignoring the distance? 6,000.
Where are your measurements?
6,000
just
miles
provide your
measured by a
measurements.
plane.
You're making a
I think
claim.
it's true, though.
That is a
6,000
claim.
miles.
How do you not understand the
6,000
difference?
miles. Don't you understand? 6,000 miles.
Great. That's fantastic.
Right,
Certainly
thank
you have
you.
measurements to back your claim.
3,740 miles of
You're
curvature.
making a
Not
claim.
fair. 3,740.
Can somebody else help me? I don't know what else to say. He's making a claim over and over. No measurement.
Yes, of course. Correct.
Jin,
because you're not listening.
Jin.
Yeah.
I just
Yeah.
joined back again, so you know.
You do understand in the model they propose, you could travel that far and not feel the curvature. That's what they're saying, aren't they?
No, that's impossible. Because that's almost. I'll tell you
No,
what.
no, Jen.
Yeah, you're
Jen,
following a
get over there.
geodesic, and that's like a circle too.
No, Jen.
5 more seconds, please.
Yeah, please. Go ahead.
6,000 miles is a
That's what she
quarter
said.
of the globe. Almost
Don't
a
do
quarter
that.
of your globe. Thank you.
You're just saying a
Please,
claim
can
again. Ask
can
for
I not
measurements.
be represented sexually, please, on the server, please? Or anywhere on these servers, please? Cannot ever be represented sexually on these servers, please? Thank you.
I don't know what you said there again.
The only measurement Jin has is like the measurement from his Jin bottle. It went from 500 milliliters to 250.
6,000 miles is a
We
quarter
know the
of your
distance.
globe.
No one's arguing with the distance between London and Tokyo.
You're not. You're right. No. Listen to Pazza, though.
Quarter of your globe.
Listen to Pazza.
Pazza, you're not.
Yeah, he's not arguing with you. He's not arguing. This is why we. Can I say something? We overpass each other. Paz is talking and agrees with you. You're agreeing with him. You are overpassing each other on one mark. Can we get there real quickly, please?
Yeah, go ahead. Because I'm saying to you that it's a quarter of the globe, so it would be impossible not to encounter the curvature.
Yes.
Sorry.
Right. So curvature of the globe, right? How much, honey? Jen, how much?
It's 90 degrees, almost a quarter of that globe is.
A quarter, right? A quarter. Pazza, can you represent the quarter, please?
Yeah.
Sure, you're absolutely right. In the model they propose, you are traversing well over a quarter of the.
I know.
Have you not encountered a curvature?
Why? Can I ask why, Pazza? Because I'm actually for real reality. I'm not asking for like a glober. Can you show me? You know, Pazza.
The fact that you're traveling across the globe.
Yeah, like representing my reality, not just telling me my reality shows me this. Can I see it?
No, not really. You can't. This is the thing. You're in the plane. You're traveling along, and you don't feel yourself going down over a curve. It's. I mean, how long's the flight, Jin?
Hours, 9.
It's 9 or 10 hours.
Yeah.
You got 9 or 10 hours, depending on which way you go, which direction.
9 hours, Pazza. Come on, you know what I mean?
You want to see the globe that's in my flight
What's up,
software?
Lane? What's
So
up?
the thing is though, is that over those 9 hours, if you were standing away from the model, so to speak, in those 9 hours, you tilt through 90 degrees, don't you, Jin?
Yeah, you do.
Yes, you'd have to go through 90 degrees almost. Yeah, that's a quarter of your globe. That would be impossible not to encounter curvature for 9 hours.
Could you not agree that my? Could you not agree that
Just
Jen's
hold on
right?
a
My
second, 'cause I know
senses.
you're gonna have to.
Go ahead.
Sorry, look, you'd have to agree to this, yeah? Circumference is 24,901 miles. That circumference is not a straight line, is it? Circumference is not a straight line. Is that correct? Circumference. Is that a straight line? Right. So logically then, the aeroplane must follow the circumference of the Earth. So 6,000 miles is a quarter of your circumference of 24,000.
Going over this again, Jin, aren't we?
Almost. Okay.
So why do you keep repeating the same thing? All I asked for was the measurement of flatness. All you've given is a claim of flatness.
We know it's flat.
I'm sorry, guys. That's what I mean.
In the model they propose, you could literally go around that curve, and you wouldn't. There'd be no way you'd feel it.
No, that's impossible. It's impossible, Pazza. It's impossible. Because
it's not in the model they propose, because what they're saying is wherever you are.
90 degrees is impossible to not notice that. You're starting at point
What do you mean by that?
and you're going to go to point B. Your pitch orientation, you have to round every single degree. So you're not going to be in the same orientation.
No, this is a new claim that you certainly have evidence.
It's ridiculous, Jen. Your down goes with you all the way around.
No, Lane, your down came in when you came in because you came in, right? Because you're down, the whole globe's down. No offense, Lane, you came in because the globe was down. I think I
Down is
love
going
you.
with
You
me.
know I do.
Yeah,
No,
if I go
no,
around the whole
no,
earth, everywhere I go, down is at my feet.
Unfortunately, we're looking at the curvature here. Okay, and the curvature is not being experienced, and it's not being recorded in the in-flight telemetry data. And the in-flight telemetry data.
You keep saying this, Glenn. You just repeat it. It's like you're on repeat, man.
The flight. You keep talking when I'm talking, so I'm just going to carry on until I'm finished. The in-flight telemetry data records the flight and the characteristics of that flight regarding the plane, yeah? And it doesn't show the curved trajectory that it would need to if it's following the globe's curvature.
It won't. Like for the thousandth time, it won't. Your down goes with you.
No, it should do, because that's what it's there for. If you're going across the circumference of your ball Earth, which you've all agreed that a circumference is circular, okay, so that means it's not a straight line. So you cannot be flying for 9 hours horizontally for 9 hours on a globe. That's impossible. You must take a curved trajectory.
They don't fly horizontally for 9 hours, do they?
A circular trajectory, and that's not happening. So
you just keep saying the wrong thing. You just keep saying the wrong thing. It's one thing. It's important. There's something important here, Jen. If we want to learn things, you're a truther, right? You want to know the truth, right? You're lying, Jen. You're lying in what you're describing.
I'm not lying at all. I'm not lying at all. Why am I lying?
You're at least lying by omission. We've asked for measurements, right? And all you've done is make claims over and over and over. Where are your measurements?
He's been corrected 1,000 times.
I've given you 6,000 miles, and the predicted curvature of a 6,000-mile flight for 9 hours is 3,740 miles of curvature.
Give me the data.
These are
you understand what I'm asking
and distances. We use the aeroplane.
I can just simply say it shows curvature. I can say it shows curvature. And what are you going to ask me?
The way to the
You're going to say, show me.
Yeah, we're going to have to calm it down. We're going to have a back and forth, Jen. This is like, it goes into you just in a constant rant mode. And we could talk back and forth, point by point. That would be nice.
Yeah, well, go ahead. I'm making every point so far. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, that my one statement debunks everything that you've just said. Your down goes with you. You're not going to notice that you're going around a curve.
No, that's impossible, because like I said, when I put my hand on top of a ball, okay, and then I go just 90 degrees, I've noticed that my hand is following the curvature. I can feel that through my fingertips, and now my hand is now 90 degrees from my position. So my orientation has changed.
So big it just looks
straight. It wasn't a straight. It was not a straight.
Flat earther, I deny everything. Hello? I deny everything.
Explain to me how a tennis ball and a globe are similar in size, where you can actually test this and make it analogous. Explain that.
A side view.
We'll
take a side view that's analogous. A horizontal is not analogous with a curve. Ever in a
Why on earth would someone expect gravity to be affected the same on a fucking
Gravity's
tennis
not
ball?
real. Stop saying dumb words out of your religious gravity Bible. Preach your gravity. It's not working.
May I comment? In the globe model, as has been explained previously, isobars, surfaces of equal pressure, bend at approximately the I didn't interrupt you, Jin, did I?
No, you did not. Sorry.
I thought you said, may I interrupt you? I thought that was the question.
So isobars in the globe model curve at approximately the same rate as the Earth's surface curves. Planes in flight are configured to follow. Sorry, please don't interrupt me. Planes in flight are configured so that they follow surfaces of equal pressure. If they go below that pressure, their lift increases and they go back up to the right.
You have no value. You have a diagram of a ball and a little plane.
Dimok, honey. Thank you, honey. Can I ask housekeeping a question, please? Can I mute somebody that should not mute? Real quick. Just out of a question, can I mute somebody?
Go ahead, you carry on.
Tony, you're dumb.
I don't know. Anyway, yeah. I mean, that's a claim. I mean, the guy I see spin is looking for proof, not just the reassertion of the claims.
Thank you, guys, and thank you for that information, Tony. And please give Jen don't forget, Jen has like a Japan, almost like a 5-second. No offense, Jen. Like I miss Japan. I want to go there. 5-second, like a span of a delay, guys. Don't forget that. 5 seconds. Tony,
Yep.
you're talking to Jen. Go ahead.
No, just thanking you for your input. Sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you, Tony.
Thank you, Tony. Your brain is delayed.
Oh, guys, I have server muted. For some reason, that server mute is not working. Can somebody fix that, please? Because I am trying to do what's respectful.
I'm not sure what's
Anybody?
going on. Are you drinking?
know?
Are you all right?
No. Can somebody do something without me doing something?
What are you talking about, Steve? What is
so-
going on?
so I
I've already server muted.
Okay.
I've already server.
Who do you want muted?
So I think she is trying to server mute someone, and and then they were unmuted by somebody. So there seems to be
Thank you. Yes, Tony.
there seems to be sort of crossed lines between the moderators here.
Thank you.
Stacy, what time do you supposed to moderate? Why are you here, Stacy?
Can I please get some respect around here, y'all?
I don't know what happened. What happened?
Okay. So
Love Lane, Jen, anybody? Can I get some respect? Like my people know me. Can I get some respect around here, y'all?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I'm not following. What happened?
I'm asking for someone who I keep muting who gets unmuted. I know what's going on.
I don't know. What do you mean somebody keeps muting and unmuting? What are you saying?
Okay, I'm under AIX and Stace. So we have Alex and Stace. I'm on the same account, and this person will not stop abusing me. I'm on the same account. Can you take that account away? Just keep me. Because even though I'm drinking, this man will put me down. Can you hear it?
Stacy, don't you have like a sandwich to make? Come on.
Do you not still hear the review, guys? Can I please get someone to please help?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Please.
I'm here, Stacy.
Thank
We're
you,
not gonna
Jay.
have any more of that.
Somebody
Alex?
Yeah, Alex.
Final warning.
Hey. Yeah, Alex.
Hey, you guys, this is why I hate the truth community.
Hello?
I hated like before you guys. You guys suck.
Okay, this is gonna stop now.
Forgive me. Thank you.
I don't know what's going on, but yeah, Alex, don't.
That's lane
don't-
2. Yep.
What?
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on, but yeah, don't trigger stuff up, Alex. That won't work.
Yeah, in fact, it should be.
Yeah, I muted him. Let's move on. Let's move on.
Yeah, right. So let's carry on with what Tony.
And don't anybody unmute him, please.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Can we? Yeah, we're going to go on to the isobars and that. And by the way, as far as the telemetry flight data, it records the pitch angle of the aeroplane flying horizontal for all of its flight. And the isobars, as you put it, have no bearing on that telemetry data. It's proving that the plane is flying horizontal. That is in keeping with my senses that God gave me, and then my bubble app that I downloaded from the App Store. And it all matches perfectly. There is no curved trajectory, as I've said again before. Circumference is circle. A circle is not a straight line. So there should be no horizontal flight if I'm on a globe for 9 hours, traveling at 6,000 miles, a distance of 6,000 miles, where I'm expecting to experience 3,740.47 miles of curvature that I'm not experiencing during the 9-hour flight. It was horizontal all the way to Japan from London. That's an impossibility because that distance is almost just shy of a quarter of your globe. Okay? So no, sir, your isobars don't have that much control over an aircraft. The pilot is in control most of the time, unless he's using automatic pilot. But the plane stays at the allotted altitude, okay? And the telemetry data is recording a horizontal flight with the nose pitched up at 3 degrees slightly. Thank you.
And isobars don't curve. the pressure
I
doesn't
suppose.
curve in a curve, you'll need a side view to prove you have curving atmo air. And then to prove also with a horizontal reference, don't leave out this beautiful reference, and then the horizontal line across your screen. That's going to be your reference for fucking reality. And then when your plane doesn't deviate, right, until it goes to land or up, then what are we talking about? If we don't got no side view of this motherfucking thing flying magically around the curve and it's magical isobar side view air of curved air, and you can't drop sea level vertically, what are you talking about, isobars? Your isobars aren't dropping down vertically and staying the same, are they? Like sea level?
No, they weren't.
Yeah,
It was just like it was just a like an unsubstantiated claim that this ought to happen because the Earth is a globe, and the reason that we know it's a globe is that we don't measure the thing you would expect on a flat Earth because Earth's a globe. It's just begging the question, unsubstantiated claim that it would just readjust to this metric. Yeah, so it's not just magic. Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
isobar magic, gravity magic, curving
so
magic,
do I
that's
get to
horizontal.
talk,
It's
or are
all
you guys
magic.
just
It's all
happy enough?
magically not itself curving. It's all magically horizontal, but not curving, but it's all magically a curve.
Yeah, he's gonna have to show
Double
that
speak, man.
he's gonna have to show the proof, whoever made that unsubstantiated claim, that they have measured the straight line and found that following the surface of the Earth is actually a longer distance than the straight line, and how they measure the straight line to know that that's the case, that's what the airplane is doing. I mean, they're gonna have to, instead of just jumping on the internet and making unsubstantiated claims.
Yeah, and just saying isobars of nothing and hope.
Yeah, the isobars, they definitely recalibrate to ignore the thing that they have
Hey,
to.
why don't you guys let PhD respond? PhD Tony respond, please.
Was that who it was? I don't know, but I respond unless they have the data, and if they can show like the pitch data and how they measure the straight line, etc. But what they do measure IC spin, right? What they do measure and what you can show to be the case, they use trigonometry, Pythagorean theorem to land the airplane over a horizontal reference plane, getting their altitude from mean sea level, and then triangulating a position to land on the Earth. They don't calculate, right? They don't calculate movement, Coriolis, where the location will be in the future when they land their plane over an hour, with following the hypotenuse to land. They don't. That's what you can show. You can show the flat Earth. You can't show the not that. You can't show it. If somebody has the not that, then show it. Show the numbers for the I don't know. Just show it.
Yeah, stuff doesn't go down vertically, and none of you guys have yet to get a little airplane and show your isobar magic.
So you guys
claim.
unmuted both at the same time, and you really,
So-
guys, right? Like really?
So-
Like, really? Like, I know
the
you're
claim
right.
that
And Tony, you hear that in the background? I can hear you talking in the background. I just want to talk reality right now. I don't give a fuck or give a shit. Can you hear me? I don't care about somebody manifesting. I know reality. I want to say, can I have some respect as a woman, as a human being?
Yeah, you came in talking on top of everybody. There was a conversation going on.
No, I know. I was muted for like how long? You hear
Okay.
yourself in the background. It's okay. He's on his own fucking thing. It's okay.
So Stace, I agree that
Thank you.
that the statement that was made towards you was monstrously contemptuous, and that it was completely uncalled for.
You guys mean so much. Your ego.
Yo, what the fuck is going on, man?
Online. Can you hear this?
Drunk.
Yes.
Can you hear this, guys? Please.
Yeah, what
I'm
is
not
that,
gonna-
Stacey?
I'm
Like,
actually not gonna
This is
do
very
that.
hold on.
And you know
No,
what to
I'm
do,
not.
man.
Essie,
Don't be
I need you
dumb.
to hear this time. I
Don't
need you to
stay in
hear
a situation
Jedi,
like that.
I told you. Jedi, I told you all about these people. Right? Chad, every person I met in reality, show it. Let the Glovers shine. I'm sorry, Essie. Let the Glovers actually shine.
Take care, Stacey. Take care of yourself, man. Whatever's going on, take care of it. Like, let's not do this online. It's not.
But this is what is happening when I meet every flat earther. Essie?
Well, I'm not sure what's even fucking going on, but it's not
I know,
part
right?
of this stream. What's going on?
I had people who were drinking. I drank.
So I think if I can explain, I think that Stacy is in the same room with somebody else who is on this Discord server.
Yes, Tony, thank you.
Yeah, don't drink in Discord.
And they are having a verbal disagreement. And she would like there to be witnesses
You just
to the
call me dumb.
verbal
Can you hear
harassment.
that? Can you hear me, please? You call me dumb and
Yeah.
stupid and retarded.
Hello?
I want you to hold me here,
Alex,
please.
Stacy,
Yeah.
hang up and just call 911 if you feel you're in danger. You
This is
understand?
the world. No, I'm not in danger, honey. It's America. I'm in America now. I'm not in danger.
Hey, Stacey,
I'm not in danger in my country, honey.
Okay, then we're gonna stop this. We're gonna move on. We're not. we
No,
can't-
no, SC, let
For
it
your own
hurt.
good, Stacy.
No, SC.
Hello?
This is America.
Yeah,
SC.
I'm in America.
SC.
Freedom of
I don't know. Now I'm concerned even what's going on.
I'm
Yeah,
concerned
that is-
myself. I didn't mute her. I just want to know, but maybe it's for her best. But like, look, Stacy, if you feel like you're in danger, you know what you got to do. I mean, seriously.
Yes, and again, this is sort of every time I
Alcohol's
think
a shit
SE
drug.
every time I think that SE can't get cooler as a moderator, he instantly does. That was very well handled. But to get back to the conversation, all I said was in the globe model, this is what you would expect, and all I've heard in contradiction to that is nuh-uh, it doesn't. Where's your evidence?
Demonstrating,
Well,
yeah, we have to see the demonstration
okay.
for
I was still actually talking, and I didn't interrupt any one of you while you were filibustering.
But you were
and
done, buddy.
patting. Well, I wasn't. So the telemetry data that Jin is so proud of will register exactly the same in the flat Earth model and the globe model. So the telemetry data does not distinguish. You don't get to interrupt me with, you can leave your nuh-ahs until I'm finished. But and this data has no capacity to distinguish between the two models. If we assume both models to hold, then this data will be consistent with either of them, right? It's either consistent with a flat Earth or it's consistent with a globe Earth. There will be no distinction in the telemetry data. What you can do is plot up the GPS ITRF coordinates for the plane as it goes around, and you will see that it follows a curve.
No, it does not, actually. That's the problem. Because when you're flying in an aeroplane from point A to point B, if you're on a globe, you must follow the curvature. No plane does that. An aircraft traveling at 600 miles per hour would need to nose down 1 mile every 2 minutes to follow the curvature of the Earth to its destination. It's not being recorded in the in-flight telemetry. It's not being recorded in my brain, in my feelings, and it's not being recorded on my bubble app. I'm sorry, we're flying horizontally level. There is no level on a curve.
We need a demonstration of a ball with an airplane going around it, and then a flat surface with an airplane going across it, like up, down, maybe over, up, going to a certain thing, over the certain, and then just landing to where it goes. Even if it's a circle path on a flat surface or just a flat surface without a circle path. Either way, we need the two. And then Tony needs to show how they both exactly act and look the same.
So a plane will fly out into outer space, Jen.
We don't know.
If it snows down.
I never made that claim. So I've never ever made that claim ever.
This is to me, and Cole, why do you keep saying that without your demonstration?
I've never uttered those words.
Cole, why are you asking for weird shit like what does
I'll
a plane
answer if
do?
you'll give me a chance to answer.
You're supposed to know what a plane does, Isobar. You have a guy in here called PhD Tony. You and him can get together. You have a game, right? The other gentleman from New York said he's got a printout from GPS of a ball for you guys. So I'm pretty sure you can definitely get a ball, your printout of your ball, and then take your airplane with your little maps and then fly it around and show us how your airplane flies around and registers as a flat horizontal plane.
Okay, are you done? Because I'm going to answer what you asked me.
No,
Now,
you ain't.
there's
You
only
won't
two
get a ball
options
out.
on a
No,
globe.
ask for a
There's only two options
demonstration.
on a globe. All right. There's only two options on a globe for a plane. Either it follows the curve, or it flies out into outer space. There's no
Show
third
us
option.
what the plane does on a ball. Stop making shit up about nothing that nobody asked for.
Our
I
position
asked for
at
a
all.
demonstration only on how you claim a globe ball fly, airplane goes around a ball. Still man your globe with an airplane or be quiet.
Fine then, when you get an airplane up to altitude, you trim it out to stay at that altitude, because if it gets too high, it gets in thinner air, it'll drop back down to where it's trimmed at. If it gets too low, it gets into thicker air and it pushes back up to where it's trimmed at. That's why you trim a plane, and it naturally follows the curve, just like a submarine naturally follows the curve underwater. Same concept. There you go.
Story that you have not demonstrated yet.
Still,
you have
man.
not demonstrated you know what a plane does around a ball. Jen, will you please stop talking over me for 1 second? For the airplane, dude. I got Cole. Hold on. He has to demonstrate his fucking claim on what a ball does and an airplane does around a ball. Stop saying stupid shit about what people think.
Demonstrate flat Earth, and I'll demonstrate that. I'm done. I'm dropping out. Demonstrate flat Earth, and I'll demonstrate.
I will. There is a real world example. There is a real world example of how planes react to pressure. I forget. Does anybody remember the name of the golfer who died when his plane decompressed? Does anybody rember that incident?
Payne Stewart. Get the airplane and ball and tell us what you're talking about.
So in that incident, the plane was climbing to its altitude and decompressed. Everybody in it ended up asphyxiating. Now the plane was in it. The plane. So I'm still talking, Demok. Wait till I'm finished.
You're not demonstrating nothing, though. You guys have very poor demonstration skills of what you're making up.
Demok, I'm still in the middle of talking, so perhaps don't
Without a ball
interrupt.
in a plane? That's bad.
Yes. I'd appreciate some moderation if Demok persists in interrupting me. He doesn't get to do that. So the plane continued to rise. It was configured to climb. It continued climbing until the air pressure got too low, and then it started decreasing in altitude. As it decreased in altitude, the air pressure increased and it started climbing again. This cycle of falling and climbing is called porpoising. Because it's like a porpoise jumping out of the water and back into it. This is a real-world example of what Jim claimed does not happen.
It's like you ignored him, though, Tony.
Pressure, sorry, I'm still talking, and I was just
I
about
know
to
you
finish.
are. I'm sorry, but you just kept going. You kept starting new sentences, Tony.
Let me finish this sentence.
Go ahead.
And then
finish your thought, then.
Okay. So. This is a real-world example of pressure dictating the motion of a plane, which Jin claims is physically impossible.
I didn't say it was physically impossible. I'm saying that the isobars don't take the plane all the way to its journey through a curved trajectory. That doesn't happen because the in-flight telemetry data records the characteristic and the behavior of the flight through its duration of the flight from point A to point B. And if it's going to follow a curved trajectory, it would be registered to the pitch angle because it will have to deviate from the horizontal plane that it's on. It's linear horizontal like flight, yeah? So if there's turbulence, it will either have to nose upwards to climb above it or drop in altitude. Either way, that behavior is being recorded. Okay, when the plane is on the runway, it's level. It flies off, it noses up. That nosing up is being recorded. It's nosing up, it's moving from the level. Okay, then it levels off at altitude. There's some turbulence now. Okay, he gets permission to go above it. It's nosing up now to go above it. That's moving from the horizontal. So when you're going on a circumference of your ball, and you've all agreed that circumference means circle, that stands to reason that you must follow a circular trajectory because you've got a circumference. The plane doesn't do that. It's simple. Okay? The telemetry data, my senses, my spirit level on my bubble app are registering a horizontal flight all the way. And I don't need the telemetry and I don't need the bubble app. My senses is good enough. Okay, but we have this technology backing up what our senses register. So I'm sorry, Tony, you are absolutely incorrect and you are murdering the principle of flight with your statements. You are clearly not a PhD. Okay, you're a person having delusions only. Sorry. Thank you.
Okay, so in response to that, that is just a nuh-uh, repeated loudly and with spurious facts put in. He says that it can't follow the curve because there is no curve to follow. That's basically a circular argument. It is exactly a circular argument. He also seems to think that following the curve means directing the plane downward. No, down does not change in direction as you move around. Well, not by much, by a few arc seconds at most. But that.
Can we get back to Demok then?
Sure, if you want.
Yeah.
Yeah, Demok asked you to demonstrate how this works.
Yeah.
Yep, that's another one of Demok's fatuous. Here's the standard of evidence that I will accept, and it's unrealistic.
Remember what your moderators told you yesterday about your behavior. So reduce and desist on all this nonsense of attacking the actual person. Just attack the problem you have. You don't have a circumference that an aeroplane is following. Okay, the telemetry data proves that. Okay, that's the problem. Okay, remember.
If gravity is down on all parts of a ball, Jen, then no matter where you're at, you're going to think down is straight below your feet. Always, because it's always down no matter where you're at on the globe. So you're always literally on top of the ball.
Did not agree with gravity. So Isaac Newton didn't agree with the mass attracting mass theory. You have no gravity at this point. Gravity plays no part in flight at all.
Okay, what you want to call it, you still fall to the ground, whatever you want to call it.
It's not due to gravity, ladies and gentlemen, as gravity hasn't been proven to exist. And
yeah, we already had a concession this morning. Sorry, Jin. We already had a concession this morning that mass does not attract mass. They will just state that it does.
Yeah, I know. The current standard is actually the bending and warping of space-time fabric, which is the Einsteinian. And again, it's a theory that hasn't been proven. So you don't have gravity at all in either schools of thought. So stop the nonsense. This is childish behavior from the Globers, ladies and gentlemen. If you're listening to this live stream, it's Jin CBR1. I am walking you through simple, basic logic. If you're on a ball, it's a circumference, yes? Because they give us the number, 24,901 miles.
Oh, to God, his grandkids and great-grandkids hear this.
A circumference cannot be horizontal for 9 hours in a flight. It must follow the curvature. And the recorded telemetry data does not record a curved trajectory. Sorry, it doesn't.
Can I interject with a quick question?
Yes. Go ahead, please.
Are you just looking for like a physical example, almost like maybe a small model showing how it flies level around a ball?
How about geometrically? Does horizontal curve at all? Geometrically speaking.
For those that don't know, nothing you show Jen will convince him of anything. He's the master.
Well, I just had a small, it's a quick, easy thing that someone could do with just about anything, any type of ball, a basketball, whatever, and get like a broken pencil or a little twig, and then put like a little fake plane on top of it, and then take that twig and run it along the surface of that ball. And that's basically it keeping its altitude and never dipping or
but not flying horizontally, but not horizontal flight.
Right.
Yeah, that.
Whereas in the manuals they say straight and level flight.
Yeah.
That's
interesting.
So that is the misunderstanding of horizontal that they have. They think that horizontal at one point on the Earth.
You insult me with that statement.
I didn't get even one sentence
horizontal circular. Is horizontal circular? That's the question. Tony,
are there any moderators in here, or is this just, or is he just free to interrupt me all the time?
Sorry, is horizontal circular? That's all
No,
I'm asking.
I'm not going to let you interrupt me. I was in the middle of saying something. I was in the middle of explaining horizontal. Horizontal on a globe is varies from location to location. So as you move, your horizontal changes orientation with you. So when they talk about horizontal flight, they mean at all points that your plane is moving orthogonally to the vector of gravity. And whether
Sounds
or
like you
not you accept
misunderstand
it,
horizontal, Tony.
no, it doesn't.
Yes, you don't know what
Absolutely.
horizontal is.
Okay. Your opinion on this is fine. You can have that, but
Yeah, it's not an opinion, ladies and gentlemen. It's a fact.
only one
It's
of
a
us is
statement
expressing
of
an
fact.
opinion.
The
He's
position we
interrupting
hold
me
is
again.
a
Only one
position
of us
of fact,
is
ladies and gentlemen.
expressing.
It is
Only
not
one
an
of us is
appearance. It is
expressing
not an opinion. It is
only
not a
one of us
theory.
is
It is not
expressing. I'm not.
speculation. It is not an assumption.
Effie
It is
Montreal,
actually
please.
Okay, guys, please, come on now. Let him finish, Jin, and then you go.
Okay.
Okay. Only
But Tony, short
one.
and sweet, remember. Both of
Okay,
you guys. Tony and
I'll
Jin,
try.
short and sweet.
Yep, thank you. Only one side in this discussion is properly understanding what horizontal means on a globe, and what horizontal flight means, and it's not you guys.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. No PhD. Nonsense. Ladies and gentlemen, horizontal, when you look at the dictionary and you look at horizontal, it's flat, no one side elevation is higher than the other, basically. It's a leveled flight without any elevation higher than the other. It's level.
Hello?
Hey, Jen, if you're going to refer to the people you're talking to, you'll use their name and stop the insults. And I mean it.
Okay.
I'll unmute you now.
I thought Discord died. It went silent.
Hey, just so we're clear, left lane, Tony started his first sentence telling us we didn't understand what horizontal was. Thank you, left lane.
Well, I mean, that's different than calling you a name to your face kind of thing. That's not the same thing. I don't think you understand what it is either. I don't think you understand what it is either. So.
I didn't call him a name, did I?
You said no PhD, Tony, I think?
Yeah, that's right. That's not calling him a name, is it?
Oh, yeah, it is. It's insulting. He does have a PhD. It's a real name. Unlike these other fuckers that PhD in front of their name.
Horizontal.
Yeah, we'll take his word for it that he has a PhD. Left lane.
Okay, proceed and do it again. See what happens.
Listen, as far as I'm concerned, he insulted us by saying we didn't know what horizontal was, but it was him who doesn't understand what
you're demonstrating. You don't know what horizontal is.
I know what horizontal is. You that's demonstrating that you don't know what horizontal is, and you don't know what a circular line is, and you don't know what circumference means, because a circumference is circular, and a circular line is not straight. It's a curving line completely, and a curving line is not straight. And when you fly from London to Japan, for example, 9 hours of flight, it's horizontal. And 6,000 miles is a quarter of the globe. And a quarter of the globe on your model is 90 degrees almost, yeah? That's not straight, ladies and gentlemen. 90 degrees of curvature. And if the plane is following that, it would have to have a curved trajectory.
Provide your measurements. You're going back to the same claim without measurements.
Recorded on the in-flight telemetry data, doesn't record that. That's the thing. It's a horizontal straight.
I think we, I think we beat that dead horse. It's a dead horse. I don't know. We're talking about something.
It's a horse that's running.
May I make a point?
Not a dead horse at all. It's running.
May I make a point?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. What Jin and the other flat earthers are asking us to believe is that every scientist who has ever flown on a plane from England to Japan, or Japan to Dubai, or Australia to Japan, or Australia to Dubai, or Australia to London, or any scientist who, any of the greatest minds of the past 100 years that have been on these flights, all of them have managed to overlook that this data contradicts the globe, or Jin is misunderstanding the data. Which do we think is more likely?
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, what you've got to remember is this. There is a documentary out there called Flatten the Curve. And what you have are helicopter gunship pilots, jet fighter pilots. They fly 365 days of the year, every day of the week. You have submariners who operate submarines, fly their torpedoes, etc. Then you have the aircraft carrier naval personnel. And then you have the flight instructors, those who teach you how to fly. And in that documentary, they tell us that if they subjected their instruments to a globe ball, their planes wouldn't work, okay? Because they fly over a flat Earth. And when they go over to Antarctica, they don't go antipodal along the way. It's a flat Earth, and these are the professionals, okay? It's in the documentary.
You're misunderstanding what they're saying.
Please, you're interrupting me now. I'm nearly there.
Well, you just keep going.
Interrupt again. You just keep interrupting. Can I finish? Didn't you, SC, tell you?
Yeah, I apologize. I'm a little short-tempered today, Jen. I'm sorry.
I'm trying to finish.
I'm sorry.
I'm trying to finish. Thank you. And it's this, ladies and gentlemen. The documentary, the individuals in the documentary are all professionals, and that's what they state, that they don't go antipodal. They're flying over a flat Earth. That's what they tell us. Thank you.
How do we know they're professionals?
So that was completely unresponsive to my point. My point was, and I shall repeat it because you absolutely failed to respond to it. My point was that there are a bunch of the greatest minds of the past century have flown on long plane flights. Many of them have had to fly from the US to Norway, from the west coast of the US to Norway to pick up their Nobel Prizes. And what you're expecting us to understand is that none of these people have put together the data that you have and interpreted it in the way that you have. This suggests to me that your discrepant interpretation is a result of your error rather than your genius insight, because if it were genius insight, other geniuses would have the same insight.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, an appeal to a Nobel Peace Prize versus the professionals who fly the plane every single day of the week. They put their lives on the line. They think they are protecting the free world versus another. I'm going to take the professionals who fly every day of the week. They're the ones who fly the planes. They know what they have to do to stay alive on this earth when they're flying. And they tell us that they're not flying over a ball earth. They would know more, say, than an asshole.
I don't know.
A Nobel Peace Prize.
You're still going.
I'm not
still
talking
going.
to Tony there. I'm not referring to Tony when I say asshole. I'm talking about the asshole who's receiving that Nobel Peace Prize, who doesn't put himself in the line of fire.
Just mute him. What
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I've tried to be patient, but I'm going to fly in the morning and, I'm going to check this out. But yeah, I pretty much understand how it works.
You're not a pilot.
Yeah.
So
I understand the hate monologuing.
More insult. More insult.
Fucking boring. Like no one cares about some loser
You do the
documentary.
same shit.
Yo, why are you interrupting me, man? No one cares about some loser documentary, right? There's real pilots. There's people like Mentor Pilot, Pater, and
they all say straight level flight, right?
Yeah, I know, man. The truth fucking hurts. I know that. You all have to interrupt me because you can't control yourselves. The truth hurts. I've posted the video. I've posted the video of a real pilot, Mentor Pilot, who's an airline check pilot.
Right?
Can you stop interrupting me? Like, I'm not going to let you do that. So he's a real check pilot for an airline. And he's shown how the instruments work with the globe, literally building the instrument, showing you the globe aspects of it. So nobody cares about your little documentary that fucking confirms your bias. Like, who gives a shit?
Actually, it's not that at all. What you put forward is a fraudulent document with a fucking arsehole there lying to the public. But then you have the actual military
You could just
showing
look him
you,
up.
hang on, You've got the military. Don't interrupt
You're
me.
just
Okay?
lying.
You're
Now. You're
interrupting.
lying
Yeah.
about what I
Stop
said. Yeah, I'm not
interrupting.
going to let
You're
you lie about
interrupting
me.
now. Now
You
you're
could look up
interrupting now.
Mentor
Oh,
Pilot.
SC,
He
look,
gives out
SC,
his
he's
real name.
interrupting. He's
We're not
actually
going to lie
interrupting, SC.
about what I
Right? I'm
said.
trying to
Well, let
speak.
him
You're
finish, and then
interrupting.
you can just respond because he's
He
gonna
has finished.
keep
Thank
going.
you.
So
Right.
you might as well
Basically,
let him get it
your
out.
shitty fraudulent documentary, the arsehole lying to the public. Well, that's not going to fly here at all because you're talking against people who fly every day of the week. They sell their aircraft carriers every day of the week. They fly the helicopters every day of the week.
Who the fuck muted me? What the fuck? This guy's just allowed to lie
every
about...
day of the week. These individuals tell us that they don't fly over a globe Earth. And if their instruments were subjected to a globe Earth, the aircrafts or the submarines wouldn't be able to operate. Okay, that's what they tell us. The professionals every day of the week. So your pussy ass scumbag cunt who's fucking lying to the public can go to hell. Thank you.
Hey, Jin, what pilot in the world has ever said that? Not one. You need to research your own shit and stop talking bullshit.
Who keeps muting me? Hang on. Stop.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. I'm moderating. Hold on, guys. Hold on. Whoever muted Jace, okay, fair enough. But now he gets to speak. So go ahead, Jace.
Yeah, what the fuck is this shit? This guy's not going to sit here and lie about me. I'll post the videos. Kelsey from 7-4 Gear has videos of him in the fucking cockpit flying a plane for a commercial airline. So what do you mean he's not a real pilot? Peter gives his real name. You can look him up. He's a Czech pilot, Mentor Pilot on YouTube. He's a Czech pilot for a fucking airline. Look him up. Look at it. He doesn't hide his name or who he is. He shows his face. He shows his whole name. He has his uniforms. He has himself in cockpits flying. So what the fuck are you talking about? That these people aren't real pilots. I'll post the video.
That's what I'm talking about. He's a lying scumbag Czech pilot.
I'm not a pilot either.
Commercial pilots are lying scumbags. But your little fucking, your little video confirming your bias is all you need.
You're doing the same thing. You're presenting a video that's confirming your bias.
No,
shit.
Peter from Mentor Pilot he's building one of the fucking instruments, showing you the globe aspects.
He's a lying bastard whilst he's doing it.
So, like, what are you lying about?
He's doing it. He's lying.
He's showing you. He's showing you with data and measurements. Data and measurements don't lie, Jin. Data and measurements don't lie. I know you gotta talk over me to stop the truth from getting out. Dude, you're ridiculous. Cater shows how he builds the thing, shows the data and the measurements. They don't lie, man. He's not just in a video telling you, sitting at his desk just telling you. He has the instruments in his hand, building them, taking the measurements, showing the measurements as he's taking them. Like, you're the fucking liar, Jin. Come to terms with that.
Okay, may I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so Jace, I understand that it's frustrating when Jin goes off on, what are, and just states blatant falsehoods as though they're facts. But we have to let him do it, okay? Yes, they're not facts at all, they're blatant falsehoods.
They're absolutely fraudulent.
So, yes, Jin, the stuff that you say is fraudulent. Thank you.
I interrupted when he lied about me. I interrupted when he lied about me because I'm not going to let that happen.
Okay, let's not interrupt. Let's everybody not interrupt. How about that, guys?
I understand your frustration and I understand your annoyance, but anybody who listens to Jin has only themselves to blame. So just let him get his
again. You're only a loser.
There's another add-on. Like, why are we doing this? Why can't we be?
I'm gonna start muting people. I'm gonna start. That's the only way.
Yeah, we're gonna get away from the meta. Yeah, get away from the meta.
Okay. All I want to explain to Jace is that the conversation progresses better when we don't interrupt, even when they're saying aggravating stuff that we really want to respond to. I do understand your frustration, Jace, and I feel it. but let's go with that.
Yeah. Let's just stay away from attacking the person and attack the arguments.
So why
That's
is someone
simple.
else talking? He was talking to me. Let me respond. Right? I don't care if he lies about stupid shit that you only have yourself to blame if you listen to him. But when you start lying about me personally, I'm not going to let that stand. And that's what he did, right? So if he just wants to lie about other
We get it. We get it. We get it. We get it, Jay. We get it. Shut the fuck up, please. Jesus, you've said it 9 times.
Yeah. And
Who
I
is
didn't
interrupting?
actually.
What is this guy's problem?
Yeah, you interrupt him, he'll say it again.
We get it.
No,
We
now I
get it.
gotta
We
say
heard
it
it 9
again.
times. He's lying about you. He's lying about you. He's lying about you. He's lying about you. Just put it on repeat and go to a different room. Fuck.
The issue is this. The issue is simply this.
It's
that
not
Jen,
my fault that you guys let it happen.
If I
Stop
may be
you
allowed to
from
speak
lying
very
about
shortly, very
people.
quick.
All right.
The fact of the matter is we have no topic now. We have no topic.
Quiet. Jen is arguing dishonestly because any time that someone says something
enough
is
dude. Why are
shows
you doing
evidence.
more
Shows,
meta instead of
listen,
saving
quiet.
us?
I'm making
Come
one
on,
point.
you guys. This is fucking
I'm making one
ridiculous.
point. Anytime that someone presents
gives a
evidence to
fuck,
the
dude.
globe, it's immediately dismissed that they are lying, and that.
Just move on.
The Globers say the same shit about flat Earth, so let's get off the meta.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. Exactly, yeah.
Let's see.
Yeah,
you want to go to flat or do we want to go to globe?
I've been waiting to interject.
Yeah, go ahead.
I heard pretty clearly earlier from PhD Tony that there is no distinction between the flat model and the globe model.
Exactly. I second that motion, and I'd like
No
you
way.
to
There is an absolute distinction.
Let's clarify that.
When you're flying a plane, Tony said that there is no way to tell the difference.
Yeah, let's clarify. As far, and I've said this all along, the plane would fly the same on both models. There is no distinction.
Wood.
You
have a ball and a flat plane. I'm saying what would happen.
I don't know, man.
Okay, brother.
I'm getting sick of this shit, man.
No, we're sick of your shit, man. Your shit is what we're sick
No,
of.
no, my shit is trying to complete a fucking sentence and not being able to.
Horizontality. Circumference and horizontality.
Yeah, I wonder if I can
Yeah, it
complete
is
a fucking
true,
sentence.
Eggshells. I wasn't even talking and somebody muted me.
Anyway.
Yeah, you got
there's no way that you would know
Go ahead, left
that
lane.
you were going around the curve. Like, I'm just imagining, my plane doesn't fly that fast, but it takes me a little less than an hour to get 1 degree of angle change. You're just not going to notice it. It's not an argument really for either model without knowing some very distinct, particularities about it. So I think it's a bad argument for flat Earth to use. And I don't think it would be good for us to combat with our argument. So planes and plane flight is not a good argument for this conversation.
That's what I was
already clipped the audio.
I would much prefer, in terms of globe proof, the uniform accuracy of the spherical distance formula and the inaccuracy of the flat Earth distance formula. That's a great argument against flat Earth. The earthquake propagation and the propagation of atmospheric pressure waves, they're great arguments against a planar Earth. There are multiple data sets. Ginger sticks to this one, and it is incapable of distinguishing between the two models from the telemetry data. If you look at the GPS data,
ladies
you
and
won't see a
gentlemen,
difference.
if I may be allowed to explain.
Oh, wait, no,
hold
Jin,
on,
you're
hold
not
on.
allowed
Actually,
to
I
cut
wanna hear
in.
what
And
Tony was
Tony,
saying.
please, short, bring it home.
No, I was done, so Jim can carry on.
Right, let me explain to you. Ladies and gentlemen, when you're driving your car on the high street and now you're approaching a roundabout, now you're driving straight. Now you want to turn right, you've got to round the roundabout, okay? So you input the turning of your steering wheel to go round the roundabout to round it. And then you turn right and then you've gone on straight again. You see what I mean? You had to round it. The same would apply to something with a circumference. The plane must round the curvature of the Earth, follow it. But the aeroplane doesn't take a curved trajectory. It is horizontal all the way. And we have technology actually recording that. So that's what we're trying to say to you, that we're not experiencing curved flight, which we would do.
We got it, Jin. We got it. We got it. Blue,
Okay,
you want to go?
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Jen, when you're driving your car and you're going up a hill, do you need to pull back on the steering wheel to make the car go up the hill, or does
That's
it
an
just go up the hill?
insulting statement. That is an
No,
insulting
Jen, let me
statement.
add, I'm making a point because that's exactly what density altitude does
it's an
to
insulting
an airplane,
statement
Jen.
or question.
Jin, let him get it out, man. Come on. Like, do I have to babysit? Like, come on, man.
Okay, go ahead, man.
That analogy is exactly what I'm trying to get to, Jen. The density altitude of the atmosphere is just like the highway that your car is driving on. Your ass is going to stay the same distance above the surface of the road, just like no matter what the road does, just like an airplane stays at the same density altitude no matter what the fuck you do, unless you change the trim, change your speed, or make some change. If you leave it alone, it will follow that pressure, that density altitude. Gene, I've been a flight instructor and an instrument advanced ground instructor for the last 30 years. I've been flying airplanes for 50 fucking years, buddy. Don't try to tell me how airplanes work.
Your car going up a hill. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a car driving and it's going to go up a hill. We have a glass of water on the roof of the car. We drive along, we go up the hill. Now the glass has fallen off. Why did it fall off? Because the horizontality of the car has changed now. The pitch angle has changed. That is why the glass of water fell off the car, because it went up a hill and then the glass fell off.
You're missing it, Jen.
That's simple.
It went completely over his head.
Yeah. The pitch angle of the aircraft.
Let them respond, Jen. Let somebody respond, bro. You made your point.
You are interrupting me. Thank you. The pitch angle of the vehicle had changed from one of horizontal.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Horizontal. You're interrupting, please. Right. From horizontal, driving horizontally on the street to then climbing up a hill, and the glass fell off the roof of the car. Why? The pitch angle had changed.
That's a bad analogy.
I'm going to go.
Just so you know,
I'm going to go. I'm going to give
I don't care what you think, Rob. It doesn't matter. You don't count in my mind.
Yeah.
Can I ask Jen a
Just to
question?
give a quick. Wait. I just want to give.
Speaking here.
Yeah, Rob. Okay.
Go ahead, Left Lane.
I want to give just a quick, basic, simple analogy describing our model, the globe model that Jen is strawman.
Yeah, go ahead.
So the atmosphere, the density altitude, like Blue was saying, you get to altitude, you build your speed, you trim the plane out, and you can let it go. It's going to stay right there at the same altitude. That density gradient follows the curvature of the Earth, and so it's like you're not going to notice the change 1 degree unless in an hour's time. It's just not a good argument.
So may I follow on
from that? The curvature of the Earth. And if you're going to follow the curvature of the Earth, horizontal, we know that because we're sitting in the aeroplane. When
horizontal has nothing to do with it.
Please,
there is no horizontal in an airplane.
I'm going to explain. We're on the runway, ladies and gentlemen. We've got our seatbelt on. We're about to taxi out onto the runway and take off. Okay, we're currently level on the surface of the Earth. Level.
Most runways aren't level either.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are level. I've got my spirit level. It's registering that we are level.
Blue ice runway in Glacier in Antarctica was not straight.
Let's see, look, they're interrupting again. I can't even speak. Here we go. So now we are level, right? We're on the surface of the runway. It's level. We're going to take off now. Now, when the plane takes off, it noses up. That means it's moving from the horizontal runway that it was on. It has to do that to climb up. The aeroplane noses up. You know that because your body weight shifts in your seat. You're now pressing back on your seat because the aeroplane is nosing up for that takeoff as it climbs up into altitude. Then it levels off. Okay, so you're now back to horizontal, just like you were on the runway.
No, you're not.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are, sir. That's what it does when it levels off. And remember, it took off. When it took off, it nosed up. That meant it nosed up away from horizontal. Okay? Yes, it did. Didn't it? It did.
No, it didn't. No, it did. He did decline. But listen to this, Jen.
Does a
Listen to
plane nose
this.
up when it takes
Hold
off?
on, Jin. Let him
Does a
rebut
plane
that
nose
point.
off?
Hold on, Jin.
Thank
Jin,
you.
please, man. One at a time. 1 point at a time.
Yeah, Jen, there's nothing about the plane flight that is horizontal. Horizontal's probably not even in the fucking manual anywhere. I can be flying. I can be flying straight and level. I can be flying straight and level. Fuck you, man. I tell you, I don't know.
It's not gonna work like this, Jin. If you're gonna scream and yell, bro, like nobody can listen to you, bro. I mean,
yeah, he knows I'm gonna give him something devastating, and that's why he's got to overtalk him. If I slow down, yeah, we could. I just want to finish that statement about the horizontal. If I wanted to slow down a little bit but maintain altitude, pull a little power out, I've got to trim the nose up a little bit. So you're always flying nose high, and it varies depending on headwinds, tailwinds, how fast you're going. There's nothing about plane flight that is horizontal.
I would like to add one more thing, if that's all right. So I've flown a couple of planes, so small ones, Pipers. So am I correct when my idea of what's going on is when you're in a small plane, flying around the curve is irrelevant because you're flying too slow. When you're flying something like an airliner and you're doing 500 miles an hour or more, you're also up higher. And so the air density, basically, if you try to fly any higher, you will not be able to because the plane won't get as much lift because the air will be progressively getting thinner. Is that correct? Am I right about that?
Yes, you are.
Yep.
Okay. And the other thing I was going to say was I asked on 2 separate occasions, I met a pilot and I made sure to ask each of them about flat Earth. I mentioned flat Earth. So I said, what would happen if you dip your nose down? Do you need to dip your nose down as you fly along? And one of them laughed at me. The second one said, yes, if you want to crash.
Exactly.
So
I want to also point out that the pilots from this documentary that Jin is referring to openly and explicitly say the jet fuel hoax is false and the planes do run on jet fuel. And as my understanding, Jin, you disagree with them on that when it is their area of intimate expertise.
Basically, are you addressing me? Are you addressing me with that? Yes, of course. I'm going to disagree with that because the way that jet engine works is that it's sucking air through the engine itself, the turbines, and it's going through a compressor, and it compresses the air, compress, and then it's ignited with some fuel. Some fuel is used, but not the amounts that we're being told by the airline operators. That's my position. But let me go back to what was said about the flight. I want to address the flight again, please. Ladies and gentlemen, when you're on the runway, the aeroplane is level. It's sitting there.
I
can't speak.
How many times do we have to hear this same fucking monotonous monologue?
You're interrupting me for clarity. I want to finish for clarity.
Please don't just repeat yourself.
When we're on the runway,
he's only said it 10 times.
When we're on the runway, look, I've got a point to make that's being ignored, all right? And it's this. When you're on the runway of an airport, the aeroplane is level. I've checked it myself with my spirit level. It is level. It is not curving anywhere. It is now going to run along the runway that is level, okay? It might be undulating a little bit, but it's horizontal. It's not curving. And then when the plane nose is up, now it's moving from the horizontal runway that it was on. It noses up. How do you know? Because the aeroplane nose is up.
Mate, please wrap it up.
People are interrupting again. Look, SC.
What's the
Can I
margin
not
of
get this
error
out?
on that spirit level?
SC, I'm getting a lot of interruptions again.
It's because you're repeating yourself over and over and you're saying completely inaccurate information.
It's not inaccurate at all. You just won't let me finish. Can I finish, please? Right.
Well,
so, ladies
I'd
and gentlemen.
much rather you didn't, actually.
Yeah, I know you'd rather you didn't because it's the truth. Can I finish what I'm saying? Thank you.
Yes, you can. Look, guys, if you're going to complain and you're engaging with him, that's on you. Like, if you're engaging with him, you got to let him finish.
That's true. Can we talk to SE or Rob or somebody other than Jim?
Can I now finish what I'm saying? Because you're interrupting as well. Eggshells. Stop fucking interrupting.
How do you think planes fly,
So
SE?
look, when the plane takes off, it has to nose up. Has to.
We've heard that.
Now that's moving. That's moving from its horizontal position that it was on the runway, because it's nosed up. So there you know that the plane is nosing upwards. You know it. You feel it. You see it. You see the nose of the plane up. It climbs to the altitude.
What do you think of this argument?
Well, it's away from the.
I'm asking FE now.
My point. You're interrupting me. I haven't even finished. I haven't even finished.
You had. You'd
and you're not
repeated
letting me finish.
Yeah, it's horizontal and it noses up.
You're just not.
Take a look at the.
You're not letting me finish.
Yeah, quiet. You're talking up. You're talking up.
The interruption.
Take a look at the FAA flight manual that I posted from 2011. It says the Earth
is just our version.
Right, what's your next argument?
So everybody needs to relax.
Please let me finish what I'm trying to say. My main point is this: the aeroplane, when it's taking off, is moving from the horizontal to an angle of taking off. The plane must nose up. It's so you know the plane is nosing up. That's moving from the horizontal, isn't it? It's going up.
Do you know I've got an idea? This is what we deal with Tony, PhD. So just so you guys know, this is exactly how the flat earthers feel talking to Tony, PhD.
Except that I don't repeat myself anywhere near as monotonously as this guy does.
You do, Tony. That's your problem. I'm not being monotonous.
Most people are able to get information from the stuff that I say that they didn't have before I started talking. That's valuable, right? Him repeating the same argument, having had the flaws in it explained over and over and over again, as though for some reason the 1,001st time he repeats it is going to be the trick. We're not persuaded by this argument. Repeating it isn't progressing the conversation. It's just driving it into a rut. So let's ask the other flat earthers, do you think this plane argument is a good argument?
Rob, do you reckon there is a plane fuel hoax? Do you reckon these engineers are correct about the shape of the Earth but incorrect? We're talking to you at the moment, Jen. Rob, do you think that these engineers are correct about the shape of the Earth but incorrect about plane engineering?
I didn't say anything about jet fuel.
I'm just curious. I know I don't want to hold you to a position you don't hold.
Yeah, I'm not a pilot. I'm not an airplane engineer. I don't know how airplanes work, if that's what you want to know. And I don't claim to know how much fuel they use, how much fuel they don't use, where they store the fuel. None of that really matters to me. But when they say that they treat the Earth as a level, non-rotating plane, that's interesting.
Yeah, it is.
But it's still a globe, right?
Would you agree that the FAA is the source of flight instruction in aviation? Would you take them
if
to
you
be
want to get a
credible source?
license to fly an airplane, you have to go to the FAA, I believe. So yeah, sure. I'm
would you agree that? Would you agree that a manual that they publish with specific figures would purported to be factual would indeed be factual?
Do you want to post that? We can look at it. Sure.
Oh yeah. I just posted it. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm sorry. I'm at work.
Look in the
I'm
voice.
trying to jump in the conversation when I can.
The voice chat log is the easiest because not a lot of traffic there. But I posted a screenshot from the attached PDF. It's just above it. It's the 2011.
Okay, yeah, I see it. I love it when people actually post screen. Yeah, see, I love it.
Yeah,
it's not a link. It's an actual item I can read. Yeah, that's cool. I want to appreciate you for doing that because I end up going in, picking links, finding the actual cited part, and have to post the screenshots myself so people can read it in the chat instead of having to go to a link. Thank you for that.
The sentence I highlighted in the image says, for most navigational purposes, the Earth is assumed to be a perfect sphere, although in reality it is not. Inspection of the Earth's crust reveals there is a height variation of approximately 12 miles from the top of the tallest mountain, yada yada, so on and so forth. It just describes the difference between the equatorial diameter and the polar diameter, right? So in summary, it's just describing a sphere, and I would love to hear somebody to refute that directly from the FAA manual. Thank you.
Well, may I just tack something on the back of that? Rob is exactly right. that using flat Earth models can give accurate results over small length scales. That's exactly true. And indeed, we would much rather that the Earth were flat, because flat Earth models are mathematically a lot simpler. They're a lot simpler to code. They're a lot simpler to do the math for. But the fact is that once you get over larger distances, the flat Earth models don't work anymore. They just stop being accurate. For seismic models, it's about 200 kilometers. Above that, the flat seismic models fall apart. So Rob is right when he says that, you know, a lot of these manuals, they say we will assume the Earth is flat and stationary, because it's a good assumption. But that doesn't mean that on the larger scales, that assumption is going to be accurate.
Thank you, Tony. Sorry, I got a train coming. I got to mute.
If the Earth were flat, they wouldn't have to introduce a model which truncates that to the local air, you know, purview of the instantaneous flight. So yeah, it's because when you look at FAA navigation, they always talk about the Great Circle in WGS 84. And yes, when you get up into the higher altitudes like jet aircraft, they don't even call it altitude anymore. It's called flight level, because it's a strata of barometric pressure, because that's how altimetry in an airplane is dealt with. That way all the airplanes are reading the same, because at the same height, based on the strata by the aneroid altimeter and flight air data computers.
Blue Marble, I had a question for Blue Marble. Does this look like a type of manual that you would have gone over at some point during your pilot training?
I haven't seen what you where did you?
I posted it in the chat here, the voice chat.
How far back do I have to go?
If you actually look at the chat within the voice chat, it's literally the most current. I posted a screenshot from section 1-2, but just above it, starting with actechbooks.com, it's just a link to the PDF.
I'm probably looking in the wrong chat or something.
Are you in Omnipresence?
Yeah, it's in voice.
Let me forward it over there. I'll send it right now. All right, it should be there.
Yeah, the books, I've got, I don't know, probably 8 books on pilotage and flying and aeronautical knowledge and all kinds of stuff. There's tons and tons and tons of information in it.
Yeah, I'm familiar with it.
Sure. Okay, and I just wanted to highlight, that's there. I would love to hear someone rebut. Obviously, it's just been presented, so I don't know if Jen has ever seen anything like this. I don't even know if he's muted or if he's already left, but he's been arguing, the opposite side. So we present evidence, we ask for evidence. That I haven't seen any yet, but when we present evidence, I'd love to have it refuted.
Yeah, I got you, bro. I really appreciate you posting that. I will look at. I'm super swamped at the minute. Actually, I need about. Give me 20, 30 minutes, and I will have read the post that you posted.
Okay. Yeah, Jen, there was a question asked of you. I noticed you were muted. The gentleman asked if you had ever seen or read any of this information from the FAA about aeronautical knowledge.
I have read some of the documents from the government agencies stating that when flying, operating an aircraft or firing your missiles, one needs to consider up to be flat and non-rotating Earth.
No, that's not in anything about flying planes. That's nowhere in any manual or any catalogs that I've read.
Look, can I not speak again? Look, I'm going to get muted.
No, the question was about flying airplanes. Nothing about missiles. Nothing about building missiles.
I don't want to get.
I'm talking about flying airplanes.
I don't want to get muted. I'm answering your question as to what I have learned. Okay, now you've asked me, and I'm trying to tell you, but I'm interrupted. So the question is, I understand the principle of flight. I learned it at elementary school to begin with. Okay, I've flown simulators.
That's not my question.
I understand. I'm answering your question. You're interrupting me.
No, you're not. You're not answering my question.
I have read documents. I have read documents regarding flights and how planes fly. So I understand that. That's all I need to say for now. I understand how planes fly, more so than you, who is meant to be a pilot. Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, that's rich. But no, the question was, have you read any of the books on aeronautical knowledge and like flying planes? That was the question, and you never did answer it.
I answered it. I have read many documents and books on how planes fly. I told you I started at elementary school.
You have. Okay.
So
And
I
you
did,
say that
yes,
they
but
say
you
that
didn't hear me.
that they treat Earth as flat and stationary. That's what you said.
Be government agency documents that I've also read say that you need to treat Earth as flat and stationary. But the question we all ask flat earthers, if the Earth is rotating and curving, you would need to consider that because you're actually supposed to be living on a ball Earth. Why would you need to consider flat?
That's your error.
Hang on, don't interrupt me because I'm going to finish soon. Tony put forward because it makes their calculations easy. I say that's false right there because you would still need to factor in the curvature and the rotation so that you don't miss your target if you are firing your missile. You'd have to consider that. So it's falsehood, basically. That's all I'm saying. Thank you.
Blue, were you going to say something, Blue?
Well, I was going to ask Jen, since he's read lots of books about aviation, can you explain P factor to me, Jen? What's the proper P factor?
That's a good one.
Can you explain what fluttering is to me? Do you know what fluttering is? Can you explain that?
I'll take that as a no.
Because that's dealing with.
Do you know what adverse yaw is, Jim?
The reason for the question.
You ever heard that term?
The reason for the question is because it relates to 9/11. That's why I'm asking you. Can you explain what fluttering is, please? Dealing with planes.
You can't answer a question with another question.
If you've read all his aviation books,
dumb questions.
I'm asking real simple questions for somebody that's read all the aviation books that you claim you've read, Jen.
It's a dumb question. It's a dumb question.
He didn't even ask you for the definition.
What
is
fluttering?
Give the definition.
What is fluttering? You see, without looking it up. What is fluttering in aviation? Because I'm talking about 9/11 when I'm talking about this.
I have no idea.
I haven't seen it. I hadn't either.
Actually, fluttering only applies to propeller aircraft, from what I know. Right?
I don't know a lot. Do some more research. You might want to.
So, Jen, is it your position that the FAA is lying or mistaken when they say that the Earth is a sphere in the manual that I posted?
Yes, absolutely correct. They are most certainly are lying, and
so the people that
it's
train
a fraudulent
pilots,
document, of course. That's
the people that train pilots are lying
absolutely.
to pilots.
Absolutely correct. If they're giving them a document, that states what I've stated, and it's a sphere, they're lying to the people. Because
and what's your evidence
in the documentaries out there that are telling us that pilots are telling us that the Earth is flat. So I've got no worries there. I've got no worries at all. I know we're not.
So your evidence is second and third hand information.
Well,
not
you're
the
talking.
source,
yours is similar. Yours is similar. You're in the same position. You're referring to your documents and your pilots.
No, it's not my document. It's the actual source documents for
absolutely similar. It is a situation. Sorry.
But wait. Blue's a pilot. Blue's an instructor. I'm a pilot. Maybe someone else here is a pilot. I wouldn't say that's second or third hand.
That
is absolutely. He's referring to
I'm providing the
people.
source.
That's
I'm providing
hand.
the source.
When he's referring to other
you're
people,
referring to documentaries.
When he's referring to other people, that's second hand. Okay, sorry. And they're not. And you are not pilots. None of you can be pilots.
So what you're saying is, when I present source information, then you're not being provided the source. Is that what you're saying now?
It would be fraudulent source. It would be fraudulent. Yeah, absolutely.
I kind of like it when he denies. I mean, I have no reason to lie about being a pilot. Blue,
I'm not denying anything. I think
it allows your position to stand on its own validity when you do that.
I'm kind of curious though.
We got no globe. So whatever you're telling me about your flights, it's not happening on a ball Earth. Null and void.
Right.
Your documents are null and void because they're fraudulent. We don't live on
Which
Earth.
again
And
highlights
when we
the fact that
actually,
you're arguing from a place
when
of
military
dishonesty.
actually operate, they don't take into consideration curvature or rotation in any
do every
law
day.
that's going on. They don't. Sorry.
We do every day.
Your argument is not.
Every day we do.
It's going to be nuh-uh all the way because we don't live on a globe. Of course, it's nuh-uh. We don't live on a globe, right? And when we fly, we don't take a curved trajectory.
Who's we?
So of course, it's nuh-uh. When
How
we
can you
fire
have
our weapons of
professionals
mass
telling you
destruction,
stuff and
when
you
we
won't listen?
fire the weapons of mass destruction, we don't take Earth's curvature or rotation into consideration. So of course, it's nuh-uh. We don't live on a ball Earth. Nuh-uh, nuh-uh, nuh-uh. Thank you.
Just from the military, we absolutely do, and we do it every day. We have to calculate the globe from
You
everything.
don't. No, you don't. You don't do that, and you don't do it every day. You don't.
It's in the table. It's in the, like the literal.
I was
Like
in the
you
military
can
myself.
actually,
We don't do that. Never done that.
actually
Never
look
done
up the code manuals
done that.
associated with shooting artillery, and it's all in there, buddy.
Yeah.
Sounds like
And
your
the
world's
code
collapsing in on you, Jen.
Fraudulent
Jen,
documents.
sounds
Jen,
like what he's saying is that his position is unfalsifiable. Is that correct, Jen?
Absolutely correct.
Jen,
There you go.
can I ask you how
So why are you
how
arguing?
many missiles have you fired?
Okay, so
I
that's
didn't say I fired any missile, so that's a stupid
so
question.
so he just said literally that none of his positions can be proven false. So it is pointless having a discussion with him. Let's move on to something else.
Well, no, it can't be proven false because and that it's truth. That's why.
All the
That's the problem
professionals
with you
are
people.
telling you the way it is, and you're telling them they're liars.
They are
Jen.
not professionals that are telling
Are
the
you
truth.
ever going
They're
to
not
realize that you
professionals.
may be wrong sometimes?
I am not wrong at all. I am not wrong at all. And the professionals put forward are the ones who are mistaken, and they're not professionals at all. They are
Jen thought he
professional
was wrong
liars,
once,
they
but he
would
was
be,
mistaken.
or professionals who are mistaken at best. That'd be it, really.
I mean,
At worst, they'll be liars. At
I was
best, they'll be
literally
mistaken.
Blah 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 blah.
So,
Blah,
so
blah,
Jen,
blah. Yeah.
Well, I guess
No,
all you
no.
professionals should just hang it up and let Jin take over since he knows everything.
I was kind of
Absolutely.
curious.
You bet. You know you're going to be
Jen.
in the safe hands when you do that. Of
Jen,
course.
can I ask you a
You're
question?
in safe hands then. Go ahead.
So are you even open to the possibility of considering that you may be wrong and relooking at anything that you've said?
No, because when I was a child, I grew up. I
Then
was
why are
told
you
it was
even here?
I'm trying to explain. I am now trying to explain why, so you understand the psychology behind that statement that I made. No, yeah. Because when I was at school, we were told the Earth was a globe, but we didn't get any physical evidence of that. Okay. Then I went to secondary education, and it was reinforced. Okay. So no physical evidence. Okay. And I believed in the globe for 48 years. Only to find out that the globe doesn't exist. So clearly now I made an error of 48 years, believing in something that didn't exist. So now that I've gone and investigated since 2015, I discovered that actually, when I look back at my life, I've never experienced living on a globe for those 48 years. So yeah, and I was in the army and everything else. So basically,
Jen,
no, I am not wrong. No
Jen,
chance I'm wrong.
Jen, what would you accept as evidence that you've made a mistake and the Earth is actually a globe?
It's as
What would
simple
you-
as this. We would need to experience curvature through flight.
What would
When
you
I'm sailing-
accept?
when I'm sailing- yeah, excuse me, you are not letting me finish, are you? Thank you. We would need to experience curvature through flight. When I'm sailing, curvature on a hot air balloon. When we operate submarines, torpedoes, there are many
Jen,
ways there. Radio
what-
signals would have to work on the ball when they don't. Sorry. Long distance
Jen,
observation.
no, that you didn't answer my question,
Curvature.
Jen. You didn't answer my question. What would you,
Curvature.
Jen? What would you accept? Not we. What would you accept?
I told you, what you would need to do is prove the Earth to be a globe to me. So
Yeah, but
How could we do that? How could we do that?
you do that. You go out there and show me and prove it. That's your problem, not mine.
Well, Jen, you made the claim that us in the military, we don't worry about the globe being a globe, right? But you can just Google up the Army field manuals on artillery and like how we shoot
Fraudulent manuals they are. They are fraudulent documents, I've told you. I don't even know why you would bother to state that. I've told you that when you have documents, when you have documents that are telling you you're on a globe, they are fraudulent documents. That's what they are.
There it is.
Okay.
There it is.
Thank you.
It's how to shoot artillery.
Nothing's true.
Like it's not
arguing with a stump.
Jim, can I ask you if we were to put you on a rocket and launch you into space and you could see the Earth with your own eyes and see that it was a globe that was slowly spinning, would you believe it then, or still think that it was false?
I'm ready to do that. I am ready to do that now. Go and get me the rocket. Let's go.
Well, you didn't answer the question. I didn't ask if you were ready to do it. I asked what you would think when you saw that.
I answered your question. I am ready to see it.
Okay, well, you're up there. Imagine you're up there already, and you're seeing. What would your reaction be?
I'm waiting. I'm waiting.
You're up there waiting to a position because it can't be a globe. He said.
Absolutely.
That's his position.
I'm measuring extended horizontality everywhere. So I'm sorry, there is no curvature here. Zero.
So we're wasting our time.
It's just classic.
Absolutely.
It's classic delusion, right? Evidence of contradiction.
Remember what you were told, Tony.
Remember what you were told about interrupting people.
Stop.
Remember what you were told about interrupting people.
It's the person having delusion. You're a cunt.
So,
demons.
Is there a moderator in here?
Stop the ad homs.
You were first. Is there a moderator in here? I was speaking.
We're getting exasperated with these insults. Moderator.
So,
insulting.
Okay, thank you. It's classic delusional thinking. He can't be wrong because he's right. You produce any evidence showing that he's wrong, it has to be false, or it has to not, or it has to be invalid. And it's automatically invalid because it disagrees with what he's chosen to think. It's a classic cognitive dissonance loop.
Tell us about outgassing, Jen. What do you think about outgassing?
He deafened himself.
Oops.
Well, that's okay because I wasn't talking to him. But you know, we kind of need to sort of find if we're going to progress the conversation, we need to find somebody to talk to who is capable of having a conversation. That isn't Jim.
Hey, Tony, how are you doing?
I'm very well, thank you. How are you, Brenda? That's Brenda, isn't it?
This is me. This is me.
Yep.
You're great. I just want to reinforce something, which is I really admire and respect you, even if we disagree sometimes. Okay?
We do.
Can we get a free email? Good job. Good job.
So I definitely respect your debating skills, and I didn't mean to horn in on that discussion. My apologies. That was extremely rude of me. My apologies.
No. I didn't mean to bring any of that up. What I've learned through 60 years of life is sometimes you double down on complimenting people. You know, that's what I've learned.
Well, thank you very much for that. I appreciate it, and I very much respect your input and your debating skills. So if I was dismissing,
I'm under a lot of stress recently because of what's going on in the U.S., and it's making me really discombobulated, as they say. I'm pretty worried about other things, and that spills over into discord sometimes.
Yeah, that same thing happens to me. Though I don't have proximity to the U.S. that you do, but it keeps me awake at night. Let me tell you. So you're not alone. Do remember that.
I would like sometimes, Tony, this is what I imagine in the future, is asking like you and Phil Bell and others questions if I get things wrong, because I'm just a layperson, and I sometimes say things about gravity and other things,
and I think that I need to always be careful.
Yeah, I'm always happy to answer questions. It's like, and it happens to everybody. Toon got a question about gravity wrong yesterday. It's a position that he stated multiple times, but yeah, it's incorrect, or at least inaccurate.
Have you heard of the theory about gravity that says it's like some kind of they're trying to make it compatible
Emergent?
with yes, the emergent thing. But I don't know the details, but they compared it to Brownian motion, only that when there's two masses in the middle, that somehow there's a bias introduced, and that's why the objects will appear to attract one another when it's really some kind of quantum thing going on that I don't have no clue about.
I haven't actually heard that one, or at least I have in passing, but I didn't read up on it. A lot of these theories get a lot of ink spilt on them, and I prefer to wait until things have settled down and we've got a better idea, because a lot of these theories sort of fly by, then they're dismantled. And so I prefer to sort of wait for a while for validation of that, of hypotheses like this. There was an example the other day, I'm not sure if you remember, back during COVID, that there was much fuss about, the magnetic dipole of the G2 muon or something like that. An anomaly that threatened to, overturn the standard model. 6 years later, no, that was just an observational error. The model's fine. So I tend not to get caught up in science news. It's a fast-moving discipline, and I haven't got the time to read every page.
Yeah, Gatekeeper put in what I was thinking about. It's a large-scale sort of statistical outcome from quantum information. But I don't know that shit.
No, nor do I. And anybody who claims to understand quantum mechanics is a liar. That's a bit of an overstatement, but it's absolutely weird stuff. So but I will give it a look. Thank you for bringing that to my attention.
I mean, because after all, we can detect waves, gravity waves. And so if it's a wave, and we believe quantum mechanics is the best theory we got, then there has to be a particle associated with the wave. It has to have some quantization.
Witsit, is that you, Witsit?
That's not Witsit.
Oh. So you can't hand me a wave, but something can wave. I heard you. Continue.
What? I'm sorry, what?
No, Tanks. Tanks, look, be careful. I know who you are. Just be careful. Go ahead, Brenda.
What?
What are you talking about?
Okay.
I hear Witsit carrying on. So
No, we can detect waves, no Tanks. Yeah. Actually,
is a wave a thing or an action or something that something does?
What?
An action that something does. Like gravity. You're saying gravity is a wave?
You know what a wave is.
A wave is an action. Yeah. A wave is describing something that's waving.
Yeah, like water waves. The waves are just what the water's doing. The wave is just the action. It's not.
The wave can also be a
The
noun.
water is the thing. So in your gravity wave, where's the gravity, and what's waving?
Yeah, come on, tell us, Brenda. Brenda gets it.
So gravity waves are caused by distortions. They are actually perturbations in the fabric of space-time that propagate due to large masses interacting with one another. That's where gravity waves come from. They're propagating through space-time, and I don't understand why you're talking. I'm answering your question. If you're talking, you can't hear my answer to your question. Also, the claim that waves are actions. No, probability waves aren't actions. That's stupid.
Well, there was no proof in that. Brenda gets it. Brenda gets it. Do you get it? Or
Yeah. The wave is a concept that can be applied to other things, right? So you can see like waves like I've noticed this sometimes in car traffic, that you'll have waves of car traffic. Um, the wave isn't a thing, but you can talk about it. You can measure it.
It is a thing.
What?
I disagree with some of the flat earthers, but a wave, yeah, you got a wave can be both a noun and a verb. There's concrete nouns, and then there's like abstract nouns.
that's just a reassertion of the
for
claim.
example,
and
a
you
sound
prove the claim.
wave.
Yeah, like a sine wave,
sound wave,
a sine wave, or
Yeah,
sine wave
that's
is a thing, right?
measured in periods along a baseline of peaks and troughs, and it's measured in frequencies, which is cycles per second. So a peak and a trough, however many times you get that peak and a trough in 1 second, is it cycle per second.
This is Daiso's argument, though, that he brings up that a wave is not a thing of its own.
That's also untrue. There are waves that don't travel in time, right? There are standing waves.
Show me one, Tony. Show me one, Tony.
Why don't you go to Google? I'm on my phone. Why don't you go to Google
no,
and Google the term?
I'm just trying to
and Google the term and Google. No.
Go ahead, Tony.
No. Okay, thanks. Thanks for interrupting me to tell me to go ahead. That's very thoughtful of you. So you can anybody who's interested in knowing the truth might want to go to Google and Google the term standing wave. Standing waves are waves, but they don't have a frequency.
Yeah, you obviously don't understand what a standing wave is.
Yeah.
So they only exist on Google. What convinced you of an actual standing wave physically, Tony? Which one?
So you can
Tony,
observe
your
standing
audio
waves.
is not good. Your audio is not good.
You better investigate what a standing wave is, Tony, and then come back and tell us that again.
Why don't you guys tell him? Why do you got to speak so oppositionally? You act like he's
hang on a minute.
No, Tony came in saying he knows what a standing wave is.
No,
he clearly doesn't.
Yeah, Tony, your audio is muffled. Your audio is muffled, Tony. Okay, I can't hear you properly because you're muffled. Okay.
So
sorry about that.
When it comes to the language, right? Like sometimes things get lost in language, bro. But like you could say, as a surfer, right? If I say I'm gonna ride that wave or a tidal wave, right? Like that's a noun right there, in every sense of the word, noun, right? And then you could also say as a verb, oh, the flag is waving, or he waved that.
You keep on having to put a
right?
thing prior to the wave. You have to say a tidal wave or a flag.
No, you can say I ride the wave. I rode. No, you can say
What's a wave wave?
I rode the wave.
Hand wave.
You don't have to say tidal wave.
Yeah, but
wave,
Lion, you actually Lion, hang on, Lion. I need to push back on that, Lion, because you're not actually riding the wave. You're riding the water.
Yeah, it doesn't matter because
right. It does
in
matter.
philosophy. No, in philosophy, you have perceptual, conceptual, and physical existence. And you can have nouns that are perceptual and conceptual. Doesn't have to be concrete nouns like that has a standing form. Like what this guy was saying, Tony. A standing wave. I don't know what he's talking about, a standing wave, but
well, let me explain a standing wave to you. It's when you have two perpendicular like sound waves hitting each other at the same frequency and they cancel out.
Just like the number one, right? Or letters, the alphabet, numbers, these are conceptual things. Are they no longer nouns because they don't take up space? Not necessarily. Now, waves are both conceptual and perceptual. Right? So you can feel a wave, you can see a wave. We know conceptually it has a form, it has a shape. There's different types of waves in the electromagnetic spectrum, right? We have different troughs and peaks, right? Like a sine wave has a specific pattern. That's a thing, dude. It's a noun. Nothing wrong with that.
All right, so now, yeah, so in the context that Brenda gets it, or was saying, they were saying that gravity is a wave, or a gravity wave. There's a gravity wave. It's perceived or measured. What's waving? They said the particle is waving. They didn't. No, so there must be a gravity particle. They're not in agreement with you in this way.
They don't even know what equipotential is or equidistant.
I do know what that means.
Well, okay, prove a
everybody here
curve
knows.
that's equidistant or equipotential in elevation or in any other shape or form, a curved thing.
It's really
Prove
simple.
it.
It's really simple, right?
No.
It's in the word. It means equi. It means
No, it's in the demonstration.
down. You
Demonstration, that's right.
said down. You got to stop.
Demonstration.
Brenda's got a nickname for you, Demsies.
I just said down.
Demi Poo.
You meant demonstration. You meant I'm going to do a demonstration for you, Democ, and I'm going to go outside and show you every part of this dirt in my backyard that's equipotential, equidistant, and equal in elevation to itself, to the center of the earth, because this microscopic nothing dirt little piece in my backyard definitely couldn't be seen from space or anywhere else, or then be made as a differential from any other part, could it, from a 360? So you think your backyard's different from Earth 360 from anybody else's backyard? Is that what we're talking about here? So you guys don't even have a curve that's a curve? You have ups and downs away from a curve?
Demo.
So show me the mean line curve. That's the only one I want.
Demo. Okay.
Demonstration.
Democ, you
We're
said
looking for a curved equipotential, you guys. I know this is hard. Can you demonstrate what that means, please, without talking with the object?
No, you have to stop talking and interrupting people. You said that we Globers don't know what equipotential means, and we
You're not demonstrating it very good.
Because you keep interrupting me.
Your demonstration? No, that's pressing the live button. That's no talking.
Demo.
I know you guys are against demonstrations and you don't like that word, but stop saying my name when you guys can't demonstrate what equipotential is. I know you have a you have a religious book and an author on what you believe is. Google tells you what that means. But can you demonstrate that outside? If you can't, then your definition needs wiped out.
I don't know how many times I got to plead with you. Day after day, I'm pleading with you.
But you're not demonstrating nothing. That's your own fault.
It doesn't matter. Just don't interrupt anybody.
It totally matters. You're interrupting me. You guys interrupt me. As soon as I get on and start speaking, 15 of you guys interrupt me. So that really does matter. And I didn't interrupt anybody. He fucking paused.
It's when you get monologue-y, okay? Let's just keep it civil. Brenda, go ahead.
Demonstration's not a monologue. I did demonstration and then I release my button and I still don't see a demonstration after I let go. Watch.
We'll let Brenda finish her point.
Equipotential just means that everything has the same potential. That's
where? How? Show me. Where? Where at in reality outside? Where?
It's just it's a word. It has a concept. It has a meaning. You apply it, right?
To what? Where?
Right. So the surface of water is at equipotential, right? It all has the same potential. It all has the same potential energy.
I don't believe anything you're making up right now. You'll have to demonstrate what that means, whether that's a horizontal or a curved, and demonstrate the two against each other.
You don't have to. It's a concept, dude.
So it's a concept. So you don't have a real equipotential, equidistant object anywhere of a sphere, of a curve.
Do you know how?
I know what horizontal is. Hold on. I know that hold on, Brandon. I'm not done. A horizontal line is equipotential and equidistant only with itself. As long as it's level. Yeah, cups of water will not spill off a horizontal line that's level. I'll bet you any money every day of my life. No gravity needed, just that horizontal line. Place your cups of water. Place your bets. Now, take your curve and go do the same thing. Show me your equipotential curve. Now, go.
I don't have to.
It's already been done. We've already done that experiment.
Yeah, nowhere does it. Nowhere, don't help.
I'm still talking.
Democ, we definitely know that. We've got that thing. We've got that curve that's equipotential. Nowhere.
Democ had the temerity to complain about being interrupted, and then he goes around and behaves like this. We have done this experiment. We have put GPS receivers on boats and on buoys, and we've tracked the surface of the mean sea level. We've also tracked it using satellite altimetry and airborne altimetry. We know that the surface of the geoid curves, and we know that it isn't uniform. The definition of an equipotential surface is a surface along which gravitational potential and rotational potential are the same, where the sum of those two terms is constant. That's what an equipotential surface is. On a flat plane, on a rotate.
Yeah, I don't know.
Also, the guy who claimed
that the sea level is in motion, so it's not of any equipotential. It's not at rest. It's not equal potential while it's in motion all over the place. So I mean, we have the proof, and that's it. I mean, so
that's why we said mean. That's why we said mean sea level, because the topology of the ocean is the geoid.
Yes, and we can measure.
Yeah. So DMAC, you hear that? So now the up and down, the big waves of splashing water is the motionless geoid. That's
yeah, that's right. Yeah. Well, except the geoid is the mean position.
Yeah, so
not the troughs, not the peaks.
You don't need the demonstration, DMAC. It's just that I do have flat Earth satellites, and the waves in the water splashes around, and the potential of the wave splashes around due to its displacement from its equilibrium state of rest, showing that rest is a state only available in a potential on flat Earth.
I think DMAC's job is to show how stupid flat Earth is.
Through my words.
You mean get a horizontal straight line that's level?
No, I mean, we just make claims.
Every point, all the way from A to B, I can put 1,000,000 cups of water, 100 cups of water, 10 cups of water. That's equipotential and equidistant, meaning no differential in change of rate, meaning no cup of water spills or moves or is different. They all stay, they're all equipotential. You guys don't have a curve. That's my proof right there. In physical reality. I know you don't like reality. I know you keep stop. I'm not done because you need the other portion of this. Now you need your curve lined up against that and show the same thing apparently, because apparently you guys say there's no difference between a horizontal and a curve. So show us your curve that's not horizontal that holds the glasses on there. That means equipotential. If you don't have a physical curved attribute, if you're claiming the Earth is the geoid, the whole Earth is that geoid that is equipotential, go in your backyard. It is the geoid. It is the Earth, is it not? So now your backyard's not the Earth. It's flat Earth now. Backyard don't work on Earth, right? No equipotential backyard.
He just made my point, showing how stupid flat Earth is.
Any sense. None of that made any sense.
So the Earth is not your backyards. The Earth is not any dirt anywhere of the Earth. The Earth dirt is not equipotential. Equipotential doesn't make any sense on a globe or a curve. We agree. I'm with you guys.
Yeah, random word generator. Yeah, we agree. You are a random word generator showing how stupid flat Earth is.
Yeah, no ball. How stupid is flat Earth?
All the words are actual words.
Do you have a ball? Yeah, a ball and an airplane is what you actually need. You need to stop using words. Words hurt you. So do demonstrations. So you need to stop doing anything in this here forum.
Have you ever demonstrated anything yourself?
Dude, I've asked you for a demonstration.
Have you ever demonstrated anything?
Flies around a ball, and none of you guys can do it. But you keep saying you know how an airplane flies around a ball, but you don't know how to demonstrate it. How fucking weird.
We've shown it to you, buddy.
Toy airplane.
Yeah, I mean, I know DMAC has the demonstration. All he has to do, according to the rebuttals I'm hearing, is show that if he takes 2 vials of liquid, or even a single vial of liquid, and puts it in a state of not horizontal, that the water will not be at rest and it will flow until it seeks horizontal again, and then he wins. And there's a claim on the table from the opposition, it would seem, that is not true. So I mean, that would be on them to prove what he's demonstrated to be true, that it's not true.
He hasn't demonstrated anything. Go do it.
Clearly, a horizontal line. Everyone knows that all the cups of water are not going to spill. Demonstration done.
I don't know anything.
You can do this at home. You
don't know how to get cups of water. You're the one making the claim.
Out of your reach.
Demonstrate your claim.
Guy. So you can't engineer a couple cups of water that are full and put them on a
You're going to have to do it. It's your claim. You demonstrate it, Demo.
So you don't know how the builder of wood doesn't know what a horizontal line is, guys. Isn't this weird?
It is weird. Yeah, because I've done it, man, and they can do. I know they can do it, dude. I know they can. All you do, you get a table, right? You get a 6 foot level because that's when you get you get a 6 foot level. You put it on the table. You make sure the table's level, and then you put 2 cups of water, even 4 if you guys are feeling crazy. Put a cup of water on each corner of the table, and observe that it won't move. Just observe. If you guys have some sort of antithetical.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Is that expected to? Are we expected to
stance against that, then prove it.
Does that disprove the globe somehow?
Yes, every day, all day.
I mean, yeah. Do you expect that that's not the case?
You have not
I'm not
proven that
saying
it
that's
is
not
the
the
case.
case. I'm saying that we can
proved
do
it.
that on the
No, you haven't.
Earth is flat, and if the Earth is
Show it to me.
globe.
Yeah, I mean,
Show it to us. Show us this demonstration.
What I've shown in reality is
Go do it.
Yeah, what I've shown in reality, I mean, I've done it. I can show it again if you'd like to. Yeah, what I've shown in reality is that the shortest distance between verticals is a horizontal straight line distance. So if you get these cups right on your table, all you have to do is put them in you want to put them in a square, you can do that. You can measure the hypotenuse at each corner, and you're going to find that the shortest distance between those points is in the horizontal orientation established by the 6 foot level that you put on the table.
It's not my claim. It's your claim.
You have some sort of
Go do it. Show it to us.
Yeah, if you have.
You guys are good. You guys are good at asking for all this stuff. I'm just asking for the same thing that you asked for. That's all.
Yeah.
I'm asking for the same thing that you.
If you deny, if you deny tables,
you're not showing it to us.
You deny tables.
Show it.
Yeah. So you deny that that's the case?
So you can't prove it then. Okay, you got.
I'm ready to go. For money, I'm ready to go.
Prove it. You can't debunk a horizontal line holding water.
You're not showing it.
That didn't make any sense. Go to the hardware store and ask them that. Let's Google right now which thing can hold water and not let it spill. Let's Google that. Let's ask.
No,
Google.
I'm not looking for Google. I'm looking for your demonstration,
Let's go
Demo.
the hardware store.
I'm looking for you to demonstrate what you
said. Let's ask everybody in here. Everybody with cups of water on their table. Is that table curved? No. Proven fact. Your tables hold water. They're not curving equipotential to a fucking center point of anything of their own thing.
Well, it's so easy, Demo. Go ahead and show us your demonstration. We're waiting.
My demonstration is it's impossible for a curve to be equipotential. Do you have something that says that's true?
Well, my demonstration shows that it absolutely can be.
Well, while waiting for your demonstration,
by definition,
we don't care about words.
That is a solution of Laplace's equation. Is an equipotential. So yes,
that's a cool story.
There are curves. This follows. We know that gravitational potentials and indeed electrical potentials.
You know, you're not demonstrating it. You know so much. Yeah, you know how to read.
Because of conservation of energy, if you move something in a closed loop if you've got a point at a certain position in a gravitational or electrical field, and you move it through a closed loop back to its original point, it'll have the same potential regardless of what path you moved it through. This is called conservation. This makes gravitational potential and electrical potential conservative fields. And just as you can have curved electrical fields that are equipotential, you can also have curved gravitational fields that are equipotential trivially.
Sounds like a Harry Potter story with no curve being equipotential holding the cups of water. My horizontal line is its own reference in reality every time. It's level from point A to B no matter how long you make it, and all the cups of water will not spill. Now, you guys need to show us a non-flat earth, non-reality, non-demonstration, non-physical, right? The evidence points to a horizontal line only so far. Evidence only points to a horizontal line. A horizontal line points to no spilt water.
We can take a GPS receiver
not helping you. You got the curve.
I
know you can read book after book, Tony.
We can show that the curve is.
No, you're not showing anything. You're just reading words again.
He's literally just talking over me at this point.
You're literally not getting the fucking curve in your backyard or nowhere.
So
quit taking DMOC seriously. The only thing you can do with DMOC is just spar
quit
with him
taking that
and
Earth
make
dirt
jokes of him.
seriously.
He's not.
Quit
This
taking
is not a
fucking
technical
weirdo
discussion
seriously
when
that
DMOC is
Hoover
involved.
Dam is a fucking
Okay,
gravity.
but I am
It's
trying
one
to
wall
give
gravity
evidence
holding
of other people.
water. Hoover
DMOC.
Dam
Do you
wall
realize
built
you
around
DMOC.
water.
I got a lake on a hill and it's got a wall on one side.
Yeah, right. It's got a fucking wall all the way around it. You gimp fucking retard.
No, it's on a hill.
Demo?
You're a fucking retard. Go stack some water on a hill, lion bitch.
Demo.
Yeah, that's why I got the wall on one side.
Why do
It's
you need
called
a
the Hoover
wall,
Dam.
gravity boy? Is that wall gravity or is that a wall? Welcome to
The
flat Earth,
wall's
retard
defeating gravity.
motherfucker. Welcome to
The wall's
flat Earth.
defeating
You don't
gravity.
see no
The top
walls
of
on a
the lake level
globe.
is the lake
Where are
level. The
walls on
lake
a
is
globe,
level,
Mom?
and there's only a wall on one side. Figure that one out.
All right, listen. We don't be getting into fucking calling people retards and shit like that. We need to keep it civil.
What's going on with this retard jumping in all the time when people are talking?
Let Tony finish his point. You counter. Let's go.
Okay, the point that I was going to make is if you walk along a canal or indeed a large body of water or indeed a large collection of glasses that are stacked next to one another, you will detect the curve. Your coordinates, the coordinates registered by the GPS receiver will register a curve. You can deny that's happening. It just is.
Well, I've got cups of water that beg to differ, and you don't
Well,
have
that curve and that curve is level.
Hey, shut up, cornbread. So what you'll need is a reference to prove your lying point. You'll need a horizontal reference along your curve, and the curve cannot match that point A or point B of the horizontal line. It has to be below it. Then put your cups there. That's where you want to start. And when your water doesn't spill on the point below the curve, then we could take a look at the rest of the
But
curve.
DMOC, you didn't hear his response. He said nuh-uh. He said nuh-uh.
Yeah, I know, but nuh-uh doesn't ever cut it. We can't just read Bibles in here like Jesus said, the Ark says, believe me, because Google says. No, we need to go outside and have two of these things that aren't each other. One of these things are not like each other. You claim to have a fucking PhD, but clearly a horizontal line and a curve are beneath you, right? Or above you, whichever one that means. Everybody in here apparently that believes in a fucking globe and keeps chiming in without a curve, holding the water. Stop reading out of fucking books. Go outside. I've got my horizontal line. It always holds water. Somehow you need to prove that wrong. And you
Blue,
I just want to know, like, are we still on for this bet? Like, I'm gonna get the 3, 4, 5 triangle. I'm gonna snap a chalk line on the table between the cups of water with a level on it, and you're gonna pay up, right? Because you got the money ready. You got money on this, right? That it won't happen. It won't happen.
My money's on the horizontal line.
Yeah.
Yep.
Nobody has any idea what you guys are prattling about.
Horizontal lines hold water, curves don't. Now, in
DMOC's not a
reality, that's all you can demonstrate. The
DMOC's
definition in the dictionary,
involved.
for insanity is to keep claiming that you believe something other than what happens. Now, everybody in here must be insane to keep claiming this horizontal line's not holding water without proof. Without the curve, you boys are sunk. The one thing you need is the curve. Stop pointing out horizontal. It's not going to help you. Stop reading about horizontal. It's not going to help you.
Okay.
Stop showing us you can't drop long sea-level vertically.
Denmark. Can I get in there, please? Thank you. One minute.
Go ahead.
I'm going to bolster up what you've just said. So basically, ladies and gentlemen, if you're listening in the live stream, we have a table 6 by 6 by 6 by 6 square. We measured it and we made sure that it's level with the spirit level. We have a leveled table established across the length and the width. And okay, nice. We're happy with that. Then we take a portion of the globe. Okay, we're going to cut the globe in half. Okay, and then cut it in half again. So we've got a quarter of a globe now. Okay, now we're going to put the globe on the table. But before we do that, what we're going to do is pour out some water on the table and watch what happens. We pour the water out on the table, only a little bit, so it doesn't spill everywhere. And we notice it's level. It's not spilling anywhere. The table is holding that water. The water has spread out. It's nice and level. Okay, thank you.
You're definitely showing how stupid flat Earth is.
Excuse me. Okay, thank you. Then we take the globe, which is meant to be a leveled surface, apparently. We put the globe down now, that quarter of a globe. We pour the water. And what happens to the water, ladies and gentlemen? It just rolls off. When we take
you don't have enough gravity.
Yeah, and then when we roll, when we flip it, when we flip it, it starts to rock backwards and forwards, left and right rocking, right? So there you have it. It's not level. That's why the water rolls off. That's why it's rocking backwards and forwards. Thanks.
That's not why the water rolls off. The water rolls off because the little quarter of the globe that you put there has not enough gravity than the gravity of the Earth to hold the water onto it. If you take that into space, I'm talking. Sir. I'm talking.
We're talking about the level. Ladies and gentlemen, we're talking
Jen,
about the leveled surface.
You talk, but then you talk while I'm talking. So I'm trying to talk, and you're talking over me, ladies and gentlemen.
We're talking about the leveled surface.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Leveled surface. Leveled surface. Leveled surface is what we're talking about.
Jen, enough, man. Let the guy give you more gravity.
Yeah. Go on.
Just
so what's the tolerance on your level surface, Jen?
If you took that little experiment into space where the gravity will not affect the water from the Earth, I can't even get through one sentence. Can I talk now?
I'm interrupting everybody. Let's go.
So if you go into space that I guess you don't think exists, you could take that experiment there and dump some water on the globe, and it'll stick to the quarter of the globe because the Earth's gravity, where we're at currently, and you want to do the experiment, is pulling the water down towards it away from the globe.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're talking about a leveled surface. We have a curved surface because that globe that I cut up was a portion of its circumference, quarter, circumference circular, versus a leveled table. The table is level, is holding the water.
Address what he said, Jen.
Yeah, I'm addressing it right now. We don't go to space. Yes, I am. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got the globe.
No, you're not going to space, Jen.
We're on the table here on Earth, ladies and gentlemen. We pour the water on that.
We did that a while ago. You said that a while ago. Address because you're repeating yourself again. You've already said the same thing. You're on repeat.
Sounds like Tony, doesn't he? PhD Tony.
Yeah,
I'm like, God dang, I'm tired of hearing him repeat the same shit over and over and over.
Demonstrate the curve.
Yeah, so when Tony moves left lane, I expect you to do the same thing.
Every size of a horizontal line, the curve the same size, and demonstrate we're wrong.
We made sure it was leveled.
What the fuck?
We took a globe, a quarter of a globe with its curving, and we tried to put some water on it, and it rolled off. Why did it roll off? Because the surface is not level. That's why it rolled off. Thank you. Curved surface is not level.
Who's next?
Hills are unlevel. These guys don't believe hills are unlevel. For some reason, these guys don't believe hills on Earth are unlevel.
Yes.
Somebody told Globers that hills hold water, cups of water, and they have to go outside and demonstrate this. My 3-foot horizontal beats their 3-foot curve. My 10-foot horizontal beats their 10-foot curve. Scale for scale, one for one. They'll never outdo my horizontal for holding water. And they're sad. It's just sad, isn't it? They can talk all day. They can preach their globe religion. They can all fucking say stupid shit like a wall holds water, then a wall's not gravity. There's no wall. There's no walls on a globe model. I've never seen a fucking wall in a globe model anytime. Was there a big wall in the globe model when they took a picture of it from space? No wall.
Do you realize how big the wall would have to be able to see it?
You don't know. No wall. Slowpoke. Walls only are needed on flat Earth to hold the water, not a globe. Do you realize there's no walls on a ball? Repeat after me, stupid. No wall.
No wall.
No wall. No wall on a ball.
Go put your pool on top of the hill without any walls. Then we'll be looking at your globe from afar, looking at your pool down there on a curve. We don't need to zoom out and in. That's your pool on a hill.
Yeah,
that's not going to be the Earth all of a sudden.
It's not level.
So when we look at the blue marble, we're going to miss the part of your backyard that's not holding water. Are you fucking okay? We're looking at the blue marble in your backyard somehow. Your backyard's not connected to the Earth all of a sudden. No gravity there. It's just all in its own fucking world area.
Yeah.
So
a curved surface is never level. A curved surface is not level, is it? It's circular. So it's not.
It is if all parts pull down toward the center of the
That's why
ball.
when you take your ball,
Stop saying dumbass words like falling down to a center of a nowhere.
it starts to
What
roll
does
and
curve look like? You fucking shit on it.
That's Jen and Demock talking over one another.
It's not level.
Right.
The table is
You
not
guys
level,
fall into the
so the
center of
ball now
nowhere.
rolls
Just
off.
say dumbass words.
When we level,
about
when we
nothing.
level
All
the
right,
table,
no, I'm going
doesn't
into
go
full
anywhere.
mod mode. I'm gonna have to do it. Like, if you two can't have a fucking civil discourse, like with people in this chair, I'm gonna fucking mute you. Stop it.
Okay, that's fine, but we are.
Right?
We actually are.
Just make your point, and then let people respond. Don't interrupt fucking other people. Okay?
Yeah,
And Demo,
Thank you, Verdak. I'm glad you're here.
Demo,
Yeah, I didn't interrupt
I
anybody.
just hope you do it to both sides. That's all.
He's interrupting the moderator.
Yeah,
trying to
show us
explain.
that you swing both ways, Verdak. We want to.
I do swing both ways. Like, I'm a Glober, but I also think Flat Earth has some points. Okay, like that's regardless. Like, I'm not here to fucking moderate the fucking points. I just want the discussion.
Thank you, Verdak.
This is listening into it. We can't follow this shit, so stop it. Like, I don't want
You
to.
should be moderating the points. That should be
But
the
I-
very thing that you should be moderating is them to stick on fucking point.
Demo.
One horizontal per scale that you want to talk over yourself, that everybody doesn't want to hear. That only thing you can do in reality, my money is on the 1-for-1 horizontal holding water and not a curve. Make them the same size. Go prove us wrong.
Cool.
My money's on it, and I should have what? How much do I get, Verdak? What's my odds if I bet against the globe and win?
Well, you just made
100,000 to 1.
point where other people respond. Okay.
What is my?
Why is it
I'm
not
asking you a
start moving?
question. You personally, what are my odds to bet against the globe and win?
Not good, bro. But it's all right.
No, you're not answering my question. What do I get to 1?
He
100,000
did
to
answer
1,
your question.
500 to 1, 1,000,000 to 1. What are my odds? I'm asking you when I make this bet.
It's just not a thing. It's all right.
What are the odds for a flat earther to win when he makes the bet against the globe? What's he going against? One in a million? What do I put
Well, I
my
mean,
10,000 up against?
it was the Steel City guy. Like Steel City, do you think it's a conspiracy that like a liquid requires lateral containment in order for the surface of the liquid to be level? Do you think that's like a conspiracy?
No, I don't. I think the world's a globe. I'm not sure what you're asking.
I know, but so it must be a conspiracy that every time you've seen water at rest, which is level, whatever you hold that to be, that lateral containment was always at play. Is that just like a weird accident, or what's going on with that?
Yeah, everywhere except on the sphere Earth.
Exactly, and that the spare Earth, when we have a spare Earth model, the surface is not level. The water rolls off the surface because it's not level. That's why the water rolls off. That surface of the ball is curving, so it cannot hold the water. It rolls off. That's natural law. Okay, gravity is not natural. Thank you.
It's insane.
There still is.
What
There
about
still is
gravity?
containment in the globe model.
It's insane to think anything else. If we read the dictionary, insanity is someone who keeps pouring water on a hill and watching it not stay there, thinking it does, telling everybody they believe it does, and saying we can't prove that it doesn't, and this weird shit. When everybody knows that water doesn't stay on curved surfaces. No one's demonstrated it at all. That's insanity. That's the pure. Everybody who believes that's
law,
insane.
right there.
There
The
still
surface
is
is not level. That is why the water rolls off. And it accumulates
Steel City.
underneath the
Steel
ball
City. You're gonna answer?
level.
I'm waiting, but people keep talking, so I'm waiting for them to be done so I can talk.
Sorry, yeah, go ahead.
So you're trying to compare a cup of water pouring on a hill to the size of the entire Earth.
All water ever observed. There's an option. People are like, no. You don't need you don't need a cup. You don't need the container to hold the water. All you need is gravity. So in all observations, a lake, a pond, a cup. Is that a conspiracy in your mind, or?
No, that's not. I mean, that's just a much smaller scale.
Every scale, and I mean,
like the world